Madman of the Sword Chapter 4610 to Chapter 4693. Lone Moon was stunned. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so domineering. To be honest, he thought that there was a grudge between Lin Xian and the Six Grotto Heavens. He thought that Lin Xian wanted to suppress them, but now it seemed that was not the case. The grudge between the two parties was deeper than he thought. "Don't worry, young master, let me handle this." Xiaomu also stood up and waved his hand. The three-eyed vermilion bird flew into the sky and shot out a divine fire from its third eye. Outside the mansion, those people were still waiting, and many of them were already impatient. Elder Yan Hua's expression was cold. He said, "Are you still going to wait? I'm going to go in directly." Just as he was about to walk forward, a divine flame flew out of the mansion. It flew past Elder Yan Hua like a bolt of lightning. Elder Yan Hua felt the aura of the fire and his hair stood on end. He was so shocked that he almost knelt on the ground. The divine fire did not attack him. Instead, it flew past him and hit a figure behind him. Suddenly, the figure let out a crazy roar. The space between his eyebrows was pierced in an instant, and his soul was burned to ashes. The people from the other grotto heavens were shocked and stepped back. When they looked over, their faces turned ugly. The elder from Xiling Grotto Heaven was lying on the ground, no longer breathing. Is he dead? He was killed in one move. These people's scalps went numb. That divine fire was really too powerful. Someone said, "I know, it must be the three-eyed vermilion bird that shot out its strongest bloodline fire." This person's methods were beyond imagination. The elders from the Grotto Heavens looked very serious. Those who were unhappy before immediately stopped talking. Even Elder Yan Hua was trembling and breaking out in cold sweat. What a joke. The other party killed them as if they were ants. They did not dare to be presumptuous. These people were uneasy. Those who were further away were even more shocked. Such powerful methods, he was like a god. At this moment, the door of the mansion opened and Guyu walked out. "All right, you guys can come in." The elders of these paradise walked in cautiously. There were a total of 5 paradise, because the Violet Spirit Paradise had already been destroyed. After entering, they walked into the palace and found Lin Xian sitting there with these demonic beasts beside him. At the same time, there was an old man beside him, who was even more unfathomable. After greeting young Master Qing, the elders of the 5 great paradises bowed one after another. Lin Xian looked at these people and smiled. "What business do you have here?" The elder from Haren Grotto Heaven said with a smile. "Young master, your previous actions were extremely valiant and I admire you. We're here to see what kind of top geniuses you are. Also, we hope that you can become friends with us." "That's right." The people from the Flying Feather Cave and the Thousand Mountain Cave quickly nodded their heads. At this moment, Elder Bai walked up and said, "Young Master Qing, I was in the wrong previously. After thinking about it, I realized that I was really wrong. Such a thing would never happen again. I hope young master will give me a chance." "Is that so?" Lin Xian nodded his head slightly. Elder Bai gritted his teeth and took out a storage ring. "I know that young master is a beast tamer. These are some spirit fruits that I specially collected. They are all top-grade spirit fruits. They are extremely suitable for demonic beasts." Lin Xian took a look at it and was extremely surprised. "All right, I'll forgive you this time." "That's great. Thank you, young master." Elder Bai was overjoyed. If anyone outside saw this scene, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Was being forgiven by the other party worth being so happy about? However, Lin Xian's methods were simply too skillful. These elders were shocked and could not help but treat him with caution. At this moment, a lady from the Green Hill Grotto Heaven walked up and said with a smile, "Young master, our Green Hill Grotto Heaven would like to invite you over as a guest for a few days." This lady was really like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Countless people were stunned. Damn it. This Green Hill Grotto Heaven was too scheming. They sent out such a fairy. Young Master Qing might not be able to handle it. Their faces became extremely nervous. Lin Xian said with a smile, "Is that so? I'll have to think about it." The fairy from the Green Hill Grotto Heaven was stunned. She did not expect that the other party would not be affected at all. The people from the other grotto heavens also laughed. It was simply laughable to use such tricks in front of young master. However, they still hurried to invite him. The elder from the Howren Grotto Heaven said, "We would also like to invite young Master Qing. Young Master, come to our White Cloud Grotto Heaven. We definitely won't let you down." Elder Bai quickly walked out. The 5 Grotto Heavens had all invited him. They almost got into a fight. Lin Xian said, "You're all so nice. You're making things difficult for me. Besides, I want to go out to the forest to catch some demonic beasts to cultivate. I don't have much time." "Don't worry about that." Elder Bai stood up and said, "Leave the demonic beasts to us. We'll suppress the demonic beasts that young master needs for him to cultivate. Flying Fish Grotto Heaven can do that too. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Our Green Hill Grotto Heaven has many demonic beasts to begin with. We'll definitely satisfy you." The people from these grotto heavens were all extremely strong. Elder Bai was about to cry. One had to know that his granddaughter was still sealed. If Lin Xian left with the people from the other grotto heavens, if he didn't return in a month, his granddaughter would be in danger. Furthermore, if the people from the White Cloud Grotto Heaven knew that he had missed out on such a top-notch genius, they would probably kill him. Therefore, he gritted his teeth. As if he had made some sort of decision, he took off the storage ring on his hand and said, "Young master, I'm sorry. Young master, I obtained 5 Qilin fruits by chance. Now, I'm giving them to you. I hope that you'll accept them." As soon as these words came out, the people from the surrounding grotto heavens were shocked. Qilin fruits were good stuff. Just like the dragon marrow, they were extremely precious. Furthermore, the conditions for Qilin fruits were even more troublesome. It required a place where the saint blood of the Qilin race had dripped, and it had to go through all sorts of heaven and earth powers before it could form. They didn't expect Elder Bai to be so lucky to be able to obtain Qilin fruits. However, this guy was really determined. To think that he would even take out such a peerless treasure. Such an item was extremely useful for sage kings. It could increase their strength. Now, it seemed that Elder Bai had really gone crazy. Lin Xian was also surprised. After he received the Qilin fruits, he realized that each of them was the size of a fist and was crystal clear. There was also a blood-colored glow on them, which was filled with power. Lin Xian was very satisfied. He smiled and said, "It must have been difficult for Elder Bai to obtain such a precious item. It's such a pity to give it to me like this. If I get it, wouldn't I be unreasonable? I think it's better to forget it." Elder Bai's expression changed and he quickly shook his head. "How can I use such a spiritual fruit of heaven and earth? Only a top-notch genius like you is worthy of using it. If you don't use it, it'll be a waste and you won't give it to me. Young master. Young master, you must accept it." It was as if he had turned into the most humble dust to set off Lin Xian's brilliance. The eyelids of the elders from the surrounding grotto heavens twitched, and their faces darkened. Damn, I didn't realize that this old guy was so shameless. Even Lin Xian was surprised. Once these people became ruthless, even he was afraid of them. He said, "All right, since they are so sincere, I will keep the 5 Kirin fruits." Elder Bai saw this scene and smiled. "Young master, do you agree?" Lin Xian said, "It's not realistic to go to White Cloud Cave. Is there a White Cloud Cave residence in Moonshine City? I can go there." "Yes, there is." Elder Bai nodded. Moonshine City was also a huge city. Naturally, there were properties of the 6 great grotto heavens. Elder Bai was very happy. The other people of the grotto heavens were gnashing their teeth. It seemed that they had lost an opportunity. However, they would not give up. They would think of a way to snatch the fruits from White Cloud Cave. The next day, Lin Xian and the others followed Elder Bai and left. White Cloud Cave residence in Moonshine City. This residence was even more majestic than Elder Bai's residence. There were many experts and sages inside. These people were in charge of managing the properties of Moonshine City. After Lin Xian arrived, Elder Bai personally came out to receive him. Even the Peak Sage King came out to welcome him. One could imagine how much faith Lin Xian had. After Lin Xian arrived, he saw some demonic beasts inside. There were even many newly suppressed demonic beasts. Lin Xian controlled a few of them and let them guard the entire residence. The people from the White Cloud Wonderland were shocked. How could he control the terrifying demonic beast so easily? If they could get more help from him, they would definitely be able to help. If he helped them a lot, they would not need any guards at all. These demonic beasts alone could protect everything. Young Master Lin, this way please. This is your courtyard. We have specially prepared many demonic beasts for you. I hope you will be satisfied. Elder Bai brought Lin Xian and the others to a quiet courtyard. Lin Xian stayed there temporarily. There were fake mountains and flowing water inside. There were also dozens of demonic beasts. In addition, there were many cultivation resources. It could be said that ordinary elders did not have such treatment. Only the top elders had such treatment. The fact that Lin Xian received such treatment as soon as he arrived was truly astonishing. Lin Xian also nodded his head in satisfaction. As expected of a heavenly grotto, he did not hesitate to accept these items. Lin Xian said to Longmoon and Xiaomu. You two don't have to be polite, just use it. If you run out, you can ask them for more. Even if the White Cloud Grotto Heaven was gone, there would be other grotto heavens. This time, he had to make good use of it. Xiaomu and Guyu laughed and began to cultivate in seclusion. Lin Xian took out the Great Dragon Sword Spirit and began absorbing these resources. At the same time, he also absorbed them to increase the power of the Great Dragon Sword Spirit and Nine Yang Divine Body. In the next few days, Elder Bai and Elder Zhang came to deliver a lot of resources and demonic beasts every day, which stunned Xiaomu and Guyu. They had never seen such treatment before. Lin Xian also said, You've made me very satisfied. Don't worry, you can count on me. Also, I have to thank you properly. Your White Cloud Grotto should have stayed here for a long time, right? You should be planning to continue staying here. Elder Bai nodded his head. Lin Xian, it seems like there's a formation in the mansion, but I'm not very satisfied. I plan to control a top-level demonic beast for you and make it the guardian of your mansion. Really? One had to know that although they were in the same realm, some demonic beasts had magical powers that could protect everything. However, with the strength of the heavenly grotto, it was possible to capture such a demonic beast. But it was impossible to subdue it. It had to be a beast tamer, and an extremely powerful one. At that. Now that Lin Xian had spoken, everyone was naturally happy. After Elder Bai sent the news back, the peak elders in the mansion were also very happy. They immediately held a banquet to entertain Lin Xian and the other two. At the banquet, they asked about the specific situation. Lin Xian said some things, and then said, Now, help me collect some information. Lin Xian said there were 5 demonic beasts. These 5 demonic beasts were all plant-type demonic beasts that guarded the center of the mansion. Combined with the surroundings, they were definitely more terrifying than a peerless formation. After hearing this, the peak elders beamed with joy and nodded one by one, indicating that they would do their best. In the next few days, these people began to go to the battlefield to suppress the demonic beasts. Not long after, the 5 demonic beasts were suppressed and returned to the mansion. The following matters were left to Lin Xian and the other two. They were going to subdue all of these demonic beasts. With Xiaomu's powerful soul suppression, Lin Xian planted the seal of life and death. The whole process took more than a month. After all, this time, the demonic beasts were extremely terrifying. They were peak-level demonic beasts. During this time, Lin Xian went outside and brought Bai Ling back. The current Bai Ling was useless. Even without Bai Ling, the people of the White Cloud Grotto would not dare to be rude to him. Sure enough, when Elder Bai saw his granddaughter return, he was so emotional that he almost cried. He was even more grateful to Lin Xian. However, he did not know that the person they were grateful to was not their savior, but the Fu*K. The Fu*K. After hearing this news, the people of the other grotto heavens were extremely envious. Damn it. Back then, they were late. They did not expect the White Cloud Grotto to benefit. The aura that came from the White Cloud Grotto's mansion shocked them. One could imagine that the White Cloud Grotto had definitely obtained great benefits. On the other side, the people of the Purple Spirit Grotto gritted their teeth. Back then, the 6 grotto heavens visited together. In the end, 5 grotto heavens went in, and only their grotto heavens did not. Instead, they were killed in a single move. This was more than just a slap to their faces. Damn it, this kid is too arrogant. Some of them gritted their teeth. What should they do? The peak elders were cold. Since they were already enemies, there was no need for them to use some forces. Someone frowned. Could it be that they had to contend with him? This kid has a lot of demonic beasts. Furthermore, he is currently in the White Cloud Grotto's mansion. I'm afraid the White Cloud Grotto will definitely not leave him alone. Another elder said. They should take some other actions, such as using some assassination forces. Hearing this, some people frowned. Were they going to use the power of the mortal world? Even on the buried Emperor Star, it was impossible to use this kind of power openly. After all, no matter which world it was in, the mortal world was an extremely terrifying existence. Once they appeared, they would be suppressed by other forces. An elder said, I understand. I'll prepare this matter. Also, don't spread the news. Only the few of us know. At this moment, the aura of the White Cloud Grotto's mansion changed greatly. Everyone felt a powerful force protecting them. Lin Xian and the rest continued to absorb and felt that they had reached a limit. He was ready to go out for a stroll to digest. After letting Xiaomu take charge, he and Lone Moon left together with 4 young geniuses from the White Cloud Grotto Heaven. They were full of respect and admiration for Lin Xian. One of them said, Young Master Lin, do you know? There was a very famous place in the Moonlight City. It was called the Moonlight Lake. Especially at night, one could see the strange scene of the 9 heavens capturing the moon on a boat at the Moonlight Lake. The Moonlight Lake was very famous. It was a place where one could see the 9 heavens capturing the moon at night. Because in ancient times, there was a peerless sage who comprehended the top divine power, the 9 heavens capturing the moon, here. Later, it was said that in his later years, this peerless sage came back and finally passed away here. His soul and blood were all merged into the Moonlight Lake, so every full moon, there would be the 9 heavens capturing the moon. Today was the night of the full moon. In the evening, Lin Xian and the rest set off. When they arrived at the Moonlight Lake, they found that there were already many people there. Many people stopped by the lake, and there were also several boats floating on the lake. There were people sitting on the lake, emitting a terrifying aura. Obviously, these were sage kings who were comprehending here. With the strength of the White Cloud Grotto Heaven, it was easy to get a boat. Lin Xian and the rest walked over and floated on the lake. At this time, the full moon in the sky appeared, and a strange scene appeared around them. The moonlight flickered, as if they had entered a wonderful fairyland. Many people exclaimed. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. What a terrifying phenomenon. He did feel an extraordinary great Tao. Was this the 9 heavens capturing the moon? Gu Yu, who was beside him, was also stunned. As expected of a huge city, there was such a phenomenon. At this time, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Not good, he slapped Gu Yu. He slapped Gu Yu away. Gu Yu didn't know why Lin Xian attacked him, but in the next moment, he understood. Because a beam of sword light had cut open his neck. If Lin Xian hadn't sent him flying, his head would probably have been chopped off by now. Lin Xian had saved his life with that photo. He was terrified. Who was it? With a cold shout, a terrifying aura burst forth from his body. A claw appeared from his demonic beast pouch and enveloped him, forming a powerful defense. At the same time, he looked around. On the other side, Lin Xian was also affected. He saved Gu Yu with a palm strike, and at the same time, he punched back at the sword light, shattering it. However, another saber light slashed at his back and sent him flying. He turned around abruptly and felt a sharp pain in his back. It was as if his back was about to split apart. Fortunately, he had a divine body. The powerful 9-yang divine body blocked the attack. However, his expression had already turned gloomy. Who was it that dared to assassinate him at this time? The 4 young men of the White Cloud Wonderland immediately rose from their seats upon seeing this. Who was it? He dared to attack Lin Xian. Right now, they knew how important Lin Xian was. If he was injured, they probably wouldn't be able to explain themselves. The four of them also rose into the air, and a terrifying cloud filled the surroundings. Be careful. Let's go back. I'll send a distress signal to the elders. One of them steered the boat and was about to leave, while the other took out a jade pendant and was about to crush it. However, in the next moment, the space between their eyebrows split open, and two beams of sword light destroyed their bodies and souls. Oh no. When the remaining two grotto heavens saw this, they turned around and wanted to escape. However, in the next moment, their hearts were pierced again. The four geniuses of the White Cloud Wonderland were killed in an instant. Blood splattered everywhere. The people around the Moonlight Lake were also stunned. Where did the white mist come from? Did someone attack here? Didn't they know the rules? One had to know that the Moonlight Lake was a place where everyone meditated. Especially when the moon was full, fighting was absolutely forbidden. Otherwise, they would be surrounded by everyone. Was there someone who didn't know what was good for them? One by one, powerful figures stood up and locked their gazes. However, in the next moment, they saw the clouds disperse, and a boat came out. There were four figures on the boat, lying on the ground. Sacred blood pierced through heaven and earth. Someone had been killed, and it was someone from the White Cloud Wonderland. In an instant, many people were terrified. Look, there were still people on the boat. Guyu was also stunned. What a terrifying killer, even more terrifying than his King of Shadows. At this moment, he summoned a giant black ape. One of its claws covered him, while the other hand swept in all directions. It formed a powerful storm. At the same time, he also summoned the dark bat to assassinate. However, after those people attacked, they disappeared without a trace. They seemed to have left. His face was gloomy. Such a terrifying assassination method made him think of a name. In the human world. Finally, they couldn't help but attack. The young master seemed to have left. After a while, Guyu spoke. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a few more beams of sword light shot over. Guyu hastily launched an attack. His black hand blocked the sword light, but the gigantic ape roared loudly. His neck had been pierced through, and blood flowed out like seawater without stopping. He roared at the sky and slapped down. The entire Moonlight Lake was turned into a huge sea. Countless people were shocked. They didn't expect that someone would dare to fight in the Moonlight Lake. Some Saint Kings shouted angrily. They rushed over, but in an instant, a few beams of sword light split them apart. The other Saint King's pupils shrank. Not good, retreat quickly. It's a top killer. Those people ignored them and left one after another. It seemed that the two young people in the center of the lake had offended someone powerful. They couldn't do anything about this battle. They could only speculate. The peerless sword light was like lightning, circling between heaven and earth, attacking Lin Xian and Lone Moon. Guyu had summoned 3 demon saints at this moment. They kept attacking. He originally wanted to kill the enemy. But now, he could only use the 3 demon beasts to protect him. Lin Xian's face was solemn. These killers were very terrifying. They were all about killing with one blow. Moreover, the other party's hiding method was very terrifying. Even with Lone Moon's powerful soul power, he couldn't detect it. Lin Xian's eyes shone with golden light. He activated the genius superpower. His golden eyes were like a magic lamp, lighting up the void. Then, he took a step forward and punched out with his golden fist. Boom, he punched out, shattering the void. A figure was pushed out like a shadow. There was blood dripping from that side. It was obvious that this punch had injured him. But in an instant, the figure disappeared again. What a terrifying punch. Who was fighting? Those people in the distance were shocked. They couldn't see clearly at all. There was a murderous aura in front of them. Guyu was also shocked. He realized that Lin Xian hadn't used his true strength during the mountain sea beast battles. This was because the other party's punch was much stronger than before. After the attack, 2 saber lights rushed over. Lin Xian fought back, but he realized that the expert sent out this time was actually a late-stage Sage King. The previous one was weaker, but these 2 saber lights were very strong. Lin Xian was forced to retreat. He snorted and didn't say anything. He took out the Great Destruction Spear and attacked. A terrifying demonic aura surged through the 9 heavens. The demonic aura danced, and the sound of a dragon echoed through heaven and earth. A figure was instantly pierced through. That person's pupils constricted, and he shouted coldly. He slashed his saber at himself, cutting off his broken arm. He quickly fled. At the same time, a cold killing intent rushed towards Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian seemed to have turned into a god fiend. Between heaven and earth, Lin Xian did not know how many experts of the human world there were. He was completely surrounded. At this moment, an even more terrifying aura erupted. Not good. Lin Xian exclaimed. He sensed danger and instantly entered the Great Sage Pagoda. In the next moment, the Great Sage Pagoda was smashed into the Moonlight Lake, and the surrounding space was completely turned into nothingness. This was the peak of power. Show, too terrifying. Buzz. Roar, the Moonlight Lake shook non-stop, and Lin Xian charged out. Flames danced in the sky, and a 3-eyed vermilion bird flew out, sweeping through the 9 heavens. Although Xiaomu didn't come, the 3-eyed vermilion bird followed him. Lin Xian controlled the 3-eyed vermilion bird and swept through the 8 wastelands, lighting up the entire void. He walked out, and his face was incomparably cold. Since you're here, no one can leave today. Lin Xian roared. A pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky, and a terrifying phantom of the divine secret map enveloped the entire space. Kill, he attacked aggressively. Lin Xian stood on top of the 3-eyed vermilion bird and swung the Great Destruction Spear. He charged towards one of the experts of the mortal realm, the SH. Shou still wanted to retreat, but under Lin Xian's gaze, how could he escape? The Great Spear of Destruction came crashing down like a black mountain, bringing with it a terrifying aura of the Tao of Dragons. The Slayer Saint tried to resist, but the moment he swung his sword at the void, he was sent flying. It was so scary. These people quickly retreated. How could Lin Xian let these people leave? He immediately summoned his great dragon sword soul, which transformed into a dragon's shadow and sliced his opponent in half. A sacred assassin fell. Another sacred assassin was turned into a mist of blood. Lin Xian slashed 3 times in a row, his face turning pale. The 3 killing saints of the mortal world were completely annihilated. Retreat quickly. The leading pinnacle saint roared and quickly retreated. Lin Xian pushed his Tianji god eyes to the limit, attacking his opponent's soul. That sacred assassin didn't expect Lin Xian's soul to be so powerful. After receiving the attack, his body swayed and he vomited blood. The vermilion bird's 3rd eye shot out a divine flame that enveloped the opponent. A roar sounded. That person was severely injured. He tore open the void and disappeared. Was it over? The people in the distance were stunned. These sacred assassins were too terrifying. However, the person who attacked was even more terrifying. He killed one with a sword. What was that powerful aura just now? Guyu was also shocked. Was this Lin Xian's trump card? At this moment, the great dragon sword soul had returned to Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's face was pale. He quickly absorbed the power of heaven and earth and swallowed pills. It seemed that he had to speed up. There were already Grotto Heavens who couldn't wait to attack. In the distance, Elder Bai and the others walked over. They were incomparably shocked. What happened, young master? Are you all right? The great battle here had naturally alarmed them. Lin Xian said, I'm fine. I was almost assassinated. Elder Bai and the others' faces changed. When they saw the 4 geniuses of White Cloud Grotto Heaven fall, their faces instantly turned ugly. Who dared to attack them? One of the elders looked solemn. They didn't say anything about this aura, but it was obvious that they had already guessed it. Elder Bai's eyelids were also twitching. Could it be that someone used that dark power? Who was it? Lone Moon's face was also gloomy. Even Xiaomu had come. Lone Moon could feel the terrifying murderous aura around him, and his eyes flashed with a biting cold light. If he wasn't careful, he might be hit by such a fatal blow. Lin Xian said coldly. Where is the residence of the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven? Elder Bai was stunned. Young master, what do you mean? Lin Xian said coldly and led the way. Yes, I know. Elder Bai nodded. Lin Xian and the others rose into the air. Guyu said, "Did the people of Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven do it?" Lin Xian's eyes flickered. "I guess it's very likely that they did it. Even if they didn't, we have to take them down today." The people of Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven were naturally paying attention to this battle. In their opinion, 4 mortal world-killing saints were sent out. One of them was a peak-killing saint. It was more than enough to deal with a beast tamer. After all, even if the other party had a peak-killing beast tamer protecting him, so what? The people of the mortal world were particular about killing with one blow. The other party might not even have the time to react before his soul was destroyed. However, things went beyond their expectations. Lin Xian didn't die at all. He was only slightly injured. On the other hand, 3 mortal world-killing saints had fallen. It was really unbelievable. Especially the peak-killing saint who was injured and fled. They couldn't believe it. They felt like they were dreaming. Now they saw Lin Xian and the others' murderous aura. They walked towards the direction of Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven. They felt their scalps tingle. No, they had to go and report that these people wanted to kill. Go to the door. It was very likely that they would be caught off guard. A few people flashed in the dark. Lin Xian looked at Xiaomu and said, "There are a few people who want to kill them." Xiaomu nodded. His powerful soul energy turned into soul flames. The souls of the people of Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven who were hiding in the dark were instantly killed. On the other hand, Lin Xian sped up and arrived at the mansion of Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven. This was the place of Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven. Elder Bai and the others sat in front of him. They wanted to ask what Lin Xian was doing. Lin Xian threw a punch. The space in front of him was broken, and a peerless formation bloomed. Lin Xian was proficient in formations. He said to Xiaomu and Guyu, "Summon your beasts and attack." At the same time, he summoned a few beasts to attack the weak points of the formation. Soon, they charged in. Elder Bai and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to kill people directly. The door opened. Although it wasn't the headquarters of Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven, it was still a mansion. There were countless experts here. Who would dare to provoke them? Even they didn't dare to make a move easily. But now, Lin Xian and the other 2 directly charged in. It made him feel incredulous. Wasn't this too audacious? The people inside were all stunned. They didn't expect that someone would dare to attack people. The door opened. A few disciples came up and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and the palaces were destroyed. This scene alarmed the people in the mansion. Who dared to behave atrociously here? One by one, figures rose into the air. When they saw that it was Lin Xian, their faces changed instantly. "It's you. You're not dead," Lin Xian snorted coldly. "So, it seems like you guys did it. Since that's the case, you guys can go to hell." With a wave of his hand, the demonic beasts rushed forward. "You're courting death. Kid, do you know where you are? This is not a place where you can behave atrociously." These people were furious. They were the overlords of the Grotto Heavens. How could a young man attack them? With a roar, the other people also shouted angrily and charged over. Although they did not have as many demonic beasts as the other party, this was their territory and they had countless arrays. Suddenly, a few killing arrays were activated. Terrifying power swept out and fought against the demonic beasts. Lin Xian snorted coldly, his golden eyes shining. The great spear of destruction shot down like a black dragon, instantly shattering one of the killing arrays. Damn it! Who is this person? How could he find the flaw in their array so easily? These people were terrified. Lin Xian attacked again. With his array skills and the power of the great spear of destruction, it was easy to destroy the array. In the blink of an eye, another 3 arrays were destroyed. The pressure on the demonic beasts was also reduced. They roared and began to attack wildly. Many people from the Xiling Grotto Heaven died, their bodies turning into blood mist. The front seemed to have turned into azure hell. Damn it! The people from the Xiling Grotto Heaven went crazy and retreated quickly. Many elders shouted angrily. At this moment, a cold snort sounded between heaven and earth. "Ants, how dare you behave atrociously here? Go to hell." Between heaven and earth, the void cracked and a thunder shot out. This was the power of a peak sage king. Xiaomu snorted and waved his hand, blocking the thunder. He stood beside Lin Xian. At the same time, the terrifying soul heavenly voice shot into the void. There was a burst of energy above, and a figure descended. It was a middle-aged man. His face was extremely cold and murderous. He stared at Xiaomu. Xiaomu's soul made him very frightened. At the same time, he looked at Lin Xian and Elder Bai. He gritted his teeth and said, "Bai Yuan, do you people from the White Cloud Grotto Heaven want to die?" Bai Yuan was on the verge of tears. He was only leading the way. How could he have imagined that Lin Xian would be so crazy as to directly attack someone in the other party's territory? It was a misunderstanding. It was not the White Cloud Grotto Heaven. Previously, someone attacked young Master Qing. Young Master Qing thought that it was you guys, so he came. Lin Xian sneered. There was no need for Lin Xian to explain. It was the Purple Spirit Paradise's doing. The peak stage Saint King in the sky was also enraged. Precepts swept out from his body as he gritted his teeth. While Xiaomu was fighting against Elder Bai could also feel his blood boiling. He was also furious. How dare you? Xiaomu is an important guest of the White Cloud Grotto Heaven. Try to understand him. He admired Lin Xian from the bottom of his heart. He was still hoping that Lin Xian would give him some demonic beasts to increase his strength. So he was angry. Moreover, he also felt that it was Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven. Bai Yuan, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. I won't let anyone who came in today go. Elder Bai was also angry. He said to the people around him, don't hold back. Attack. The experts of the White Cloud Grotto Heaven were also angry and attacked quickly. Although they didn't have many people, they wouldn't just sit and wait for death. Lin Xian's voice was even colder. Since you want to kill me, you can all go to hell. He activated the terrifying seal of life and death. The beasts under his control instantly had their eyes turn red. Their aura became violent. Some of them even burned their bloodline. Kill. These beasts didn't care about their lives. They didn't dodge at all. How could the Grotto Heavens be a match for them? So, many young disciples died instantly. You're courting death. 3 elders charged into the horde of beasts. Lin Xian activated the seal of life and death. The 2 beasts burst open and encapsulated the 3 elders within an instant. The 3 elders went crazy. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so decisive and sacrifice the beasts. The 3 of them were scared out of their wits. They wanted to escape. But in the end, they were shrouded by the power and turned into a bloody mist. Damn it. The eyes of the people of Xiling Grotto Heaven turned red. Kill. Kill that kid, many of them charged towards Lin Xian. The 3-eyed vermilion bird under Lin Xian's feet crept and shot out terrifying flames. The vermilion bird's phantom swept in all directions. Lin Xian held the great spear of destruction and attacked. At the same time, he used his eye technique and attacked with his soul. Those people fell from the sky. He was like a god of death, attacking aggressively. Everywhere he passed, no one could stop him. The beasts were even more violent. They pierced through the palaces. The sky shattered and the earth split open. It was a scene of destruction. The battle here naturally attracted the attention of the Moonshine City. Countless people rushed over. When they saw that it was the residents of Xiling Heaven, they were stunned. Someone was attacking the Xiling Grotto Heaven. Who could be so strong? There were many families and sects in the Moonshine City, but the most powerful ones were the 6 Grotto Heavens. No one dared to provoke them. Now, the attack on the Xiling Grotto Heaven made them feel like they were dreaming. Use the sacred weapon. A peak elder rushed to the ground and opened the seal. Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out. It was a black sacred sword. As soon as it appeared, it cut through the sky. The flames shot out by the vermilion bird were extinguished. The black sacred sword attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian dodged quickly. He rushed towards the young people of Xiling Grotto Heaven. The great spear of destruction pierced through more than 10 figures. No one was his match. Damn it. The experts of the Xiling Grotto Heaven were furious. They held the black sacred sword, but they did not dare to attack. They were afraid that they would hurt their own people. "Kid, come out if you have the guts." Lin Xian sneered. "You have lived for thousands of years. You want me to come out with a peak sacred weapon? Are you out of your mind? Today, I will let you see with your own eyes the fall of your disciples." Lin Xian slapped out again. The two of them turned into blood mist. "Damn it," the elder rushed down with the sacred sword. At this time, Xiaomu roared. "Do you really think that I am not here?" He took out a jade flute. It was a red jade flute with a dangerous aura. He used it now. It was the Song of Illusion. The three-eyed vermilion bird roared to the sky. The blood in its body burned. On the other side, a strange golden fish rushed over with the seawater on its head. They were burning their lives. The people from Xiling Grotto Heaven were shocked. They did not dare to burn their lives, but the beasts did. Beasts could be replaced, but if they lost their lives, they could not be replaced. Therefore, they could only roar. "Stop, we won't fight anymore." The black sacred sword stopped. The peak elders from Xiling Grotto Heaven gritted their teeth and said, "Let them go." Hearing this, the two beasts stopped burning their blood. They calmed down again. Groups of beasts stood in the air, full of killing intent. Lin Xian said coldly, "How dare you send sh*t, you dare to assassinate me? I'll remember you. Xiling Grotto Heaven, I'll make you regret it." The people from Xiling Grotto Heaven were also going crazy. "Kid, don't be too proud. We'll let you go this time, but next time, we'll destroy your soul." Xiaomu said, "Young master, it's about time. With our current strength, we can't completely destroy them." Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. It might be possible if he brought more people. But now was not the time. Besides, there was no need to completely destroy Xiling Grotto Heaven. This time, he only wanted to vent his anger. Now that he had vented his killing intent, it was time to stop. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The beasts in the air went back into the beast pouch. Lin Xian and the rest turned and left. Was the battle over? Those people in the distance were quietly investigating. When they saw the mansion in front of them, they almost fainted. At this moment, the mansion in Xiling Grotto Heaven was in ruins. Not a single building was intact. The ground was completely cracked. Sacred blood was surging in the sky. Many beasts' corpses were piled up into mountains. However, most of the people from Xiling Grotto Heaven had died. Those people did not even have a body. They turned into a bloody mist and circled the sky. It was too terrifying. Elder Bai was dumbfounded. He did not even know how he returned to the mansion. When he returned and the news spread, the people from White Cloud Grotto Heaven were shocked. Something like this had happened. Oh no, they quickly reported it. They were worried that Xiling Grotto Heaven would come for revenge, so they activated the Peerless Formation. The people outside were all summoned back by them. At the same time, they requested a group of experts to support them. The people from other Grotto Heavens were also shocked. This beast tamer was too arrogant. Some Grotto Heavens said that they could not afford to offend the other party. There were also people who sneered. It seemed like the Violet Spirit Paradise would not let this matter rest. How were they going to deal with this? The White Cloud Mansion was naturally nervous. In the past few days, they had begun to deploy their troops. Lin Xian said with a smile. "Don't worry, the demonic beasts that I have arranged for you have already been activated. These demonic beasts are extremely terrifying. Their defense and attack are unparalleled. It won't be a problem. As long as they dared to come, they would die without a burial ground." Hearing this, the people of the White Cloud Mansion heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, with the protection of the 5 great plant-type demonic beasts, their defense was much stronger than before. Therefore, they were all relieved. About 10 days later, boundless spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared, and the entire sky turned violet. It was as if violet clouds were pressing down on the city. The White Cloud Mansion was shaking violently. The surrounding void was shattering continuously. The people inside were startled at the first instance. "Not good, the enemy is here." One by one, experts rushed out from the palaces and looked up at the sky. Some of them gritted their teeth. They were the people of the Violet Spirit Paradise. Elder Bai also came out. He shouted coldly, "Violet Spirit Paradise, do you want to attack my white cloud mansion?" In the sky, purple clouds filled the air, and figures appeared one after another. One of the old men shouted coldly, "What, are you afraid now? When you went to the Violet Spirit Paradise and behaved atrociously, did you think of this day? Be obedient and hand over that kid, and we can let you live. You destroyed our Violet Spirit Paradise, so there is no need for your White Cloud Mansion to exist." Not only did these people want to kill Lin Xian, but they also wanted to destroy their mansion in Moonshine City. How could the people of the White Cloud Mansion tolerate this? This time, Elder Bai did not need to say anything. The other elders were also furious. You still want to resist? Then do it. In the sky, purple thunder struck down, covering the sky. The thunder was extremely terrifying, piercing through everything. In an instant, the ground below cracked open, and the palaces collapsed. Some of the White Cloud Mansion experts were also split in half. Damn it, you dare to attack. Attack. The White Cloud Mansion experts also counterattacked, and at the same time, they activated the array. The Dharma in the sky swept across, facing the purple thunder. A great battle broke out in an instant. The terrifying aura shook the entire Moonshine City. The entire Moonshine City shook violently. Countless people were shocked. What was happening now? They saw thunder and lightning in the distance, and it was a scene of destruction. No way, there was another great battle. This time, it came from the direction of White Cloud Mansion. Someone was attacking the White Cloud Mansion people. It must be the Violet Spirit Paradise people. They are going to take revenge. Let's go and take a look. One figure after another quickly flew in that direction. Of course, they did not dare to get close. They watched from afar, because the aura in front was too terrifying. The entire White Cloud Mansion was covered in a sea of lightning. In a palace, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Are they coming? They are coming faster than I imagined. Lo Moon looked over and frowned slightly. The battle is about to reach us. Should we go out and help? Lin Xian said, this is not the time. They should wait until White Cloud Mansion can't take it anymore. Outside, thunder and lightning were everywhere. But inside the palace, Lin Xian and the other two were indeed at ease. They even chatted and drank spirit tea. The White Cloud Mansion people did not ask Lin Xian for help. In their opinion, this was their territory, and they could definitely handle it. But they had underestimated them. After Purple Spirit Grotto had suffered a loss the last time, they had transferred a lot of experts this time. Their strength was much more formidable than they had imagined. Not long after, 3 late-stage Sage King Elders fell. The White Cloud Mansion people's eyes were red. Furthermore, many of the younger disciples had also turned into a bloody mist. Damn it, if the battle continued, their mansion in Moonshine City would be in danger of being destroyed. Elder Bai gritted his teeth. I will ask Master for help. He descended quickly and came to the front of a palace. He said anxiously, Master, are you there? Please help, we can't take it anymore. The door of the palace opened, and Lin Xian walked out and said, what's going on? Is that group of people attacking again? Don't worry, I will help you. Next, I will activate the 5 peerless demonic beasts. Elder Bai heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Master. Lin Xian took a step forward. His eyes shone with a terrifying light. Seal of life and death. The ground cracked. From 5 directions of the mansion, an extremely terrifying aura swept across the 9 heavens. A stalk of fire kept dancing, as if it had turned into a divine fire, sweeping across the land. Several elites from the Xiling Grotto heaven were hit in an instant, and their bodies immediately split open. On the other side, a black demonic flower shot out terrifying black water, which had a strong corrosive effect. One of the elders didn't manage to dodge in time and was instantly turned into a bloody mist. More than a dozen young disciples also disappeared into thin air. Damn it, what kind of demonic beast was this? How could it be so terrifying? The people from the Xiling Grotto heaven were stunned, and so were the people from the White Cloud Grotto heaven. Great. The young master had made a move, and these demonic beasts had all been revived. Other than these 2 demonic beasts, there were 3 others. And these 5 demonic beasts were all at the peak of the Saint King realm. More importantly, they each had the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. When they worked together, it was really terrifying. When the 5 demonic beasts attacked, it took 9 days. The elites from the Xiling Grotto heaven kept falling, forming a scene of destruction. Retreat quickly. The people from the White Cloud Grotto heaven had already retreated after receiving Elder Bai's warning. They looked at the scene in front of them and were extremely shocked. They felt their hair stand on end. Elder Bai's scalp was also numb. Fortunately, Lin Xian was their friend. Otherwise, they would be dead if they faced such demonic beasts. Lone Moon, who was beside him, was also shocked. These 5 peak demonic beasts were actually controlled by Lin Xian. It was really unbelievable. Although Xiaomu played a large part in the process of suppressing and controlling the demonic beasts, Lin Xian only used the seal of life and death at the end. But now, he was controlling 5 demonic beasts. How much spiritual power and control did he have to be able to do this? Looking at the other party's shining golden eyes, Guguyue did not dare to imagine that this person's talent and strength were definitely far beyond theirs. Even Xiaomu was surprised. Lin Xian was still so young, but he was already so powerful. It would not be a problem for him to surpass him in the future. He might even surpass everything. Perhaps he could use his magical eyes to control a demon saint at the level of the great sage. Everyone saw this scene, and they had a deeper understanding of Lin Xian's talent. The elders of the White Cloud Wonderland were extremely excited. Such a genius beast tamer must become their friend. No matter what the cost, as long as they could keep Lin Xian by their side, their White Cloud Cave would become even more powerful in the future. At that time, they would be able to surpass the other caves. Those young disciples felt their blood run cold. Fortunately, they had run fast enough. Otherwise, they would have already died inside. Some of their companions did not manage to escape in time and were torn to pieces by the 5 demonic beasts. Those elders also felt heartache. Although it was hard for them to lose a few disciples, and perhaps this mansion would also vanish into thin air. But so what? To be able to befriend a genius was worth it. Lin Xian's value was more important than anything else. Demonic qi permeated the area ahead, and the terrifying might of the laws gradually subsided. Those demonic beasts stopped attacking and quieted down. The shattered space in front of them was quickly mending. Everyone looked ahead. Are there any survivors? In the next moment, they all gasped because not many people were still alive in front of them. To be precise, only one person was still alive. This was a peak sage king realm elder. He had a pagoda covering him. At this moment, the pagoda was also dim. It was because of the pagoda that he was still alive. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. Those around him were all killed. Not a single one was intact. They were either torn apart or turned into a bloody mist. No, that elder of the Purple Spirit Wonderland Alliance roared crazily. How many experts and elites had he brought with him, but now, they were all dead. He was the only one alive. He could not imagine how he would explain himself when he returned. In the next moment, his eyes shone brightly, piercing through the void and looking ahead. Lin Xian walked out and said, "Do you still want revenge?" That elder's scalp went numb. "Do you still dare to seek revenge?" Lin Xian had attacked twice. The first time, he destroyed their mansion. The second time, it was this time. Apart from him, all the experts had died. If there was a next time, what kind of scene would it be? He did not dare to imagine. This young man was too deep. He could not see through him at all. "Young Master Qing, we have offended you previously. Please forgive us. From now on, we will no longer be enemies with you. This time our men were killed because of White Cloud Paradise. We will not let White Cloud Paradise off the hook. This matter has nothing to do with you, young master. We, the Purple Spirit Wonderland, will remember this battle. White Cloud Wonderland, just you wait." With that, he tore open the void and escaped. Hearing the other party's words, Su Chen laughed coldly. It seemed that his methods had worked. He had beaten the White Cloud Wonderland until they bowed down. Since the other party did not dare to release his killing intent, he could only find another target. It was the White Cloud Wonderland. Thinking about it, these two White Cloud Wonderlands had already formed a death grudge. They would definitely fight one another in the future. Damn it. The White Cloud Wonderland was so angry that they vomited blood. The other party said that they were the ones who did it. They had indeed done it, but the most important thing was those 5 beasts. Of course, they did not dare to say that Lin Xian was the one who did it. After all, they had begged Lin Xian to set up those beasts. After thinking about it, it was indeed their strength. But, so what? There was already a conflict between the White Cloud Wonderlands. It was just brought forward. Sooner or later, they would get rid of the Purple Spirit Wonderland. Alright, you guys handle the rest. I'll find a place to rest. I'm tired from controlling so many beasts. Seeing Lin Xian's pale face, Elder Bai said, "Don't worry, young master. Leave the rest to us. We'll take care of the strong ones to protect young master." With their strength, they quickly found a mansion. But it was small, only big enough for Lin Xian and the others. They did not mind. They wanted to rebuild the White Cloud Mansion and build a more magnificent mansion. Lin Xian left. The people behind him looked over. No way. Was the battle over? Why didn't the people from the Purple Spirit Wonderland come out? Were they killed? Heavens, this piece of news quickly spread out. In the ruins ahead, the people from the White Cloud Wonderland were shocked. Some of the younger disciples were excited. Was this a beast tamer? They really wanted to learn this move. The elders also said, "We must have this young man in our hands. Do you understand?" The others nodded. Of course, they understood. We'll rebuild the mansion and win him over. We'll make him give us the method to control the beasts as soon as possible. We must control him. As for the Purple Spirit Wonderland, since it was over, there was no need to hold back. The news spread quickly, and the people from the other grotto heavens were shocked. It can't be. You're saying that only one of the experts from the Violet Spirit Paradise managed to leave alive? Have the others all fallen? Are you sure? The people from Qianshan Grotto Heaven asked. An elder nodded. I'm sure. I saw it with my own eyes. Only one person survived, and he was heavily injured. The people from Qingqiu Grotto Heaven were also shocked. How could this be? He was just a young man. The eyes of the elder from Howren Grotto Heaven shone. This young man was too amazing. He had to rope him in. At least, he couldn't offend him. This way, we'll suppress a group of beasts and find a batch of spirit fruits. I'll give them to this young master. We have to get his support. Lin Xian set up the array, and the others laughed. Lin Xian's lips curled up. He snorted coldly. This was just the beginning. Lone Moon said, "Which grotto heaven are we going to attack next? I can't wait." Lin Xian said, "We don't have much time. They might contact Shanghai City for such a big thing. Although they were far away, they would still do it. If they found the Green Clan and found out that there was no such person, they would be suspicious." Xiaomu frowned. He knew that Lin Xian's strength was real, but his identity was fake. The other party used the Green Clan instead of Shanghai Palace or Xiao Clan to prevent the 6 grotto heavens from taking revenge. Although the distance between them was endless, there was no need to offend so many powerful sections. Lin Xian had a grudge with the Green Clan, so he didn't care and put the blame on Qingzhou. With their speed, they should still have some time. We can make good use of it. Lin Xian thought for a while and said, "I have some friends who were suppressed in the grotto heavens as battle servants. The main goal this time was to save them." Xiaomu and Guyu were shocked. No wonder Lin Xian hated the 6 grotto heavens so much. Actually, to tell you the truth, I was the same before. My friends and I came from another world. Who would have thought that he would be suppressed by the 6 great grotto heavens? He had to take revenge. Xiaomu said, "This isn't difficult. Young master can invite the young geniuses of the 6 great grotto heavens and control them to find your friends." Alright, let's do that. Lin Xian nodded. All he knew was that Fu Hongya was in Violet Grave Paradise. However, he had just dealt heavy damage to the Violet Spirit Paradise twice. It would be troublesome if he wanted to make contact with them again. It would be better for him to take a look at the other paradises and see if any of his friends had been suppressed. The next day, the people from the 5 grotto heavens met again. Lin Xian was very satisfied with the generous amount of resources and demonic beasts that were sent to him. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to the elders. The 6 great grotto heavens are considered top-notch sections. There must be quite a number of geniuses in there. I'm going to organize a gathering of geniuses and invite all the geniuses of your grotto heavens. We'll have a good gathering and get to know each other. He wanted to make more friends. Really? That's great. The experts and elders of the grotto heavens were overjoyed. Don't worry, we'll definitely bring those geniuses here in 3 days. Alright, I'll wait for you. Lin Xian began to make arrangements. In his opinion, his friends were all top-notch existences. Even if they were battle servants, they should be allocated to the top-notch experts and geniuses. Therefore, he should be able to meet many of his friends this time. As expected, after the grotto heavens sent the news back, the geniuses of the grotto heavens began to move. They had naturally heard of the happenings in Moonshine City. They wanted to see for themselves what was so special about this legendary beast-taming genius. Therefore, they used all sorts of methods to rush over in the past 3 days. For a moment, Moonshine City became even livelier. Every day, there would be powerful figures descending. The people in Moonshine City were shocked. Aren't these the geniuses of the 6 great grotto heavens? Why are they all here? What happened, haven't you heard? That beast-taming genius is going to invite the top-notch geniuses of the 6 great grotto heavens for a gathering. Really? I want to go and take a look too. Countless people were envious. However, it was useless. This was only a gathering between Lin Xian and the 6 great grotto heavens. The others were not qualified to enter at all. On this day, dozens of figures descended in Lin Xian's courtyard. These geniuses were still arrogant and unruly. However, after entering, they realized that there were many beasts swimming in the courtyard. Late-stage and even peak-stage beasts were eyeing them covetously. These geniuses were horrified and put away their arrogance. Come, sit down. Lin Xian walked out and waved his hand. His eyes flashed. As expected, he found some familiar faces. His friends were treated as battle servants. They looked at him coldly as if they did not know him at all. Lin Xian's lips curled up. He secretly transmitted his voice to Xiaomu and told him about those people. Xiaomu nodded. Then, Lin Xian found an excuse to talk to a few people in private. The first person to enter was Bai Hao. He was from the White Cloud Grotto Heaven. His name was Bai Song. He was extremely excited because he had heard from Elder Bai that this young Master Qing was a godly person. If he could make friends with such a person, it would be extremely beneficial for his future. As soon as she came in, she said, "Young master, Elder Bai is my second grandfather." Is that so? Lin Xian nodded. Very good. In the next moment, a large golden hand grabbed Bai Song's head. Bai Song's face changed. Damn it, what are you doing? He was furious. A shocking amount of energy exploded. At this moment, a sword aura descended. If you move again, I'll take your life. Bai Song broke out in cold sweat. The surrounding battle servants wanted to attack, but they were sent flying in an instant. A black ape appeared and suppressed the battle servants with 2 palms. Lin Xian said, "Let's begin." Xiaomu nodded his head and walked out. His powerful soul force flew directly into the minds of the 2 figures. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. The power of the Tianji Divine. Eyes and Dragon Sword Spirit also flew in. Previously, he could break Fu Hongya's control by himself. Now that he had Xiaomu's help, it was even easier. Soon, the 2 figures' eyes regained their light. In the next moment, they exclaimed. Where are we? What happened to us? Are you 2 all right? Lin Xian asked as he walked over. Martial Uncle Lin. Lu Yuan stood up in shock. Li Hongxia was also shocked. Where are we? Lin Xian briefly recounted what had happened before. The 2 of them were shocked. We've actually become battle servants, moreover, it's been a long time. You're the one who saved us. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. Not only you two, but also the people of Wushuang City and other friends. I want them all out. Then, he looked at Bai Song and planted the seal of life and death on him. Li Hongxiu and Lu Yuan were both stunned. Lin Xian said, don't pity him. They treated you as a battle servant before, and now he's going to be your battle servant. From now on, you'll listen to the two of us. Do you hear me? Bai Song nodded and stood up again. I'll remove the control for you first, and then I'll take you to another place to cultivate. Lin Xian said. Li Hongxiu and Lu Yuan had many things to ask, but they knew that it wasn't the time yet. The three of them pretended that nothing had happened and walked out. Then, someone else came in. This time, it was Lan Chao from the Haoran Grotto Heaven. His battle servant was Gao Jianfei and Leng Yaojuan. They were also controlled by Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian and Xiaomu removed their seals. The two of them were extremely shocked. Firstly, they were grateful, and secondly, they were angry. Lin Xian said, don't worry, there will be a time for revenge, but not now. Next is the Green Hill Grotto Heaven. The one who came in from the Green Hill Grotto Heaven was a genius called Qing Feng. She controlled Shengguan Shaoxian and Yurua. She was also removed by Lin Xian. In this way, he found most of his good friends. Of course, there were still a few people, such as Ling Hu Chuexue. He still didn't know where he was. Other than that, there were also the two women who were most important to him, Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing. These two were also not here. Lin Xian guessed that the two of them might not have been suppressed, and might have gone to other places. Of course, he wasn't sure, so he prepared to suppress a few elders. That way, he could get more information. He found Elder Bai. This time, Lin Xian brought him into the Great Sage Pagoda, and then attacked with Xiaomu. Elder Bai roared and wanted to fight back, but he was suppressed by the three-eyed vermilion bird in an instant. Then, Lin Xian began to control him. This time, he lasted longer than the other party. No matter what, Elder Bai was still a late-stage Saint King. However, Xiaomu was so powerful that his opponent's soul was about to collapse. Lin Xian planted the seal of life and death on him. Elder Bai had also become Lin Xian's battle servant. Lin Xian carefully searched his soul and found that there was no news of Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing. From the looks of it, the two of them were really not here. His fellow disciples and friends were no longer under his control. They were no longer battle servants. However, Lin Xian did not leave immediately. There were still some things he needed to do, which was to heavily damage the Grotto Heaven and the human world. The 6 great Grotto Heavens were related to the human world, and the 6 great Grotto Heavens were under the command of the Ethereal Peak. In other words, they were definitely in conflict with the Ethereal Peak. Lin Xian felt that he couldn't just control Bai Rang alone. He had to control some people from the other Grotto Heavens as well. Only then could he launch an attack on Ethereal Peak. It even caused the 6 great Grotto Heavens to kill each other. Lin Xian used his identity as a beast-taming genius to meet the other elders alone. As expected, he suppressed some of the elders in the 5 great Grotto Heavens and made them his battle servants. Very well, it's time to start. Lin Xian secretly planned. The Haoran Grotto Heaven attacked the elders of the Flying Rain Grotto Heaven. They killed several elders. The Flying Fish Grotto Heaven roared and attacked the mansion of the Haoran Grotto Heaven. The two sides fought fiercely. In the end, the battle spread. On the other side, the people of the Green Hill Grotto Heaven and the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven also started a battle. For a moment, the people of Moonshine City went crazy. What was going on? Why did these Grotto Heavens become so crazy? One had to know that these Grotto Heavens had conflicts with each other. However, they had always been peaceful. Even if there were small battles, it would not spread to such a terrifying extent. After all, there was Ethereal Peak above them. However, the situation seemed to be out of control now. However, they found that this was just the beginning. In the battle between these Grotto Heavens, some Grotto Heavens joined forces. For example, the White Cloud Grotto Heaven and the Haoran Grotto Heaven joined forces and destroyed the mansion of the Flying Feather Grotto Heaven. The Flying Feather Grotto Heaven went crazy and joined forces with the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven to attack the Howren Grotto Heaven. In short, the battle was getting more and more terrifying. Even the powerful beings of the Grotto Heavens were puzzled. What was going on with this Moonshine City? Someone said that a beast-taming genius had suddenly appeared. Perhaps it was to snatch this genius that caused the battle. Beast-taming genius. Some of the powerful beings let out a cold glint in their eyes. On the side of the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven, Elder Yanhua found him. Elder Shueiyue said, "Have you heard of a beast-taming genius that appeared recently? I think you can go out and control him directly and make him our slave." Elder Shueiyue said, "I don't think this is appropriate. Have you told the old ancestor?" Elder Yanhua said, "I'll tell the old ancestor right now. You can head out first." "Don't worry, the old ancestor will definitely agree. Moreover, with the power of your life and death curse, you can definitely do it without anyone knowing." Alright. Elder Shueiyue thought about it and did not have too much doubts. He decided to head out. However, he did not know that he was really wrong this time. Because Elder Yanhua had already been chosen to be controlled. Shueiyue aged very quickly. He came to Moonshine City and found Lin Xian's mansion. He waited until it was dark before he was ready to set off. At night, there was not even moonlight. It was very dark. Shueiyue aged very quickly. As soon as he came in, he sensed the presence of demonic beasts. He activated the powerful life and death curse, and those demonic beasts were directly stunned. Like a wisp of green smoke, he charged towards the palace where Lin Xian was. The next moment, he saw Lin Xian cultivating. Tearing the void, he sneered and charged over. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly turned his head. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Elder Shueiyue was shocked. What was going on? He knew that she was coming. Could it be a trap? Soon, she sneered. "So what if it's a trap? Kid, since you know, I won't hide it. Kneel down obediently. You can't resist my life and death curse at all." "Right, you can try," Lin Xian said with a smile, his eyes blooming with golden light. Elder Shueiyue snorted coldly. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the life and death curse appeared and attacked Lin Xian's soul. Lin Xian used the Tianji map to resist. At the same time, the life and death seal also kept attacking. He actually blocked it. Elder Shueiyue was surprised. The other party's soul was already so strong? He was just a young man. The next moment, she felt the sky and earth spin, as if she was enveloped by someone. "Kid, do you think that by trapping me, you can *CK me? You're too naive." Lin Xian laughed. "Elder Shueiyue, long time no see. Your life and death curse is useless against me. If I can break it once, I can break it a second time." "What? Who are you?" Elder Shueiyue was really stunned. Lin Xian recovered his original appearance. "Speaking of which, do you still recognize me? It's actually you." "Damned brat, who the hell is he?" She clearly gave Lin Xian a life and death curse, but Lin Xian wasn't affected at all. Not only that, he even became the prince consort of their Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven. Now, he even appeared here, setting up a trap and waiting for her. "Could it be that you're that beast tamer genius?" "That's right," Lin Xian smiled. "That's me. Why did you come back?" Elder Shueiyue was shocked. She had a bad premonition. Lin Xian coldly snorted. "You didn't treat us as humans and treated me and my friends as battle servants. Naturally, I'm here to take revenge. I want your Grotto Heavens to kill each other. At the same time, I want to find the power of your human world and erase it. Damn it, don't even think about it, our 6 Grotto Heavens have the Great Sage. No matter how strong you are, you're no match for us." Elder Shueiyue tried to escape as she spoke. However, this was the Great Sage Pagoda. How could she escape? In an instant, she was sent flying back. Lin Xian smiled. "Don't worry, I won't go to your headquarters, so those Great Sage can't threaten me. Also, why do you think you're here? Many people are already under my control. Don't you like to treat others as battle servants? I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to be a battle servant, with just you." Elder Shuiyu sneered. What if you add me? Right at this moment, a powerful soul slammed down on him. Elder Shuiyu was sent flying and coughed up blood. His soul was injured as well. Who was it? She was really shocked. A soul storm, this was too strong. In the next moment, she saw a man walk over. His hair was gray, and his aura was extremely terrifying. Who is this? Is this the person Xiaomu said? Young master, I'll help you injure him. The rest is up to you. Xiaomu was an expert from 5,000 years ago. During these 5,000 years, he had been in the Heaven's Mystery Pagoda every day and suffered. His soul had reached an unbelievable level. Even though Elder Shuiyu was powerful, she wasn't Xiaomu's opponent. After all, Elder Shuiyu mainly controlled the younger generation, but Xiaomu could even control peak Saint Kings. Not to mention Elder Shuiyu. Not long after, Elder Shuiyu's soul was heavily injured. Lin Xian stepped on the man's head and said, "Do you still think I'm joking with you?" He used the seal of life and death to strike into his opponent's soul. Elder Shuiyu roared. She had controlled countless geniuses and made them battle servants, but in the end, she herself had become a battle servant. In the next moment, she knelt respectfully in front of Lin Xian in a very pious manner. Lin Xian laughed heartily at the sight. If he controlled Elder Shuiyu, he would be able to indirectly control the Thousand Mountain Paradise's battle servants. This was also an extremely powerful force. Elder Shuiyu's position was very high, so when she returned, she immediately mobilized the forces of the mortal world to assassinate the flying fish grotto. The abandoned fish grotto suffered heavy losses and was furious. Did you think we didn't? They also mobilized a force. After two grotto heavens mobilized the forces of the mortal world, the other grotto heavens also began to take action. In an instant, many elders of those grotto heavens fell. Even the few elders controlled by Lin Xian died. For example, Bai Chongqing died. He didn't feel that it was a pity. These people were all guilty and deserved to die. They all had to go to hell. The other experts in Moonlight City felt their scalps go numb. They felt that these grotto heavens had gone completely crazy, and the news had finally reached Misty Peak. The people of Misty Peak were furious. Stop this nonsense. With this order, the forces of the mortal world were immediately sealed, and the grotto heavens couldn't use them anymore. At the same time, they were furious. What exactly had happened? The experts of Misty Peak went to find out. After Lin Xian received the news, he didn't take any action. Now, the 6 grotto heavens were fighting with each other, and many geniuses and elders had died. It could be said that every grotto heaven had suffered heavy losses. Especially in the last few days, when they mobilized the forces of the mortal world, their losses were even worse. He was very satisfied. Next was Misty Peak. However, Xiaomu said that Misty Peak's strength was even stronger than the grotto heavens. I'm afraid it would be difficult for us to fight against them. Lin Xian nodded. He would take a look first. Anyway, he had already taken revenge for the grotto heavens. If it didn't work out, he would leave first. He would come back when he was stronger. The two main goals of this trip were basically completed. Especially rescuing his companions, which was very important to Lin Xian. Therefore, he was also preparing to leave. On the other side, the people of Misty Peak had also investigated. It was a beast tamer who had stirred up such a big storm. Damn it, where did this beast tamer come from? Did you investigate him clearly? A Saint King in front said respectfully. Reporting to Elder Pin, it was said that he was a beast tamer genius from the Green Clan of Shanghai City. He was very powerful. Shanghai City, Green Clan. The people of Misty Peak furrowed their brows tightly. This was not their territory at all. Why did the other party come here? Was there a conspiracy? The elder waved his hand, and the Saint King left. At this moment, a few people walked over to inquire. When they heard about the Green Clan of Shanghai City, they were also surprised. Xingshan had just returned. He seemed to have mentioned the mountain sea beast battles. He should know about the Green Clan. Is that so? Is Xingshan back? Hurry up and invite him over. Xingshan. He was from Misty Peak's Stark Clan. However, he didn't cultivate in Misty Peak because he liked to travel. Therefore, he went to another sect, which was the Thousand Transformation sect. Previously, during the mountain sea beast battles, Xianxia followed the people of Thousand Transformation sect to watch. After the battles, he was ready to go back to the Star clan to take a look. After all, he hadn't been back for a long time. This time, he was summoned after 2 days. What's going on? Elders, why are you looking for me? He looked at the person beside him. This person was called Duguju. Duguju said. You haven't been here for a long time. We didn't want to disturb you, but there's something that's very confusing. Xianxia smiled. Brother Dugu, you don't have to be so courteous with me. Duguju nodded. Recently, a beast tamer genius has appeared in our area. He's very terrifying. It can be said that he's stirring up a storm. He claims to be a genius from the Green Clan. He can even control Saint King late-stage beasts. It's said that even Saint King peak beasts listen to him. Have you heard of this person before? Xianxia was stunned. A young man could control Saint King late-stage beasts, Saint King peak beasts? This was impossible, not to mention that he was from the Green Clan. He shook his head. If you said that he was from Shanghai Palace, it might be possible. But it was definitely impossible for him to be from the Green Clan. The #1 genius of the Green Clan had already fallen. Even if he was still alive, he wouldn't have the strength to do so. Could it be that you're mistaken? Duguju said. How could it be? It was this genius of the Green Clan who caused a storm in Moonshine City. The battle between the 6 Grotto Heavens started because of him. That was impossible. Xianxia shook his head. Our Myriad Transformation sect and the Green Clan have a cooperative relationship, so I'm very familiar with the situation of the Green Clan. There was definitely no such young man, unless he wasn't from the Green Clan. Duguju's eyes lit up. Since the other party said so, it couldn't be false. Then who was this person? What was his purpose? Xianxia said. I'm very curious about who this genius is. I've decided to go to Moonshine City to take a look. Duguju said. Don't worry, I'll go. But before that, I have to prepare. If he's really from the Green Clan, then it'll be fine. If he's not, then don't blame the Misty Peak for being impolite. A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. The people of the Misty Peak had already moved quickly. Lin Xian didn't know that he had been targeted and even seen through. However, he knew that he didn't have much time, so he was ready to leave. On this day, the people of the White Cloud Grotto Heaven came again and said, Someone wants to see you. Young master, come with me. Lin Xian frowned. Who was it? The other party said, This person is not ordinary. He's even stronger than the people of the Grotto Heaven because he's from the Misty Peak and the Star Clan. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face immediately darkened. Someone from the Star Clan, he didn't have a good impression of the Star Clan either. He said, I don't have time to prepare to leave. The elder of the White Cloud Grotto Heaven said, We won't delay you. That person is already here. He's in our White Cloud mansion. Young master, you can go there now. As he spoke, an aura emanated from the elder's body and locked onto Lin Xian. Lin Xian furrowed his brows slightly. Then, he smiled. All right, I'll go and prepare. Lin Xian turned around and went in. The people of the White Cloud Grotto Heaven were waiting outside, their eyes cold. With a wave of their hand, the others in the dark sealed the entire courtyard. This brat would definitely not be able to escape. As long as he wanted to escape, she would immediately discover him. After Lin Xian came in, he frowned. Guyu asked. What's wrong? Lin Xian said that it was very likely that they had been discovered. Their attitude today was not right. Xiaomu said. It was a pity that the previous elder Bai had died. Otherwise, they could have used him. Lin Xian said, I think the star race has probably discovered our identities. Therefore, we shouldn't stay here for long. This time, we'll go and see what's going on. But no matter what, we have to leave immediately after this matter is over. You two stay in the Black Earth, ready to move. After that, Lin Xian walked out and followed the elder of the White Cloud Paradise to the White Cloud Mansion nest. This time, it was even more majestic than before. However, some of the formations were not set up yet. Even so, it was still powerful, and no one dared to provoke it. After entering, Lin Xian walked past countless pavilions and buildings. He realized that the number of people in the White Cloud Mansion had doubled. Moreover, the auras of these people were extremely cold. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. However, he acted as if he didn't know anything and continued to walk in. Soon, he entered a huge hall. There were a few people waiting in the hall. One of them had an extremely terrifying aura. Not only was there starlight, there was also a mysterious energy. When Lin Xian looked at the other party, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have seen this aura before. However, the other party was trying to hide it. "Young Master Qing, you're here." The elder of the White Cloud Grotto Heaven said with a smile. "Let me introduce you. Your old friend is here to see you." "Old friend," Lin Xian said as he looked ahead. Where was his old friend? Why? Don't you know him? The elder of the White Cloud Grotto Heaven laughed. He pointed at the figure and said, "This is an expert from the Myriad Transformation Sect." "Isn't the Green Clan cooperating with the Myriad Transformation Sect?" "Myriad Transformation Sect, I see." Lin Xian sneered in his heart. No wonder he felt that the aura was so familiar. However, he quickly said, "We do cooperate with the Myriad Transformation Sect, but I can't know everyone." Xianxia walked out and laughed. "I'm not the most important person in the Myriad Transformation Sect, but I'm not as bad as you say. I'm part of the cooperation with the Green Clan. However, how come I don't know that the Green Clan has such a genius?" "What's your name, young master?" Lin Xian said coldly. "How can you know everything about the Green Clan?" "I'm a hidden genius of the Green Clan." "Really?" Xianxia sneered. "Why didn't you participate in the Mountain Sea Beast Wars?" At that time, the Green Clan was beaten up badly. Even the number one genius of the Green Clan was killed. "Why didn't a hidden genius like you take action? You're not from the Green Clan. Tell me, who are you?" When he said the last sentence, endless starlight rushed out from his body and surrounded the entire Dalian. A terrifying aura pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood there, unmoved. The star chart in the sky stopped and floated above Lin Xian's head. "Kid, you're so good at pretending, huh? So what if you're pretending? Today, I've exposed your face. You're not from the Green Clan." The elders of the White Cloud Grotto changed their expressions and walked up to Lin Xian. "So it's true. Who are you? What are you plotting in the White Cloud Grotto?" Lin Xian sneered. "I'm not from the Green Clan? Open your eyes wide and look." Suddenly, a ball of green light appeared in his eyes and slashed forward. That gaze turned into a blade and destroyed everything. When Xianxia saw this, he was stunned. "Eyes of blade, how did you know it?" At this moment, he was stunned. The Eyes of Blade was a unique eye technique of the Green Clan. No one else knew it. Logically speaking, he knew that Lin Xian was not from the Green Clan. But now, Lin Xian showed the bloodline of the Green Clan. He was completely confused. The experts of the White Cloud Grotto were also stunned. They stopped and did not take action. What's going on? Could it be a misunderstanding? At this moment, Lin Xian sneered. A vortex appeared on his body and a fiery red claw flew out and attacked Xianxia. Xianxia vomited blood and flew backward. Many cracks appeared on his body. His starry sky map was burned. "Not good," the people of the White Cloud Grotto exclaimed. Xianxia roared. "Damn it, catch him, he's not from the Green Clan." "That's right, you guessed right. I'm not from the Green Clan." Since the other party had seen through him, he did not intend to hide it because he did not intend to stay here any longer. He was ready to go back. "Damn it," the people of White Cloud Grotto roared, "catch him." In an instant, countless experts gathered here. A formation was formed and 49 giant swords descended from the sky. They slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not dodge at all. He formed a seal with his palm and slammed it down on the ground. In the next moment, the ground cracked open and countless trees surrounded it, forming a powerful shield that blocked all the sword light. At the same time, the entire palace was torn apart. The surrounding people all flew into the air, feeling shocked. "Damn it, it's trees, they used fire." Someone roared. An elder formed a seal and unleashed a monstrous flame that lit up the sky. However, the trees were not afraid of fire at all. In fact, as they swayed, the entire void and sea of fire collapsed. Lin Xian stood there and sneered. "Stupid trash, do you think you can hurt these trees with fire? These are demonic beasts at the peak of the Sage King realm. I'll let you people of White Cloud Grotto know what pain is." After speaking, Lin Xian roared and his golden gaze swept across the entire White Cloud Mansion. The earth and sky cracked open. The 5-peaked demonic beasts had all awakened. Demonic chi filled the air and surrounded the 9 heavens. The people of White Cloud Grotto trembled and their faces turned pale. "Oh no, we're in danger. Damn it, did the other party set up these demonic beasts for this moment? Get out of here." They still remembered how the 5 demonic beasts had destroyed the people of Purple Spirit Grotto. Now, they did not dare to fight back. Lin Xian sneered. "Since you're here, don't leave." The demonic beasts had completely exploded. Boom, the entire White Cloud Manor, which had just been built, was destroyed once again. The bodies of the elders and disciples were like kites swaying in the wind, torn into pieces. Only some of the top experts could resist, but they also vomited blood. The people of Moonshine City were stunned. White Cloud Mansion was destroyed. Who did it? Are the experts of Purple Spirit Grotto attacking again? They all looked around, but in the next moment, the demonic beasts were dancing wildly and destroying everything. The experts of the White Cloud Grotto had fallen. At this moment, a ray of starlight lit up the world, forming a huge star chart that cut everything apart. Moreover, there were countless mysterious auras that neutralized the attacks of the demonic beasts. Xianxia roared, his eyes turning red. In that instant, he had been injured by a sneak attack. However, he was still a peak expert after all. He was extremely powerful. Now that he had recovered, he naturally wanted to retaliate. However, no matter how strong he was no match for the 5-peaked demonic beasts. He could only leave quickly. He tore apart heaven and earth to escape. The people of White Cloud Grotto also wanted to escape. But not so much. In the end, only 2 elders managed to escape. The rest of them all died here. The White Cloud Mansion had been reduced to ruins, and the ground had cracked open. Lin Xian flew out from inside. His face was cold. Since he had been discovered, he had to leave quickly. However, he was still one step too late because his identity had already been exposed when Xianxia returned. Therefore, the people of Misty Peak naturally took action. After Xianxia escaped, he sent out a message. Hao Duguju arrived with his men and sealed the entire Moonlight City. At the same time, a cold voice was heard. "The people of the 6 Grotto Heavens, listen up. Capture the beast-taming genius with all your might." The people of Moonlight City were stunned. It was because of this beast-taming genius again. The people of the 6 Grotto Heavens were even more shocked. What was going on? Why did he suddenly want to make a move on the other party? Was it because Misty Peak was afraid of him? They did not know. However, they soon received news that this person's identity was fake. He was not a genius of the Green Clan. He must have other motives and schemes for coming here. Hearing this, the faces of the people of the 6 Grotto Heavens changed. Especially the Purple Spirit Grotto, they were the first to stand out. That detestable kid. How dare he deceive us and kill so many of our Grotto Heavens? He will definitely die. The Purple Spirit Grotto was the first to gather a large number of experts and began to search the city, preparing to capture him. The people of the other Grotto Heavens also began to move. After all, no one dared to go against Misty Peak. Just like that, the entire Moonlight City was completely sealed. Not even a fly could fly out. The other party would definitely not be able to escape. They found him. Under the joint pursuit of the 6 Grotto Heavens and Misty Peak, they finally found Lin Xian. They surrounded him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Without hiding, he directly activated his demonic beasts and attacked. Terrifying demonic beasts covered the sky and earth, sweeping across all directions. 3-eyed vermilion bird, strange golden fish, and dark bats. Other than Lin Xian, Xiao Mu and Guyu were also secretly attacking. Lin Xian attacked even more aggressively. The great spear of destruction swung wildly, bringing with it a destructive aura. However, the people of the Six Grotto Heavens were not weak either. Furthermore, the people of Misty Peak were also here. The Star Clan joined forces and suppressed the starry sky. Lin Xian felt immense pressure. Golden light bloomed from his body. He punched the sky and sent the starry sky map flying. Many people were stunned. Some of the Grotto Heavens were shocked. This physique, damn it, it's that kid, he's Lin Xian, a series of exclamations rang out. With this golden physique, coupled with the human ruler's seal and mountain-embracing seal, everyone finally knew Lin Xian's identity. Lin Xian did not hide anymore and returned to his true appearance. He laughed coldly. That's right, it's yours truly. The Six Grotto Heavens dared to suppress my comrade. Today, I'll make you pay the price. Kill him. The eyes of the Star Clan turned red instantly. The other party had killed a top genius of their family. Now that they had seen him, how could they let him go? In an instant, the starry sky turned into sword chi and attacked continuously. The other people of the Six Grotto Heavens gritted their teeth. The people of the 1,000 Mountain Grotto Heavens were incomparably cold. To be honest, they were shocked as well. They had not expected the other party to be related to the 1,000 Mountain Grotto Heavens. They had to suppress the other party and cut ties. Logically speaking, any young prodigy, or even a saint king at the peak, would be destroyed by such a terrifying attack. Unless the great sage was here. Of course, there was an exception, and that was Lin Xian. There were way too many beasts around Lin Xian. Even though he was outnumbered, he could control these beasts and fight back. In an instant, both parties were tied. The people of the Six Grotto Heavens were shocked. Xianxia walked over and said coldly, "Don't worry, no matter how strong this kid is, he'll run out of soul power one day. By then, he wouldn't be able to control these beasts. He would definitely die. Indeed, even if he had to exhaust his soul power today, he had to exhaust the other party to death." Lin Xian's face was cold. At this moment, he set up a formation, and his body turned into nothingness and disappeared. Xianxia snorted coldly. "Don't worry, he can't run away. The entire Moonshine City can only be entered, but not exited." As expected. Lin Xian wanted to use the teleportation array to leave, but he found that it was blocked by a powerful star power. He could only teleport to another place to hide. Moreover, he had collected countless demonic beasts, changed his aura, and hid in the crowd. That kid had disappeared. He seemed to have a special way to disguise himself as someone else. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't leave. Didn't he have companions in the Six Great Grotto Heavens as battle servants? Find those people. I don't believe that he won't come out. If he doesn't come out, I'll kill one. I want him to see his companions die in front of him. Soon, the people of the Six Great Grotto Heavens took action. They went back to bring all of Lin Xian's companions. At the same time, they brought another group of experts. They didn't believe that Lin Xian could escape this time. The 1,000 Mountain Grotto Heavens also received the news and quickly took action. Elder Shueiyue stood out and took the initiative to take this mission. She brought a group of experts to Moonshine City. The people of the 1,000 Mountain Grotto Heavens were also shocked. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would dare to go against the Misty Peak. The people of Black Ice Ancestors faction also shook their heads and sighed. But fortunately, Xueqi wasn't in the Grotto Heavens. She was out training. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome if she secretly helped them. Now that they didn't have to worry about that, they could take action. But unfortunately, they didn't know that even if Xueqi wasn't here, Elder Shueiyue had already become Lin Xian's battle servant. And this time, the people that Elder Shueiyue brought were all experts under his control. They listened to him completely. They could fight back at any time. Not only that, Elder Shueiyue also received Lin Xian's order. She was on her way to Moonshine City. She used a teleportation array to send out a signal. This signal was sent to the Xiantian Pavilion. This was Lin Xian's signal for help. After the people of the Xiantian Pavilion received it, they immediately took action. Jian Wuk personally led countless experts of the Xiantian Pavilion and activated the teleportation array to Moonshine City. Duguju also came personally to preside over this matter. He and Xianxia stood side by side in the 9 heavens, their gazes covering the entire Moonlight City. Xianxia said, "Capture that brat, we can't let him die. He has a lot of secrets, an extremely powerful physique, and a terrifying soul. We have to make him our battle servant. Get all his worth." "Don't worry, I know what to do." Duguju also sneered. 2 men in battle armor knelt down on one knee and reported to the elders that the people from the 6 great grotto heavens had brought the battle servants here. "Very good, take them to the city tower and spread the news throughout the Moonshine City. Tell that brat, it's best if he comes out obediently, and we can consider letting his friends go. Otherwise every day, he would torture a battle servant and let his people taste the feeling of living a life worse than death." Yes, the black-armored man returned to carry out his orders. Soon, everyone in the Moonshine City knew about it, and their scalps suddenly went numb. That brat was dead for sure. Anyone who dared to provoke the ethereal peak and the 6 grotto heavens would not be able to survive. Lin Xian naturally knew about this as well. His expression was cold, but he soon sneered. He activated the seal of life and death and gave the order. After Elder Shuiyu arrived at the Moonshine City, she began to go to the other grotto heavens residences. Then, she said, "Leave Lin Xian's friends to me. I have the means to guarantee that they will suffer a life worse than death. Moreover, I won't kill them." No one expected that Shuiyu Elder would come personally. Every grotto heaven had someone like Shuiyu Elder, who was in charge of controlling the battle servants. However, these people usually didn't appear. This time, the 6 great grotto heavens only had Shuiyu Elder as a control-type elder. Naturally, everyone believed her. However, this time, the 6 great grotto heavens still sent some elders. This time, a few elders from each grotto heaven stood out and took the initiative to accept the order. These few elders followed. Shuiyu Elder and the others suppressed Lu Yuan, Guan Shaoxian, and the others. They all gathered together. This time, the masters of the battle servants, who were also the geniuses, also came. Ling Tian had also come. Behind him was Fu Hongya. He looked at Fu Hongya and sneered, "I heard that the one who is courting death this time is your fellow disciple. Well, I'll let you see how he will be destroyed by us." When he thought about Lin Xian, he gnashed his teeth in anger. After all, Xueqi was also his dream. However, in the end, he was defeated by Lin Xian. How could he tolerate it? Now was the best time for him to take revenge. He sneered and prepared to torture Fu Hongya first. She slapped Fu Hongya to the ground. At this time, Fu Hongya moved back and dodged the attack. Ling Tian was stunned. "Damn it, you dare to dodge? Kneel down." As the master, he could kill the battle servants at will, and the battle servants wouldn't resist. However, today, there was an exception. Fu Hongya snorted coldly. "Kneel down." As he spoke, he slapped forward. Ling Tian was stunned. He was pushed back and couldn't believe it. He actually dared to attack. "It seems that you are courting death." He activated the soul mark, wanting to torture Fu Hongya. However, he found that Fu Hongya was standing there coldly. "Damn it, you can't control yourself?" Ling Tian was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. His face was full of shock. He looked at the elders of the surrounding grotto heavens and said, "Elders, let's work together to take him down. This kid is very strange. He can actually break the control of the grotto heavens." However, the surrounding elders still looked at him coldly and didn't react at all. He looked at Elder Shuiyu again because this time, Elder Shuiyu was in charge of this matter. However, Elder Shuiyu didn't react either. "Damn it, what's going on? Can someone tell me what's going on?" Ling Tian roared crazily. He felt that the world had gone crazy. At this time, a voice came from behind him. "It's useless. They won't listen to you because they listen to me." "Who is it?" Ling Tian was so frightened that he turned his head abruptly. In the next moment, he saw a figure walking over. "It's you," he recognized Lin Xian at a glance. "Damn kid, you actually dare to come out. Elder Shuiyu, take him down." "It's this kid." Elder Shuiyu and the other elders of the grotto heavens turned their heads to look at Lin Xian and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lord." Ling Tian was stunned. He was so frightened that his scalp went numb. His eyes were about to fall out. Heavens, what's going on? What did I see? These powerful elders of the Grotto Heavens actually attacked the other party like this and even called him Lord. Damn it. How can an ant receive such treatment? He looked at those young geniuses again. Baizong, Lan Chao. Qing Feng. What are you doing? Hurry up and attack him. Hurry up and inform the Grotto Heavens. Lin Xian slapped Ling Tian, sending him flying. Stupid ant, can't you see what's going on? They're all my battle servants now. If I want them to live, they'll live. If I want them to die, none of them can live. No. This can't be real. Ling Tian went crazy. What kind of method was this? This was heaven-defying. Could the elders and geniuses of the Grotto Heaven be controlled? Lin Xian sneered. I've wanted to kill you for a long time, but Xianxia said that she wanted to do it herself. So now's the time. Xianxia walked over and said, Don't worry, junior martial uncle. I'll kill him myself. And, you think you can do it? Ling Tian roared. Fu Xianxia said coldly, Do you really think you're so high and mighty? You're just lucky to be born in the Grotto Heaven. Although we came from other worlds, our talent is definitely not inferior to yours. The only thing we lacked was some luck. Now that your luck is back, what right do you have to be arrogant in front of us? Fu Xianxia, Lin Xian, and the others came from other worlds. They once stood at the peak of the world and even the universe. They were unparalleled existences. Their talent and strength were top-notch. It was only after they were suppressed that they became battle servants. If they were given the same opportunity and time, defeating Ling Tian and the others wouldn't be a problem. Now was the time for Fu Xianxia to prove herself. Ling Tian sneered and looked at Lin Xian. He gritted his teeth and said, Kid, don't make a move if you have the guts. I want to fight him one-on-one. Lin Xian said indifferently, Don't worry, we won't make a move. This is a battle between the two of you. Alright, that's what you said. Watch how I deal with this kid. He walked over with large strides. His speed was extremely fast, like lightning. His palms formed a seal, turning into a divine disc, and slammed forward. How could the other party be his opponent in a one-on-one battle, but this time, he was wrong. Fu Xianxia snorted and a red leaf flew over. It turned into a peerless lightning bolt and pierced the other party's palm. Ling Tian retreated, his face full of shock. Damn it, how is this possible? As his battle servant, he was well aware of the other party's strength. Why did it exceed his imagination? Fu Xianxia sneered. Do you really think I've always been your battle servant? It's not like that anymore. After he finished speaking, he erupted with an extremely cold radiance. The terrifying red leaf carried with it a monstrous power of laws as it charged over. Dozens of red leaves danced in the sky as fast as lightning. Ling Tian roared and used all of his strength to counterattack. He was a top genius of the Heavenly Grotto, so how could he lose? However, after 30 moves, he was injured again. This time, one of his arms was cut off and turned into a bloody mist. After 50 moves, he was split in half. Damn it, he was finally frightened. Don't hit me, spare my life. Too strong. Although his cultivation was higher than the other party's experience and decisiveness were not things that he possessed. This wasn't something that could only be achieved by going through hundreds of battles. It required countless battles of life and death. Ling Tian had never experienced such a battle before. But Fu Xianxia had it. This was the difference between the two. Don't kill me. Ling Tian was scared. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Fu Xianxia. Then, he looked at Lin Xian. Please, spare my life. Please spare me, spare my life. Even if you treat me as a battle servant, that's fine. Fu Xianxia walked over with large strides and sneered. A battle servant? You don't have the right. A red leaf penetrated the other party's forehead, killing his soul. Ling Tian fell to the ground, his soul destroyed. Even until his death, he could not believe that he was killed by his battle servant. At the same time, Lin Xian waved his hand and said to Lu Yuan, Ling Aojuan, and the others, you guys can do it too. Lu Yuan, Shangguan Xiaoxian, and the others attacked together, killing Bai Tsong, Qing Feng, Lan Chao, and the other geniuses. Then, they roared at the sky. They had been too aggrieved during this period, and now they finally had their revenge. Young martial uncle, what should we do next? These people came to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian said, put on a good show, then we'll leave. I'll bring you to a big sect, and you can cultivate there. Old Xiao, I'll need your help next. Xiaomu walked out, took out a few beasts, and extracted their souls. Then, he used the bodies of Ling Tian, Lan Chao, and the others to fuse with them. In the next moment, phantoms appeared one after another, and then they turned into the same scene as Fu Hongye and the others. It was equivalent to a clone. That would do. That's great. Fu Hongye and the others smiled. They were waiting in the dark. Next, Elder Shueyue received the order and quickly led the fake clones up the city tower. Then, the news was spread. They gave Lin Xian a day to show himself. Otherwise, these people would suffer a fate worse than death. Countless saints in Moonlight City were shocked. They looked up at the figures on the city tower, shook their heads, and sighed. It was a pity that they dared to go against the Paradise and Misty Peak. These people were doomed. A day later, Lin Xian did not appear. Duguju's face darkened, and he took action. Soon, the people of the Six Great Paradise attacked the battle servants. Thunder and flames surged out, burning the battle servants and causing them to roar crazily. Of course, this was only the beast's souls roaring. As for the bodies, they were the bodies of dead geniuses. They were just transformed by Xiaomu's peerless ability. In their eyes, Lu Yuan, Fu Hongye, and the others were being punished. The people of the Six Great Paradise laughed proudly. The people of Misty Peak were also cold. They were going to tell the world. This was the result of provoking them. Let's see who would dare to challenge them in the future. 3 days later, those battle servants were already on the verge of death. None of them were in good shape. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. They were terrified. In the future, they could not offend the Six Great Paradise, let alone Misty Peak. However, on the third day, a figure walked out. It was Lin Xian. The people of Thousand Mountain Paradise were the first to roar. The people of the other paradises also moved out. They stood in the 9 heavens and laughed coldly. Kid, you're finally out. Why? Can't take it anymore. If you come out now, your friends can still live. Otherwise, they'll all go to hell. Kneel on the ground obediently and accept our punishment. Cold voices rang out one after another. In the sky, 2 figures walked out. They were Duguju and Xingshan. The 2 of them stood side by side. Behind them were some Misty Peak experts. They were like gods, looking down at Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at these people. He laughed coldly. Just with you guys? You can't catch me. Today, I'm here to tell you that I'm leaving today. This is a punishment for you guys, but it's not over yet. One day, I'll come again. His cold voice rang out in all directions. Everyone in the Moonlight City felt their scalps go numb. This was the only person who dared to say such harsh words in front of the 6 grottos and Misty Peak. Sure enough, when the surrounding people heard this, they also raised their heads and laughed. In the sky, the people of Misty Peak snorted coldly. You want to leave today? Don't you think you're thinking too much? Xingshan's face darkened. These are his friends, right? Find 2 of them and kill them on the spot. I want him to see his friends with his own eyes, because he's going to hell. Soon, Lu Yuan and Shangguan Xiaoxian were dragged over. Both of them were covered in blood, and their souls were still screaming. At this moment, the other 2 elders walked over as well. Energy exploded from their bodies, and they were about to strike at the next moment. However, this slap did not land on Lu Yuan and Shangguan Xiaoxian. Instead, it landed on the elders of Misty Peak. Instantly, the 2 elders of Misty Peak were sent flying, their bodies torn apart. Their souls were screaming. Damn it, how dare you attack me? The surrounding people were stunned as well. Oh my god, what's going on? Xingshan's face darkened. Duguju even shouted coldly. Qianshan Grottos, Howran Grottos, how dare you? how dare you betray Misty Peak? His cold voice was filled with boundless killing intent. However, just as he finished speaking, a few more explosions could be heard. The other elders of Misty Peak were sent flying as well, vomiting blood. This time, it was Green Hill Grottos and Flying Feather Grottos. Everyone in the Moonlight City went crazy. What was going on with these 4 grottos? How dare they attack Misty Peak? Could it be that they had already betrayed Misty Peak? Were they on Lin Xian's side now? The elders of Misty Peak roared as well. Damn it, how dare you attack? Lin Xian laughed out loud. That's right, they're on my side now. Misty Peak, do you still have the right to be arrogant in front of me now? Damn it. Duguju gritted his teeth as well, glaring at Lin Xian. The other elders of the grottos roared crazily. Elder Dugu, don't listen to him. We're not on his side at all. We've always been on Misty Peak's side. Yes, you can believe them. More people of Misty Peak will die in the end. Lin Xian laughed coldly. Duguju and the others shouted coldly, don't move. Everyone from your grottos stay here. The 4 grottos. Why did you attack? Why are you on that brat's side? Xianxia gritted his teeth and said. It was an eye technique. They were probably being controlled. You also know that he can control demonic beasts at the late stage of the Saint King realm. He can even control demonic beasts at the peak of the Saint King realm. You can imagine how terrifying his soul power and eye technique are. Naturally, he didn't believe that everyone in the grotto heaven was being controlled. However, he couldn't tell who was being controlled and who wasn't. This was a very awkward situation. Duguju gritted his teeth and said, quick, let's do it ourselves. The Misty Peak people walked up and stood in front of the battle servants. Brat, so what if you can control the grottos? Don't you want your friends' lives? That's right. If he values his friends, then they still have a chance. Lin Xian laughed out loud. Of course, I value my friends. But it's a pity that they've come to my side. He waved his hand, and a few figures flew over. They were Lu Yuan, Li Hongxiu, Shangguan Xiaoxian, and the others. How could this be? The Misty Peak people's eyes popped out. Have these people been saved, then? Who were they torturing for the past few days? Damn it, Elder Xingshan was furious. He attacked crazily, hitting these people. Soon, their bodies were torn apart, and their souls flew out, turning into the souls of demonic beasts. They roared into the sky. As for those bodies, they astonished the crowd even more. That's Ling Tian. Lan Chao, damn it, that's the genius of our grottos. The elders were crazy. They had been torturing their own geniuses for the past few days. The elders of the grottos felt like they were about to break down. They had never suffered such a big loss, and the other party was just a young man. Kill him. The elders of the grottos roared crazily. The Misty Peak people were even colder. They attacked. Countless people rushed up, and a great battle broke out. Want to fight? Let's fight to the end. Lin Xian summoned many demonic beasts, and at the same time, the immemorial demonic mountain pressed down. The few people who were close to it were sent flying. Lone Moon walked out as well. On the other side, Fu Hongya, Lu Yuan, and the others also attacked aggressively. Although they couldn't defeat the elders, they had no problem fighting against the young disciples. More importantly, Elder Shueiyue and the other elders who were being controlled also attacked. Especially Elder Shueiyue, who led a group of battle servants and attacked aggressively. And they were attacking the Misty Peak. The Misty Peak people were so angry that they vomited blood. You will die today. Duguju shouted coldly and slashed out. Although he was only a late-stage Saint King, his combat strength was heaven-defying. His strength was equivalent to a peak Saint King. In front of Lin Xian, the three-eyed vermilion bird rushed over and shot out flames, blocking the shocking blade light. I don't believe that you can survive today. Star Mountain also came down forcefully. It was like a star mountain, bringing with it an incomparably terrifying power. Lu Yuan and the others vomited blood and retreated. Lin Xian also retreated. Xiaomu shouted coldly, and the phantasmal sound song exploded, and the terrifying heavenly sound attacked. The star map on Xingshan's body shook. It's useless. Xingshan sneered. This time, we are well prepared. With a wave of his hand, a few more terrifying experts walked over. They were the experts of the Star Race and the Misty Peak. The people of the 6 grottos also attacked crazily, and for a moment, Lin Xian and the others were suppressed. What to do? Lu Yuan and the others looked terrible. Lin Xian sneered. He took out the Shantian token and crushed it. The space between heaven and earth shattered, and the enchantment that sealed Moonlight City was also broken. A huge whirlpool appeared, and many people walked out. The leader was a middle-aged man with a long sword on his back, and his sword chi was overwhelming. Beside him was an elder covered in golden light. Other than that, there were many experts. Their auras covered the sky, and even the people of the 6 grottos felt their scalps go numb. The warriors in Moonlight City who were watching the battle prostrated on the ground in fear. Who are these people? They are too scary. Duguju's pupils shrank. Jian Wuk, it's you. Is the Shantian Pavilion going against us again? Last time, Lin Xian had been rescued by the people of the Shantian Pavilion. This time, Jian Wuk had come again. Furthermore, he had brought even more experts with him. Lin Xian is from the Shantian Pavilion. If he is in danger, how can we not come? Jian Wuk said coldly. Elder Golden Light shouted coldly. Whoever dares to touch him, I will destroy their souls. A terrifying voice shook the sky. Duguju's face turned ugly. But at this moment, Xianxia stepped out and said coldly, is Shantian Pavilion that powerful? But at most, you can go against Misty Peak. If we join in, can Shantian Pavilion stop us? Hearing this, many people's faces changed. Even the people from Shantian Pavilion frowned. He didn't expect that the people of Myriad Transformation sect would also be involved. This was also a top sect. Xiaomu stepped out and said coldly, what if we join in? Also, young Master Lin is the champion of the Mountain Sea Beast battles. He has the protection of the Mountain Sea Palace. Killing him means going against the Mountain Sea Palace. Does Myriad Transformation sect want to go against the Mountain Sea Palace, or even the entire Shanghai city? Hearing this, Xianxia's face darkened. Although Myriad Transformation sect was not afraid of the Mountain Sea Palace, he could not represent Myriad Transformation sect. Moreover, Myriad Transformation sect would not go against the Mountain Sea Palace. After all, offending the Beast Tamer family was not good for them. Therefore, Xianxia did not say anything. He was clenching his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Duguju's face turned cold as well. Alright, Jian Wuk, Lin Xian, I'll remember you too. This isn't over yet. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Of course it's not over yet. Do you think this is over? I won't forgive you for what you've done in the past. This time I'm just teaching you a lesson. One day, I'll descend upon you again. At that time, all of you will have to submit to me. The figures of Lin Xian and the rest gradually faded and disappeared from Moonlight City. Although Lin Xian had left, news of what had happened spread like wildfire. Soon, everyone in the northern region knew about it. Countless people were shocked. How terrifying would such a top genius be when he grew up, they did not dare to imagine. On the other side, Lin Xian and the rest left Moonlight City and returned to Shantian Pavilion. When they arrived at Shantian Pavilion, they heaved a sigh of relief. They had been on tenterhooks all this time. But now, everything was fine. Well done, little guy. Elder Jingguang walked over. They already knew what had happened before, and it was really satisfying. Jian Wuk was surprised as well. He had not expected Lin Xian to be able to stir up such a huge storm all by himself. The 6 great grotto heavens had suffered such a huge loss. Lin Xian said. This was all thanks to old Xiao. The people of Shantian Pavilion naturally welcomed Xiao Mu. He was the patriarch of the Xiao clan and they needed to refine a batch of demonic beasts. Therefore, the two sides discussed for a long time. As for Lu Yuan and the others, Lin Xian personally found Jian Wushuang and explained his thoughts. After this, Lin Xian might have to travel around. As for Hong Yi, Lu Yuan, and the others, he planned to let them stay here. After all, these people were treated as battle servants and didn't cultivate properly. Now, it was time for them to start cultivating normally. Jian Wuk naturally agreed with this point as well. These people were all top-notch geniuses. If they could join the Shantian Pavilion, it would make the Shantian Pavilion even stronger. Just like that, this matter was settled. Lin Xian was not in a hurry to leave. He stayed in the Shantian Pavilion for 2 months. During this time, he learned some things about the Shantian Pavilion. Especially when he learned that when he left the Shantian Pavilion, there were experts from the 6 Great Grotto Heavens sect who came looking for him. He had even stayed here for a long time. Lin Xian was shocked. It was really too dangerous. He couldn't let his guard down. The people from the 6 Great Grotto Heavens sect would definitely come looking for him again. 2 months later, when Lin Xian was about to leave, Fu Hongya, Lu Yuan, Shangguan Xiaoxian, and the others walked up to him and said, "Junior Marshal Uncle, we'll be cultivating here. We'll meet up with you when we get back." Li Hongshou also walked over and said, "Thank you so much for this time." Lin Xian smiled. "Why are you being so polite with me?" He then looked at Hong Yi and the others. "Alright, I will be more careful." He said goodbye to these people, then to Jian Wuk, Elder Jingguang, and the others. He, Xiao Mu, and Guyu took the teleportation array and left. This time, they returned to Shanghai City. The people of the Xiao clan were very happy. The clan leader had finally returned safely. They were afraid that Xiaomu would be gone for another 5,000 years. When Xiao Shiyu received the news, she rushed back from the Shanghai palace. When she looked at Lin Xian, her eyes turned red. "You rascal, I really thought you wouldn't come back." Lin Xian said, "I promised you that I would come back." Next, Lin Xian stayed in the Xiao clan for a period of time. Then, he went to the Shanghai palace. Elder Ruochen of the Shanghai palace was naturally happy. When he was free, he would spar with Lin Xian. Lin Xian also had a deep understanding. However, on this day, Elder Ruocheng's brows were tightly knitted together. He found Lin Xian and said, "Little rascal, I'm afraid you are in trouble." Lin Xian said, "What trouble?" Elder Ruochen said, "We have received news that the people of the 6 Dao sect are looking for you. They are already rushing towards Shanghai City." Lin Xian frowned. It was the 6 Dao sect again. Damn it, it must have been those people from Misty Peak who told the 6 Dao sect about him. "These people are really courting death," Elder Ruochen said. "What grudge do you have between you two? If it isn't a life and death grudge, the Shanghai Palace can help you resolve it." Lin Xian said, "Thank you, Senior, but I'm afraid it can't be resolved." The other party wanted his eyes. How could he agree to it? This was a grudge that couldn't be resolved. Lin Xian took a deep breath. "Thank you, Senior, and the Shanghai Palace for this period of time. I am very grateful, but I can't stay here any longer. I don't want to bring trouble to the Shanghai Palace." "Okay." Elder Ruochen nodded. Since it couldn't be resolved, he didn't want Lin Xian to face the 6 Dao sect. After all, it was a terrifying sect that was rumored to be related to the 9 Dao sect. Lin Xian was about to leave. Xiao Shiyu ran over after hearing the news. Her eyes were red again. "Are you leaving now?" Lin Xian said, "It's an emergency, so I have to leave. Cultivate well here. When I have time, I'll come back to see you." Xiao Shiyu nodded and asked, "Where do you plan to go next?" Lin Xian hesitated. To be honest, he didn't know where to go next. Elder Ruochen walked over and said, "Young Master Lin is a young genius. I think you're walking the path of the great emperor. Also, it seems like you want to fight with more geniuses. I have a place to recommend you." "Senior, where is it?" Lin Xian was interested. Elder Ruochen smiled. "Taiching Ancient City." "Taiching Ancient City? What is that place? Is it an antiquity city?" Elder Ruochen nodded. "That's right. You told me that you've been to Qiankuan Ancient City. Taiching Ancient City is an antiquity city like Qiankuan Ancient City. Taiching Ancient City is even more terrifying. There are more geniuses and experts there. Countless experts who want to walk the path of the great emperor are fighting there. You won't be disappointed there." "Really?" Lin Xian was even happier. "I wonder if Senior has a map to Taiching Ancient City? It seems like you've made up your mind to go." "A map?" "Yes, but there's a simpler way. Come with us. We're planning to head to Taiching Ancient City in 3 days. Senior, you're going too? Lin Xian was surprised. Elder Ruochen smiled. Our Shanghai Palace has some matters regarding monsters that need to be dealt with. So, I'm going there with a few elders. I want to go too. Xiao Shiyu stood up, but Elder Yan Luo said, Disciple, you should just stay here and cultivate. Your seal of life and death is at the most crucial moment. You can't give up halfway. Not everyone was like Lin Xian, who had a heaven-defying eye technique and could quickly master a secret technique like the seal of life and death. Even a top genius like Xiao Shiyu would need a long time to master it. Alright then. Xiao Shiyu sighed helplessly. She looked at Lin Xian and said, You must remember to come back and visit me. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry. Next, he started to prepare. He would leave with Elder Ruochen in 3 days. On the other side, Six Dao sect sent an expert. It was the great sage. He was filled with killing intent. Damn Shantian Pavilion. How dare they lie to me? He chased them all the way to Shantian Pavilion and found nothing unusual. Then, he went to Shanghai Palace. This time, he had to capture the other party. Over at Shanghai City, Elder Ruochen and the others were ready to leave. They rode on a lightning sparrow surrounded by lightning. It spread its wings and tore through the void, disappearing. She was extremely fast and left Shanghai City in an instant. Not long after they left, a figure descended. The terrifying aura of the great sage was everywhere. He didn't hide it at all. Countless people in the city felt their scalps go numb. This aura was too strong. The monsters roared as they couldn't withstand this power. Where is Lin Xian? A cold voice sounded. The people in Shanghai City were stunned. This person was here to find Lin Xian, Shao Clan. After Xiao Mu learned of this, his face turned gloomy and cold. Were the experts of the Misty Peak here? Fortunately, he had learned that Lin Xian and the Mountain Sea Palace's Elder Ruochen had left, so he managed to avoid a calamity. Xiao Shiyu and the other elders of the Mountain Sea Palace were equally shocked. Go and find out who this person is. When they learned that it was people from the Six Dao sect, they secretly exclaimed that it was a close call. The eyes of the people of the Green Clan turned red. Great, this was a great opportunity. They secretly transmitted the message to the great sage. Senior, that Lin Xian is no longer in the Mountain Sea Palace. The people of the Mountain Sea Palace set off for Taiching Ancient City. Not long after he left. High up in the sky, the great sage let out a cold snort. He soared into the air and quickly left. Everyone thought that he had given up. However, the people from the Green Clan were laughing coldly. Being targeted by a great sage, they wanted to see how that brat would die this time. The other party had killed their number one genius, so they couldn't accept it. This time, they could borrow the power of the great sage to get rid of the other party. That would be great. Lightning streaked across the sky, covering thousands of miles. The lightning sparrow was extremely fast. There were several palaces on its back, and Lin Xian, Elder Ruochen, and the others were there. Lin Xian stood beside Qian Feng and felt the aura around him. He also sighed. The methods of beast tamers were really too powerful. Elder Ruochen's lightning sparrow was a peak Saint King demonic beast. Its speed was shocking. Even so, it would take a long time to get to Taiching Ancient City. One could imagine how vast the buried Emperor Star was. This was the Tianxian continent. The other continents were also extremely terrifying. What kind of experts were there in Taiching Ancient City? How were Qingqing and Qiao'er? This time, he had rescued most of his fellow disciples from Wushuang City and his friends. However, there was no news about Murong Qingqing and Shinjingqiu. However, with their talent and background, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Their situation should be better than his. 5 days later, Elder Ruochen said that there was still half a month before they would arrive. Why don't we have a spar? Lin Xian's interest was piqued. Elder Ruochen was extremely strong, even stronger than Xiao Mu. With such a person's guidance, Yi Xianzai techniques and soul power would improve very quickly. The other elders also smiled. They were very satisfied with Lin Xian's talent. Such a person's future was limitless. However, at this moment, Elder Ruochen suddenly stopped and turned his head to look into the distance. Even Lin Xian had a solemn expression on his face. What happened? The other elders and disciples asked. Lin Xian said that there was a powerful aura coming towards them. Elder Ruochen nodded. That's right, and it seemed to be a great sage. The other elders and disciples of Mountain Sea Palace were shocked. Not long after, the other elders also sensed it, and their faces turned ugly. It shouldn't be coming for us, right? Maybe it's just a great sage passing by, so they didn't pay much attention to it. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together as a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Is it really just passing by? He glanced at Elder Ruochen. Elder Ruochen nodded and changed direction. The lightning sparrow turned and changed direction, flying in another direction. A day later, Elder Ruochen stood up with a serious expression. It's coming for us. Indeed, they had changed direction this time. If the other party was just passing by, then the other party's aura should have disappeared. However, they felt the other party's aura again. It was getting closer and closer. This was definitely not a coincidence. The others of Mountain Sea Palace said. We don't have any powerful enemies, and it's impossible for us to send a great sage here. Lin Xian said that if it's not coming for you, then it's coming for me. When these words came out, those people were shocked. Is it coming for Lin Xian? Could it be? They all looked at Elder Ruochen. Elder Ruochen nodded. It should be someone from Six Dao sect. Someone from Six Dao sect, the other elders were shocked. Six Dao sect was very far from Shanghai City, and the other party had sent a great sage to capture Lin Xian. Why? What did Lin Xian have that the Six Dao sect would spend so much effort to capture him? Speed up. Elder Ruochen formed hand seals. Lightning danced around the lightning sparrow, and it suddenly sped up. Behind them, the great sage snorted. Since we found you, don't even think about escaping. He also used a divine ability, and his strength and speed exploded. Although the lightning sparrow was a lightning-type beast and had an advantage, it was still a great sage chasing after it. Its speed was even faster. Therefore, the distance between the two parties was getting closer and closer. Everyone could feel the great sage's aura above them, and it would descend at any moment. What should we do? Elder Ruochen's expression was equally cold. Lin Xian stood up and said, let's split up. He's coming for me, so I won't drag you guys down. What do you mean? Am I someone who's afraid of being dragged down? Elder Ruochen said, sit down obediently. I'm here. Lin Xian said, Senior, I know you're good to me, but this time it's the great sage. I can't harm you. If you leave alone, you'll definitely die. If we stay together, we still have a chance. My Mountain Sea Palace isn't weak either. So what if he's the great sage? My Mountain Sea Palace's palace master can control monsters on the level of the great sage. I don't believe he dares to attack. Indeed, since the Mountain Sea Palace was able to dominate a region, they definitely weren't weak. Moreover, they had connections with many top sections. No matter how strong the Six Dao sect was, they couldn't attack directly. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He was already accumulating strength in secret. He gathered all the resources he had obtained in the past and placed them in a few storage rings. If the situation wasn't good, he would use these resources to awaken the great dragon sword soul and deal a shocking blow. If it really didn't work out, he would enter the great sage tower and let Elder Ruochen and the others use it to leave. The Six Dao sect had sent the great sage to hunt him down twice. He definitely wouldn't let him go. Elder Ruochen frowned. Only a few people knew about their arrival. How did he catch up? It seemed like someone in Shanghai City had secretly sent information to him. Don't let me find out who it is. Elder Ruochen's eyes were filled with killing intent. The person in front, stop, or don't blame me for being impolite. Just at this moment, he heard a thunderous roar. Countless daos intertwined in the sky, forming sword lights that descended. The terrifying aura caused the lightning sparrow's body to tremble. Elder Ruochen snorted and formed a seal. The lightning sparrow's eyes lit up, and it quickly dodged. At the same time, he shouted, who dares to attack the Mountain Sea Palace? Are you tired of living? I'm from the Sixth Tao sect. I'm here to capture a young man. I don't want to be your enemy. Leave him there and I'll let you leave safely. What if I don't? Elder Ruochen said. The great sage coldly snorted, if you resist, then don't blame me for being impolite. Mountain Sea. The Sixth Tao sect is so arrogant. Are they really not afraid of the Mountain Sea Palace bringing tens of thousands of demon beasts to attack them? As he spoke, Elder Ruochen took out another monstrous beast from his monstrous beast sack. It was a plant, and the leaves on it were like mirrors. It was very magical. And the plants spread out in all directions, forming mirages just like Lin Xian and the others. Then, Elder Ruochen controlled the lightning sparrow to change its direction, leaving behind the illusion from before. Not long after, the great sage descended and said coldly, "Die." He struck out with his palm, which carried a destructive aura. The surrounding void shattered endlessly and the illusion was also torn apart. A few drops of blood dripped down from it. You're courting death. How dare you do that before me? You're courting death. He increased his speed. You should be able to stall for some time. Elder Ruochen said. But right after he said that, his expression changed. That was because he discovered that the person behind them had caught up to them again. Damn it. Did I get discovered so quickly? As expected of the great sage. Quickly. He continued to activate the lightning sparrow. The lightning on the lightning sparrow's body burned, making it even faster. But right at that moment, a golden fist came from behind. It was incomparably powerful. Oh no. Everyone's eyes turned red. They were going to die, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He took out a willow branch from his storage ring and shot it toward the sky. That willow branch emitted tens of thousands of rays of light. It grew bigger and bigger until it turned into the illusion of a willow tree. It blocked that shocking fist. There was a loud boom. The willow branch split into two halves from the middle, and the fist also slowly disappeared. Run! Elder Ruochen roared and started to form hand seals. The lightning sparrow's bloodline was burning, and its lifespan was rapidly decreasing. His speed was extremely fast. The people of Mountain Sea Palace above were all stunned. It was too dangerous. That attack just now would have killed them, but he blocked it. What was Lin Xian holding? Elder Ruochen said. That should be a life-saving measure given to you by the Shao clan. Lin Xian nodded. He took back the two halves of the willow branch. Although it was broken, there was still some aura on it. It could still be used in the future. However, it would be difficult to block another attack from the great sage. One had to admit that the great sage was really too powerful. Even if Lin Xian had the great sage pagoda now. But if he really faced the great sage's attack, the great sage pagoda might not be able to block it. He would probably be injured if he stayed inside. At that moment, the lightning sparrow under his feet wailed and turned into white bones. Its bloodline and life had been completely burned away. Elder Ruochen took out another beast and continued to fly. He also burned his bloodline. After 3 times, their faces became extremely ugly. There were not many peak-level beasts left in their hands. However, the great sage's power was endless. It was not something they could compare to. Were they really going to be captured by the other party today? Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He looked around, trying to think of a way. Elder Ruochen exclaimed, "This is?" He felt that there was an unusual aura in the distance. Let's go over and take a look. He quickly flew in that direction. In the mountains, tens of thousands of beasts were prostrating, and there was an extremely terrifying aura in the surroundings. It caused the demonic aura in the forest to quickly escape. This mountain range was also extremely unusual. If one looked at it from above, they would find that it was a coiled dragon. It had a terrifying dragon vein. And where the dragon head was, there was a huge mountain that was tens of thousands of feet tall. At that moment, there were 4 peaks around the huge mountain that looked like the claws of a dragon. There was a figure standing on top of each mountain peak. These figures were extremely terrifying. Especially the middle-aged man standing at the front. His aura was extremely strong. Although it was hidden, once it erupted, it would definitely be like 10,000 volcanoes that would sweep the 9 heavens. His eyes stared at the huge mountain in front of him with anticipation. Next to him, on the mountain peak, an old man said. He did not know if he would succeed this time. Ordinary people would have broken through several times, but Wu Dao was a sage body. The power he needed far exceeded that of a sage of the same level. It had even reached an unbelievable level. And once he broke through, the power he displayed was also unparalleled. If he broke through again, there would not be many people in the same level who could compete with him, unless they had an extremely powerful legendary physique or ancient physique. It had begun. The middle-aged man in front shouted. The sky darkened in an instant. Countless bolts of lightning filled the air before descending. A bolt of thunder transformed into a giant sword that tore through heaven and earth, shattering the towering mountain before it. There was a figure inside. That figure shone with a terrifying purple light as he roared and punched the sky. It struck the lightning, tearing a crack in the catastrophe of heaven and earth. One could imagine how powerful that person's physique was. The thunder in the sky was even more terrifying. After the first bolt, countless bolts of thunder continued to descend. Thunderbolts intertwined and turned into dragons that swept through heaven and earth. The purple figure below fought back with his powerful physique. Not only was he transcending tribulation, but he was also tempering himself. If anyone else saw this scene, they would be scared silly. Such a physique was definitely at the top of the world. Yi Dao Denier's black hair danced wildly as his purple aura swept through heaven and earth. He was like the divine king, possessing the power to split heaven and earth apart. His power grew stronger and stronger, like a celestial emperor. In the end, the purple light around him turned into a purple figure. It was like a god had descended, sweeping through the world. In the distance, the old men were overjoyed. The middle-aged man in front also clenched his fists. This breakthrough was a small matter. The most important thing was the Celestial Emperor Scripture. The Celestial Emperor Scripture was the Yi clan's supreme technique, the inheritance of the great emperor. It was extremely difficult to cultivate, and one had to be at least a sage ruler to use it. Now, Yi Dao Denier was qualified to comprehend the Celestial Emperor Scripture. As for whether he could succeed and reach the first layer of the Celestial Emperor Scripture, that would depend on himself. What a terrifying bolt of lightning! Ruochen, Lin Xian, and the others quickly fled, constantly changing directions. Suddenly, they saw 10,000 bolts of lightning descending as if the end of the world was coming. Someone was transcending tribulation. They quickly flew in that direction. If the great sage's lightning appeared, it would be fatal. They wanted to use the tribulation to scare him away. Behind them, the great sage of the Six Dao sect roared when he saw this. He increased his speed, and at the same time, he unleashed a terrifying divine ability. Terrifying fists appeared from all directions, forming a hexagonal barrier that enveloped Lin Xian and the others. They wanted to seal him. Lin Xian and the others were terrified. In the next moment, it was completely sealed. Damn it, they were already very close to thunder, but they couldn't get any closer. Even if they risked their lives, they still wouldn't be able to open the seal. The expert from the Six Dao sect descended from the sky. He stepped across the land and coldly said, "Where are you going to run now?" The Mountain Sea Palace's elders were terrified. The younger disciples almost fainted from fright. Even Elder Ruochen's face was ice cold. "Are you really going to attack the Mountain Sea Palace? Don't worry, for the sake of your Mountain Sea Palace, I'll spare your lives this time. But I have to take this kid with me." He stared at Lin Xian. Instantly, Lin Xian felt all the blood in his body freeze. This was the great sage. He was able to make him unable to move with a single glance. "No," Elder Ruochen said. "He is also a member of the Mountain Sea Palace. Touching him is the same as touching the Mountain Sea Palace. You can't represent the Mountain Sea Palace." Also, the sect master of the Six Dao sect personally asked for this kid's item. "Even if your sect master was here today, I would still take him with me," the great sage of the Six Dao sect coldly said. Then, he reached out with his hand. Elder Ruochen and the others roared crazily. However, under the great sage's aura, they couldn't move at all. They were completely suppressed. "It's over." Is Lin Xian really going to die? Elder Ruo Chen and the others despaired. If such a top genius were to fall, it would be a huge loss. Lin Xian felt the palm pressing down on him. Cracks appeared on his body. No matter how strong the nine-yang divine body was, he was only at the early stage of the Sage King realm. The difference between them was too great. He still wasn't a match for the great sage. However, it was impossible for the great sage to capture him. He wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. With a roar, Lin Xian circulated the dragon's breathing technique to block the attack. Lin Xian felt that he could move. He took out the great dragon sword soul and a dragon-shaped sword image appeared. At the same time, the 3 storage rings split open and endless energy poured into the dragon-shaped sword image. The sword swept across, it completely destroyed the great sage's aura. At the same time, the huge barrier beside him was also split open. Lin Xian's figure flashed and he appeared outside the barrier, dodging the attack. Did he dodge it? Elder Luo Chen and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to escape from the great sage. The great sage of the Sixth Dao sect was also stunned. Then, he sneered. As expected of the person who obtained the inheritance. To be able to block my aura, he does have some tricks up his sleeve. You're one of the top in the younger generation. However, your path ends here. His palm became even more terrifying as it pressed down from the sky. All kinds of heaven and earth phenomena appeared on his palm. Endless Dao surrounded him. This attack was something that no one below the great sage could block. Lin Xian roared. He held the great dragon sword soul with both hands and slashed forward. The roar of a dragon resounded between the heavens and the earth, shaking everything. The terrifying sword chi made Elder Ruo Chen and the others' hair stand on end. What kind of sword was this? It was too shocking. Was this really something that a young man could use? Why did it seem like an attack from the great sage? When the dragon-shaped sword image and the golden palm collided, the two exploded with a destructive aura. Endless Dao swept out. Elder Ruo Chen and the others vomited blood and were sent flying. At this moment, there was nothing that could block it. The aura spread and the surrounding mountains shattered. The figures in front suddenly turned their heads. Was someone attacking? No, someone was fighting. This power belonged to the great sage. They couldn't let him affect Wu Dao's breakthrough. Their expressions changed instantly. The middle-aged man stepped forward and tore through the void. The next moment, he arrived nearby. The great sage of the Sixth Dao sect roared, "Die!" He couldn't imagine that the other party could block his attack. Lin Xian's face was pale. He had used up a lot of energy to fight the great sage. However, he wouldn't admit defeat. Another 3 storage rings flew out. Lin Xian was ready to use the power inside. However, at this moment, a cold shout came from above. Scram! Then, a purple fist turned into a meteor. It flew out. An earth-shattering sound erupted. Not good. This is also the power of the great sage. Lin Xian took out the great sage pagoda. At the same time, he used the void escape and arrived beside Elder Ruo Chen and the others. He brought them into the great sage pagoda. Then, the great sage pagoda was sent flying. Lin Xian and the others inside felt their blood boil. Elder Qing said that another great sage had arrived. This storm lasted for a long time before it slowly disappeared. When Lin Xian and the others came out, they gasped when they saw the destruction around them. Was this the great sage's attack? At this moment, there was not a single place that was intact. In the chaos, there were only 2 figures standing there. One of them was surrounded by a golden light. It was the great sage of the Sixth Dao sect. The other person was surrounded by a purple aura. He was like the divine king. Behind him, the lightning covered the mountain range and was indeed intact. It was obvious that this person was protecting the person going through the tribulation. The great sage of the Sixth Dao sect was pale. This person was actually able to block his attack. Moreover, this person's body and strength were even stronger than his. He felt like his entire palm was about to split open. "Who are you? How dare you interfere in the matters of the Sixth Dao sect?" said the purple figure coldly. "Ancient clan, Yi family." The great sage of the Sixth Dao sect's pupils shrank. the eyelids of the Mountain Sea Palace's elders also twitched. People from the ancient clan, they were stunned. The Yi family? A great emperor clan, Lin Xian was too shocked. He didn't expect to meet someone from the Yi family here. Thinking about it, he hadn't seen Yi Wudao in a long time. The great sage of the Six Dao sect clenched his teeth. Is the Yi family going to interfere in this matter? I don't care what you're here for. Wudao is undergoing his tribulation. Anyone who dares to disturb him is my enemy. The great sage of the Six Dao sect smiled. So it's a genius from the Yi family going through his tribulation. Don't worry, I definitely won't disturb him. The one I want to suppress is this kid. Capture him and I'll leave immediately. After he finished speaking, he stared at Lin Xian. Elder Ruochen and the others felt their scalps go numb as they looked at the purple figure. We're from the Mountain Sea Palace. They hoped that this expert from the Yi family could stop the people from the Six Dao sect. However, the figure stood there, unmoved. As far as the great sage was concerned, anyone beneath the great sage was nothing more than an ant. Thus, no matter how respectable the Mountain Sea Palace was, it wasn't worthy of his attention. Elder Luochen and the others were in despair. The gap between them and the other party was too great. Not only was the other party a great sage, but more importantly, the other party was a clan of the ancients, and a great emperor clan at that. It was useless, no one could save him today. The Six Dao sect's great sage laughed coldly and reached for Lin Xian. Lin Xian suddenly spoke up. Wudao, are you the one undergoing the tribulation? I'm Lin Xian. His voice was loud and clear, like a sudden clap of thunder that spread into the distance. The purple figure roared angrily, you dare to disturb Wudao's tribulation? He stared at Lin Xian with a cold killing intent in his eyes. However, at this moment, a voice came from the thunder ahead. Elder, he is my friend. Friend? The purple figure was stunned. The Six Dao sect's great sage was stunned. The Mountain Sea Palace's people were also stunned. Elder Luochen couldn't believe that Lin Xian knew someone from a great emperor clan. This was too unbelievable. The Six Dao sect's great sage's expression changed. Not good. He instantly attacked. It seemed like he wanted to suppress Lin Xian and take him away before anyone could react. A purple finger severed heaven and earth and blocked the other party's palm. You can't take him away. The purple figure attacked. What was the meaning of this? Didn't you say you didn't care? The Six Dao sect's great sage clenched his teeth. It didn't matter before because it had nothing to do with him, but now that Wudao had spoken, he was a guest of the Yi clan. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Damn it, fine, Yi clan, I'll give you face today. Then, he stared at Lin Xian. Kid, don't think that the clan of the ancients can protect you forever. With that, he tore open the void and disappeared. The Mountain Sea Palace's elders and the others let out sighs of relief. He was finally gone. Lin Xian coldly snorted. This was too dangerous. If he hadn't met Yi Wudao and the Yi clan, he would have had to use all his strength to escape. You're Lin Xian? Lin Xian from planet Xiuan? The purple figure looked at Lin Xian. His gaze was biting cold, but there was no killing intent. Lin Xian nodded. Greetings, senior. I didn't mean to come here. I didn't expect to meet Wudao here. The Central Emperor of the past really lived up to his reputation. An early sage king was actually able to block the great sage's attack. You're not bad. The purple figure nodded and said, follow me. Lin Xian followed by Elder Luochen and the others. They arrived at a mountain peak. When they landed, they sensed the terrifying thunder tribulation ahead. Elder Luochen and the others were shocked. What kind of lightning tribulation was this? The genius undergoing the tribulation must be extremely powerful. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't know how strong Wudao was now. Next, he waited patiently. A month later, the lightning tribulation disappeared. The purple light condensed in front of them, and the rarely seen war god's phantom disappeared. Then, a young man walked out. The young man was wearing a purple robe and had a handsome face. He was like a young emperor. How was it? Did you break through? The Yi clan's elders walked up. The purple great sage was also looking forward to it. I didn't disappoint the elders. I've mastered the celestial emperor scripture, De Chong. That's great. The Yi clan's elders cheered. The purple great sage also smiled. Our Yi clan has the hope of producing a second great emperor. He was really happy. Their Yi clan was a great emperor clan, a clan of the ancients. They had the inheritance of a great emperor, but it wasn't something that just anyone could cultivate. The Yi clan had produced countless geniuses over the years, but those who could cultivate the celestial emperor scripture were few and far between. Once they could cultivate it, their future was limitless. Especially Yi Wudao, who had a saint body, this gave them even more hope. Yi Wudao chatted with the elders for a while, then turned to look in the other direction. Brother Lin, long time no see. As he spoke, he threw a punch. The purple fist seemed to transform into a giant dragon. Elder Ruochen and the others felt their hair stand on end. This person was only an early-stage great sage king, but his strength was terrifying. And from his words, they could tell that this person was a saint body of the Yi clan. This was a legendary super physique in the universe. Now that he was attacking Lin Xian, who could stop him? Lin Xian laughed. Wudao, long time no see. As he spoke, he also threw a punch. Endless golden flames burned on his palm, as if it had turned into a sun. The two palms collided, and a terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Then, both of them took 3 steps back and laughed. Wudao, long time no see. Your cultivation and strength haven't dropped at all. Lin Xian laughed. Yi Wudao also said, Brother Lin, your 9-yang divine body isn't any weaker than my saint body. The people of Hilsea Palace were stunned. Lin Xian was actually able to contend with Yi Wudao. It was hard to imagine. Divine physique. Lin Xian actually had such a powerful physique. It was one of the strongest physiques in the universe. No wonder Lin Xian was so strong. Even the Yi family was shocked. This was the successor of the 9 sons. He was indeed strong enough to not be at a disadvantage against a divine physique. That's right, what was going on before? Why did the great sage of the 6 Dao sect want to kill you? Yi Wudao asked. Lin Xian said that he took something from a ruin and the people of the 6 Dao sect took a fancy to it. They wanted to take it from me. I naturally wouldn't let them have their way. Alright, let's not talk here. Let's go back to the family. An elder walked over with a smile. Lin Xian said. Thank you, senior, but we still have things to do. We have to go to Taiching Ancient City. We won't disturb you. Taiching Ancient City? The great sage nodded. Wudao, now that you've cultivated the Heavenly Emperor scripture, it's time for you to go out. Taiching Ancient City will be your first battle. Yi Wudao nodded. It was time for him to make a name for himself. Let's go, Brother Lin. Lin Xian said. Senior, aren't you afraid that the 6 Dao sect will kill you? Don't you need to bring a few elders? The great sage smiled. It's fine. I'm not afraid of anyone in the same realm. As for the great sage, let's see who dares to make a move against me. Elder Luoqing and the others felt their scalps tingle. Lin Xian was also amazed. As expected of a great sage family. Who would dare to make a move against Yi Wudao? That would be making an enemy out of a great sage family. No one would be so stupid. As expected of a clan of the ancients. Their backing was strong. Next, Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, Elder Luochen, and the others left for Taiching Ancient City. Finally, half a month later, they arrived in front of a huge city. The huge city in front of them was really magnificent. It had an aura of time that made people feel solemn. After the group went down, they walked into Taiching Ancient City. There were simply too many experts here. They could be seen everywhere. Moreover, according to Elder Ruochen and the others' introduction, the Taiching Ancient City was extremely vast. Not only were there places where humans gathered, there were also many forests, waterfalls, canyons, and other places where demonic beasts lived. Lin Xian was shocked as well. As expected of Primeval City. Elder Ruochen said, we're going to take care of some things first. Young Master Lin, will you come with us? Lin Xian, he. No, I want to see what's so magical about Grand Clarity City. If Elder Qing is also here, well said. Let's go our separate ways first. We'll meet again when the time comes. Elder Fallout and the other members of the Mountain Sea Palace laughed. Only Lin Xian and Leaf Dao Denier remained. Leaf Dao Denier said, "Where are we going?" Lin Xian said that he didn't know and was just looking around. "Why don't you follow me to a place first?" Leaf Dao Denier smiled. "What other purpose do you have for coming here?" Lin Xian was surprised. Leaf Dao Denier said, "Not really, but since I'm already here, I might as well go take a look." Lin Xian followed Leaf Dao Denier into the city. Soon, he learned that Leaf Dao Denier was also going to a clan of the ancients. The clan of the ancients was an extremely terrifying existence. Not just any clan could obtain this title. Only extremely terrifying clans could. Apart from great emperor clans, even ordinary primeval royal clans couldn't obtain this title. They had to be extremely terrifying among the primeval race and had been passed down for generations. Only then could they obtain the title of Clan of the Ancients. This time, Leaf Dao Denier was going to a clan of the ancients, the Wind Clan. Although the Wind Clan had never produced a great emperor, they were still extremely terrifying. The fact that they could be titled as a clan of the ancients was proof of their strength. Lin Xian guessed that the clan of the ancients was far more powerful than Misty Peak and Profound Heaven sect. Even the Six Dao sect would have to retreat to some extent. There were several clans of the ancients in Taiqing Ancient City. In addition, there were many terrifying sects and factions. As expected of Taiqing Ancient City, the Wind Clan was located in the west of Taiqing Ancient City. It was easy to find information about them because they were too famous. Lin Xian followed Leaf Dao Denier all the way. Finally, they saw it. A majestic mountain floated in the air like a divine island. There were countless pavilions and palaces on it. Stop. This is the Wind Clan. Not just anyone can enter. You two hurry up and leave. Seeing the two young men flying towards the Wind Clan, 4 figures flew out of the divine island and shouted coldly. Leaf Dao Denier stopped and said, "I'm here to see the leader of the Wind Clan. Please report my arrival." "You think you can do it?" The 4 guards laughed. What kind of status did their leader have? How could they meet him just because they wanted to? Yi Dao Denier said, "Tell her that I'm from the Yi clan of the ancients. My name is Yi Dao Denier." It was someone from the Yi clan. The guards' expressions changed. One of them said, "So it's young Master Yi. Please forgive us for being rude. We'll report your arrival." They hurried in. Not long after, several figures flew out. They were obviously geniuses of the Wind Clan. After they landed, they looked at Leaf Dao Denier. It turned out to be young Master Dao Denier. Please. These people's identities were not ordinary, especially the woman leading the group. She was called Wind Phoenix. She was the top genius of the younger generation of the Wind Clan. For her to personally come out to greet them, one could imagine how much importance the Wind Clan attached to them. "Dao Denier, when I went to your Yi clan last time, you weren't there, so I didn't see you. Now that I see you, you're even stronger than the legends say. Your sacred body is already making me feel pressure," Wind Phoenix said with a smile. Yi Wudao spoke. Princess Feng Huang was very polite. "Your Wind God bloodline is also extraordinary. Please." The people of the Wind Clan invited Leaf Dao Denier and Lin Xian in. They had already received the news and were preparing a banquet to welcome Leaf Dao Denier. It couldn't be helped. Leaf Dao Denier wasn't a disciple of an ordinary clan. He had the sacred body of the ancients. He was the successor of a clan. They naturally treated him well. The leader of the Wind Clan was a woman. She wore a green robe and had an extremely terrifying aura. Lin Xian could sense that she had reached the Great Sage realm. Lin Xian wondered how many great sage there were in the Wind Clan. He was very curious. After greeting Senior Wind, Leaf Dao Denier looked at the woman in front of him and bowed respectfully. The leader of the Wind Clan smiled and said, "Calling me Senior is too polite, isn't it? If you don't mind, you can call me Aunt Wind." The people of the Wind Clan were shocked. What kind of seniority did their leader have? They didn't expect her to think so highly of Leaf Dao Denier. It seemed that they had still underestimated him. The leader of the Wind clan personally walked down and pulled Leaf Dowdenier to her side. She wanted to have a good chat with him. Leaf Dowdenier glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded and said, "Don't worry about me." Yi Dowdenier smiled and followed the leader of the Wind clan to the front of the hall. Lin Xian was invited to the side by the other experts. "How should I address this young master? Are you Dowdenier's younger brother?" Many disciples of the Wind clan walked over. One of the women said with a smile. Lin Xian said, "I think you guys are mistaken. I'm not Yu Wudao's brother. I'm just his friend." "Friend? Are you not from the Yi clan?" The Moon Breeze couple were surprised, and the others were also curious. Lin Xian said, "No." "Then which clan are you from?" In their opinion, anyone who could become friends with Yu Wudao must be from a clan of the ancients. "I'm not from any clan of the ancients," Lin Xian said again. This time, the surrounding people were stunned. He was not from a clan of the ancients. The Moon Breeze couple was also stunned. Then, the smile in their eyes disappeared and was replaced by a trace of coldness. Although they did not understand how this person became friends with Yu Wudao, if he was not from a clan of the ancients, he was not worthy of their attention. As members of a clan of the ancients, they had endless pride, and others were not qualified to be on equal footing with them. As expected, the surrounding people no longer talked to Lin Xian. Even the Moon Breeze couple turned around and left, as if Lin Xian was invisible. Lin Xian did not care about this sudden change in attitude. He had experienced too much in his life, and he really did not care about this little bit of coldness. Only those who were weak would regard their identity as extremely important. A true powerhouse relied on their own strength. And he was a top-notch genius. Therefore, he did not need any identity to enhance his strength. On the other side, the Wind clan leader looked at Yu Wudao and said with a smile, "You came at the right time. Now, Taiqing Ancient City is in turmoil. With your identity as the sacred body of the ancients, you will definitely make a name for yourself and be respected by the world." Yu Wudao was surprised. What could cause such a change in Taiqing City? He was really curious. The leader of the Wind clan sighed. The Purple Palace had been reopened. What, the Purple Mansion? Yu Wudao was stunned and could not believe it. This was an extremely ancient power. Moreover, this title was too unusual. It was said that it was related to immortals. Countless years ago, it had been destroyed by someone. He did not expect it to reappear now. Did someone use the name of Purple? Or did the real Purple Mansion reappear? The Purple Mansion from back then has reappeared. I'm sure you've heard of the legend of the Violet Palace. It was rumored that they were related to immortals. Although it might not be true, the Zifu Palace of the past was incomparably mysterious. They collected everything in the world, and there were many experts among them. Many of the lost skills of the clan of the ancients were in their collection. Leaf Dowdenier was shaken. Although he was still young, he knew a lot about ancient history. After all, the Yi clan had many ancient texts, which Leaf Dowdenier would study whenever he had free time. Among them, he had read about the Purple Mansion. The Purple Palace was at its peak 70,000 years ago. At that time, the Purple Mansion could be said to have overshadowed the clan of the ancients. This was because many experts from the clan of the ancients had joined the Violet Palace realm. For a time, they were incomparably powerful, but in the end, they were still destroyed. What was the reason? It was no longer clear, but there were a few legends. First, it was related to the remote antiquity families. Those clans of the remote antiquity joined forces to attack the Purple Palace. There was another legend about the Heavenly Court. Back then, the Purple Mansion had once attacked the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court was furious and fought with the Purple Mansion. In the end, the Purple Mansion was severely injured. After that battle, the Heavenly Court didn't fall. In the end, it was attacked and disappeared. Leaf Dowdenier took a deep breath. What were they planning to do? Did they want to restore the glory of the past? He didn't know. But this time, they were quite high profile. They didn't have any intention of hiding. They even invited all the geniuses in the world. He didn't know what they were thinking. Nephew, let me remind you that the Purple Mansion's methods are unfathomable. They were able to obtain the lost skills and secret arts of the clan of the ancients because of those geniuses. If you encounter them, you have to be careful. After the banquet ended, Leaf Dao Denier went back to live with Lin Xian in the palace. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. When he returned, he told Lin Xian about the Purple Mansion. Lin Xian was also shocked. It was a bit interesting. We came out to gain experience and increase our strength. We can't miss such an opportunity. I think so too. Leaf Dao Denier smiled. He was also prepared to see what kind of existence this sect that had suppressed the clan of the ancients 70,000 years ago was. However, the Purple Mansion hadn't really opened yet, so the two of them were waiting. Lin Xian thought of something. That was to find heaven-defying spirit herbs. After all, Xiaojio's lifespan was running out. He walked out of the palace and was about to ask when he saw the Moon Breeze couple. Although the Moon Breeze couple was no longer interested in Lin Xian, he had still come with Yi Wudao, so the Moon Breeze couple couldn't afford to be rude. She asked, "Young master, why did you come out at this time?" "I want to ask about the news of the top genius spirit herbs. The kind that can extend one's lifespan." The Moon Breeze couple was shocked. "You need such a thing?" Lin Xian said. "An elder needs it, so I can help you ask about it." The Moon Breeze couple said, "Those that can extend one's lifespan are the most precious. After all, everyone wants to live longer. Such things are very rare. Even if they do, they won't give it to others. However, I know a few places that might have it. One of them is the Spirit Region. However, that place is very far from here. You won't be able to reach it in a short period of time. Speaking of which, there's one that's closer. It's an ancient ruin. Although it's already in ruins, it was an extremely terrifying existence back then. It's not any weaker than our clan of the ancients. Perhaps you might be able to find some lost treasures there." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Xian was stunned. Then, he asked, "Fairy, can you give me some directions?" The Moon Breeze couple took out a jade scroll and said, "The map is inside. Do you really want to go? That place is very dangerous. If you die, don't blame me for not warning you." Lin Xian took it and scanned it with his soul spirit. He realized that there was indeed a map with markings on it. He nodded and walked out. The Moon Breeze couple looked at Lin Xian's back view and narrowed her eyes. What a reckless guy. Forget it, I've already warned you. I'm not letting Leaf Dao Denier down. If this guy dies, it has nothing to do with me. She laughed coldly and turned to leave. After Lin Xian got the map, he began to look at it. Then, he flew in the direction that it was. According to the records, it was indeed an ancient existence. Although the distance on the map wasn't far, Taiqing Ancient City was very vast. Lin Xian flew for a long time before he arrived. When he got closer, he felt an unusual aura. Lin Xian realized that there were very few people around. Obviously, not many people were willing to come here. However, there were still some. These people's auras were very powerful. It seemed that most of them were sage kings in the later stages. There were even sage kings in the peak stages. There was only one sage king in the early stages like him. Lin Xian frowned when he arrived. Then, he walked forward. A Saint King late-stage elder nearby sneered when he saw this. He really didn't know what was good for him. In his opinion, Lin Xian's soul would probably be destroyed in an instant. Lin Xian didn't know why he said that. He walked forward. There were ruins in front of him. There wasn't a single place that was intact. Even the ground was red. It was blood. Countless years ago, there was a huge battle here. It was an earth-shattering battle. Lin Xian had just arrived at the ruins when suddenly, a broken sword flew out from the ruins and slashed towards him. Although the sword was broken and the remaining parts were filled with cracks, its power was too strong. This sword was able to destroy everything. Lin Xian was shocked. He waved his hand and slapped out. The man-ruler seal slapped the broken sword away. He actually blocked it. Behind him, the elder who was waiting to see a joke was stunned. This guy's strength was far beyond his imagination. Because ordinary Saint Kings in the initial stage couldn't block it at all. Interesting. Kid, who are you? The elder came to Lin Xian's side and asked coldly. Lin Xian saw the elder's cold gaze and knew what he was thinking. He said coldly, Ancient Yi family. Is there a problem? The elder's expression changed. So it was the young master of the Yi family. Sorry for disturbing you. Goodbye. Originally, he thought that since Yi Shiwen wasn't famous, he would capture him and see what kind of treasure that secret technique was. It would be best if he could snatch it and cultivate it. But now that Yi Shiwen said that he was from the Yi family, he didn't dare to make a move. He didn't have the guts to make a move on the Yi family. Wait. Seeing that the elder was about to leave, Lin Xian shouted coldly. The elder was stunned. Then, he revealed an ugly expression. Young master, what orders do you have? Lin Xian said, what is this place? Why is it so strange? The elder said. This was a ruin. It was said that this was where the ancient heavenly court used to be. But it had completely declined. Even so, this place was still extremely terrifying. A broken sword and a broken saber could split a Saint King in half. Generally, those who were weak would not dare to come here. However, there were still some people who were prepared to hunt for treasures. After all, the heavenly court was a terrifying existence back then. After saying that, he quickly left. Lin Xian was astonished. The heavenly court, Lin Xian took a deep breath and continued forward. Not long after, another broken saber flew toward him. The black broken blade turned into a black qilin, descending from the sky and slashing at him. Lin Xian used the mountain-embracing seal and unleashed the primordial demon mountain to contend against it. He blocked the dagger, but his expression was unsightly. He had only taken a few steps, and it was already so terrifying. There must be more dangers ahead. It seemed that he would not be able to go there for the time being. That woman, Feng and you, could not have purposely made him come here, right? What could this place have? Lin Xian snorted and returned to the Wen tribe. After returning, he found Yi Wudao and asked, how much do you know about the heavenly court? Yi Wudao was surprised. Are you talking about the ancient heavenly court? Could it be that you went to those ruins? He was really shocked. You know that place? Yi Wudao nodded. He knew, and it was even very famous because the ancient heavenly court was really too terrifying back then. Although it was not a clan of the ancients, it was not weaker than any of them. Legend had it that the ancient heavenly court had produced a great emperor back then. How did such a terrifying great emperor fall? Lin Xian asked. Yi Wudao said, that? There are many legends. I think one of them is more reliable, and that is related to the Purple Mansion. Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. He had heard about the Purple Mansion before. Wasn't it about to reopen soon? Back then, the Purple Mansion and the Heavenly Court had a battle. After that battle, the Purple Mansion had completely declined. Some people even said that it was destroyed. The Heavenly Court had also suffered heavy losses and declined from then on. After another 20,000 years, which was 50,000 years ago, it was completely destroyed. As for who did it, no one knew. However, some people said that it was definitely related to the Purple Mansion. As expected of the buried Emperor Star, even a power that had produced a great emperor could be destroyed. It was really shocking. At the same time, he was also curious. Could the ancient heavenly court be reopened after the Purple Mansion was destroyed? He did not know. Yi Wudao shook his head and sighed. That was something from 50,000 years ago. He asked, why are you going to that place? He said, you need to find some spirit medicines that can extend your lifespan. I can help you ask around, but that place is too mysterious. Alright, Lin Xian nodded his head and began to cultivate. He continued to comprehend the Heaven's secret map and waited for news about the Purple Mansion. At the same time, more and more experts arrived in Grand Clarity Ancient City. After all, a top sect from 70,000 years ago had reopened. No one knew what they wanted to do. Most people were curious and wanted to see the legendary Purple Mansion. These people all arrived. Some of them were extremely powerful, causing countless people to cry out in alarm. There was a man who seemed like an immortal and had a mysterious aura around him. There had been people who attacked him before, but any divine ability that got close to him would disintegrate and vanish into thin air. There was another man who was surrounded by a sky full of gods and demons. He was even more terrifying. There was another person who merged with heaven and earth and seemed to disappear without a trace. The appearance of these terrifying figures caused an uproar. Many people guessed their identities. At the same time, a black-robed man walked in. When he arrived in Grand Clarity Ancient City, he took a deep breath. He had finally returned. He wondered how that place was doing. The wind race was also inquiring about it. After all, they were very concerned about the experts and geniuses of the world. After hearing this news, they took a deep breath. Finally, on this day, the Wind Phoenix once again brought people over. Wu Dao, it's about time. Yi Wu Dao opened the palace's door and walked out with Lin Xian. The two of them nodded. Princess, please lead the way. The Wind Phoenix controlled a small divine island and flew over. The Violet Palace was located quite a distance away from them. Using this opportunity, they rested on the divine island. A few days later, the divine island stopped. Multicolored light flickered in front of them. The invisible Grand Dao was as mysterious as the stars. Had they arrived? Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked in front of him. He was surprised. What a terrifying aura. At the same time, he found that there were countless figures in addition to them. Some powerful families had also come. Thousands of gazes fell on the front. There were even more geniuses in the surroundings. A figure was like a cloud, like an immortal descending. After he arrived, he looked around and the corners of his mouth raised into a smile. The surrounding people felt this aura and were shocked. On the other side, flames filled the sky as if they were sweeping through the 9 heavens. A figure descended with golden wings. Countless people exclaimed. It was a genius of the Golden Crow clan. The other person had a holy light around him, as if he was a god. His appearance shocked everyone. He was from the clan of the Ancients, the Sacred Sky clan. On the other side, another person walked over. He was wearing a robe with an alchemy furnace on his back. Countless people were shocked. It was someone from the Danding School. Heavens, how many geniuses had come this time? Exclamations were heard one after another. Suddenly, they looked up at the sky and saw a divine island descending from the sky. It was the divine island of the Wind Clan. The Wind Clan had come. Everyone looked over. Someone said that the leader was the Wind Phoenix. She was the top genius of the Wind Clan. The people around her should be the geniuses of the Wind Clan. Who was that person standing beside the Wind Phoenix? He did not have the bloodline of the Wind Clan. Most of the Wind Clan had the bloodline of the Wind Clan. The storm around them was very terrifying. However, there was a man in purple next to her. He was handsome and had a different aura. Although there was no storm around him, he had a heavy power that seemed to be able to crush the heavens. Next to him was a young man in a red robe. He looked calm and had a pair of deep eyes. This person was even more mysterious because they did not feel any aura from him. The top geniuses also came over and stared at the purple-robed figure and the red-robed man. Soon, they stared at the purple-robed figure. One of them said, "I feel a terrifying aura. Could it be that you are from the Yi clan?" The people around were shocked. The Yi clan? The clan of the Ancients, and a great emperor clan. Even among the clan of the Ancients, they were extremely terrifying. Did their descendant also come out? At that moment, another voice was heard. Yes, not only was he from the Yi clan, but he also had the sacred body of the Ancients. Everyone went crazy. The sacred body of the Ancients. The legendary sacred body of the Ancients, did he come here specifically for the matter of the Violet Palace? Some people were even more shocked. Who was speaking? They only heard the voice and did not see the person at all. The genius of the Golden Crow clan snorted. Who was it? The people from the Holy Heavens race also said, "What a fast speed. Could it be that you are from the Light race?" In the sky, the people of the Wind clan were shocked. Had the people of the Light clan also come? Just like them, Yi Futian was also a clan of the Ancients. They controlled the power of storms, while Yi Futian controlled the power of light. Moreover, with the speed of light, it was extremely fast. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as well. A golden light flickered in his eyes as he caught a glimpse of a blurry figure. It was indeed very fast. His eyes could keep up, but his speed might not be able to keep up. The clan of the Ancients and the Light Clan were getting more and more interesting. Coming to Taiqing Ancient City was indeed the right choice. If Lin Xian wanted to continue on the path of a great emperor, he would have to clash with countless peerless geniuses. The geniuses of the Taiqing Ancient City were enough to temper him. The others were also trying to capture him, their souls probing out. However, only a few of them were able to see him. At this moment, the space between heaven and earth shattered. A ray of light streaked across, forming a man in a golden robe. "It's you, Light, what?" He was the Light. This was the descendant of the Light Clan. He also had the body of light, the body of the Ancients. The so-called body of the Ancients came from the strongest bloodline of the clan of the Ancients. The body formed by the condensation of the body of the Ancients was enough to shake the starry sky and sweep through the 9 heavens. For example, the sacred body was one of the bodies of the Ancients. The body of light was also the body of the Ancients. Such a body was extremely terrifying. It was enough to sweep through the clan of the Ancients. No one was a match for him. Only other bodies of the Ancients could compete with him. The heavens were really incredible. Now that there were already 2 people with the body of the Ancients, would there be any other top geniuses? Countless people were shocked. Lin Xian was also surprised. The body of light? He did feel a terrifying bloodline power from Yi Futian. Yi Futian thought that Yi Futian's forte should be speed. Yi Futian wondered if Yi Futian's speed was Yi Futian's fastest. If it wasn't, then Yi Futian was too terrifying. Yi Wudao and light became the center of attention. The others seemed to have lost their brilliance. Even the phoenix seemed to have dimmed. It couldn't be helped. The body of the Ancients could sweep through everything. Of course, it didn't mean that others didn't have a chance. For example, the experts of the Golden Crow race. It was as if a sun had descended. The genius of the Sacred Heavens race was even more terrifying. There was a terrifying illusion of heaven and earth revolving around him. In addition, there were also people from the Myriad Transformation sect and the Pill Cauldron sect. These people had many trump cards and their strength was unfathomable. Meanwhile, a crack was torn open in the mysterious Immortal Mountain, and a few figures flew out from it. It was the people of the Purple Mansion. Countless people quietened down. They looked forward. The leader of the group was a woman in purple. She had an extremely beautiful face. She looked around and smiled. "Thank you for coming here to witness the revival of the Purple Mansion. However, the Purple Mansion has been busy recently and we can't welcome everyone. Only a few of you can go in to take a look. When the Purple Mansion is fully revived, we will invite the heroes of the world." Everyone was in an uproar. What was the meaning of this? The reason why they came today was because they wanted to experience the legendary Purple Palace realm. Now that they were told that they might not be able to go in, wasn't that ignoring them? Suddenly, some people's faces fell. "Are you looking down on us? None of those who came here were weak." The purple-clothed woman in front of him stopped smiling as she spoke in an indifferent tone. "If you want to enter the Purple Mansion, then you have to speak with your own strength. I have 8 tokens here. They are the Purple Mansion tokens. Only those who have the Purple Mansion tokens can enter. Those who dare to trespass will be killed without mercy." Countless people were in an uproar. The lady in purple waved her hand and 8 purple tokens floated in the air. Each token was the size of a palm. They were crystal clear and emitted a mysterious aura. Just this token alone was an incredible treasure. In the sky, the 8 Purple Mansion tokens floated in the air like 8 purple moons. Everyone wanted to enter the Purple Mansion. However, the opportunity was right in front of them and no one dared to act rashly. Because everyone knew that if they dared to snatch the Purple Mansion tokens at this moment, they would be going against the world. Unless they had an unparalleled ability, they would end up in a miserable state. "I will take the first Purple Mansion token. Does anyone have any objections?" Guangming walked out and took the Purple Mansion token with a wave of his hand. His voice spread out and everyone else fell silent. Guangming had the ancient desolate body. He was extremely powerful and his speed was unparalleled. The expert from the Golden Crow clan shouted coldly. "Who dares to compete with me? I'll send him to hell." A terrifying aura swept across the land. No one dared to go against such a ferocious expert. After Golden Crow Hao, a few more people took action. Xing Tianzu from the Holy Heavens clan and Yun Fei from the Myriad Transformation sect. Jiangchen from the Pill Cauldron sect. Xia from the Serene Cloud sect. These people were all top-notch experts, enough to contend against the world, so their appearance shocked everyone. 6 experts had appeared, and there were only 2 tokens left. Everyone was nervous, but no one dared to act rashly. To get the token, one had to be at least as strong as these 6 people. Who had such confidence? In the sky, on the Divine Island, Feng Huang looked at the scene and smiled. Looks like it's our turn. Brother Wu Dao, please. She looked at Yu Wu Dao and took a step forward. Yu Wu Dao nodded and walked out as well. At the same time, Lin Xian, who was standing beside him, stepped forward as well. 3 figures strolled in the sky and came to the front. Countless people were in an uproar. They looked up at the sky. It was indeed the Wind Clan. But what was surprising was that 3 people came out. There were still 2 tokens left. How were they going to split them? The others from the Wind Clan were stunned. They looked at Lin Xian and frowned. This kid dared to go out and snatch the tokens? What a joke. Did he think that he could be arrogant because he came with Yu Wu Dao? He was courting death. Feng Huang also frowned. She was only talking to Yu Wu Dao. As for Lin Xian, she completely ignored him. She only gave him face because he was brought by Yu Wu Dao. But now, he stood out. Did he think that he was qualified to be on equal footing with her? Yu Wu Dao looked calm. He knew Lin Xian's strength. He was definitely not weaker than him. In an instant, countless people looked over. Even the 6 powerhouses in the sky were looking over as well. Many people smiled. They didn't know how to deal with this situation. Feng Huang was a proud daughter of heaven. Her every move could cause people to go crazy. She looked at Lin Xian and smiled. I didn't expect you to be interested in the Violet Palace realm. However, young master had just arrived at the ancient city and there were still many places that he hadn't visited yet. Why not go to other places first? How about we come back in 2 days to take a look at this Sifu? These words sounded like they were giving Lin Xian face, but in reality, they were saying that Lin Xian was not qualified. When the others heard this, they would definitely retreat obediently. Unfortunately, Lin Xian didn't know how to do it. When Lin Xian heard Feng Huang's words, he laughed. Didn't he still have the token? If he could enter today, why would he have to wait for another time? The surrounding people went crazy. Was this brat stupid? Feng Huang was clearly telling the other party to back off. Could this fellow not tell? Did he really think that he could contend against those people? Feng Huang's expression also sank, but she did not say anything else. This was the first time she had seen such a reckless person. The 6 people at the front were also astonished as they looked at Lin Xian. They also couldn't sense Lin Xian's aura. What qualifications did this person have to be so arrogant? However, since he could stand beside Feng Huang, he seemed to have some tricks up his sleeve. Jin Wuhao sneered. Who are you? Let me see if you have the qualifications to stand in front of me. Hearing this, Yu Wu Dao said loudly. Yi Clan, Yu Wu Dao. He was Yu Wu Dao. Countless people were shocked. Everyone looked at Lin Xian again. Who was this person that could stand beside Yu Wu Dao and Feng Huang? Lin Xian was not from a peerless sect or a clan of the ancients. A faint voice sounded. Everyone went crazy. This person did not have any shocking background. What qualifications did he have to stand there? Jin Wuhao snorted coldly. So it's just an ant. Who gave you the guts to come here? Get lost. Everyone looked at Lin Xian with a trace of sympathy. Feng Huang snorted coldly. She had already given him a way out, but he didn't know what was good for him. Since this was the case, she wouldn't care anymore. Lin Xian looked at Jin Wuhao and said, What? Is this a world where one's family background and identity matter? Of course not. However, identity and bloodline were very important. You're just a rogue cultivator. Can you beat us? Jin Wuhao sneered. For the sake of Yu Wu Dao and Feng Huang, I'll give you a chance to live. Get lost quickly. Lin Xian said. I originally wanted to attack someone and eliminate him. Since you don't know what's good for you, then it's you. Hand over your purple mansion token and I'll give you a chance to live. And, you're courting death. Jin Wuhao was furious. Was Lin Xian challenging him? He threw out a punch. This punch was like the birth of the sun. It shook the heavens and the earth. Resplendent light swept across the sky and rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and threw out a palm. It also turned into a sun. It flew between the heavens and the earth. An earth-shattering power appeared. The surrounding people's faces changed and they quickly retreated. A terrifying flame swept across the land. In the next moment, Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and withdrew his palm. On the other hand, Jin Wuhao retreated. The void around him kept shattering. Cracks also appeared on his armor. With one blow, the winner was decided. The surrounding people were stunned. What was going on? The one who was defeated was actually Jin Wuhao. It was too unbelievable. That rogue cultivator was so powerful, countless people were stunned. They weren't optimistic about Lin Xian before, but the result was completely beyond their expectations. Feng Huang's pupil shrank. It was as if she was seeing Lin Xian for the first time. Who the hell was this person? Only Leaf Dao Denier was smiling. Bullying Lin Xian? What a joke. This Jinwu was simply courting death. Lin Xian looked at him and said indifferently. Do you still think that identity and bloodline can explain everything? As a member of the Jinwu clan, your bloodline is extraordinary. But so what? In front of me, you can't even withstand a single blow. Damn it. I was careless just now. Now go to hell. Jin Wuhao was completely enraged. He couldn't accept that the other party could actually force him to retreat. He had to take back his face. The wings on his back flew out and condensed into two golden sabers that he held in his hands. The sabers slashed the heavens and split the earth. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a flick of his finger, a terrifying sword sheath flew out and turned into a dragon that swept across the 9 heavens. The two collided and a great battle broke out. The sabers and swords clashed. Jin Wuhao roared. He had used all his strength to take down the other party, but now he realized that he was too naive. Impossible. The sabers in his hands actually cracked. He couldn't believe it. Damn it, with a roar, his long blade turned into a pair of wings. He charged over, wanting to smash Lin Xian's head. Lin Xian sneered. You want to compete with me in terms of physique? He snorted. And unleashed his divine body. The human ruler seal struck out with his palm. With a boom, Jin Wuhao was pushed back. Lin Xian attacked again, using the mountain-embracing seal. An ancient mountain pressed down. Jin Wuhao's wings turned into heavenly blades and tried to block it, but it still couldn't stop it. Jin Wuhao's body fell down. Lin Xian slashed his sword at Jin Wuhao's palm, splitting it apart. Not only that, the purple mansion token in Jin Wuhao's hand was also split in half. Jin Wuhao was actually injured by this sword strike. Countless people were in an uproar, unable to believe it. I'm going to fight you. Jin Wuhao was really mad, his blood was about to burn. However, at this moment, a ray of light flew out from the purple mansion branch and stopped in the sky, turning into a token. The leader of the group, the purple-clothed woman, saw this scene and said, "Two gentlemen, stop fighting. Today, the purple mansion will make an exception and give out another token." Everyone was shocked. It seemed that the purple mansion had recognized the strength of these two geniuses. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed the token. He then turned to look at Jin Wuhao and sneered. You were so confident before, but now you're giving me a free sword. Do you still have the face to go in, damn it? Jin Wuhao roared, Kid, just you wait. One day, I'll tear you to pieces. He gritted his teeth, but he didn't leave because he also wanted to know how mysterious the purple mansion was. Lin Xian snorted and shook his head. Jin Wuhao was no match for him. The surrounding geniuses were shocked. They knew how strong Jin Wuhao was, but he was injured. This Lin Xian was much stronger than they had imagined. Especially Feng Huang, her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. This was the person she had ignored before, he was a threat to her. Alright, everyone, please come in. The purple jade lady led the group forward. She formed a seal with her palms, and the formation in front of them opened. The few of them disappeared. The people outside were waiting curiously, but no one dared to step forward. After entering, everyone could feel a mystical aura. Was this the Purple Palace? It was too extraordinary. This kind of great Tao was more mysterious than any other place. The purple-clothed woman smiled. Our purple mansion has 9 immortal mountains. As for whether or not you can obtain the immortal fate, that will depend on your luck. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Then, they looked around. As expected, there were a few mountain peaks in the surroundings. They were incomparably ethereal. Was this an immortal mountain, purple mansion immortal fate? Could it be that the legends were true? Xianxia Su of the Xianxia clan was also shocked. As a clan of the ancients, they knew more than others. Legend has it that the Violet Palace was related to immortals. There were even rumors that the Violet Palace was related to immortals. Thinking of this, many people became excited. It seemed that they really came to the right place this time. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. Yunfei chuckled and flew towards one of the mountain peaks like an immortal. The others also flew into the sky. Lin Xian looked at Yi Wudao and nodded slightly. Then, he also flew towards one of the mountain peaks. When the others approached the mountain peak, they could feel a mysterious aura that shrouded them. It seemed that they could comprehend the great Tao here and become immortals. Lin Xian naturally felt the aura, but at the same time, he also felt a chill down his spine. It was a shock that came from the depths of his soul. There was something extremely terrifying that could threaten him. On top of the immortal mountain, there was a beautiful figure with her back facing him. She looked like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Lin Xian was stunned. There was someone on top of the mountain. Who was it? Was it someone else who came early? Impossible. Only a few of them had entered, which meant that it was someone from the Purple Mansion. In front, the beautiful figure with her back facing Lin Xian seemed to have sensed someone coming from behind. She also turned her head. A peerless smile. In the next moment, she was stunned. It's you. Lin Xian was also stunned. Xian'er, why are you here? The beautiful figure in front of him was none other than Xian'er. However, what surprised Lin Xian was that she was here. Previously, when Lin Xian returned to the 6 great grotto heavens to take away his friends, he also looked for Xian'er. However, Xian'er wasn't there at that time. So, he could only leave. He didn't expect to meet her here. Xian'er waved her hand, and a ray of light brought Lin Xian over. She then smiled. Seems like your strength has increased faster than I thought. You actually came to Taiqing Ancient City so early. Lin Xian said. I didn't expect you to be here. When I returned to the grotto heavens to take away my friends, I didn't see you. Xian'er asked, did you save them? Lin Xian nodded. Xian'er heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. Seeing that Lin Xian was still a little confused, Xian'er said, I wasn't valued in Qingqiu Grotto Heaven, so I left. By chance, I met a god and brought him here. Brought me here, I arrived a month ago. A month ago, the Purple Mansion hadn't announced it to the world. That meant that the person who brought her here was from the Purple Mansion. He asked, are the people on the other mountains also from the Purple Mansion? Xian'er nodded. Like me, they're all young geniuses with different identities and goals. But now, they've all become successors of the Purple Mansion. Each of us is in charge of a mountain. Do you know anything about the Purple Mansion? I heard that it's a supreme existence that was destroyed 70,000 years ago. Xian'er nodded. She knew a little about it. She also knew that this place was all-encompassing and had countless secret techniques and abilities of the desolate ancient families. Lin Xian, we're all from other worlds. When we came here, my master had already died protecting me. I don't want that to happen again. I don't want to be suppressed by others again, so I chose the Purple Mansion. Lin Xian nodded. Everyone had their own choices, so he didn't stop her. The legend of the Purple Mansion was incomparably mysterious. You have to be careful. Come, Sir Lin, there's immortal tea here. Xian'er smiled and pulled Lin Xian to sit down. Lin Xian didn't stand on ceremony and started tasting the tea here. At the same time, on the other mountains, there was also a faint sound. There was even the sound of a zither. There was no need to think, on the other mountains, there were definitely peerless fairies or peerless emperors. After all, he had heard from Yi Wudao that there was a high possibility that these people had obtained countless inheritances and secret techniques from the Purple Mansion. One couldn't help but say that this method was really shocking. If he didn't know Lin Xian'er, he wouldn't have dared to sit here so casually. The 9 mountains were surrounded by even more clouds at night. Lin Xian felt a chill down his spine. He even saw a black lotus blooming in the middle of the 9 mountains. What was that? Permetha flower. Lin Xian's pupil shrank as he said to Xian'er, I'm in danger. Help me cover. Xian'er and Lin Xian were friends who had gone through life and death together. Hearing this, she waved her hand, causing the surrounding mist to thicken. Lin Xian walked into the sword to world in his body to hide. This mysterious world was enough to fight against anything. Xian'er was stunned. She didn't know what was going on. She could only wait silently until dawn. When the sun shone down, the black-red spider lily slowly disappeared. Lin Xian walked out of the sword to world with a cold expression. Why is there a hurricane lily? Here, you know about it? Xian'er was also shocked. She said that it was the totem of the Purple Mansion. The totem of the Purple Mansion. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This was the black lotus that sealed him and wanted his life. Damn it. Could it be that the Purple Mansion was the one that sealed him? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. No matter what, he had to investigate the Purple Mansion. But now, he couldn't act rashly. The Purple Mansion was even more terrifying than the clan of the ancients. Although it had been destroyed 70,000 years ago, it was definitely well prepared for its reopening. He wanted power, unlimited power. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Xian'er asked with concern, are you okay? Lin Xian shook his head and said, you have to be careful. He couldn't reveal the secret, so he could only remind Xian'er. Xian'er nodded. I'll be careful. It's time for you to leave. Lin Xian rose into the air and flew out. At the same time, people from the other celestial mountains also flew out. The purple-robed lady from before appeared and brought everyone out of the Purple Mansion. Lin Xian's face was cold. The others also had different expressions. Some were happy, some were sad. Phoenix was disappointed. It seemed like she didn't want to leave. Yi Wudao frowned. Could it be? Even Lin Xian was surprised. Phoenix was very arrogant. He didn't know what kind of person could make her show such an expression. Even Yunfei, who had always been cool, seemed to have lost his cool. It seemed that the Purple Mansion's methods were really terrifying. Outside the Purple Mansion, countless people were still waiting. They were discussing and speculating. Suddenly, the array in front of them split open and those who had entered came out again. They came out, many people exclaimed. Even the other members of the clan of the ancients stepped forward. How was it? Someone asked. However, the people who went inside and shook their heads. They didn't say anything. Everyone became even more anxious. What exactly was inside? Fangs and Feng asked, Sister Phoenix. Phoenix inside. Phoenix didn't say nothing. Moon Breeze looked at Yi Wudao and Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged and Yi Wudao remained silent. This made everyone even more. Let's go. Wind Phoenix prepared to leave. At that moment, a figure flew over and stared at Yi Wudao. They had heard about the sacred body of the ancients for a long time. Today, they saw it and wanted to see it for themselves. As soon as the voice was heard, countless people were in an uproar. They stopped asking for news about the Purple Mansion and looked up. Who was challenging Yi Wudao? They saw the figure in the sky shining with light. They were all stunned. Light, 2 people with the sacred body of the ancients. Is the sacred body going to fight the light body? Lin Xian was surprised and frowned. Light speed was terrifying. He was a very powerful enemy. Leaf Dao Denier turned around and said, as you wish. The 2 rose into the air and came to the 9 heavens. There was a roar. Yi Wudao threw a punch. The fist of light swept across the 9 heavens. It was a punch that could destroy everything. However, he only hit an afterimage. Light's speed was too fast. In an instant, he was behind Yi Wudao. He threw a punch. Yi Wudao's body let out a deafening sound. He turned around and threw a punch, hitting another afterimage. It's useless. You can't compare to my speed. Light was like a bolt of lightning. He displayed his extreme speed. Everyone went crazy. They couldn't see him. They couldn't see him. Phoenix was shocked. Xianxia frowned. Jin Wuhao and the others looked even more serious. One could imagine how much of a threat this extreme speed was to them. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He looked at the 9 heavens. The entire sky was under his control. He saw a person who was very fast. If he had to fight with him, he would never compete with him in speed. Because he couldn't beat him, he would use other methods to kill him. He thought that Yi Wudao should be the same. Yi Wudao snorted. So what if you're fast? You can't break my defense. The sacred body of the ancients was an extremely famous physique in the starry sky. It was unparalleled in strength and defense. There was no way to hurt Yi Wudao without some heaven-defying means. Sure enough, everyone saw Yi Wudao standing there and punching everywhere. Every time he punched, there was a sound coming from his body. There were flames dancing. It was Light's attack that hit Yi Wudao's body. Yi Wudao's body didn't even shake. One could imagine how terrifying it was. One had extreme speed, and the other had an unparalleled physique. Both of them had reached the pinnacle of their respective cultivation levels. Neither could do anything to the other. It seemed that he had to use some means. If one attack couldn't break through, then he would use 10 million attacks. Light took a step forward. An even more terrifying aura appeared on his body. He attacked 10 million times in an instant. It was too fast. It was done in the blink of an eye. Yi Wudao also felt that he was going to die. He opened and closed his palms. With a roar, the purple aura on his body bloomed and turned into a god of war. He threw a punch. With a boom, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Hundreds of millions of attacks were scattered. The purple figure roared at the sky. It was the divine king of the 9 heavens. Countless people were shocked. It was a natural phenomenon that came with the bloodline of the sacred body. Light's face was cold. He didn't attack again. He looked at the divine king of the 9 heavens with flickering eyes. Then he smiled. The sacred body of the ancients lived up to its name. I'll have a taste of it in the future. He turned into a flash and disappeared instantly. The others were also amazed. Indeed, at the moment, both sides were evenly matched. There was no need to continue fighting. Yi Wudao put away the divine king of the 9 heavens and returned to the Saint Island. Although it was only a short fight, the strength of the 2 sacred bodies of the ancients was enough to shock countless people. How could they compete with their peers? The elders in the late stage of the Saint King realm would probably feel numb. Such people were the true geniuses of the world. Jin Wuhao, Xianxia, and the others felt a strong threat. However, they weren't afraid. Although they didn't have the sacred body of the ancients, they had infinite confidence in their own strength. Even I can't help but want to attack. Lin Xian's eyes were also shining. He stared at Jin Wuhao in the distance. Jin Wuhao's face was cold. Damn kid, you still dare to challenge me? Just you wait. I'll make you fall. Jin Wuhao didn't attack again. He didn't want to embarrass himself. The others also left one after another. Phoenix boarded the island and said, "Let's go." Lin Xian didn't go up, but said, "I have other things to do, so I won't go back." With Wind Phoenix's attitude towards him, Lin Xian would not go back. Phoenix frowned. "Young Master Lin, are you still angry because of what happened before?" Lin Xian said. He wasn't angry, it was just that their paths were different and they couldn't work together. After saying that, Lin Xian left. The surrounding people were stunned, but Phoenix's face became incomparably cold. No one had ever dared to refuse her, but this kid dared to not give her face in front of everyone. A cold killing intent appeared in her eyes. This kid didn't know what was good for him. The other members of the Wind clan also snorted, but they waved their hands and stopped these people. At present, Yu Wudao was still here, so they couldn't criticize his friend. But if they had the chance, they would teach him a good lesson. They wanted to let him know that their Wind clan couldn't be provoked. Lin Xian left the purple mansion and flew into the distance. Taiching ancient city was very vast, so he prepared to find a place to stay temporarily. Along the way, Lin Xian felt that this place was relatively quiet. There were many courtyards below, so he prepared to go down and ask. However, at this time a terrifying aura came from behind. Lin Xian's pupils shrank, and he instantly dodged. A terrifying force smashed the place where he was originally standing into smithereens. Lin Xian shouted coldly. A figure appeared, surrounded by a powerful storm. He didn't say anything, but with a wave of his hand, a terrifying wind turned into a giant dragon and attacked Lin Xian. A total of thousands of giant dragons tore the entire sky apart, and the terrifying power made people despair. Lin Xian's face suddenly became gloomy. The power of wind was so terrifying. Could it be the people of the Wind clan? These people actually wanted to kill him. Thinking of this, his face became incomparably cold. Boom, his palms formed a seal, and the immemorial demon mountain fell from the sky, shattering everything. It suppressed all the wind dragons. At the same time, Lin Xian charged over. Terrifying sword chi blossomed from his body, slashing forward like a sky full of stars. The void in front of him continued to shatter. The figure turned into a wind god and created a storm in the sky. Fight against it. The collision between the two shook the heavens and earth. However, Lin Xian coldly shouted, and the man-ruler's seal tore everything apart. At the same time, his swordsmanship became even sharper. The 10 absolute swords flew out, and 10 types of laws danced between heaven and earth. The storm and the great Tao that the figure had unleashed were all shattered. He was about to be cleaved apart by the sword. However, in the next moment, his speed suddenly exploded, reaching the extreme. It disappeared. Lin Xian was astonished. Had it merged with the wind? He directly examined it. In the next moment, he felt the void behind him split open, and a palm landed on his body. With a boom, he was sent flying. However, it did not break through his defense. Lin Xian abruptly turned around and slashed out with his sword. The terrifying sword chi cleaved heaven and earth in half. However, the figure disappeared again. This speed had surpassed that of the Wind clan. Lin Xian frowned tightly. Could it be someone from the Light clan? Lin Xian felt that Guangming was the only one with such speed. Was it Guangming? An extremely terrifying radiance burst out from his eyes. Sure enough, the opponent's speed had increased more than 10 times than before. He could not see the opponent's figure at all. He could only let the attacks fall on Lin Xian. Lin Xian's divine body was fully activated. His physique was not weaker than Yu Wudao's saint body, so his defense was even stronger. Not only that, but he was also passively attacked. He formed a seal with his palms, and the Tai Chi was swept out by him. It rotated in the sky, and the black and white sword chi kept slashing down. At the same time, the heavenly secret divine eyes locked onto the opponent. Found you. Lin Xian suddenly exploded with speed and punched out. The man's hands condensed into a terrifying electric light. The two collided, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. Then, he quickly retreated and disappeared again. Who the hell are you? Lin Xian roared. He found that the opponent's speed was very fast, but it seemed to be a little slower than the real Guangming. If this person was not Guangming, then who was it? This person was too mysterious. First, he used a divine ability of the Wind clan, and now, he used a divine ability of the Light clan. Was there such a terrifying existence in the world? These two were both from the clan of the ancients. Could it be? He thought of the Z mansion. A person who knew 2 divine abilities of the clan of the ancients. In the world, perhaps only someone from the Z mansion could do it. Was someone from the Z mansion trying to kill him? Why? Was it because of his identity? One had to know that he was the one who had been sealed by the Hurricane Lily. He was the one who had been abandoned by the immortals. The Z mansion had the Hurricane Lily as a totem. It was very likely that they were the ones who had sealed him. Now, they might have discovered him and come to suppress him. But then he thought that was not right. If the Z mansion had discovered him, they would not have sent a Saint King. At least, it would have been the great sage. Thinking of this, he no longer hid. A terrifying aura burst out from his eyes. Then, his body moved like a dragon as he charged forward. He formed a seal with his palms, as if a god had descended. The human ruler's seal was full of momentum. The heaven and earth in front of him were instantly destroyed. The hazy figure was also shocked. It seemed that he did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. He quickly used his speed to dodge the attacks. He dodged the human ruler's seal. 9 human ruler's seals in a row shattered the heaven and earth. The figure seemed to be unable to resist. He tore the void and disappeared. "Where do you think you're going?" Lin Xian shouted coldly. He used the unparalleled sword and slashed down. The sword chi spanned over 1,000,000 miles, and the entire sky was sliced into 2. The surrounding saints and the martial artists below looked up. Who was fighting? What a terrifying sword chi. Was another top-level battle erupting? Let's go. Many people rose into the sky. The heaven and earth were filled with cracks. The figure had already disappeared. Lin Xian's face was cold. He had let the other party escape. At the same time, he felt that many people around him were flying over. Some of them were even investigating. "Get out of here!" he shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder, and the sword chi swept out in all directions. Some of the sword chi was even transmitted to the sky. The surrounding people wanted to get closer, but they were sent flying by the sword chi. Some people were so scared that their scalps went numb. "Run! It's too terrifying." They did not know who it was that was so terrifying. Was it one of the top figures who had entered the Z mansion before? Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he was ready to leave. He did not look good. After all, he might be targeted by the Z mansion. Not long after he left, there was a flash of light below. At the same time, a demonic beast rose into the sky. There were several figures standing on the demonic beast, and they flew toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned again. Were there more people coming? A fierce look appeared in his eyes. Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't attack again. Instead, he asked, "Who are you?" There was still a trace of vigilance in his eyes. In front of him, a divine eagle was flying quickly. There were 3 figures standing on it. Standing at the front was a woman in a thunder robe. She was holding a token and a picture scroll in her hand. She asked, "May I ask if you are Lin Xian, Mr. Lin?" Lin Xian was surprised. "Who are you? Someone knows me?" The woman in the green robe said with a smile, "Great, it's really you. Mr. Lin, my name is Lu Yu. We are from the Heavenly Thunder Palace. We are cooperating with the Mountain Sea Palace. This time, Elder Ruochen asked us to come and find you." Hearing this, Lin Xian was relieved. So that's why. As a beast tamer, the Mountain Sea Palace cooperated with many sections. The Heavenly Thunder Palace was one of them. And the Heavenly Thunder Palace was in Taiqing Ancient City. It must be Elder Ruochen and Elder Zhang who were worried about Lin Xian's safety. They asked the Heavenly Thunder Palace to take care of him. "Mr. Lin, please come back with me. We will definitely give you a welcome dinner," Lu Yu said with a smile. Lin Xian nodded. "Thank you." He had nowhere to go now anyway. He could go to the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Maybe he could ask them to help him find some information. Lin Xian stepped on the divine eagle. The divine eagle almost fell. Lu Yu and the others were shocked. What's going on? They were confused. Lin Xian came back to his senses and retracted the aura on his body. When he was fighting with the mysterious man, he still had a terrifying murderous intent and the power of the great dragon sword soul. The divine eagle couldn't bear it. Sure enough, when he withdrew his power, the divine eagle became quiet. Then the divine eagle spread its wings and flew. Lin Xian and Lu Yu left the sky and arrived at the Heavenly Thunder Palace. The Heavenly Thunder Palace was a big force in Taiqing Ancient City. Of course, it wasn't the top. The top forces in Taiqing Ancient City were the remote antiquity families. In addition, there were some great sects that could compete with the remote antiquity families. For example, the Violet Palace realm was one of them. There was also the Golden Crow race, an extremely terrifying ancient race that could also contend against them. These were the forces that had become the first tier. The Heavenly Thunder Palace belonged to the second tier. However, it was equally terrifying. After arriving, Lu Yu personally received Lin Xian and arranged a quiet courtyard for him. She also gave him some resources. This was all requested by Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, you should rest today. I'll come again tomorrow. Lu Yu left with her men. Lin Xian let out a breath of relief. He should be able to avoid the assassination of the Violet Palace Hall for now. Forming a seal with his palms, he slowly began to cultivate. The next day, Lu Yu came again. He brought Lin Xian to meet some elders and held a banquet to invite Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was recommended by the Mountain Sea Palace, so he was naturally valued. Of course, not everyone admired Lin Xian. For example, the younger generation. There were even some young saints who gritted their teeth at Lin Xian. Why should they treat this guy with respect? As geniuses, they were all arrogant and unruly. Now, Lin Xian was in the same generation as them, but they respected a young man like he was an elder. Those geniuses were naturally unwilling. However, in front of the elders, they didn't dare to show it. After returning, Lin Xian stayed here. He asked Lu Yu to help him gather information. Firstly, he wanted to inquire about the ancient heavenly court and see if there were any spirit herbs that could extend one's lifespan. Meanwhile, he continued to cultivate the heavenly secret divine eye. At this moment, he had already finished cultivating the 13th diagram of the heavenly secret diagram. His eye technique had become stronger than before. He was preparing to comprehend the 14th diagram of the heavenly court. The heavenly court. Lu Yu also did her best to help Lin Xian gather information. However, spirit herbs that could increase one's lifespan were too precious. She couldn't find any in a short time. However, she found another piece of news. Young Master Lin, there's news about the ancient heavenly court. As soon as this was said, Lin Xian was surprised. Oh, what news? Lu Yu said that there was a change in the ancient heavenly court. It seemed that something incredible had happened. A mysterious aura appeared, causing many people to be shocked. Indeed, there was no need for Lu Yu to gather information. At this moment, the news had already spread everywhere. The ancient heavenly court was in primordial ancient city. It was very dangerous there. Usually, only a few people were willing to take the risk to explore, but in the past few days, the number of people had suddenly increased. This was because a phenomenon of heaven and earth had appeared in the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, shocking everyone. In addition, the reactivation of the Purple Mansion was shocking. Everyone guessed that the ancient heavenly court hadn't been completely destroyed back then. Perhaps there was a possibility of it being reactivated. For a moment, the situation in primordial ancient city changed. Countless gazes gathered on the ancient heavenly court. All kinds of news were flying quickly. After Lin Xian received the news, he was also surprised. He had just investigated the ancient heavenly court, and such a terrifying change had already happened. It was really shocking. Not only the Heavenly Thunder Palace, but the other peerless sects and clan of the ancients were also investigating. Then, they were shocked. More and more powerhouses gathered there. At the same time, a figure appeared in the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. It was a mysterious person wearing a black robe, and his face could not be seen clearly. The aura on his body was incomparably terrifying. He floated there, looking at the ruins in front of him, and said in a low voice, "I'm finally back." A few streams of light streaked across the sky, and a powerful holy light aura suppressed everything as it descended. The black-robed person's figure flickered, turned into a black mist, and disappeared. In the next moment, a few sage kings arrived. None of them said if there was anyone here just now. Another old man smiled and said, "I've been too nervous recently, and my eyes must be playing tricks on me. How could there be anyone here?" The middle-aged man from before was worried and carefully investigated. Indeed, he did not find any aura. He shook his head, "Maybe I saw wrongly. Quickly go and investigate." These were all powerhouses of the peerless sections. At this moment, they were here to investigate the changes in the ancient heavenly court. On the other side, the Heavenly Thunder Palace was also discussing quickly. Liu came to look for Lin Xian. Young master, we've decided to go. Do you want to go together? After Lin Xian heard this, he also nodded. He had long wanted to go. It seemed that he had collected enough information. This time, Liu led the team, which gathered a few old men and young disciples. In addition to Lin Xian, there were not many teams, but they were all elites. Liu was also a genius of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. At this moment, the chariot they were riding was driven by demonic beasts, and it quickly rose into the sky. In the ruins of the Heavenly Court. Although it had been reduced to ruins, it was still very vast. Moreover, there were rumors that this was only a part of it. As a clan of the ancients and a peerless sect, there were independent spaces and secret realms inside. Therefore, although it looked small from the outside, it was very likely that there was a world inside. As an existence that surpassed the clan of the ancients, the Heavenly Court naturally had such a space world. Therefore, this time, after those powerhouses arrived, they wanted to break through the ruins to find the entrance to the space world. The ruins of the Heavenly Courts were bustling. There were people everywhere. Fortunately, the ruins were spacious. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to walk anymore. In the sky, 3 divine eagles pulled a few chariots and flew quickly. Thunder and Great Tao surrounded the chariots. They were from the Sky Thunder Palace. Lin Xian sat in the chariot with Liu beside him. The two of them were chatting. At this moment, another chariot flew over from another direction and blocked their path. What's going on? Liu frowned. The guard outside said, Princess, it's the 8th young master's chariot. The 8th young master is from the Sky Thunder Palace too. But why is he blocking the chariot? Liu frowned and walked out. Lei Ao, what are you trying to do? A tall man walked out from the opposite carriage. He was wearing a thunder battle armor that surrounded the 9 heavens. He smiled. Liu, are you still bringing that kid with you? Are you talking about Mr. Lin? Liu frowned. Lei Ao said that he was giving face to the Mountain Sea Palace by welcoming that kid. However, I won't give him face. Now that I've seen him, I'd like to see how powerful he is to be respected by all of you. I think he's just a good-for-nothing with no strength. Liu's face darkened. What does this have to do with you? If you don't want to see Mr. Lin, then go away. No one asked you to come. As for Mr. Lin, he's not someone you can touch. Lin Xian sat in the chariot and heard the commotion outside. He was unmoved. In these sects, it was common for geniuses to compete with each other. This Lei Ao was also a genius, but in front of him, he was nothing. He would not be a match for him at all. So, Lin Xian had no intention of going out. Outside, Lei Ao snorted. Did you see that? He's not coming out. Obviously, he doesn't dare to. You're definitely going to lose this time with him. Do you know that I've invited people from the Pill Cauldron sect? If we join forces, you won't be able to compete with us. The moment he said that, the surrounding guards gasped. The Pill Cauldron sect was a first-tier sect. They were much stronger than the Sky Thunder Palace. He did not expect Lei Ao to have the ability to befriend someone from Pill Cauldron sect. Lei Ao laughed out loud. Just wait for your failure. After saying that, he returned to the war chariot and quickly left. Liu humped coldly. What an arrogant fellow. Just ignore him. Let's continue. The group continued to fly. A day later, they descended. However, as soon as she landed, she heard the guard outside say, Princess, there is the 8th young master's chariot not far away. Liu furrowed her brows. This guy was really persistent. He snorted coldly and walked out. What was 8th brother trying to do? At the front, Lei Ao was no longer as arrogant as before. Instead, he was following beside a man respectfully. That man wore an alchemy robe, and behind him was a cauldron with a burning divine flame. They were from Pill Cauldron School. Huolian looked around. Lei Ao and a few other people had come because of the fame. This made him feel like he was in control of the world. Although he wasn't considered the best in the Pill Cauldron sect, he was like a god in front of these sections. At this moment, Liu came down and asked coldly, Lei Ao, what do you want? Lei Ao turned around and sneered coldly. Huolian turned around and looked at the other party. He was surprised. Who was this person? His eyes lit up. Hearing this, Lei Ao smiled and said, "This is a disciple of the Sky Thunder Palace. Her name is Lu Yu. I'll call her over now." After saying that, he turned around and said, "Lu Yu, greet Prince Huolian." Prince Huolian was from Pill Cauldron sect. Lu Yu was initially furious. However, when she saw the alchemy robe on Huolian, her expression changed. She quickly walked up and cupped her fists. "Greetings, Prince Huolian." She had no choice. The strength of Pill Cauldron sect was too terrifying. Huolian nodded and said, "Is Fairy Lu alone?" Lu Yu said that there was a friend in the war chariot who had not come down. Lei Ao frowned. It was that guy. That guy was too arrogant. He was still in the war chariot after seeing Prince Huolian. "I'll throw him over." Lei Ao, "Don't go overboard." Lu Yu frowned. Huolian smiled. "It's okay. Maybe he doesn't know what kind of existence Pill Cauldron sect is. Fairy Lu, it's so dangerous here. Why don't we travel together?" Lu Yu hesitated and wanted to reject. However, Lei Ao said, "What are you thinking? This is a great honor for you. Hurry up and agree. I think Fairy Lu will definitely not reject." Huolian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Suddenly, the surrounding aura became terrifying. The cultivation of a mid-stage Saint King spread out in all directions. Lu Yu felt immense pressure. She was only an early-stage Saint King. Although she was very close to the mid-stage Saint King, she couldn't cross that threshold. However, if she couldn't take that step, the gap between her and the other party would be like the difference between heaven and earth. "I know. I'll go and tell Prince Lin." Lu Yu nodded and went to the war chariot. "Prince, a few friends want to come with us," Lin Xian said. "All right." He also walked down. Huolian looked at the other party and then retracted his gaze. The other party's face was unfamiliar and he didn't feel any terrifying aura from him. Huolian had just come out of seclusion. Hence, he had only heard about the incident in the Purple Mansion and didn't see it with his own eyes. Hence, he didn't know Lin Xian. Otherwise, he wouldn't be standing there arrogantly. "Let's go." Huolian waved his hand and led the group away. During this period, they encountered many terrifying attacks. Huolian took out a furnace and suppressed the surroundings, blocking all dangers. Lei Ao said from the side. "Prince Huolian's strength is getting stronger." Lu Yu was also surprised. Huolian smiled. "It's nothing. Compared to my brother, I'm still lacking. My brother can follow Lord Xianxia to the Purple Mansion. I'm still lacking compared to him." "Oh right, my brother seems to be nearby. I'll bring you to see him." "Really? That's great." Lei Ao and the rest were overjoyed. Those who could follow Xianxia to the Purple Mansion were definitely the top geniuses of Pill Cauldron sect. If they could befriend such a person, they would definitely benefit immensely. Lin Xian was surprised. If he remembered correctly, Xianxia had entered the Violet Palace with him. There was a strong cultivator from the Pill Cauldron school named Xianxia. At that time, he sensed that the other party's flame aura was extremely terrifying. Moreover, he should be an alchemist from Pill Cauldron sect. An alchemist should know more about spiritual herbs than other sections. Perhaps he could find out about a spiritual herb that could extend one's life from him. Lin Xian decided that he would make a trip to Pill Cauldron sect after the matters in the Heavenly Court were over. At the same time, a huge battle was happening in front of him. There were a few people in pill robes standing there. Surrounding them was a group of men in black armor with cold expressions. They had smiles on their faces. The people in the red robes were probably from the Pill Cauldron school. The leader of the group had a pale face and was injured. "Damn it, Serene Cloud sect, you're too arrogant, Huiyuan, you can only blame yourself for being reckless. As long as you hand over what you just obtained, we'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll know what it means to live a life worse than death," the Serene Cloud sect's expert sneered. Huiyuan gritted his teeth and said, "Listen up, we'll escape later." The person beside him said. The pill cauldron sex experts nodded as well. Unparalleled flames erupted from their bodies. On the other side, Yulong walked out, his eyes emitting a biting cold radiance. You want to escape with just you? Attack. He waved his hand and the people around him moved quickly. A terrifying icy law swept through the 9 heavens. Not good, Hu Yuan roared and threw out a furnace to attack Yulong. At the same time, the others moved as well. The battle erupted again. Serene Cloud sect was a top existence that was not weaker than Pill Cauldron sect. Moreover, they had twice the number of people this time. Therefore, Hu Yuan and the others were in danger. Before long, their injuries became more serious. Hu Yuan was hit by a blade and retreated. One of his arms was missing. He gritted his teeth and reformed his arm. His expression was extremely ugly. A look of despair appeared in his eyes. Damn it, if only Jianchen was here. He could definitely sweep these people away. But it was a pity. On the other side, Hu Lian led the group and flew into the distance. She said, "My brother is just ahead." Not long after she said that, they saw a battle. Ahead. It was Pill Cauldron sect. Hu Lian's expression changed. The surrounding people were also shocked. Was someone attacking Pill Cauldron sect? Not good, that's my brother. Hu Lian's eyes instantly turned red. She realized that her brother was covered in blood. The situation was very strange. The people from Sky Thunder Palace were also terrified. Who dared to attack Pill Cauldron sect? Did they not want to live anymore? Hu Lian's eyes were red. He rushed forward and roared, "How dare you attack Pill Cauldron sect? Do you want to die?" His cold voice spread in all directions. The battle ahead stopped and many people looked over. The void around Hu Lian kept shattering. Feeling the cold killing intent, Hu Lian's scalp went numb. The people from Serene Cloud sect sneered. Just nice, I'll send you all to hell together. Yulong walked out, and the people from the Tranquil Cloud sect sneered as well. Hu Yuan's expression changed. It would be great if other people came to help. But Hu Lian, his trash of a younger brother, coming here would only be sending him to his death. Who allowed you to come? Hurry up and get lost. Hu Yuan roared. When Hu Lian discovered that it was the Tranquil Cloud sect, his complexion also became pale. The Pill Cauldron school wasn't any weaker than them. Moreover, the other side had twice the number of people. Even if he brought the people of the Sky Thunder Palace here, what use would it be? No, he had to retreat quickly and report this to the sect. He wanted to leave. The people of the Cloud sect had already surrounded them and sealed the world. Do you want to leave? Let's all go to hell together today. Hu Lian's expression turned ugly. Lei Ao and the rest were even more terrified. Lei Ao said, "It has nothing to do with me. I am from the Sky Thunder Palace. Let us go." He didn't want to die with them. Hu Lian was about to go crazy from anger. This guy had been so respectful before. Now that there was danger, he actually wanted to run for his life. Damn it. He gave a cold look, but Lei Ao ignored him. Now that these people were going to die, why would he be respectful? In front, Yulong sneered. Does the Sky Thunder Palace have the right to talk to me? Killing you is no different from killing an ant. Lei Meng was in despair. Lu Yan also snorted coldly. You have no backbone. You are not worthy of being a disciple of the Sky Thunder Palace. Lei Ao roared. You have backbone? Aren't you afraid of death? In front of survival, everything was nothing. He had already made up his mind. He would definitely kneel down and beg for mercy later. He would give up everything and even reveal some of the secrets of the Sky Thunder Palace. It was all to save his life. Everyone was in despair. Lu Yu and the rest felt that they had to fight for their lives. Hu Yuan was also in despair. Hu Lian was even more terrified. Although he didn't beg for mercy, he didn't dare to resist. At this moment, Hu Yuan was stunned. Because he saw a familiar figure in the Sky Thunder Palace. It was him. Hu Yuan was shocked and then overjoyed. If this person helped them, they would be saved. Young master, it's you. Young master, please help us. We are grateful. Huiyuan quickly bowed in the direction of the Sky Thunder Palace. His voice could be heard. The surrounding people were stunned. What's going on? Is Huiyuan asking the Sky Thunder Palace for help again? Yu Yin also sneered. I think you really are at death's door, turning into an idiot. The Sky Thunder Palace was no different from an ant in front of them. The people of the Sky Thunder Palace were also stunned. Lu Yuan and the rest were stunned. What's going on? Lei Ao was dumbfounded. He could save them? What kind of joke is this? He didn't want to die. In his opinion, this guy must be trying to shift the battle to them. Huolian couldn't understand. Was his brother so desperate that he couldn't think straight? However, at this moment, a calm voice could be heard. Do you know me? Hearing this, everyone turned around and stared at Lin Xian. Lu Yu and the rest were shocked. Lei Ao snorted. Kid, do you want to die? Who do you think you are? Do you think he is asking you for help? Huolian was also angry. This guy still wants to save his brother? What kind of joke is this? Dream on, the other party is probably an ant. However, what made them dumbfounded was that Huiyuan flew over and said respectfully, Yes, I know young master. When I followed Lord Xianxia to the Purple Palace, I met you once. What's going on? Everyone was stunned as if they had been struck by lightning. Is he really asking Lin Xian for help? Even the people of the Serene Cloud sect were stunned. Are these people crazy? Who is that unfamiliar young man? Huolian was stunned. Brother, you are asking an ant for help? He couldn't believe it either. Huiyuan was furious when he heard this. He slapped Huolian's face and sent his brother flying. How dare you call young Master Lin an ant? Kneel down now, Huolian cried. Brother, why did you hit me? Huiyuan said, Not only am I going to hit you, I'm going to kill you. Young Master Lin is a top genius, a supreme existence who entered the Purple Mansion with Lord Xianxia. How dare you offend such a person? Do you believe that I will cripple you now? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. This unfamiliar young man was an existence that wasn't inferior to Jiangchen. Lu Yu and the rest were shocked, while Lei Ao was shocked and dumbfounded. Huolian was trembling in fear. What's going on? With a loud bang, he knelt down. Young Master Lin, I was wrong. He was so scared that he couldn't speak. Huiyuan took a deep breath. My brother is too useless. I'll punish him and give young master a satisfactory answer. Young master, please save us. Pill Cauldron sect will be grateful. Yes, young master, please. Huolian kept saying. Then, he jumped up and pointed at Lei Ao. It's all because of this guy. He misled me. He grabbed Lei Ao and slapped him nonstop. Lei Ao's face turned into a pig's head. Huolian roared. You stupid thing. You almost made me offend young master. Die. Lei Ao's teeth were all knocked out. He regretted it now. He didn't know that Lin Fan was so powerful. So powerful that it was scary. He cried and said, I didn't know either. Please spare my life. Spare your life? Then who will spare my life? Huolian gritted his teeth. If he didn't give Lin Xian a satisfactory answer, he would be killed by his brother. So, he had to attack crazily. With one attack, he turned Lei Ao's arms into a bloody mist. At the same time, he kept attacking. Lei Ao's bones were all broken. He fell to the ground and begged for mercy. Please, spare my life. Huolian looked at Lin Xian. In the end, Lin Xian closed his eyes and rested. Huolian looked at his brother. Huiyuan said, Trash, get lost. He slapped his brother away. Huiyuan walked up. How dare you offend young Master Lin? Go to hell. He took out the cauldron and destroyed Lei Ao's body and soul. There were some Sky Thunder Palace experts beside Lei Ao. When they saw this, they roared crazily. Punishing Lei Ao and killing Lei Ao were two different concepts. If Lei Ao died, how were they going to explain it? These people's eyes were all red. Huiyuan said coldly, Why? Do you want to fight me? They lowered their heads and didn't dare to. Huiyuan snorted. Go back and tell your Sky Thunder Palace elders that I killed him. If you're unhappy, come and find me. Then, Huiyuan attacked Huolian. He beat Huolian up even worse than Lao. But there was no rain. After all, Shou was his younger brother. He asked if young master was satisfied. Huolian is also crying. He is afraid that his brother will die. Shou. Lin Xian felt that it was about time. He had already punished those who needed to be punished. As for the Pill Cauldron sect, he really needed them. Because he wanted to cooperate with the other party. So, he opened his eyes. Help you? It was not impossible. Hearing this, Huiyuan heaved a sigh of relief. That was great. Since the other party had said so, it meant that the other party had already decided to help them. Huolian's life was saved. He kept kowtowing, thanking the young master for sparing his life. Lin Xian glanced at the people in the distance and said. The Tranquil Cloud sect was an existence that was not weaker than the Pill Cauldron sect. Now that I've made a move, I'll be offending such a top-notch sect for no reason. It won't do me any good. Huiyuan took a deep breath and said, of course I know that. You've helped us and Pill Cauldron sect is extremely grateful. We'll definitely send you a generous gift. Seeing that Lin Xian did not say anything, Huiyuan gritted his teeth and took out an old pill from his storage ring. This is what I got from the ruins. It's also the reason why I'm being chased. There's half a pill in here. It should be left behind by the ancient heavenly court. Now, I'll give it to you. I swear on my life. Young master, save my life. I'll definitely thank you. My grandfather is a core elder. He'll definitely keep his word. Pill, Lin Xian was shocked. Was it left behind by the heavenly court? Did they still have it? On the other side, the people from the Tranquil Cloud sect who had been watching the show all this while also darkened when they saw the pill. The leader said coldly, Kid, you better think carefully. Taking the pill is going against us. You'll end up in a terrible state. Although Huiyuan said that Lin Xian had entered the Purple Palace before, who knew that he had not sensed any terrifying aura from Lin Xian. In his opinion, Huiyuan might be deliberately mystifying things. Hearing that, Lin Xian waved his hand and received the pill. He said, I hate it when people threaten me. So, I'll take care of this matter. I'll protect these people. He walked up. He looked at the people from the Tranquil Cloud sect. As for you guys, kneel on the ground obediently and kowtow. Maybe I'll spare your lives. Huiyuan heaved a sigh of relief. He saw hope. If Lin Xian were to make a move, he would definitely be able to sweep this matter clean. On the other side, the people from the Tranquil Cloud sect were enraged. You're courting death. Is he challenging us? Huiyuan snorted coldly. I want to see what kind of strength you have to take care of this matter. What, you want to resist? Since that's the case, I'm afraid you'll be in despair. Lin Xian stretched out his hand. A terrifying law spread out. His aura also spread out. The surrounding people were on guard. The person from the Tranquil Cloud sect was stunned. Early stage Saint King. I think water has entered your brain. Are you trying to scare me with an early stage Saint King? The people from the Pill Cauldron sect were also stunned. Lin Xian's cultivation was much weaker than theirs. Such a person was really qualified to enter the Purple Palace. However, Huiyuan's gaze was firm. So what if he's an early-stage Saint King? He had seen Lin Xian defeat a peerless expert like Jin Wuhao with his own eyes. It was not something that could be judged by cultivation. Yulung's face darkened. A black saber appeared in his hand and he walked forward. Go to hell. With a slash of the saber, heaven and earth were shattered. This saber made everyone feel despair. No wonder Huiyuan and the others were defeated. This Yulung was even more terrifying. Looking at this shocking saber, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. Instead, he charged forward. The surrounding people were stunned. Especially the people from the Tranquil Cloud sect. They sneered. Lin Xian dared to resist this black saber with his bare hands. One had to know that this was a top expert. Moreover, this saber was enough to split everything. Even a middle-stage Saint King would not dare to fight against it. How stupid. Yulung snorted when he saw this. In the next moment, he increased his speed. He turned into a black bolt of lightning and struck Lin Xian's body. An earth-shattering sound rang out. However, everyone was dumbfounded. This saber did not split Lin Xian's palm. There was not even a crack. Lin Xian's hand was like the palm of a god, sweeping across the air. Then, he grabbed the black saber. With a loud boom, the black saber was actually broken into two halves. What? The people from the Tranquil Cloud sect were dumbfounded. On the other hand, the people from the Pill Cauldron sect were also dumbfounded. What kind of power was this? His physique was too strong. Impossible? Yulong roared. It was as if he had seen the most terrifying thing. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at him. He said indifferently, I said that if you fight with me, you will regret it. No, Yulong quickly retreated. He no longer dared to underestimate the other party. The other party's strength was simply unimaginable. This was a peerless enemy that he did not dare to contend against. However, this palm enveloped heaven and earth, sealing off all his escape routes. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you, Yulong roared, the black laws on his body dancing non-stop. His bloodline and laws were burning as he punched towards the golden palm. This was the strongest attack that he could unleash. At least it could break the other party's seal. However, it was a pity that his strongest attack landed on the golden palm. It made a deafening sound, but it was unable to shake it in the slightest. The black fist shattered, and the golden palm fell. Yulong was beaten into a bloody mist. His soul flew out from the bloody mist, but it was pierced by Lin Xian's gaze. The golden flames burned the other party's soul to ashes. Dead. Everyone was stunned, their hearts filled with fear. That was Yulong, he was the existence that defeated Huiyuan. How terrifying was that, but now, with a single palm, with a single glance, his soul was destroyed. How powerful was the person in front of them? The people of Pill Cauldron sect were stunned. No wonder Huiyuan begged the other party so much. He was simply too powerful. The people of Sky Thunder Palace were even more shocked. The elders that Lei Ao brought were originally unconvinced. Now that they saw this scene, they were frightened and did not dare to have any thoughts of revenge. Was such a person someone they could contend against? The people of Serene Cloud sect were even more frightened. Their strongest leader had been killed in a single move. Were they still a match? In the next moment, someone walked out and said, Please forgive us, young master. We were wrong this time. Let's go. Lin Xian said coldly, Want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Since we're already enemies, I won't let the tiger return to the mountain. The Yulong he killed was a top genius. Would the Serene Cloud sect let it go after knowing? Since they had already become enemies, he would not show any mercy. On the other side, the people of Serene Cloud sect were enraged after hearing this. Damn it, you dare. Do you want to be enemies with our Serene Cloud sect? Attack together. The other people also roared crazily and quickly attacked. Someone took out a sacred weapon and charged toward Lin Xian. Someone unleashed a peerless divine ability. Between heaven and earth, it was incomparably terrifying. The surrounding people quickly retreated and looked ahead. With so many people attacking at the same time, no matter how strong a person was, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, it was a pity that Lin Xian shuttled through the sky full of mystiques and ultimate techniques, taking these attacks head-on. He took a leisurely stroll and did not use his full strength at all. He struck out with his palm and collided with the pagoda of his opponent. With a boom, the pagoda shattered into pieces. Boom, Lin Xian's gaze swept outwards and turned into two streaks of divine light. Three figures screamed miserably as their souls turned into nothingness and fell from the sky. It was so simple and easy. The experts of the Tranquil Cloud sect had all fallen in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He turned to look at Huiyuan and said, They have all died. You are all safe now. Remember what you promised me. Huiyuan was completely stunned. At this moment, when he heard this, he came back to his senses and took a deep breath. Don't worry, young master. I naturally won't forget. Is young master alone? Why don't we travel together? Huiyuan walked up and smiled respectfully. He knew that Lin Xian used to be with the Feng clan, but they seemed to have fallen out later. This was a good opportunity. Pill Cauldron sect would definitely be happy to rope in such a top expert. That's good too. Lin Xian nodded. He wanted to know more about Pill Cauldron sect. The group flew into the distance. Hui Yuan and the others quickly swallowed pills to recover from their injuries. Pill Cauldron sect had nothing but pills. Moreover, they were all top alchemists, so they recovered very quickly. Hui Yuan explained the situation to Lin Xian. Obviously, all the top sects and clans of the remote antiquity were here. They all wanted to explore the ruins. There was even a rumor that there was a mysterious space here that had not been destroyed. On the other side, dark clouds covered the sky. Countless figures stood on top of them. Suddenly, one of them frowned. With a wave of his hand, he took out a soul token. That soul token was already broken into two. Yulong had fallen, his eyes shone with a shocking light. At the same time, another elder beside him took out a soul token as well. This time, he took out even more. There were at least a dozen of them, and all of them were broken. Not good. I'm afraid one of our teams has fallen. When the others from Serene Cloud sect heard this, they were in an uproar. Who is it? The evil spirit's eyes shone with a terrifying light. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to lay their hands on Serene Cloud sect will definitely die. Lin Xian did not know that he had already been targeted by the evil spirit. But even if he knew, so what, there were some things that he was not afraid of. At this moment, they had already arrived at the ruins. Everywhere was broken. Moreover, it was extremely dangerous. Some of the broken swords and sabers could soar into the sky at any time, turning into unparalleled fighting power. Hui Yuan pointed to a place in the distance. That's where I got that pill from earlier on. I'm lucky. If we go further in, it'll be extremely dangerous. There are 7 broken swords, standing in 7 different directions. It's extremely terrifying. I even saw a middle-stage Sage King expert who wanted to go further. In the end, he was sliced into 2. When the surrounding people heard this, they all sucked in a cold breath. A broken sword from tens of thousands of years ago still had such power. How terrifying would these swords be when they were in perfect condition? At the very least, it had to be used by the great sage. What was the battle like back then? What kind of existence was it? Why did it destroy the heavenly court? Lin Xian was also curious. He said that he would go and take a look. His body flashed and he took the initiative. Hui Yuan and the rest quickly followed. Indeed, they encountered many attacks. Some were not even broken swords or sabers, but only some pieces of cheese fragments. But they were also quite terrifying. They saw a WU in front of them. Cheese fragments had already pierced through 2 Sage Kings. Therefore, they were on high alert. Next, they also encountered some attacks. These people attacked with all their might and moved forward carefully. Suddenly, the ground split open. It was a broken mirror. There was only a corner, but it was incomparably terrifying. Not good, Lu Yu and the others were enveloped. They felt that they were about to be torn apart. At this moment, a golden figure descended like a god and arrived in front of them. With a kick, he sent the fragment flying. This saved Lu Yu and the others' lives. Thank you, young Master Lin. Lu Yu heaved a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous. If it weren't for Lin Xian, they wouldn't have dared to come to such a place. The others also came and went. They didn't expect that there would be such a powerful person in this team. Lin Xian looked around and realized that people were dying from time to time. It was obvious that they couldn't stop these cheese attacks didn't matter. He didn't pay any attention to him. With a wave of his hand, he left. He led his people and flew forward. After leaving this place, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, the void in front of them split open. Not good. Hui Yuan and the rest felt chills down their spines. The power of the broken sword was too terrifying. Lin Xian struck out with the man-ruler seal, pushing the broken sword back. He frowned. The power of the broken sword was beyond his imagination. The broken sword floated in the air, emitting endless sword qi that swept across the area. Lu Yu, Hui Yuan, and the rest were grateful for young master's help. That attack was too dangerous. If not, they would have been injured or even killed. The broken sword was terrifying. Lu Yuan took a look at his surroundings and the broken sword. He then took a deep breath. This was one of the 7 top-grade broken swords. Who would have thought that they would encounter it? A broken sword was nothing. It could be suppressed. Lin Xian nodded. Although he could not break the broken sword, it was not a problem to suppress the seal. But at that moment, Huiyuan turned his head and looked into the distance. He cursed silently. Not good. They saw a black cloud flying towards them. At the same time, there were 3 broken swords behind the black cloud that were charging towards them. Everyone was in despair. Damn it, Serene Cloud Sect. Young Master, retreat. They could not defend against the 4 broken swords. But unfortunately, it was too late. The people of Serene Cloud Sect were already nearby. Their bodies gradually dissipated. I heard that you obtained a pill here. You were really lucky. But this time, you have used up your luck. Go to hell. A cold voice sounded. The 3 broken swords were already charging towards them. Huiyuan and the rest's faces darkened. It was too despicable. The 3 broken swords were charging towards them together. This was a scene of death. Retreat, the elders of the Heavenly Thunder Palace also roared. Lin Xian looked at Huiyuan and said, you should have no problem suppressing a broken sword with your men. Huiyuan nodded and said, if we go all out, there will be no problem. But there are still 3 more. Indeed, that was what he was most worried about. Lin Xian smiled and said, leave the rest to me. He walked out, his figure like a demon god. Lu Yu and the rest were stunned. Huiyuan said, Gongzi, this broken sword is terrifying. Don't take it head-on. Don't worry, leave it to me. Lin Xian soared into the sky, and at the same time, sent a palm strike towards the 3 broken swords, enveloping them. He brought them to a place far away. Huiyuan gritted his teeth. Young master, be careful. We have to suppress this broken sword with all our might. As he spoke, he waved his hand and led his men to attack quickly. Those from the Pill Cauldron School attacked while asking, Senior Brother Huiyuan, can that brat succeed? Huiyuan said. Show some respect to him. He saved our lives. And this time, he didn't mention any conditions and took the initiative to take away the 3 broken swords. This is our benefactor. We must call him Young Master Lin, understand? We cannot be ungrateful. Senior brother, you're right. We understand. The surrounding people quickly nodded as well. Huiyuan looked into the distance and said. He hoped that Yi Futian was fine. In front of him, the 3 broken swords let out a deafening sound as they tore the golden hand into pieces. Lin Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the 3 broken swords, his eyes emitting a biting cold light. It had to be said that the heavenly court back then was truly terrifying. The 3 broken swords were now like 3 peerless powerhouses, making him feel a sense of awe. The 3 broken swords separated and enveloped Lin Xian, emitting a terrifying light. Then, they turned into lightning and charged towards Lin Xian. Every attack was aimed at Lin Xian's vital points. Each of the 3 broken swords was extremely terrifying and indestructible. When they worked together, they were even more terrifying. They didn't look like 3 weapons at all, but 3 peerless powerhouses. Lin Xian waved his fist to fight back. At this moment, a broken sword appeared in front of him, breaking through his fist shadows and charging towards him. Lin Xian raised his hand to block, but was forced back. His entire arm was numb. It was really shocking. If it were any other time, he would definitely study it carefully. However, he couldn't do so now. There were powerhouses everywhere searching. Perhaps he would find something new at some point. Therefore, he decided to use some of his trump cards. He formed a seal with his palm. Mountain Embracing Seal. The primordial demon mountain tore through the void and charged down, pressing towards one of the broken swords and suppressing it. That sword emitted a terrifying light as it resisted. Endless patterns appeared on its body, interweaving with the great Tao, forming a sword shadow that slashed towards the primordial demon mountain. It was like a divine sword from the 9 heavens. A sonorous sound rang out, and the primordial demon mountain shook. Lin Xian roared. Suppress! On the surface of the primordial demon mountain, endless terrifying light erupted, completely suppressing one of the broken swords. The other two broken swords charged towards the primordial demon mountain. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the Taiji diagram appeared in his left hand, enveloping one of the broken swords. With his right hand, he directly attacked and grabbed it. That broken sword was like a giant dragon, crazily attacking. Lin Xian roared towards the sky, and the power of the Taiji diagram erupted, sealing it. The other sword was thrown to the ground by Lin Xian. Boom! Boundless sword light flew out from his palm and bombarded the broken sword. Then, it sealed the broken sword. On the other side, Huiyuan and the others also worked together to repel the broken sword. They flew quickly. Lu Yu was anxious, wondering how young Master Lin was doing. Huiyuan said, hoping that he was fine. With his strength, even if he couldn't suppress it, it wouldn't be a problem for him to leave safely. Suddenly, they stopped. Because they felt an extremely terrifying aura around them, as if an earth-shattering battle had happened here. Just this aura alone made Huiyuan and the others' hair stand on end. What was going on? Could it be that Lu Yu and the others didn't dare to imagine? But at this moment, a voice sounded from behind them. It seems that you guys have settled it too. Hearing this voice, Lu Yu suddenly turned her head, and her tears turned into laughter. Young Master Lin, you're fine. That's great. Huiyuan also walked over and said, our benefactor is mighty. At this moment, in front of them, a huge aura spread out, and then a terrifying power erupted. Not good, a peak grand sage was fighting again. Everyone was shocked and looked up. Many older generation figures had appeared, fighting between heaven and earth. They didn't know what they were fighting for. Lin Xian said, let's go. He took the lead and quickly flew into the distance. The battle there was extremely intense. He came nearby to watch. At this moment, between heaven and earth, a huge hand came down from the sky, sending everything flying. Those peak saint kings also retreated one after another. How terrifying. Everyone was dumbfounded. This power had completely surpassed that of a grand sage. The great sage had made his move, as expected. The great sage's figure appeared between heaven and earth, and all the grand sage retreated. The great sage's hand reached out and grabbed the ruins of the palace, as if he were searching for something. In the next moment, he took the broken palace and soared into the sky, wanting to leave. But at this moment, the storm in the sky directly enveloped the great sage's hand. Heavens, someone was attacking the great sage. Lu Yu and the others had just arrived when they saw the scene. They were so scared that they almost fainted. Huiyuan also took a deep breath. It was someone from the Wind tribe. That's right, the storm in the sky was the great sage of the Wind tribe. After the great sage of the Wind tribe, another person attacked. It was as if 100,000 suns had descended together. What a terrifying flame. It was the great sage of the Golden Crow tribe. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, another terrifying black cloud filled the air. The terrifying aura was incomparably cold. Everyone felt as if they had arrived in hell. Some people were terrified. The great sage of the Serene Cloud sect had arrived. For great sage joined the fight. Their terrifying power broke through the heavens and earth. At this moment, a roar sounded. A ray of light streaked across the sky. It was so fast that no one could see it. It was the great sage of the Light tribe. Are they here too? The great sage of the remote antiquity family had finally appeared. After the great sage of the Light clan, the great sage of the Sagely Heavens clan arrived with a sky full of sagely light. Everyone was horrified. The battle ahead was even more terrifying. In the sky, a divine cauldron appeared. Monstrous divine flames covered the entire area. It was the great sage of the Pill Cauldron sect, who had also arrived. The great sage of the top sects and remote antiquity families had arrived. The other sage kings had all retreated far away. Buzz. The entire void was shattered into pieces. Even the shattered ruins were reduced to rubble and scattered in all directions. Many of them flew towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden radiance. In the next moment, a sharp radiance burst out. He stretched out his hand and grabbed in front of him. Could it be that there was a treasure that had fallen? When the others saw this, they exclaimed. In an instant, more than 10 figures rushed towards Lin Xian. It seemed that they wanted to snatch the treasure too. At this moment, someone roared, "Get lost!" A golden claw appeared between the heavens and earth, tearing everything apart. More than 10 figures flew backwards. Their faces were filled with fear. Someone exclaimed. It was an expert of the Golden Crow tribe. Golden Crow had descended in a domineering manner and stretched out a huge golden hand to grab at the surrounding void. The surrounding void kept shattering. Everyone saw that there was only one thing that was intact. It was a fragment. There were many patterns on it, like a corner of a tortoise shell. There seemed to be something recorded on the ancient tortoise shell. Everyone was shocked. However, Golden Crow's appearance caused everyone to be afraid, and no one dared to step forward. This was a top-notch genius, an expert. He was afraid that the person who attacked earlier was going to be in trouble. Jin Wuhao snorted coldly. You think you're qualified to take this? Killing intent surged from its body. Lu Yu, Hui Yuan and the others quickly retreated. Lin Xian sneered. A loser like you still has the face to be arrogant in front of me. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched out, shattering all the light on his opponent's body. Lin Xian waved his hand and covered the tortoiseshell completely. How dare you? Another cold snort was heard, and a man in armor appeared in the sky. This person had an ice-cold power. Everyone was terrified. Was he here too? After the spirit arrived, it stared at Lin Xian and handed the item over. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Speak with your own ability. Golden swords burst out from his eyes and pierced forward. You want to contend against me with just you? A demonic sword flew out and swept in all directions. It met Lin Xian's gaze. Heaven and earth collapsed. Then, the spirit charged over. On the other side, Jin Wuhao attacked as well. It seemed that they both wanted to take the tortoise shell. Not good. Everyone was flabbergasted. Even though Lin Xian had displayed his prowess earlier on, but right now, it was Evil Spirit and Jin Wuhao who were working together. Could he fight against them? Hui Yuan was terrified. Then, he shouted, Great, the top genius of Pill Cauldron sect is here. Lord Jiangchen, please save him. Jiangchen was in the sky, and there were 4 fire dragons under his feet, bearing their fangs and claws. A cauldron floated in his hand as he stared at Lin Xian. Then, he asked coldly, Why did you save him? Hui Yuan said, He saved us previously. That's your problem. He might be holding a treasure from the heavenly court. Hand it over and I'll let him go. A cold voice rang out. Hui Yuan and the others' faces turned ugly. They did not expect Lord Jiangchen to attack Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. If you want the treasure, let's talk with your strength. With a roar, Xiaochen sent out 3 man-ruler seals, one after another. Then, 3 man-ruler seals charged towards the 3. You're courting death, Jin Wuhao was furious, and the spirit sneered. You want to challenge the 3 of us alone? You don't have the right to do so. Jiangchen said coldly with the cauldron in his hand. Since you saved the disciples of Pill Cauldron sect, I won't kill you, but I'll suppress you. The cauldron opened, and a torrent of fire rushed out, enveloping Lin Xian. Not good. Everyone was stunned. However, a sword light tore through the fire, and Lin Xian walked out. There's only one treasure. Who should I give it to? A tortoiseshell floated above his hand, and in the next moment, a golden light appeared in his eyes. He had already used an illusion. Indeed, with the tortoiseshell and the illusion, the 3 experts were no longer working together. Lin Xian charged forward. The 4 of them fought fiercely. This time, they were really fighting for themselves. The surrounding sages did not think much of it. They thought that everyone would fight for themselves when they saw the treasure. However, some of the older experts were shocked when they saw this. This was unusual. This young man must have used some kind of trick. It was too scary. After 300 moves, the spirit suddenly shouted, Damn it, how dare you use an illusion on me? The phantom of an evil sword appeared in his eyes, destroying everything. Jiangchen also roared, Unforgivable. Jing Wuhao roared, "Damn brat, how dare you sneak attack me?" The three of them were really angry. Had they unknowingly fallen for the opponent's illusion? Lin Xian laughed and grabbed the tortoiseshell again. "The three of you are just SOSO. As he spoke, he pushed his hands forward, and a Taiji diagram appeared. The Yin-Yang sword swept forward. The three of them roared furiously as they sent all the sword chi flying and charged over. This time, the three of them were working together and were prepared. They were probably in danger. Lin Xian sneered. So what if he was fighting the three of them alone? Come on. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he opened his hands. Endless sword chi erupted from his body. At that moment, he seemed to have transformed into a peerless god of war. He was extremely powerful. For a moment, the three of them could not take him down. That shocked everyone. At that moment, another cold snort sounded. A large golden hand enveloped them. Boom, the expressions of Jiang Chen and the others changed. The power was also terrifying. It was not weaker than theirs. In the next moment, they quickly retreated. With a boom, a large crack appeared in front of them. Following that, a man in purple walked over. The power on his body suppressed heaven and earth. Yi Wudao, Jing Wuhao snorted coldly. Are you going to interfere in our business? Lin Xian is my friend. You can fight one-on-one, but if you want to fight 3-on-1, you have to ask me first. Yi Wudao was extremely powerful. Lin Xian laughed. Wudao, you came at the right time. Let's work together to take him down. End of chapter. Are you looking down on us? The evil spirit gnashed its teeth, its expression ugly. Each and every one of them was a top genius, qualified to enter the Violet Palace realm. But now, the two of them wanted to fight against the three of them. Were they looking down on them? The three of them took a step forward, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Lin Xian and Yi Wudao were like two gods of war, fearless. At that moment, a sigh sounded. Another glamorous figure approached them. Wind Phoenix. She came to Yi Wudao's side with the power of wind. Although Lin Xian hadn't given her face last time, Yi Wudao was still her guest. Now that Yi Wudao had made a move, she couldn't just sit back and watch. The 6 powerhouses faced each other, their terrifying aura suppressing the 9 heavens. Roar! At that moment, the sky shattered, and a boundless aura pressed down. Everyone felt like their bodies were about to be torn apart. A furious roar sounded like a million claps of thunder. A man clad in armor, shining with the great Tao, stepped into the air with the power of the ocean. He walked over like a supreme emperor. He charged at the great sage. Heavens, the great sage has arrived. And his strength was too terrifying. Who was he? Countless sects were shocked. They couldn't tell which faction he belonged to. Buzz. A huge battle broke out in the sky. The mysterious man struck out with his palm, and the light around him turned into a heavenly blade that swept in all directions. Retreat! Lin Xian and the others narrowed their eyes. Although the other party wasn't targeting them, the aura he emitted was enough to threaten their lives. The great sage was too terrifying. The great sage and the sky gradually stopped fighting each other and attacked the ground. They tore the earth apart. The endless void shattered and the earth split apart. The terrifying scene was vast and everyone was stupefied. What were these great sages trying to do? A moment later, they saw that the attacks of the great sages were all bounced back. There was something under the ground. Everyone's eyes lit up. Even Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light as he looked over. The next moment, he sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying array formation. As expected, the ancient heavenly court still retained some mysterious space. There must be an inheritance left behind by the ancient heavenly court under this formation. Countless people's eyes turned red. They could only watch from afar. The great sage in front of them also took a deep breath and attacked aggressively. After a series of terrifying attacks, the great sage frowned. They realized that the array formation below them was too powerful. With their strength alone, they were unable to break it. From the looks of it, it was impossible to use brute force. The only way to enter was to break the formation. The great sage of the Light Clan did not give up. He transformed into an aurora and attacked again with extreme speed. The other great sage also joined forces and prepared to try again. At this rate, the formation would break apart sooner or later. The surrounding sages clenched their fists tightly. It was useless. Even if they fought for 100 years, they still wouldn't be able to open it. At this moment, a calm voice rang out. Hearing this, everyone turned to look. Who was it? Was he doubting the strength of the great sage? Lin Xian was also surprised and turned to look. In the next moment, he was stunned. Hearing this, Jin Wuhao sneered. How stupid. The strength of the great sage is not something you can imagine. Xianxia and the rest frowned as well. They saw a black-robed man walking over. The black aura around him was even stranger than the people of the Serene Cloud sect. They could not tell who the other party was. Lin Xian was stunned. This aura was too familiar. Wasn't this Xianxia? He was actually here. Old man, you still like to act mysterious. Lin Xian laughed. Yu Wudao was surprised. You know him? Lin Xian nodded. Old friend. Xianxia also turned his head. Kid, you've grown faster than I thought. You've come to Taiching Ancient City so quickly. Don't leave during this period of time. I'll give you a big gift. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. For Xianxia to call it a big gift, it must be extraordinary. Could it be related to the ancient heavenly court? Xianxia did not say anything. He smiled mysteriously and looked at Jin Wuhao. Don't use your eyes to judge this matter. Your understanding of the great sage is nothing more than that. They can't break this array. Indeed, half a day had passed. In front of them, hundreds of worlds were destroyed, but the array was still intact. Jin Wuhao and the rest's faces turned ugly. What level of array was this? It was too scary. Lin Xian was also surprised. He asked Xianxia, do you have a way? Xianxia laughed. I naturally have a way. Unless those great sage come and beg me, I might be able to help them. They're overestimating themselves. Jin Wuhao sneered. Who do you think you are? I haven't eaten golden crow meat in a long time. Kid, let me have a taste of 2 golden crows later. Xianxia looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, don't worry, I miss the taste of golden crow meat too. You're courting death, Jin Wuhao roared and charged over. Lin Xian sent out a palm strike, sending him flying backward. However, at that moment, 2 figures flashed past and charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian jumped in fright and hurriedly used Void Escape to dodge. Then, 2 golden crows appeared. They were 2 experts of the older generation. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. How dare you disrespect the Golden Crow tribe? You're courting death, the 2 elders charged at Lin Xian. How dare you? Yu Wudao roared and wanted to attack. However, the evil spirits blocked him. Don't meddle in other people's affairs. Xianxia looked at the scene and smiled. Do you need me to help you? Lin Xian said, don't worry. I don't care about these 2 old things. Don't you want to eat golden crow meat? I'll let you have a taste today. After saying that, he clapped his hands. A few black figures flew out from the demon beasts. Then, a terrifying roar shook the heavens and the earth. The ice fire swan rushed out and used the law of ice to sweep out. The Blackwater mystical snake charged out with the power of the Black Sea. It charged at the 2 elders. At the same time, another dozen demon beasts flew out. Lin Xian looked at Jin Wuhao and the other 2. Don't you like to bully others with numbers? Today, I'll let you know what it feels like to be attacked by a group. He waved his hand, and the dozen demon beasts all charged out. Damn it, Jin Wuhao roared and tried to use his bloodline to increase the pressure. However, it was useless. The demon beasts were all controlled and were not afraid at all. They charged over crazily and exploded in an instant. The surrounding people were stunned. Where did so many demon beasts come from? Even Feng Huang was stunned. Lin Xian had such a trick up his sleeve, Yu Wudao sneered. These people deserved it. Xianxia was shocked. This kid can control so many demon beasts. Is he a beast tamer? Golden Crow Hao, Evil Spirit, and Jiangchen roared in anger. Although they were top prodigies, these beasts were not afraid of death. Some of them even burned their bloodline and laws to fight them. How could they be a match for them? They did not want to waste their lives. Hence, they quickly retreated. Their faces were pale. No way, 3 top prodigies were defeated by a single person. The surrounding people were stunned. Golden Crow How gritted his teeth and his face darkened. That damned brat, borrowing the power of beasts was nothing. Lin Xian sneered. The 3 of you ganged up on me just now. What was that? Why, do you want to fight me one-on-one? I'll only use one hand. Golden Crow How did not dare to speak. He was no match for Lin Xian. He gritted his teeth, hoping that the 2 elders could kill these beasts. However, the elders were not in good condition either. The Icefire Swan had mastered the laws of ice and fire. The Blackwater Mystical Snake was a rare beast with terrifying strength. In the end, one of the elders was sent flying while spitting out blood. The other elder's body was torn apart. His body wanted to heal, but Black Mountain waved his hand and a black aura formed a large net that sealed half of his body. Great, I'll eat Golden Crow meat later. The elder was so angry that he vomited blood. He quickly escaped and his body reformed in another place. His face was extremely pale. They glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. As a senior, you can't even defeat a young man like me. What right do you have to stay here? The Golden Crow elder gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do with the powerful beasts guarding him. Golden Crow How, Evil Spirit, and Jiang Chen's faces were cold. The fact that they could not defeat Lin Xian together made them feel ashamed. Lin Xian looked at Black Mountain and asked, "Can't you break it?" Black Mountain shook his head. Now was not the time. They could not break it with their strength alone. They could only break it with a formation. Alright, since that was the case, Lin Xian did not plan to stay here any longer. He prepared to leave. Huiyuan walked up and said, "Young master, follow me back to Pill Cauldron sect." "I will definitely repay young master," Lin Xian said. "With Jiang Chen's attitude towards me, is there a need for me to go back?" Huiyuan gritted his teeth. He was him, and they were them. "You saved me, my grandfather is a core elder. If you go to Pill Cauldron school, you won't be in any danger." "I can swear on my life." Lin Xian nodded. "Alright, I'd like to see it for myself." After bidding farewell to He Shan, Yi Wudao, Lu Yun, and the others, Lin Xian and Huiyuan set off for Pill Cauldron School. The Pill Cauldron School was a top-notch school. More importantly, most of its members were alchemists. Some of them were even extremely powerful alchemists. After returning to the Pill Cauldron School, many people were surprised. They didn't expect Huiyuan to bring a guest. They were puzzled. Who was this person? Was he worthy of their attention? Huiyuan said that he was my savior. He brought Lin Xian to his residence and said, "Young Master Lin, please rest first. If you need anything, just let me know." Lin Xian nodded and set up an array formation to rest. He recovered some of his strength and adjusted himself to his peak state. Then, he took out a pill box. It was the pill box that Huiyuan gave him. The pill box was very old. After opening it, a pill fell out. It was only half of a pill, and it was already petrified. He wondered if it could still be used. Lin Xian frowned. He used his strength, but the pill didn't shatter. He was surprised. With his strength, even an ordinary sacred artifact would be shattered. But the pill didn't shatter. That really shocked him. Could this thing be used? He was very doubtful. He kept it. Then, he took out the 3 broken swords. He had sealed them and brought them back. Lin Xian felt that they were powerful weapons. He could use them when necessary. Lin Xian used his Tianji God Eyes to imprint his soul on them. Then, he kept them again. On the second day, Huiyuan came again. This time, he took out a storage ring and said, "Young master, thank you for saving my life. Here are some pills that I have collected. There are pills for healing, recovery, increasing strength, and even soul strengthening. Young master, if you need anything else, just let me know." Lin Xian took it and found that there were thousands of pills inside. He was really surprised. He said, "This is enough." "Oh right, there are some things that I hope you can help me find out." "Young master, please tell me when you need it." Lin Xian said, I want to find a spiritual medicine or pill that can prolong one's life. Do you know? Huiyuan was surprised. He said, there are such spiritual medicines, but they are very precious. Our Pill Cauldron sect has a lot of information about spiritual medicines. I'll do it right away. Okay. Lin Xian stayed here for the time being. After about 5 days, Huiyuan came again. This time, he brought a woman. He said, Young Master Lin, let me introduce you. This is my sister. The woman was wearing a red robe and the flame aura on her was extremely cold. The woman said, My name is Dan Feng. I have something to talk to you about. At this moment, the flame said, She is my sister. Although we are not related by blood, she grew up in our Pill Cauldron sect. She was raised by my grandfather, so we have a good relationship. She won't harm you. More importantly, Dan Feng was a top-notch genius. Her strength and talent in alchemy were not inferior to Jiang Chen's at all. Lin Xian was surprised to hear that. Pill Cauldron sect was hiding such a genius. He nodded slightly to show that he understood. Huiyuan smiled and said, Dan Feng, sister, I'll go out first. He turned and left. Lin Xian invited Dan Feng in and asked, Fairy Dan Feng, why are you looking for me? Dan Feng said, I'll get straight to the point. I heard that you got a pill from Huiyuan. You got it from the ruins of the Heavenly Court. Lin Xian said, That's right. I saved his life and he gave me the pill. Does Fairy Dan Feng want to take it back now? Dan Feng smiled. How can I take it back? I just want to ask if the pill has been petrified and can't be absorbed. Lin Xian was surprised. How did you know? On second thought, it might be Huiyuan who told her. After all, Huiyuan got it first. Actually, he didn't know that Huiyuan gave it to Lin Xian before he had the chance to examine it. Opposite him, Huiyuan's eyes flickered. I think you don't know how to absorb it. You even think it's a useless pill. Lin Xian said, That's right. Do you have a way? Dan Feng said, If you trust me, I can try. If I succeed, we have to absorb the power of the pill together. Do you agree? Lin Xian thought for a while and said, Sure. Although he knew alchemy, he couldn't do anything about the petrified pill. Alright, there's no time to lose. Let's get started. Dan Feng took it back and took out a furnace. There were 4 fire phoenixes circling the furnace. It was terrifying. Lin Xian was surprised. Then, he took out the petrified pill. The fire phoenix said, Give me some time, and I'll stay here for the time being. Then, she began to use her own method to crack the petrified pill. Lin Xian began to study the tortoiseshell when he had nothing to do. There were many great Tao talismans recorded on the tortoiseshell. It was extremely mysterious. He needed to understand and experience it well. Lin Xian had been studying it for the past few days. He felt as if he had entered a magical world. Then, he took a deep breath. It was incredible. Under his heavenly secret divine eye, he discovered that all the Tao patterns on the tortoiseshell were intertwined and finally formed an ancient character. Heavens, the Tao intent on it was so faint that it was almost invisible. It was obvious that after 10,000 years, it had almost disappeared. However, it still remained. Moreover, ordinary people couldn't detect it at all. If Lin Xian didn't have the heavenly secret divine eye, he probably wouldn't have been able to detect it. He had to use the power of reincarnation to detect it. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The power of reincarnation was related to the heavenly court. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and took out the 3 sealed broken swords again. He used the power of reincarnation of the heavenly secret eye to observe carefully. He discovered that there was indeed a great Tao on it. However, it wasn't complete. Could it be? Lin Xian said to Dan Feng. Then, he left Pill Cauldron sect and went to the ruins of the ancient heavenly court again. He suppressed the remaining 4 battle swords and brought them back. The 7 battle swords were connected together. Lin Xian finally discovered that the great Tao on it had also formed an ancient character. This was the Tao of the heavenly court. Lin Xian was too shocked. He went to search again, but found that there were only a few pieces of Wu. Apart from the 7 broken swords and the tortoiseshell, he didn't find a third one. These 7 broken swords and tortoiseshell must have been extraordinary back in the day. Lin Xian returned to the Pill Cauldron sect and continued to meditate. Although there were only 2 ancient characters, the Tao contained within them shocked Lin Xian. Lin Xian decided to comprehend the Heavenly Quartz Tao. Outside, in Grand Clarity Ancient City, news was flying everywhere. There was news about the ancient Heavenly Court every day, but none of it was good news. The great sage hadn't been able to take them down, so they could only go back and think of other ways. Countless people were also frantically exploring and fighting in the ruins. However, due to the great sage's repeated cooperation, the Peerless Array was activated and swept across the land. Many people were instantly killed, their bodies and souls destroyed. As a result, the ruins of the ancient Heavenly Court became even more dangerous than before. Those Wu the Chi fragment also seemed to have received a boost of power and became even more terrifying. None of this had anything to do with Lin Xian. Lin Xian had been meditating for the past 2 months. On the other side, the Red Phoenix Eye was trying her best to break the petrified pill. Finally, she succeeded. She said, "Young Master Lin, it's done." Lin Xian put away the broken sword and tortoiseshell, then walked out. As expected, there were countless cracks on the petrified pill, and power surged out. He and the Red Phoenix sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the half of the pill. This was actually a pill that increased soul power. Lin Xian was really happy. Once his soul became stronger, his Heavenly Secret Divine Eye would also become stronger. Using the Heavenly Secret Divine Eye to cast the power of reincarnation would allow him to comprehend the Heavenly Quartz Tao faster. On the other side, the Red Phoenix was also happy. She also needed a strong soul power to refine pills, so the 2 of them absorbed with all their might. After about 10 days, a terrifying soul storm surged out from the 2 of them. It swept out in all directions. At this moment, countless people were in an uproar. The people of the Pill Cauldron sect were shocked. What a terrifying soul power. Was someone about to break through? They all turned their heads to look. On the other side, Jiangchen also felt the soul power. It was too terrifying. There was someone in the younger generation who had such a soul. Who was it? Was it the Red Phoenix? Jiangchen's figure flashed, and he quickly walked over. Soon, he arrived in front of the mansion. This was Huiyuan's mansion. He was not surprised that the Red Phoenix Eye was here. After all, the Red Phoenix Eye was Huiyuan's sister. When he looked down with his soul, he frowned. He realized that the Red Phoenix Eye was not alone. There was another person sitting beside the Red Phoenix Eye. And it was not Huiyuan. Who was it? A cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. The Red Phoenix Eye was the top genius of the Pill Cauldron sect. Moreover, she was extremely beautiful. He had long regarded her as his. He would never allow anyone else to sit beside the Red Phoenix Eye. With the protection of the array, he could not see the other party's face clearly. He immediately snorted coldly. Jiangchen waited outside. He did not believe that the other party would not come out. Standing in the void, Jiangchen emitted a cold murderous intent that swept through the 9 heavens. The surrounding disciples who had rushed over were also extremely frightened. They all retreated. The soul storm in front of them lasted for a long time before it slowly disappeared. The Red Phoenix Eye and Lin Xian both opened their eyes. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. The Red Phoenix Eye was also happy. This time, her strength had increased a lot, especially her soul power. Lin Xian was the same. He felt that his Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes had become stronger than before. He had broken through the 14th Heavenly Secret Map. He thought that he could condense more reincarnation power. It was really an unexpected joy. However, in the next moment, when he felt the terrifying murderous intent outside, he frowned. The Red Phoenix Eye was the same. She snorted coldly and walked out. Looking at the figure in front of her, she frowned and said, "Jiangchen, are you releasing your murderous intent towards me? Why? Do you want to fight me? I don't mind fighting with you. Compete in martial arts or alchemy." The surrounding people exclaimed when they saw it. It was indeed the Red Phoenix Eye. Her strength had become stronger than before. Jiangchen's face darkened. Hearing the discussions around him, he snorted coldly. "Those who want to die can stay here." Those who don't want to die, scram, the terrifying murderous intent swept out in all directions. The surrounding people retreated in fear. Soon, there was no one left except for Lin Xian and the other two. Xianxia landed. He looked at the red phoenix eye and said, "I'm not targeting you. Why would I attack you?" After saying that, he looked at Lin Xian again. An extremely cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. "Kid, who asked you to come here? This is the Pill Cauldron sect." Previously, the three of them had failed to take down Lin Xian, causing him to lose face. Now that he saw Lin Xian again, he was naturally filled with murderous intent. The red phoenix snorted coldly. "Why can't he be here? Young Master Lin is my guest. Do you have a problem with that? How dare you speak up for him?" Xianxia was completely enraged. He really couldn't stand it. "Kid, stand out if you're a man. Do you think you can live with the red phoenix eye protecting you?" Lin Xian also laughed. "Why? Do you want to attack me? Last time, I didn't use all my strength and trump cards. Otherwise, do you think you could have survived?" Xianxia said coldly. "Now, hand over what you got obediently," Danfeng said. "This is my place." "Aren't you being too presumptuous, Xianxia? If you continue like this, I'll kick you out." Xianxia roared. "How can you treat me like this? Don't you understand my feelings for you? Also, this kid got what the ancient heavenly court left behind. Don't you want it? Everyone has their own fortuitous encounters. Since young Master Lin obtained the treasure, then it belongs to him. Naturally, I won't interfere. As for your feelings, I don't understand and I don't want to understand. Hurry up and leave. I don't welcome you." Xianxia was about to go crazy. A terrifying flame burst out from his eyes as he charged towards Lin Xian. This was the soul fire. Together with the overflowing divine fire, it was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The heaven's secret map in his eyes bloomed. Similarly, a soul sword flew out and blasted forward. An earth-shattering sound rang out. Xianxia felt a piercing pain in his eyes. He retreated and his expression turned even uglier. Damn it. The other party's soul power was so strong too, not weaker than him, damn it. With a roar, the heavenly fire burned. He was going to go all out and kill this kid. At this moment, Danfeng stepped out. The power of fire wind spread out from her body as she shouted. "Are you really going to attack? Don't blame me for being impolite, alright, just you wait." Xianxia roared and turned to leave. Seeing the other party's figure disappear, Danfeng sighed. "I'm sorry for offending him because of me," Lin Xian said. "It's fine. Even if it wasn't for you, I still had some conflicts with him. We fought in the heavenly court ruins before, so you don't have to feel guilty," Danfeng said. "I didn't expect your soul power to be so strong. Also, it seems like you've cultivated a special eye technique." Lin Xian nodded and smiled. "You should be a top-grade pill, right? Why don't we exchange pointers? You know how to refine pills too." Danfeng was even more surprised. Lin Xian said. "I know a little. I can't compare to a pill genius like you." "Alright, let's spar then." The pill phoenix was in high spirits. The two people started sparring in the following time. During this time, Huiyuan also came. Seeing that the two of them were so focused, he quickly left. He even ordered that no one should disturb him. Truth be told, when he had met Danfeng before, she had always had an ice-cold appearance. Even toward him, her younger brother, it was the same. It had been a long time since he had seen her smile. Now that she was with Lin Xian, she actually smiled every day. It was really surprising. It seemed that this young Master Lin would very likely become his brother-in-law. Thinking of this, he sighed. This was because Xianxia and Danfeng were known to all. Now that Lin Xian had arrived, it was likely that another storm would be stirred up. Lin Xian's place was quiet, but there were undercurrents surging outside. This was especially true for the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. They were extremely nervous. The eyes of the great sage turned red. They mobilized all their forces to study this array formation. There was even a great sage who personally came and stayed for a month or two without leaving. On this day, the array formation sent out a message inviting all the geniuses in the world. It seemed that the Purple Mansion was about to be fully opened. Countless people were in an uproar. Previously, the news of the Purple Mansion opening had already spread. However, at that time only Lin Xian and a few other top prodigies entered. The others were not qualified to enter. Now that all the geniuses in the world were invited, everyone was shocked. Countless people gathered again. They all set off for the Purple Mansion. On Pill Cauldron Sect's side, Xianxia received the news and quickly moved. He once again arrived outside Lin Xian's residence and spoke. Fire Phoenix walked out and said, "Are you going to make a move again?" Xianxia glanced at Lin Xian. He snorted coldly, "I'll give you face and won't make a move on you for the time being. I'm here today because of an important matter. The Purple Mansion has been reactivated, and it's going to be opened in the next few days. Let's make a move too." "It's opened again?" Lin Xian was also surprised. He frowned. He now knew that the totem of the Purple Mansion was the red spider lily. Moreover, there was a mysterious expert who attacked it. It was very likely that he was from the Purple Mansion. Lin Xian was wondering if he should go and take a look. Then, he sneered and went to see what the Purple Mansion was up to. Red Phoenix was also surprised. She had long heard of the Purple Mansion. She didn't have the chance last time, so she definitely wouldn't miss it this time. She looked at Lin Xian and smiled. "Young Master Lin, let's go together." Lin Xian nodded and said, "Okay." Xianxia was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he saw the two of them talking and laughing. Damn it, what's so good about this kid that he can stay by Red Phoenix's side? The Purple Mansion was incomparably mysterious. The scenery inside was magnificent, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered in one place. It was like a paradise on earth. At this moment, the Purple Mansion was extremely lively. Many people entered one after another. Of course, those who entered were all top geniuses and experts. The women in the Purple Mansion were like fairies, and the men were either like immortals, or they were like unparalleled emperors with supreme auras that made everyone look up to them. There weren't many people in the Purple Mansion, but every one of them was a top expert and expert. It was really shocking. It was no wonder that the Purple Mansion was above the clan of the ancients 70,000 years ago. This place truly made people linger on and forget to return. Yunfei arrived, bringing with him a natural and unrestrained manner, as if he was an immortal. A woman in a silver robe walked up. There was a crescent moon on her forehead, and she had a mysterious aura. She was called Yufian. She was one of the successors of the Purple Mansion Celestial Mountain. And this time, she seemed to be the host. Yufian walked up and smiled. "Young Master Yunfei, long time no see. Please come in." Yunfei also smiled. Yu Xianxia was more beautiful than before, and her aura was also stronger than before. As expected of a successor of the Purple Mansion. He smiled and walked in. Not long after, another person came. He had a holy aura, like an angel. He was Xingtian Su. When he arrived, he was respectfully invited in. Not long after, the sky was filled with golden light, as if a sun had descended. Golden Crow also came, with arrogance. The people around felt their scalps go numb. The divine island in the sky descended, and a woman walked out of the wind. Next to her was a purple figure, like the divine king. The arrival of the two made people look up to them. It was the princess of the Feng clan, Feng Huang. That person should be the successor of the Yi clan, the clan of the ancients. Yes, he was Yi Wudao, the legendary sacred body of the ancients. Yufian's lips curled into a smile. "Long time no see. Young Master Yi, please come in." Yi Wudao nodded and walked forward. The void split open and a figure appeared out of thin air. The surrounding people exclaimed in shock. That person was so fast. It was Guangming from the Light Clan. Guangming had arrived. He arrived with extreme speed and stared at Yi Wudao. It seemed like the fairies of the Purple Mansion were inferior to Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao's eyes also shone with a cold light. The Heavenly Emperor scripture was circulating in his body. Between them, the great Tao intertwined and the 9 heavens split open. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were shocked. Was there going to be another battle between the two of them? Previously, the two of them had fought once, but they were evenly matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Yu Fian walked over with a smile. The two of them were top figures. If they wanted to fight, there would be plenty of chances later. For now, please go in. Her voice was very pleasant to the ears. It was like the voice of the 9 heavens. It seemed to be able to calm one's soul. The surrounding atmosphere became more relaxed. Yu Wudao retracted his gaze and said. Guang Ming also smiled. I naturally have to give face to the fairy. Next, evil spirit also arrived. There were also some disciples from the great sects and even the ancient families. It could be said that this was a grand event. The Purple Mansion had even sent out disciples to properly entertain these people. Even the disciples of the other immortal mountains besides Yu Fian also came out. Each and every one of them was a peerless figure. They were like the 9 heavens maidens that everyone looked up to. Those people were all stunned. Evil Spirit, Xianxia, and the others took a deep breath and clenched their fists. Phoenix also turned her head, but she was stunned. She only saw the beautiful fairies, but she did not see the person who was like a supreme emperor. She was a bit disappointed. She did not know where that person went. Among the fairies, Xianxia was also there. At this moment, her aura and cultivation were much stronger than when she had just arrived at the buried Emperor Star. It was shocking that she could even reach Hu Yuan's level. One had to know that Xianxia had just joined the Purple Mansion not long ago. The Purple Mansion was incomparably mysterious. Of course, she was from the 9-tail fox clan and had a very powerful bloodline. At this moment, the corner of her mouth rose. Her smile shocked heaven and earth. Jin Wuhao's eyes lit up as he walked over. How should I address this fairy? He could sense that the other party also had a very powerful bloodline in him. Xianxia. What a good name. Would Fairy Qin accompany me for a drink? Golden Crowhow invited with a smile. In his opinion, the other party would definitely not refuse. This was because his strength and talent were both top-notch. Unfortunately, he guessed wrong this time. Xianxia smiled and shook her head. Even if he rejected her, it didn't seem to make her angry. The surrounding people were stunned. They were shocked. This was the first time someone had dared to reject Jin Wuhao. Jin Wuhao was also taken aback. A piercingly cold light flashed in his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he said with a smile. It seems that Fairy Qin is still not familiar with me. Don't worry, I'll let you have time to understand me in the future. One day, I think Fairy will be willing to drink wine with me. It was clear from his tone that Jin Wuhao was unwilling to accept this. The surrounding people were also discussing animatedly. Xianxia continued to smile and didn't say anything. Her gaze casually scanned the surroundings. Clearly, she was also searching for someone. When she didn't see that figure, she was a little disappointed. However, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Even if you work hard for 100 years, he won't agree. At that moment, a cold voice sounded. Countless people were in an uproar as they looked up at the sky. Jin Wuhao's expression also darkened. Who is it? Is he challenging me? With a cold shout, the surrounding sky collapsed and the earth cracked. At that moment, the void above cracked open, and flames that filled the sky turned into a divine furnace that descended from the sky. Everyone felt a scorching aura that seemed to be able to burn the 9 heavens. It seemed that the people from Pil Cauldron sect had arrived. Everyone was surprised. Could it be that Xianxia was challenging Jin Wuhao? Another 2 top-notch geniuses. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch. However, their expressions soon changed. That was because they realized that Xianxia wasn't alone. There were 2 extremely terrifying auras that were not weaker than Xianxia's. Some of them were even stronger. Another expert had arrived. Who was it? This time, even Yu Wudao, Feng Huang, Xianxia, and the others looked over. Jin Wuhao shouted coldly. Xianxia, are you challenging me? After Xianxia landed, he didn't say a word. His face was a little dark. At that moment, someone next to him spoke. It's not him, it's me. Are you unhappy? It's you. Jin Wuhao finally saw clearly that it was Lin Xian. His eyes instantly turned red. Despicable brat, how dare you come again? Jiang Chen had previously injured an elder of the Golden Crow tribe. He had even taken half of that elder's body and barbecued him. How could he tolerate that? He roared and wanted to attack. The Golden Crow flames that filled the sky quickly burned and condensed into a sun that charged over. It was so terrifying. It seemed that he was going to kill him as soon as he attacked. Had the hatred between the two sides reached such a level? Before Lin Xian could attack, Dan Feng waved her hand, and a fire phoenix flew out and swept through the sky. It blocked the sun. In the next moment, she shouted coldly. Were all the Golden Crows so arrogant? It was a woman who had blocked Jin Wuhao's attack. Who was she? Countless people were in an uproar. At that moment, the eyes of Light, Yun Fei, and the other top-notch experts burst out with piercing cold light and froze in place. Jin Wuhao was even more shocked. He looked forward. Who are you? When did Pill Cauldron Gate have a top-notch genius? My name is Dan Feng. I heard that your Golden Crow flames are very powerful. I would like to experience it. A terrifying fire phoenix surrounded Dan Feng's body. The others were surprised. Xing Tianzi asked directly, Jiang Chen, is this a genius of Pill Cauldron Gate? Jiang Chen nodded. Yes, Dan Feng is also a member of Pill Cauldron Gate. As soon as he said that, countless people exclaimed. Some were extremely shocked. Two top-notch geniuses had appeared in Pill Cauldron Gate? It was unbelievable. Even some of the peerless sects felt immense pressure. Even the clan of the ancients were discussing animatedly. She is Dan Feng. Feng Huang whispered. Obviously, she had heard of this name before. The corners of Light's mouth curled up into a smile. It was getting more and more interesting. Jin Wuhao's eyes were also shining. It seemed that there were quite a few geniuses today. Dan Feng was also a peerless beauty. The corners of his mouth curled up. It was easy for a fairy to spar with fire. After this gathering, why don't you come back with me? We can have a good spar. Dan Feng's face darkened. You want to invite me? Do you have the right? She raised her hand and shot out another fire phoenix. Terrifying flames covered the sky and earth. Jin Wuhao wanted to deal with it calmly, but after 3 moves, he was shocked. His opponent's strength was not inferior to his at all. If he was careless, he might even be at a disadvantage. How could he be in front of a woman? He had embarrassed himself in front of her. With a roar, he turned into a Golden Crow phantom and charged forward. Heaven and earth trembled. On the other side, the red phoenix formed a seal with both hands, forming a fire and wind seal that slammed forward. The two collided, and a deafening sound spread in all directions. Inside the Zifu, there was a mysterious formation that blocked all kinds of energy. Otherwise, some people would have been swept away by this energy and turned into a bloody mist. After the collision, the two retreated. The fire phoenix snorted. Do you still think you're qualified to invite me? Golden Crow's face was pale, and his hands were turning black. It was burned by the other party's flames. Damn it, the other party's fire phoenix was too terrifying. He didn't attack again. Lin Xian sneered when he saw this. You have the right to be arrogant. Do you really think you can dominate the world? I'm afraid you can't beat anyone here, damn it. You're courting death. Golden Crow roared. He was about to go crazy. Lin Xian sneered. Are you sure you want to fight me? Do you believe that I can suppress you with one hand? His body emitted a biting cold killing intent. Golden Crow gritted his teeth. Kid, you'll definitely die if you challenge the Golden Crow clan. After saying a few words, he walked back and didn't attack again. The surrounding people were stunned. Who was that person? Some people discussed. Someone said, I know him. He entered the purple mansion with Golden Crow and the others. He's very terrifying. I heard that he's a rogue cultivator. The surrounding people were stunned. Why was that guy with the people from the Pill Cauldron sect? Even the evil spirit furrowed its brows at this sight. A few months ago, he and Jiangchen joined forces to fight against the other party. Now, the other party was with Jiangchen. What's going on? He asked Jiangchen through voice transmission. Jiang Chen's face darkened, and he didn't respond. Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to what was going on. After greeting Leaf Dao Denier, he walked over to Xianxia and said a few words. Xianxia smiled after hearing that. Was this guy so familiar with the fairies of the Purple Mansion? The surrounding people were even more shocked. Golden Crow how gritted his teeth when he saw this scene. He went up and was rejected. Yet, the other party was still able to talk cheerfully. Was the gap between them really that big? He didn't believe it. At this moment, Yu Fian came out to smooth things over. The atmosphere eased again. At the same time, she said that everyone was here to reopen the Purple Mansion. She waved her hand gently, and the maids brought out exquisite dishes and spirit wine. Everyone started the banquet. Not long after, someone said, "We're all martial saints, it's boring to just drink and chat. Why don't we spar?" Many people were surprised, and some people's eyes flickered. At this time, experts from all over the world had gathered. Victory here could make one's name known throughout the world. This was a very good opportunity to gain fame. Yu Fian said with a smile. Our Violet Palace has just opened. Today is not a good day to fight. I have another idea. I wonder if everyone is willing. What? Yu Fian Jian Yu Fian, Fian Fifi Yu Fei and Yu Fei Zhu Yu if you can break the formation, then my Purple Mansion sect will give you a martial art of the ancient saints. Ancient saint martial arts, many people were astonished. They knew that the Purple Mansion was all-encompassing. It could be said that it had collected countless martial arts techniques. Now, the other party had actually proposed such a condition. What was so magical about that array formation? Some people couldn't wait any longer. Yu Xianzi, where is the array formation? Many people stood up. All of them wanted to obtain the ancient sage's martial arts. How could something from the Purple Mansion be weak? It might even be from tens of thousands of years ago. Lin Xian was also shocked. He didn't know what the Violet Palace was doing. Yu Fian said with a smile. It seems like everyone is very interested. Alright, everyone please follow me. She stood up and led everyone out of the hall, flying into the distance. Everyone followed suit. There was a valley in front of them, and the spiritual chi inside was extraordinary. Yu Fian landed in the valley, and everyone followed suit. They discovered that there was indeed the aura of a formation flickering in front of them, and there was already a figure waiting there. It was a man who was surrounded by gods and demons. He looked like a matchless emperor. Just looking at it would make one shudder involuntarily. Who was this person? Were they from the Z Mansion? It was actually so terrifying. Yunfei, Guang, and the others' eyes lit up. This person's strength was very strong. He was a peerless enemy. Feng Huang's body swayed, and a trace of shock appeared in her eyes. It was him. She hadn't expected that the person she wanted to meet would be here. Yi Wudao frowned, and Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Why was this guy here? Could it be that he had also joined the Z Mansion? He looked at Xianxia and asked in a low voice. Xianxia said, "You know him, Yao Guang? I didn't say anything wrong, right?" Xianxia nodded. That's right, he was Yao Guang, the successor of one of the 9 immortal mountains. He had joined the Z Mansion even earlier than me. The Yao Guang Holy Son was an incredible figure in the true spirit world. He was extremely mysterious. He was very strong, but no one knew what level he had reached. They only knew that he was at the peak. Later on, Lin Xian and the others had stepped into the ancient starry sky path. And this Yao Guang seemed to have remained in the true spirit world. When Lin Xian returned to the true spirit world from the ancient starry sky path, Yao Guang hadn't been at a disadvantage. He was still at the peak. Later on, Lin Xian and the others had come to the buried Emperor Star. Yao Guang had also come and joined the Z Mansion. It was truly shocking. Lin Xian looked at Yi Wudao. He saw that Yi Wudao was also frowning. Yao Guang's eyes flickered. He swept his gaze over everyone and naturally saw Lin Xian and Yi Wudao. He didn't seem surprised. It seemed that he had long since known of Lin Xian and Yi Wudao's existence. Yao Guang walked forward and smiled. Everyone, this is the formation our Z Mansion set up. I wonder if anyone can break it. Everyone was curious. Was this formation an offensive one? Or an illusion one? Someone asked. That's right. Why didn't you say what the formation was called? Yao Guang said that the formation was called the Nameless Formation. As for its effects and power, everyone will personally experience it after going up. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard that. This was no different from not saying anything. They became even more curious. Let me try it. Someone walked over. It was a large man with a powerful physique. He held a battle axe on his back and looked like a god of war. The entire mountain valley shook violently. He leapt forward, turning into a bolt of lightning as he charged into the formation. He grabbed the battle axe on his back. When the battle axe fell, it contained the power to split open the heavens. Boom, the formation flickered, and countless dazzling Dao runes smashed into the battle axe. The battle axe split open, and the large man was sent flying. There was a bloody hole in his shoulder, and his arms were completely crippled. Roar, he roared at the sky and rapidly retreated. Laws intertwined around his body, healing his wounds. At the same time, he was alarmed. This attack had not only seriously injured him, but his Wuqi had also shattered. Everyone was shocked. How could it be so powerful? This large man was a mid-sage king and could be considered an expert. But he hadn't even been able to block a single attack? Stupid thing, you can't break a formation with brute force. Don't you know that? A cold laugh rang out. The tower-like man roared. Who was it? His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. The figure behind him sneered. Facing the terrifying gaze, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he waved the token in his hand. The tower-like man's face turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and left. The one who spoke was someone from the ghost sect. They were a peerless sect that he didn't dare to provoke. Due to the loss of face he had suffered, he could only leave quickly. Of course, he didn't leave completely. Instead, he stood far away in a remote corner to watch. He wanted to see who could break such a terrifying formation. The others were also discussing. A few more people went up to try, but none of them succeeded. Regardless of whether it was using brute force, attacking, or using a formation to break the formation, they all failed. However, they lasted longer than the tower-like man. Could it be that no one succeeded? Many people were discussing. They now knew how terrifying the obscurity formation was. The people from the Purple Mansion were also nervous. Some of them were already sighing. From the looks of it, no one would be able to successfully break this array formation. That might not be the case. Light said coldly. You still haven't said what the ancient sage's martial art is. Otherwise, I don't think any of the top experts would make a move. That was indeed the case. Although there were more than 10 people going up to try, Light, Xing Tianmei, Yi Wudao, and the other top experts didn't make a move. They were all waiting. Yu Fian smiled. It seems that our Purple Mansion's bargaining chip isn't enough. Well, I'll let you know in advance. If you can break this formation, you'll get a divine ability. It's a martial art that was lost 30,000 years ago, the Great Desolate Heaven Hunter's Hand. It was created by the Great Sage, the sky-splitting Great Sage. Its power was boundless. When it was mastered, it could tear apart opponents of the same level. Later on, after Great Sage Hunting Heaven passed away, his martial arts disappeared. A crisp sound rang out. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The Great Desolate Heaven Hunter's Hand. It was actually a lost martial art. As expected of a Violet Palace disciple, he was actually able to take it out. How did he get it? Exclamations of surprise could be heard. Jiang Chen, Dan Feng, and the others' eyes lit up. Yun Fei, Yu Xia, and the others' eyes gleamed as well. It seemed like the Purple Mansion sect was really sincere. Even they were tempted by this martial art. Since it's a lost ancient saint martial art, I'll gladly accept it. Jin Wuhao walked over with large strides. I've broken your nameless formation. He walked toward the formation like a fiery god of war. Everyone's gaze was focused on him. The Z government's people were also looking forward to it. It seemed that the lost technique they had taken out had already been effective. A top-notch expert had come to break the formation. He wondered if they would succeed. As soon as Jin Wuhao walked into the formation, he could feel a terrifying power. He roared angrily, and the flames on his body soared into the sky. His wings turned into heavenly blades, and at the same time, his palms swept out in all directions. It seemed that he also wanted to use his tyrannical strength to tear apart the formation. The formation sensed the terrifying aura, and a light appeared on it, repelling everything. At the same time, a terrifying power rushed towards Jin Wuhao. How Jin Wu roared. The people who were watching from the outside were terrified. The formation was too powerful. Even Jin Wuhao was suppressed to a disadvantage. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he frowned. Why does this formation look so familiar? He was a formation master, and when he looked at the formation, he naturally would not look at the surface. He would look at the core content. Therefore, he could naturally see the power of this formation. He seemed to have seen it somewhere before. However, he could not say it out loud. He felt that it was very strange. It seemed that the Z government was indeed mysterious. This formation was definitely set up by the great sage, and there might be more than one great sage. It was impossible to break it with brute force. The sound in front of him shook the heavens. The formation contained a destructive power, but in the end, Jin Wuhao still retreated. His hair was disheveled, and he gritted his teeth. Damn it, what kind of formation is this? He slapped out again, but he was pushed back, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. He roared angrily and flew into the sky. He swore that he would break the formation, but in the end, he did not succeed at all. It made him lose face. He was so angry that he wanted to destroy the entire valley. Jin Wuhao's body emitted a terrifying light, and it formed into a sun, releasing an unparalleled power. Everyone in the valley was stunned. What did this guy want to do? Did he want to kill all of them? Run. Everyone retreated, and the Z government's people's faces changed. Jin Wuhao was too much. Yao Guang walked out and shouted coldly. This is not a place where you can be so presumptuous. Die, Jin Wuhao roared, and the golden sun descended. This was his full-strength attack. Yao Guang snorted, waved his hands, and a strange seal shot towards the sky. With a crack, the whole world was torn in half. The sun was instantly torn apart, and its power dissipated. Jin Wuhao kept retreating, and his face was pale. Damn it, his secret technique was instantly broken by the opponent. Yu Wudao's eyes shone brightly. Is this the great desolate heaven-splitting palm? Yao Guang nodded. The others were shocked. Is this the secret technique that was lost? It was too terrifying. One strike could tear everything apart. Do you still want to be arrogant? Yao Guang looked at Jin Wuhao. The other Z government's people also looked at him. Jin Wuhao's scalp went numb. Although he was a peak-level genius, this Yao Guang was not weaker than him, and this was the Z government's territory. There was definitely the great sage overseeing this place. So he snorted coldly and descended, and did not attack again. However, he still wanted to regain his face. Your formation is too terrifying. No one in the Saint King realm can break it. Are you lying to us? Indeed, Jin Wuhao's technique was flawless, and the others' chances of success were not high. Yu Fian walked over and smiled. Crown Prince, please calm down. This formation is indeed strange, and there are very few people who can break it. Even we do not have much hope. However, we still want to try and see if there is really a heaven-defying formation master who can break it. Jin Wuhao's expression eased a lot. Even the Z government only had a glimmer of hope, and it was not shameful for him to lose. The others were discussing. Xianxia looked at Danfeng and asked, "What do you think?" Danfeng shook his head. Do you want to concoct pills? We can break this kind of formation. Ordinary formations are no problem, but for a top-level formation like this, we can't break it with brute force. We are helpless. Jiangchen sighed. It seemed that they had no fate with the great desolate heaven-splitting palm. In addition, Feng Huang looked at Yu Wudao and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" He did not have much confidence. Although he had studied array formations before, this array formation was clearly too mysterious. Phoenix also sighed. Their Wind clan had collected array formations from ancient times until now. They had everything they needed. However, he was also at his wit's end. Guangming walked out. He wanted to use his extreme speed to break the array. Among all the supernatural powers in the world, only speed was invincible. Maybe he could really break it with his extreme speed. The people of the Purple Mansion were also looking forward to it. Guangming walked into the array and turned into an aurora. Even Yin Fei and the others couldn't see him clearly. Guangming was extremely fast. He dodged all the attacks, but he found that he still couldn't break the array. Even though the array couldn't hurt him, he couldn't break it completely. Damn it, what kind of array was this? Even his bloodline speed couldn't break it. Finally, he walked out, shaking his head and sighing. Everyone was in despair. Even Guangming was defeated, the others had no chance at all. It seemed that they couldn't get the great desolate heaven-splitting hand. That might not be the case. A voice rang out. Everyone turned their heads and looked over. Then, they were shocked. It was Lin Xian. Was this kid trying to break the array? Yes, it was Lin Xian. He looked forward, took a deep breath, and walked in. What was this kid doing? He couldn't break the array even with extreme speed. Who did he think he was? Xianxia snorted and said, "Young Master Lin is usually very steady. He won't do anything he isn't sure of. Besides, what right do you have to look down on him? You don't even dare to try." Dan Feng said coldly. Xianxia snorted. "I want to see how he's going to break the array." The people of the Purple Mansion were also watching. Yao Guang narrowed his eyes. A mysterious smile appeared on Yufian's face. They all looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian knew that if he did this, the people of the Purple Mansion would notice him again. They might even discover his true identity. However, the Purple Mansion was so mysterious and powerful. They even sent experts to attack him last time. Even if he was hiding, he might be discovered. If that was the case, why should he hide? He might as well stand out and break the array. If he was lucky, he might even get the ancient saint's secret technique. After walking into the array, Lin Xian could feel the uniqueness of the array. He himself was an expert in array formations, and his strength was extremely powerful. Thus, at this moment, he formed hand seals with his palms, and countless talismans flew out from his fingertips in all directions to break the seal. Lin Xian had learned the heaven-breaking formation before, so he could break most formations. However, that was not the case now. The heaven-crushing formation had lost its effect before the nameless formation. Lin Xian sensed the increasingly terrifying aura and rushed over. It was no wonder that Golden Crow and the others could not withstand it. Even Light was helpless. The power of the array formation was really too strong. He shouted coldly as he waved his hand. Countless great daos intertwined with each other to form a mysterious ancient character. This was the result of his recent comprehension of the heavenly quartz Dao. At this moment, he subconsciously used it. The heavenly quartz Dao permeated the surroundings. The array formation in front of them was quickly broken, and the surrounding attacks disappeared. Lin Xian was stunned. What's going on? Could the heavenly quartz Dao break the array formation? He was really too surprised. That shouldn't be the case. Even though the heavenly quartz Dao was incomparably mysterious, it definitely wasn't specialized in deciphering formations. What was going on? Could it be this array formation? Lin Xian had previously felt that this array formation was very familiar. Now that he carefully recalled it, he suddenly realized. In the ruins of the heavenly court, there was a peerless array formation that even the great sage could not break open. The power of that array formation was earth-shattering. This one was very similar. However, this one was a weakened version, and its power was countless times weaker. He did not recognize it for a moment. Now that the power of the heavenly quartz Dao was displayed, he finally remembered that this was definitely similar to the array formation of the ancient heavenly court. Lin Xian used the heavenly quartz Dao and did not continue to break the array formation. He frowned. It seemed that this array formation was set up by the great sage after studying the heavenly quartz array formation. Then, he invited the powerhouses of the world to break it to find inspiration to break the heavenly quartz array formation. If he could break it at this time, wouldn't he be helping the Purple Mansion? Thinking of this, he wanted to end it. However, on second thought, he was also extremely curious about the heavenly court. It was an unparalleled treasure trove. If he did not do it this time, it would be impossible for him to break it himself. Because the real heavenly quartz array formation was thousands of times stronger than this one. It had to be the great sage who did it. Lin Xian had an idea. It seemed that he had to show some of his strength. He had to let the clan of the ancients and the peerless sects pay attention. Then, he could use the power of the clan of the ancients to break the array formation. In this way, he would be able to obtain the items in the ancient heavenly court. It seemed that this was a very dangerous decision, but Lin Xian decided to take the risk. Wealth came from danger. He had to go all out. Lin Xian took a deep breath and condensed the heavenly quartz Tao again. The second ancient character appeared, and he quickly scanned the surroundings. The surrounding people were all waiting and discussing spiritedly. They weren't optimistic about Lin Xian's chances because Light, the Golden Crow, and the others had all tried and were helpless. Perhaps only a true great sage would be able to do that. Lin Xian was strong, but there was still a gap between him and the real great sage. How could this kid succeed? Xianxia sneered. Golden Crow How also snorted. Even he couldn't succeed, let alone Lin Xian. But all of a sudden, his face froze and his eyes widened. Xianxia's pupils constricted. This was impossible, he felt like he was dreaming. Dan Feng said, "The array formation has been broken." With a cry of surprise, the others raised their heads to look. They were dumbfounded. The array formation in front of them quickly cracked open. The people of the Purple Mansion were shocked. Could it be? They were all stunned. The array formation cracked open and a figure walked out. "You broke it." Yao Guang also exclaimed. Yu Fian walked up and observed carefully. She looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. "Young Master Lin, you really succeeded." "Not bad." Lin Xian nodded. "I was lucky to be able to decipher it." "Lucky?" Everyone had a strange expression. "Damn it, how could this guy be so lucky?" Jiangqin gritted his teeth. Golden Crow's face also darkened. The others were speechless. Was it really good luck? This was not something that could be explained by luck. Lin Xian ignored these people and looked at Yu Fian. He said, "Previously, you said that whoever breaks this array formation will be able to obtain the ancient sage's lost art. I wonder if you can fulfill your promise." The successors of the Immortal Mountains discussed among themselves. Yu Fian stood her ground and said, "Of course. Young master, please wait a moment. I'll go get it now." As she spoke, her figure flickered and she flew into the distance. The others were incomparably envious. This guy really did it and was going to obtain the lost art, the great desolate heaven-splitting hand. Previously, Yao Guang had shocked Golden Crow How with one strike. One could imagine how terrifying this lost art was. After a while, Yu Fian returned. It was an old man with a jade slip in his hand. He said, "You must be the young Master Lin who solved the array." As he spoke, he looked at the spirit formation. Wherever his gaze passed, a cold light appeared in his eyes. "He really solved it, that's right, I am." Lin Xian spoke again. The old man said, "Of course," and handed over the jade slip in his hand. What was recorded inside was the cultivation technique of the great desolate heaven-splitting hand. Lin Xian took it and found that it was very complicated. The great sage had recorded it with his soul. It was as vast as the sea. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. His heavenly secret godly eyes formed a light shadow and covered all the energy inside. In the next moment, he waved his hand and shattered the jade slip. Everyone was shocked. Did he finish reading it? The Purple Mansion people were also surprised. The great desolate sky-splitting hand was so complicated that it couldn't be read in 2 or 3 years. Had this brat really finished reading it? Or did he just shatter it? Young Master Lin? The old man was also surprised. Lin Xian said, "I finished reading it. To prevent others from stealing it, I destroyed it. I don't think you want more people to see it." Yu Fian and Yao Guang also frowned. What kind of soul was this? Even they couldn't do it, but this guy did it so easily. The old man also exclaimed, "Good, as expected of a young genius who can solve arrays. This is really an eye-opener. Young Master Lin, your talent is really admirable. I'm very curious. Why don't you stay in the Purple Mansion for a few days? I have some things to ask you. Of course, in return, the Purple Mansion won't mistreat you. Maybe we'll ask you. Another ancient saint martial art, the surrounding people gasped. Some of the geniuses' eyes turned red. Living in the Purple Mansion was something that they had dreamed of. There were so many martial arts in the Purple Mansion. If they could get one or two of them, they would benefit immensely. But now, this kid actually did it. How despicable. Jiang Chen, Jin Wuhao, and the others gritted their teeth. Lin Xian's heart was beating wildly. This old man wanted to trap him. He directly refused. No, thank you for your kindness, but I still have things to do, so I won't be staying in the Z Mansion. Furthermore, one divine ability is already enough for me to cultivate. I don't want anything else. With that, Lin Xian turned to leave. Young master, please wait. Yu Fian walked over and stopped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression darkened. What? You want to stop me by force? We just want to have a chat with you. Yu Fian also emitted a terrifying aura. As the successor of the Immortal Mountain, not only was she extremely beautiful, her strength was also top-notch. Is that so? I also want to experience the strength of a Purple Mansion successor. Is he really as terrifying as the legends say? Lin Xian's eyes blossomed with a terrifying aura, and a powerful soul pressure emerged. Everyone felt their souls being suppressed, as if they would be torn apart at any moment. How could this guy's soul be so terrifying? Yu Fian's expression also changed. She snorted and was about to attack. At this moment, the old man behind her said, "Okay, stop." Yu Fian was shocked and then said, "Yes, elder." She stepped back and stood respectfully to the side. The old man walked up and said, "Young Master Lin, we treat you with respect. I hope you can consider it carefully. Don't refuse. Otherwise." He didn't speak, but released an aura. The surrounding people became frightened. This was the aura of the great sage. This old man was actually the great sage. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Damn it, he hid so deeply that he didn't sense it before. The great sage came because he was afraid that he would resist and escape. What, you want to attack me? Facing the great sage, Lin Xian was strong to the end. His eyes were extremely firm. The great sage laughed, "I don't want to either. But young master, please don't do it." It was over. Everyone shook their heads. The great sage made a move. Even if they didn't want to stay, they had to stay here. Lin Xian laughed, "The Purple Mansion has a big appetite. Aren't you afraid that you can't take it all for yourself? What do you mean?" The great sage frowned. The others were also confused. Lin Xian sneered, "What, do you really think I don't know?" He pointed to the broken array in front of him and said, "Your array should be based on the peerless array in the Heavenly Court. Don't you want to get the method to crack the Heavenly Court? Now that I've cracked it, you want to suppress me and take the Heavenly Court for yourself?" As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were stunned. No way, there was such a thing, what a bunch of nonsense. The great sage's face darkened. The aura on his body was as deep as the sea, suppressing Lin Xian and forcing him to keep retreating. Lin Xian's face was pale. There was a strong sword intent on his body that seemed to be able to split everything. Golden light bloomed in his eyes. The eye of God fought against it. "You're courting death," the great sage roared. Lin Xian retreated again. He had the illusion of the great sage on his body, but he was still injured. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Lin Xian laughed, "What, are you angry? Do you want to kill me?" Lin Xian looked at Yi Wudao, Xianxia, and the others. "You're all top geniuses. Now think carefully. Isn't this array very similar to the peerless array in the ancient Heavenly Court?" Those geniuses began to recall and found that there were indeed some similarities. But the power was many times weaker. So they didn't notice it for a while. If it weren't for Lin Xian's reminder, they would still be in the dark. What a bunch of nonsense. The Purple Mansion Great Sage really wanted to attack. At this time, Yi Wudao said, "Why?" "I think so." "Yes, that's right." Xianxia also said. Guangming nodded. Even Jin Wuhao's face was cold. Although he wanted to kill Lin Xian, he knew that Lin Xian was right. Looking at the scene, Lin Xian laughed. What, do you still think that the Z Mansion sect can cover up the truth? Do you still want to monopolize this matter? So what if they know? The great sage said coldly. If I want to suppress you, do you think they can resist? You can try to touch him. Danfeng walked out and said coldly, this is my guest. If you touch him, you'll be making an enemy of the Danding sect. Lin Xian is my friend. If you touch him, you'll be going against me. Yu Wudao also walked out. The Z Mansion sect was silent. The others were also shocked. Danfeng, a new genius, might not be important enough. But Leaf Dao Denier was different. Yu Wudao's reputation had long been known. He had the sacred body of the ancients. When he grew up, he would be able to control the Yi family. That was the Arch family. No matter how strong the Z Mansion sect was, it had just reopened. It wasn't as grand as it was 70,000 years ago. So it was unwise to offend the two major forces now. If what young Master Lin said is true, then the Radiant Tribe will invite young Master Lin to be our guest. At this time, Guang Ming said in a deep voice. Xianxia nodded. That's right. The Sacred Heavens Tribe would also like to invite young Master Lin. The others were shocked. The great sage's face darkened. He knew that today's matter could no longer be concealed, so he could no longer make a move. Otherwise, the Z Mansion would have to face all the other top forces. After all, it seemed that Lin Xian's ability to decipher the array formation was the only key to unlocking the Heavenly Quartz array formation. It seemed that the Z Mansion had made a wise choice. Seeing them stop, Lin Xian sneered and said, "Thank you for your ancient saint's unique skill. I'll take it." Then he turned to leave. A stream of light flew over. Light said, "Mr. Lin, I want to invite you to the Light Clan." Xianxia also walked over and invited him. Lin Xian smiled, "Don't worry, I won't leave. I'll rest at the Danding school. 5 days later, you can come and invite me." After saying that, Lin Xian looked at Danfeng. Danfeng nodded, flew up, and disappeared in the air. The others also left and returned to their families and sections. After all, they had to inform the elders of such a big thing. Damn kid. After Lin Xian and the others left, the Z Mansion people's faces darkened, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. The great sage sneered, "This kid is a bit interesting. He dares to go against the Z Mansion. Should we kill him?" Yao Guang asked. The great sage said, "He's still useful. After breaking the ancient heavenly court, he'll die." The news of the ancient heavenly court array and Lin Xian breaking the array spread throughout Taiqing ancient city. The remote antiquity families and sects were shocked. The Z Mansion was really smart to think of such a way, and someone really could break the array. Where was Lin Xian? Quick, go and invite him over here. Countless eyes gathered on Lin Xian. The people of the Danding school were also shocked. Wasn't Lin Xian the person Hui Yuan brought back a few days ago? They didn't pay much attention to him before, but they didn't expect him to have such a method. Oh no, we might have neglected him before. Let's go and see. These elders joined forces and headed toward the mountain range. Dozens of elders came together, making Hui Yuan feel as if he was facing a great enemy. "Elder Zhang, did I do anything wrong?" He was about to cry. The elder's eyes lit up. "It has nothing to do with you. Where is young Master Lin?" Young Master Lin was inside researching pills with Danfeng. Hearing this, the elders all flew in. "We wish to see young Master Lin." When Lin Xian walked out, he was shocked as well. There were so many elders. "Seniors, please come in." Now that he was in Pill Cauldron School, he naturally had to be courteous to these elders. Those elders walked in and looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a peerless treasure, which made Lin Xian's heart turn cold. Danfeng also did not know whether to laugh or cry. "All right, elders, don't worry. Young Master Lin will definitely help us." After sending these elders away, she said, "Let's go, I'll take you to see my master." Danfeng's master was extremely extraordinary. He was a great sage. He was also a grand elder. When they arrived at the palace in the sky, Lin Xian felt a powerful flame aura. "Master, I'm here." Danfeng took the token and walked in. The surrounding flames kept flashing. Inside, an old man opened his eyes. Feng you're back. Then, he looked at Lin Xian and smiled. This should be young Master Lin, who has been in the limelight recently. Young geniuses are indeed extraordinary. Senior, you're too polite. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless facing the other party because this person's aura was too terrifying. He was even more terrifying than the great sage. Obviously, the other party was also an extremely powerful existence in the great sage realm. The great sage of alchemy fire asked Lin Xian about the array. Lin Xian said, there is indeed a way to break it, but he can't do it with his strength. When the time comes, he will join forces with a group of great sage. This matter was very important. The great sage of alchemy fire did not dare to be careless. Then, he called a few more people. 2 figures walked over. One was a mighty middle-aged man, the head of alchemy cauldron school. The other was equally terrifying, alchemy fire. The 3 great sage and Lin Xian discussed for a long time, then left. Previously, they had wanted to take Lin Xian alone to break the array, but the great sage of alchemy fire shook his head. The 3 great sage were indeed powerful. But alchemy cauldron school alone was not enough to take down the ancient heavenly court. If they tried to force their way in, they would be in danger of being wiped out. Therefore, it was better to join forces with the other ancient clans and peerless sections. Once the array was broken and they entered, it would be up to their own abilities. 5 days later, those people quickly arrived. The Light Clan was the first to arrive, but Lin Xian did not go to the Light Clan. Instead, he lost the Wind Clan. Because of Wind Phoenix and Leaf Dao Denier, Lin Xian had to give face to Leaf Dao Denier, even if he didn't want to. After arriving at the Wind Clan, Lin Xian sighed with emotion. The first time he came to the Wind Clan, he came with Leaf Dao Denier. At that time, it was also a grand occasion, but the main character was Leaf Dao Denier, so no one paid attention to him. In fact, they had even ignored him. But this time, it was different. This time, everyone was paying attention to him, and the elders personally came to welcome him. They seemed to treat him as a supreme emperor and invited him in respectfully. Moon Breeze and the others looked at this scene as if they were in a dream. When they found out that Lin Xian was just an itinerant cultivator, they directly ignored him. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would return not long after? Moreover, he was like a supreme emperor who had arrived in a domineering manner. Not to mention the younger generation, even the elders personally came to welcome him. Even the great sage came out. What kind of glory was this? If they had been nicer to him back then and not so arrogant, perhaps a single word from him would have been able to raise their status in the clan. Thinking of this, they were filled with regret. Sir Lin, please. The 2 great sage brought the elders and personally invited Lin Xian in. Lin Xian and the 2 great sage chatted and laughed. During this time, Moon Breeze personally came over with spirit tea and stayed by Lin Xian's side. After learning about Lin Xian, she had specially dressed up today. Some of the Wind Clan's disciples were stunned. But Lin Xian directly ignored them and treated them as air. Recently, he had been studying arrays and was a little tired. Lin Xian sighed. Moon Breeze saw this as an opportunity and immediately stood up and said with a smile, "Let me massage Sir's shoulders." Lin Xian turned back and said, "No need, let Wind Phoenix do it." Moon Breeze's hand stopped in midair, and her face became extremely ugly. Wind Phoenix's face darkened. Who was she? She was the top genius of the Wind Clan, now they wanted her to massage his shoulders? What a joke, her eyes could spit fire. However, the great sage of the Wind Clan laughed and said, "Phoenix, hurry up and massage Sir Lin's shoulders." Phoenix almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He really wanted her to massage him. She was extremely unwilling, but she knew that Lin Xian was not the same as before. Even the great sage had to ask him for help. "Princess Feng Huang, thank you." Lin Xian smiled. Seeing his smile, Feng Huang gritted her teeth and wanted to beat him to death. But she didn't dare to do it in the end. The surrounding disciples of the Feng clan were scared silly when they saw this scene. This was Feng Huang. No one in the younger generation could compare with her, but now she was treated as a maid by Lin Xian. It was truly unbelievable. Lin Xian nodded and praised while drinking the spiritual tea. Not bad, this technique was worthy of being a top genius. This time, even the two great sages' faces were a little dark. Why was this guy so annoying? They coughed. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Seniors, don't worry. We'll break the array together." Lin Xian left the Wind clan in the midst of these powerhouses' send-off. Then he went to the Light clan and the Holy Sky clan and received supreme treatment. Then Lin Xian returned to the Pill Cauldron sect. After returning, Hui Yuan walked up and said, "Mr. Lin, someone wants to see you." "Oh, who is it? Which clan of the ancients is it?" It was very normal for someone to want to see him these days. Hui Yuan said, "No, he said he's your old friend." "What does he look like?" "He's wearing a black robe and his face can't be seen clearly." "It's him." Lin Xian said, "Ask him to come over." Not long after, a black-robed man walked over. Lin Xian set up an array and isolated everything. Then he said, "Hey Shan, why are you here? There are legends about you outside. How can I not come?" "You're talking about the array." Lin Xian shrugged. Hey Shan said, "I think you're getting more and more arrogant. Do you know what kind of place the ancient heavenly court is? Now you want to join forces with so many clans of the ancients. If you succeed, will those people let you go? I'm afraid you'll be the first to be killed." "I know." Lin Xian nodded. "But what do I have to do?" "Because I need more power. I've found it. The mastermind behind the Red Spider Lily is the Z Mansion. That was an existence that surpassed the clans of the ancients. Once they find out who I am, they'll definitely hunt me down and kill me. With my current strength, I can't resist it. Therefore, I have to enter the ancient heavenly court now and see if there are any great fortunes." He Shan sighed after hearing that. He sighed. Initially, he did not want to drag you into this, but it seems like you are already in the game. Since that's the case, we can only join forces. With your current strength, you won't be able to break through the ancient heavenly court's formation even with their help. However, with me, you should be able to. You can break the array in the ruins. Lin Xian was shocked. Black Mountain said, "Actually, I had the same idea as you. I wanted to borrow the power of the remote antiquity families, but you did it before me. This was good too." Since the Purple Palace had appeared, it was time to restart the heavenly court. Lin Xian was puzzled. He stared at Black Mountain and asked, "What's your relationship with the heavenly court?" Black Mountain smiled mysteriously. "You will know when the time comes." The two began to plan in secret. For this, Lin Xian was fully prepared. He set up many arrays and even made a clone. He dripped some golden saint blood on the clone. The clone was so lifelike as if it were real. Except for Lin Xian, no one could tell it was real. Next, the people of the Golden Crow race also came to invite Lin Xian. Lin Xian refused directly. "Get out. I won't accept your invitation." The Golden Crow tribe went crazy. "Kid, do you want to die?" A strong cultivator stood between the sky and the earth. His powerful aura pressed down. The sky was full of flames that could burn the 9 heavens. It seemed that he wanted to suppress Lin Xian by force. The overwhelming Golden Crow phantoms turned into a golden heavenly steel and covered Lin Xian. The Golden Crow tribe sneered. "This should be enough." Boom, the Pill Cauldron School's people were shocked. Many people even began to call for Elder Zhang. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The 16 Golden Crow steels were broken, and Lin Xian walked out. He was a demon god. The great spear of destruction flew out with endless demonic energy. The next moment, the Golden Crow tribe's cultivator was pierced, and his blood dyed the 9 heavens red. Damn it! The other Golden Crows rushed up and wanted to attack. At this moment, the elders of Pill Cauldron School also walked out. "How dare you? Who gave you the courage to be so presumptuous in our school? Do you want to protect this kid?" The Golden Crow tribe was murderous. The elders of Pill Cauldron School snorted. "Young Master Lin is our distinguished guest. If you touch him, you will be going against our school. Believe it or not, none of you will be able to leave today." Damn it! The Golden Crow tribe was mad. They stared at Lin Xian and shouted coldly, "Kid, do you think you can be arrogant for the rest of your life with the support of Pill Cauldron School? Don't come out if you dare." Lin Xian laughed. "You dare to threaten me? Even if I leave Pill Cauldron School, do you dare to attack me? Only I can break the array of the Heavenly Court. Feng Clan, Light Clan, Holy Clan, which one of them doesn't want to protect me? Only your Golden Crow tribe doesn't know what's good for you. Offending me is offending these ancient families and sections. Do you think your Golden Crow tribe can fight against them? This kid has a special identity now. I'll hold it in for now." In the sky, the Golden Crow tribe wanted to leave. They swore that they would kill Lin Xian after the matter of the ancient Heavenly Court was over. "Haha, just you wait." The Golden Crow tribe soared into the sky and wanted to leave. Lin Xian snorted. "You want to leave now? Did I let you leave? Do you want to kill us?" The Golden Crow tribe turned around and shouted coldly. Lin Xian said, "Yes, you're right. Today, I'll send you to hell. Don't worry, even if all of you die, the Golden Crow tribe won't dare to attack me now. Let's see who dares to attack me." The Golden Crow tribe's strong man shouted angrily. The elders of the Danding School were also shocked. They wanted to persuade Lin Xian to just chase them away. There was no need to attack them. Show. The golden light in Lin Xian's eyes bloomed. One after another, demonic beasts flew out and covered the sky. There was even a three-eyed vermilion bird that swept across the land. The vermilion bird divine fire was really terrifying. The three-eyed vermilion bird was given to him by Xiaomu as his guardian beast. Together with the ice-fire swan, dark water mystical snake, and other demonic beasts, it was really terrifying. In the sky, there was a shocking battle. A pair of golden eyes swept across the land like the eyes of a god. He was controlling those demonic beasts. The Danding School's people were stunned. What kind of method was that? Controlling demonic beasts? Could it be that Lin Xian was a powerful beast tamer? Thinking of this, they were shocked. The Golden Crow tribe's people were very powerful. There were 3 late-stage sacred kings and 5 middle-stage sacred kings. But so what, the three-eyed vermilion bird was at the peak of the sacred king realm. At this moment, his powerful attack was enough to destroy everything. In the sky, the Golden Crow tribe's people were all turned into barbecued meat and fell. Xian put them away. As for those storage rings, he also put them away. Back. Lin Xian landed on the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had used up a lot of his soul spirit, it was still an earth-shattering experience. This was a soul spirit recovery elixir. Behind him, Dan Feng walked out and took out a bunch of elixirs. Lin Xian swallowed the elixir and quickly recovered his soul spirit. Then, Lin Xian did not go out again. He went into seclusion and started to wait. The other remote antiquity families and great sects had joined forces. Finally, they decided to attack together. Someone came to invite Lin Xian over. Lin Xian nodded and set off with the people of Pill Cauldron sect. When they arrived at the Heavenly Court ruins again, the place had changed drastically. The killing intent was even more terrifying than before. The desolate aura and broken walls could easily pierce through a sage. Countless people had come, and there were even quite a few great sages. "Young Master Lin, you're here." The people of Light Race went up to welcome him. The people of Holy Heaven's race smiled and said, "Young Master Lin, please." The people of Wind Race and Serene Cloud sect also came and invited Lin Xian in respectfully. When the people around saw this, they were in an uproar. For a young man to receive such treatment, there was probably no other person other than Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded and followed the crowd. There were a few great sage in front of him. They smiled and said, "Young Master Lin, you're here." After greeting the seniors, Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. He then said, "This time, I'm not the only one who's here. I brought an expert with me. He can be considered as half my master. My array formation was taught by him. This time, he will definitely be able to break the Heavenly Court's array formation." When he said this, the great sage's eyes lit up. "Really? Which expert is it?" Beside Lin Xian, a black-robed man walked out. "It's me. Countless gazes fell on Xian, trying to see through him. Xian stood there with his hands behind his back. No matter how they probed, he did not move. The great sage furrowed their brows as well. They couldn't see clearly. There seemed to be a layer of mist around the other party's body that blocked all probing. "How should I address you?" someone asked. "I am Black Mountain." "Taoist Black Mountain, young Master Lin, can we start now?" The great sage of the wind ray smiled. Lin Xian glanced at Xian and smiled. "You can begin now. I will first set up a formation with him. Everyone, take the corresponding positions in the formation. You can continue to attack with your strength god art." Next, everyone waited while Lin Xian and Xian began to set up the array. The 8 great sage fought in the 8 directions of the array formation. The other sages followed suit and stood in their respective positions. A terrifying formation was formed, incomparably vast. Of course, the key was still Lin Xian and the Black Mountain. The Black Mountain had his own special method, and Lin Xian could use the 2 ancient Tao of the heavenly quartz to crack it. As for the power of the great sage, it was also indispensable. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break through. "Begin." As Lin Xian gave the order, an earth-shattering sound was heard, and a monstrous aura spread out in all directions. The others all retreated to the outside of the ruins and waited. The ruins in front of them changed rapidly, and a terrifying murderous aura swept through the 9 heavens. Only the people inside the array formation could resist it. Otherwise, they would definitely die if they entered without permission. One had to admit that this peerless array formation was really too powerful. Even with such a lineup, with so many ancient families and peerless sects attacking together, it was still impossible to break through. It took half a month for it to open. In the past half a month, Lin Xian had taken countless pills and absorbed countless divine crystals. His strength had been exhausted many times. Fortunately, these ancient families and peerless sects had really taken out a lot of resources this time, so that he could recover instantly. In the process of breaking the array formation, his use and understanding of the heavenly quartz Tao had deepened. His strength had also improved. Finally, one day, a voice was heard, and the entire array formation slowly opened. "That's great," countless people exclaimed and looked into the distance. The great sage in front of them let out a loud roar. After half a month of hard work, they finally saw the results. The gate of the heavenly quartz had opened. What was inside? Everyone looked carefully and saw a passage in front of them, and below the passage was a spatial gate. Indeed, there was another space. They had guessed that this was just the surface of the ruins, and the core should be an independent space. Of course, this was just their guess. Now that they saw the spatial gate, all of their guesses were confirmed. Has it opened? Lin Xian's eyes were shining, as if he wanted to see through it. At this moment, the people of the Purple Mansion stood up and said, "Young Master Lin, be careful. This is left behind by the heavenly quartz, and there might be other dangers. Young Master, stay back." They joined forces and blocked Lin Xian's path. It seemed that they were protecting Lin Xian, but in fact, they were blocking Lin Xian's path. The others also began to move. There were a few great sages in front of them who were still standing there like gods and devils. The great sage of the Pill Cauldron sect said telepathically, "Young Master Lin, don't worry. Let's go in and take a look." Lin Xian nodded and didn't say anything. Black Mountain stood there and didn't seem to have any objections. Lin Xian was surprised. He knew Black Mountain well. He wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Under normal circumstances, if the great sage wanted to force their way in and rob the treasures, Black Mountain would have turned hostile. But now, he didn't. This meant that things weren't that simple. Perhaps there was something she didn't know. The great sage of the clan of the ancients in front of them joined forces and walked in. In the next moment, they entered the spatial gate. The spatial gate shone brightly, and the great sage's figure was completely covered. Then, it disappeared. What's going on? The surrounding people were shocked. The spatial gate had disappeared. How did they get in? Could it be that only the great sage could enter the space of the heavenly quartz? Everyone panicked. Lin Xian was also surprised. At this time, another spatial gate appeared in front of him. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. It looked very mysterious. They didn't know what it was, but as long as there was a spatial gate, they could enter that mysterious space. Then, the eyes of the others flashed. They were ready to move. Lin Xian's figure flashed. He wanted to go in as well. At this moment, the people of the Purple Mansion stopped him again. "What's the meaning of this?" The people of the Purple Mansion said. "Young master, let us scout the way for you." They waved their hands, and the people waiting in the distance flew over. This time, not only were there older experts, but there were also young geniuses. For example, Light, Yi Wudao, Feng Huang, Dan Feng, and the others were here. When Dan Feng saw this, his face darkened. Damn it! Were these people trying to go back on their words? Black Mountain said, "Kid, don't move. Let them go in first." The first two gates were spatial transmissions. They had already sent them to another world. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. Was this the Black Mountain's method? The great sage in front of him were transported away and left this world. This way, there would be less threats in the following fight. Thinking of this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He already saw that the Z Mansion and the others were already gathering another group of masters. These were all peak Saint King existences. They were all top masters of the older generation. These people became the second group. They entered the second space door and then disappeared. The rest also moved quickly. The third space door opened and these people all went in one after another. There were a few peak Saint Kings among them. Most of them were late-stage Saint King elders, and there were mid-stage and early-stage Saint King geniuses. These people all moved. The people from the Purple Mansion also left, but the people from the Golden Crow clan came over and stared at Lin Xian again. "Kid, it's impossible for you to go in. Your mission has been completed, so you can go to hell." Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. Those who were still outside were shocked. They didn't expect that the Golden Crow tribe people would want to kill him. Lin Xian's face darkened. "What, you want to fight?" In his eyes, there was a cold light. "Kid, you were very arrogant before. Do you really think no one dares to touch you? Before, I only asked you to break the array. Now that the Heavenly Quartz array has been broken, you have no value to live. Let's see who will protect you." Another Golden Crow powerhouse also walked up and said coldly, "You dared to kill the masters of the Golden Crow tribe. Today is the day you die." Everyone's scalp tingled. They didn't expect the Golden Crow tribe to really attack. At this time, Golden Crow How also walked out and said, "Everyone, don't talk nonsense with him. Just grab him. I'll go in and find the treasure first. After I find the treasure, I'll torture him. I want him to know the consequences of offending the Golden Crow tribe." Then, Golden Crow How laughed and turned around to leave. The Golden Crow tribe people all walked over and sneered, "Kid, tell us, how do you want to die?" Lin Xian snorted. "You Golden Crow tribe people are really looking for death. I wanted to let you live a little longer, but now, since you're going to die. Since you're here, I won't stand on ceremony." At this moment, another person walked up. They were from the Tranquil Cloud sect. "I can feel the blood of the Tranquil Cloud sect's disciples on your body. You must have killed my Tranquil Cloud sect's disciples before. Today, you won't be able to escape death." Similarly, a few experts from the Purple Mansion walked over. "Previously, you dared to challenge me, the great sage. Today is the day you die." The surrounding people went crazy. They had never thought that there would be three top forces that would make a move against Lin Xian. Among them, there were quite a few peak stage Saint Kings. This was practically a scene of certain death. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian coldly snorted. "Was everyone here? If you want to fight, then come. I'll take you on." After he finished speaking, he let out a furious roar. The divine flame on his body exploded and swept across the 9 heavens. A terrifying aura enveloped the area. At this time, he released the doppelganger that he had refined earlier. At this time, he used the void escape technique to hide. Together with Black Mountain, they quietly entered the space door in front of them. "You want to resist? Attack!" The experts from the Golden Crow tribe, the Tranquil Cloud sect, and the purple mansion roared and quickly moved. Their divine abilities covered the sky, completely covering the area. The doppelganger was instantly torn apart. Golden Saint blood fell from the sky. It really couldn't withstand a single blow. I didn't even use my strength and it's already dead, the evil spirit sneered. The eyes of the purple mansion's people flashed. The Golden Crow tribe coldly snorted. This is the result of daring to go against us. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, they quickly entered. The people outside were stunned. Lin Xian was dead? It was too unbelievable, such a terrifying array formation genius had fallen just like that? What a pity. Someone coldly sneered. He was too arrogant. He was a lone cultivator with no background. Yet, he had provoked so many ancient families and peerless sections. If he didn't die, it would be heaven-defying. Everyone thought that Lin Xian had fallen. However, they did not know that. The one that had fallen was only a doppelganger. Lin Xian had secretly entered long ago. After entering, Lin Xian realized that it was indeed an independent space. The aura and laws here were familiar to him. This was the Tao of the Heavenly Court. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. The Black Mountain had already disappeared. It was obvious that the spatial door could teleport people randomly. Thinking of this, his figure flashed and changed his aura. Endless demonic energy formed a battle armor and transformed into a demonic godlike figure. It seemed that the other ancient families and peerless sects had all separated. Since that was the case, they could not blame him for being impolite. The Golden Crow tribe, the Purple Mansion, and the Tranquil Cloud sect, he would not let any of them go. Thinking of this, his figure flashed and flew forward. He flew past countless forests. Suddenly, a palace appeared in the forest. The palace was different from the one outside. It was no longer in ruins. Instead, it was flowing with divine radiance. It was unusually mysterious. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was surprised. He descended. Not long after he landed, more people descended. 4 of them were Golden Crows and 1 of them was from the Tranquil Cloud sect. Seeing this, Lin Xian suddenly turned his head and stared at those people. He snorted and said, "Get over here and accept your death." The experts of the Golden Crow tribe and the Tranquil Cloud sect were stunned. They stared ahead. It seemed that the person's aura was very young. He was only an early-stage Saint King. What a reckless fool. Just based on you dare to contend against us? Looking at the other party's appearance, he was alone and his cultivation was so weak. He should be from an ordinary sect. Daring to fight against them was simply courting death. Kid, this temple is ours now. You, get lost. They stared at the palace in front of them. Their eyes shone brightly. Lin Xian said, "You are not qualified. I will make you Golden Crow tribe and Tranquil Cloud sect people despair." After that, demonic energy erupted from his body. He was like a peerless demon god. A black spear appeared in his hand and he attacked. Courting death. Let's kill him together. Don't waste time. These people attacked together. 5 middle-stage Saint King experts were prepared to kill the figure in front of them. After all, this palace did not look like an ordinary palace. They had to enter in advance. If they attracted other experts, it would be troublesome. Lin Xian's gaze swept across and stared at the expert from the Tranquil Cloud sect. The Great Destruction Spear flew out. Courting death, the expert from the Tranquil Cloud sect shouted coldly. His black palm was like a cloud that floated over. It enveloped the front, wanting to grab the black spear. With a clang, a sonorous sound rang out. But in the next moment, a roar sounded out. The black palm was instantly pierced through. The Great Destruction Spear carried the power to destroy everything. Not only did it pierce through the opponent's palm, it also tore his body apart. I said, "I will make you despair." As he spoke, he waved his arm. The Great Destruction Spear pierced through the opponent's soul and nailed him to the void. Was he dead? The other Golden Crow clan members were stunned. They did not expect that the other party could kill such an expert with one strike. Damn it, were the people of the Serene Cloud sect trash? The 4 of us joined hands. They belonged to the same ancient race, and their bloodline was incomparably powerful. Under their joint efforts, the Golden Crow fire was like four suns, constantly rotating. Lin Xian sneered. Were the Golden Crow clan members very strong? Today, I will refine you. The Great Destruction Spear attacked again. Black demonic chi pierced through the 9 heavens, enveloping the entire world. The 4 suns were also covered by demonic chi. The Golden Crow clan members felt the pressure. Not good. Why was this person so strong? This was a top prodigy, able to fight above his level. Attack with all your strength. The 4 of them roared. The leader was an old man. A golden long saber flew out from between his eyebrows, descending from the sky. Another person attacked with a golden pagoda. The other 2 formed a terrifying domain, enveloping heaven and earth. The 4 people's ultimate techniques and abilities were all used, but it was useless. Lin Xian held the Great Destruction Spear in his hand, sweeping across the area, killing intent soaring to the sky. The golden long saber was split in half, and the terrifying pagoda was shattered by a punch. The black spear turned into lightning, piercing through the 2 golden crows. Then, a terrifying light exploded. It tore the 2 golden crows into pieces. The remaining 2 were stunned. They turned and fled. What a joke, the other party was too strong. Even if they joined hands, they would not be able to defeat him. Now you want to escape? Didn't you want to kill me? Didn't you think I was useless? Lin Xian's figure flashed, tearing apart the void, blocking the other party's path. Damn it, who the hell are you? The 2 Golden Crow clan experts roared. Lin Xian recovered his true appearance and said. Who do you think I am? What? It's you. The 2 Golden Crow clan experts were scared out of their wits. Weren't you already dead? Previously, the 3 great sects attacked together, and the top forces killed the other party. It was impossible for the other party to still be alive. What was going on? Lin Xian sneered. Can't figure it out? Then go to hell to figure it out. The black spear attacked again. 2 roars sounded. Then, 2 bodies landed on the ground. Lin Xian waved his hand and collected the 5 storage rings. As for the rest of the people, they were all beaten into a bloody mist. After doing all that, Lin Xian sneered and walked into the divine palace before him. In the vast mountains outside, a few figures stopped. A young man and an old man. The old man frowned. I can sense the aura of our Golden Crow clan in the vicinity. It seems that they have fallen. That young man's expression also changed greatly. Who dares to touch us? The people of the Golden Crow clan, 7th Grandpa, let's go and take a look. The 2 of them quickly rose into the air and flew off into the distance. Finally, they saw a divine palace in front of them that was emitting divine light. There was blood in front of the temple. What a terrifying aura. Damn it, it's the aura of our Golden Crow clan, and there's more than one of them. Damn it. The old man roared. Golden Wole also said, 7th Grandpa, it must be our people who fought with the other party for the temple. Our people have fallen. The enemy must be inside. Let's go in. The old man directly charged in. Golden Wole followed behind. He was facing a great enemy. To be able to kill so many of their family's powerhouses, the other party must have a lot of people. There might even be more than 10 of them. He was worried. However, when he entered, he was stunned. There was only one figure in front of him, standing there with his back facing him. Who are you? Golden Wole asked coldly. Are you the one who killed the people of the Golden Crow clan? Lin Xian stood in front and ignored him. At this moment, his gaze fell on the front. There was a table in front of him. There were many things on it that seemed to be used for sacrifices. However, the rest had been turned into nothingness and were shattered. Only one of them was still intact. It was a spirit fruit. It was definitely not an ordinary item that could preserve its power for so many years. Golden Wole was furious when he saw that the other party ignored him. Kid, are you deaf? I'm asking you a question. 7th Grandpa waved his hand and said, shut up. He walked to the other side and went around Lin Xian. Finally, he saw the scene in front of him. When he saw the spirit fruit on the table in front of him, he cried out in surprise. It was a peach of immortality. What? Is there a treasure? Golden Wule also flew over. When he saw the spirit fruit, his eyes also turned red. It might have been left behind tens of thousands of years ago. It might be an elixir of immortality. If he ate one, he might be able to immediately become an immortal. At the very least, it could increase his strength and allow him to break through. Thinking of this, he impatiently stretched out his golden claws and clawed forward. In midair, a black palm blocked him and grabbed his sharp claws. Lin Xian turned his head and said coldly, "You want to snatch something from me? You don't know your limits." Lin Xian exerted force in his palm. A terrifying demonic aura turned into a millstone of death and broke the other party's claws. Golden Wule screamed and retreated. "Damn it! Seventh Grandpa, help me kill him. Die, Aunt." The seventh elder shouted angrily and quickly rushed forward. He was a late-stage sage king and was very powerful. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, he waved his hand and a black water mystical snake flew over, releasing a terrifying aura. Lin Xian looked at Golden Wule and laughed coldly. "You think you can do anything to me just because you have Elder Zhang? Today, I'll kill you in front of your elders. Let's see what you can do to me." As he spoke, he slapped his palm over. Golden Wule screamed and his body was torn into pieces. The seventh elder shouted angrily. "Damn it! Why are you going against us? Do you want to be enemies with the Golden Wule tribe?" Lin Xian laughed loudly. The demonic aura on his body dissipated and his true face was revealed. "If I don't attack you, will you let me go? Didn't you want to kill me?" When they saw Lin Xian's face, the two of them were shocked. "Damn it! You're still alive. Run!" The seventh elder roared and told Golden Wule to run while he charged towards Lin Xian. The black water mystical snake turned into lightning and blocked the Golden Wule elder. The black water mystical snake carried the power of the Black Sea and fought against the flames. Lin Xian looked at Golden Wule. "Do you think you can escape?" He dashed forward with extreme speed and grabbed the other party's head. The other party was frozen in place and couldn't use his strength at all. Lin Xian pulled back his hand and the other party's limbs were broken and turned into a bloody mist. Golden Wule roared crazily. The pain made him hover between life and death. Lin Xian said, "How far have we gone? I'll let you feel my soul attack." He turned into a soul world and let the other party's soul enter to suffer for 100 generations. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. Golden Wule's soul was tortured for countless years and died in despair. Lin Xian turned to the elder and sneered, "It's your turn now." "Damn it, you killed him." The seventh elder roared. That was one of his grandsons, and Qin Haodong killed him in front of him. And now, Qin Haodong wanted to kill him. He roared to the sky and forced the Blackwater mystical snake to retreat. "You have a demonic beast that can fight against me, but it's impossible for you to kill me. I'll go back now and use the power of my family to tear you to pieces." Qin Haodong was too terrifying. Qin Haodong didn't die even after facing such a terrifying attack. He had to tell his family to send more powerhouses to kill him. Lin Xian sneered. "Do you think I'll let you go? Also, who told you that I only have one demonic beast?" Golden light bloomed in his eyes and a pair of golden eyes formed above his head. Then, a figure flew out. The Icefire Swan released the terrifying power of ice and fire and attacked. The seventh elder's face turned ugly. He was also a late-stage Saint King. If the two demonic beasts wanted to kill him, he would definitely die. It looked like he was going to fight with his life. With a roar, he took out a pagoda. He charged toward the Peach of Immortality. It looked like he didn't want to give up on the treasure in the process of escaping. The Peach of Immortality was enveloped by the pagoda and rose into the air. Lin Xian sneered. "You don't know what's good for you. You're about to die, but you still want to fight for the treasure. How stupid." Suddenly, he was stunned. What's going on? Even the seventh elder was stunned. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him. The change in front of him was very shocking. The Peach of Immortality left the table and flew toward the pagoda. But it turned into ashes in the air and scattered on the ground. What's going on? The seventh elder of the Golden Crow tribe was stunned. He stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also stunned. The golden light in his eyes bloomed as he looked at the table. He smiled. I see. Looks like I've been fooled. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian grabbed the white jade plate containing the immortal peaches and pulled it over. The plate was engraved with endless great Tao. It was very mysterious. There was even a palm at the bottom of the plate. Lin Xian was shocked. She was indeed a treasure. It was no wonder that the other spiritual herbs had already been destroyed, and only the peach of immortality was still intact. It was because of this plate. As soon as the peach left the plate, it instantly turned into ashes. The Golden Crow elder also noticed this and roared, "Kid, give it to me." Lin Xian sneered. You're about to die, yet you still want treasures? Go to hell. He waved his hand and activated his eye technique. The Blackwater mystical snake and the Frostfire swan flew over. The Golden Crow elder roared angrily. The pagoda descended to resist the attack. Boom. Boom, his aura was shaken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He knew that he was no match for him, so he turned around and fled. Where are you going? Lin Xian rushed up and struck out with the Great Destruction Spear. It was like a sharp sword that slashed down. Courting death. The Golden Crow elder kicked out and collided with the Spear of Great Destruction in the air. Lin Xian's arm was numb from the shock. The Golden Crow elder was also shocked. Damn it, was this brat already able to contend with him? This was too heaven-defying, Lin Xian sneered. He activated his eye technique and continuously attacked the Golden Crow elder's soul. The Golden Crow elder was disdainful at first, but Lin Xian's soul power was too strong, especially after he had recently comprehended the 14th Heavenly Secrets Tao diagram. The power of reincarnation was unleashed by him, turning into a ray of reincarnation light. The Golden Crow elder's head cracked open, and his soul was injured. He roared and used the pagoda to protect his soul. Boom, the Frostfire swan shot out a sky full of ice, freezing him. The Blackwater mystical snake turned into a sharp sword and pierced his body. Under the attacks of the two beasts, the Golden Crow elder fell in the end. The old man turned into his true form and fell down, turning into a small golden mountain. Lin Xian took the old man's storage ring and kept the mountain-like corpse. He then searched the temple again. There was nothing else. It seemed that this was a place of worship. Lin Xian was not in a hurry to go out. Instead, he carefully looked at the white jade plate he had obtained. After studying it, he found that the most important thing was that the palm formed by the great Tao seemed to be able to hold up everything. This should be a terrifying divine ability. Lin Xian raised his palm and derived the great Tao on it. He had comprehended the heavenly quartz Tao before, forming two ancient characters. Therefore, his cultivation speed was extremely fast at this moment. In addition, the great dragon sword soul had the ability to evolve everything. Therefore, it did not take long for him to evolve it. He felt that his palm had become extraordinary. What kind of power was this? Lin Xian was surprised. He felt that this palm did not seem to be able to attack, but it had a special divine ability. He took out the Golden Crow elder's body from before and held it in his palm. Suddenly, a wave of power surged into the Golden Crow elder's body. There was a change. That enormous body actually turned into a drop of blood essence that floated above his palm. The pure power on it surprised Lin Xian. It seemed that the impurities had been removed. It was too magical. It must be related to the sacrifices of the heavenly court. Lin Xian was overjoyed as he put away the blood essence. At the same time, he was about to hand the plate to Little White. After Little White came out and saw the white jade plate, she was also delighted. She waved her claws and directly pulled the great Tao over. The white jade plate shattered. The palm that was propped up landed on top of the treasure bowl, making it seem even more mysterious. Lin Xian was surprised. What was this? Little White babbled. The hand of creation. Lin Xian looked forward again and sighed. He must have been worshipping something back then, but I don't know anymore. Little White said, I'm hungry. Let's go find treasures. Lin Xian smiled, you little imp. Then, he left this place. With the treasure bowl and the hand of creation, Little White guided Lin Xian all the way through the mountains and rivers and finally arrived in front of him. There were mountains in front of him. The tallest one was tens of thousands of feet tall, like a sharp sword. At the top, there was a vine with a gourd on it. It seemed that there was more than one gourd in the past, but it had been taken away by someone, leaving only the last purple gourd. The gourd was not big, but it was a creation of heaven and earth. The power it contained was shocking. Little White clapped her hands and smiled. "Hey, that thing suits me. You little guy, okay, I'll get it for you." Lin Xian smiled and walked forward. His appearance attracted the attention of countless people. In the next moment, everyone saw a man who looked like a demon walking over. Who was it? What a terrifying aura. Countless people looked over. But when they saw that Lin Xian was alone, they no longer paid attention. No matter how strong a person was, his ability was limited. Here, they relied on the strength of a group. In the sky ahead, the stars were bright, and the sun and moon alternated. The purple gourd on the mountain also shook. Endless purple light flew in all directions. Countless people became nervous when they saw the scene. Their eyes shone with a cold light. It seemed that the gourd had changed. They had to get it. Anything that grew in the heavenly court was definitely heaven-defying. Some of the desolate ancient families had already guessed the origin of the gourd because it had appeared tens of thousands of years ago. It was a green-skinned gourd. This purple-skinned gourd might have the same power. If it was really that kind of gourd, they had to get it. Heaven and earth shook. The gourd seemed to have become the center of the world, spreading out in all directions. The purple aura turned into purple sword light that pierced through heaven and earth. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. They were all ready to attack. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He turned his head and saw that the people from the top sects and families were all there. Other than that, there were some other experts. Although there weren't many people, none of them were weak. The surrounding people were also excited, but no one dared to act rashly. The aura made them feel fearful. After a while, someone finally couldn't take it anymore. He turned into a ray of cold light and rushed over. This person had a holy radiance that shone between heaven and earth. He was from the Sacred Heavens clan. After they arrived, they threw out the Sacred Heavens diagram and shrouded the purple gourd. Not good. Seeing this, the others exclaimed. A few more people rushed up. A storm gathered. It was the Wind clan. The Serene Cloud sect also attacked. They threw out a terrifying serene cloud palm and grabbed the purple gourd from another direction. Countless people were shocked. Could it be that the purple gourd was going to be obtained by these people? However, at this moment, on the vines, suddenly, purple flames appeared. It swept out. It shrouded them. Boom. Get lost, angry roars could be heard. Those experts roared and tried to counterattack. However, the purple flames were too terrifying. In an instant, their divine abilities were ignited and burned to ashes. A few figures fell from the sky. There were still flames dancing on their bodies. In the end, they turned into nothingness. How terrifying. Countless people were shocked. Weren't these vines too terrifying? However, the pupils of some experts shrank. No, it wasn't just the flames. There were other experts secretly attacking. Lin Xian frowned. He had indeed sensed an unusual aura. Golden light blossomed in his eyes. So that was how it was. Someone had indeed made a move in the dark. Who is it? Get out here, the experts of the Saint Heavens clan were enraged. The void near the towering mountain cracked open, and a purple figure appeared. A terrifying aura enveloped the 9 heavens like a purple mountain. The flames turned into a sea that swept out in all directions. The surrounding people quickly retreated. This person was really too scary, and he didn't seem to be a human. Was it a demonic beast? Countless people were shocked. Divine light blossomed from their eyes as they observed the sky full of flames. Lin Xian saw it immediately and was shocked. It was the purple Qilin. Everyone was shocked. This was actually a Qilin, a divine beast. Had he been living in the heavenly court all this time? If that was really the case, it would be too terrifying. No, I know this purple Qilin. It came from the outside. An old man from the Wind clan said through gritted teeth. The others heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. However, he was also incomparably shocked. Although he did not come from the Heavenly Court ruins, the Qilin race itself was incomparably powerful, and their bloodline was extremely strong. Even the Qilin cave was an emperor race that had produced a great emperor. This purple Qilin was very strong, and would be difficult to deal with. This saint has taken a fancy to this gourd. You humans better scram, or I'll let you all swallow it. A shocking roar accompanied by terrifying flames swept out in all directions. Some of the weaker Saint Kings felt that their bodies were about to melt. The bloodline flames were too powerful. You're too arrogant. Although you're a Qilin, which one of the people here isn't an ancient family or a peerless sect that isn't weaker than you want to take the purple gourd for yourself? I'm afraid you don't have the strength. The old man from the Wind clan shouted coldly. Is that so? Just with you guys? The purple Qilin was disdainful. He was a peak saint beast, and his strength was not something these people could imagine. Then what about us? The people from the Saint Heavens clan walked out. The people from the Light clan and the Serene Cloud sect also moved out. They were prepared to deal with the Qilin together. Only by killing it could they compete with each other and have a chance to obtain the purple gourd. Everyone, let's work together. The old man from the Wind clan shouted. He raised his hand and a wind blade swept out. Thousands of wind blades swept out towards the purple Qilin. Boom. The purple flames that filled the sky were split apart in an instant. Countless people were shocked. It was too terrifying. Even Xianxia was shocked. It seemed like he had to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. The attack of the old man from the Wind clan had thoroughly infuriated the Qilin. The purple Qilin roared crazily. A purple pillar of light rushed over. Attack. The people from the Light clan rushed over. They reached the purple Qilin with extreme speed and punched out. The purple Qilin's body shook, but it did not break through its defense. Instead, its tail swept over like a heavenly blade. The people from the Light clan quickly dodged. Buzz, the purple Qilin moved unhindered between the heavens and the earth. Its body continued to grow. In the end, it was even more terrifying than 100,000 zhang tall mountain. The mountain was not even as big as its feet. After displaying such a strong physique, it began to kill in all directions. The surrounding experts quickly attacked. There was no choice. If they did not defeat the purple Qilin, they would not even have the chance to get close. Run! Those who were prepared to watch fled in the next moment. The flames had already killed many people in the surroundings. They turned into nothingness in an instant. Not even their bones were left behind. How valiant was this? Perhaps only the experts could go up and fight in close combat. The others could only join forces and attack from afar. Xianxia kept dodging. From time to time, he would use the dragon sword to extinguish the surrounding flames. He was relatively far away, so the flames were not too powerful and could not threaten him. However, it was impossible for him to get close. The figure that shrouded the heavens and earth was like a god, blocking everyone's hope. However, the people who attacked were not weak either. The top experts of the clan of the ancients and the great sects were not a match for the purple Qilin in a one-on-one fight. However, at this moment, they attacked together. It was also extremely terrifying. Gradually, they suppressed the purple Qilin. Cracks began to appear on the purple Qilin's body. Purple blood dripped down. The Qilin was completely enraged. It attacked crazily. However, its injuries were getting worse. In the end, its body was burning with blood. It was only a matter of time before it died. Of course, he could escape. Xianxia stood in the distance and observed. At this moment, his lips curled up into a cold smile as he realized that the great sects had started to secretly attack each other. Although they were still hiding their strength, he knew that once the Qilin fell, these experts would start to fight again. This was the opportunity that he was looking for. Only in such a situation could he obtain the treasure. Suddenly, he frowned and activated his heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme. It was as if he could see through everything. In the next moment, he snorted. The Z-Mansion sect had many tricks up their sleeves. The most mysterious people present were the Z-Mansion sect. They had collected countless cultivation techniques and divine abilities. No one knew how many tricks they had up their sleeves. At this moment, the Z-Mansion sect seemed to have started to secretly attack while the other remote antiquity families had yet to react. However, none of this could escape Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian felt that it was about time to head out. Hence, his figure flashed as he dashed forward. At the same time, the purple-skinned gourd on the mountain became even more mysterious. The runes on it intertwined and it seemed to have been completed. The others sensed the change in the purple-skinned gourd and they were moved. There were also some hidden experts who rushed forward. They were like shadows and their speed was extremely fast. Boom, the battle ahead was still going on. All sorts of terrifying laws filled the air and the great Tao intertwined. The Qilin's body was already broken and it would not be able to hold on for long. It might even be killed. At this moment, the gigantic body of the Qilin quickly shrunk and turned into the size of a human. It then broke through the void and escaped. Did it leave? Countless experts stopped what they were doing and no longer attacked. This time, they had also suffered heavy losses. The number of people they had brought with them was not less than one person. However, the result was good. Their greatest enemy had left. Next, it was time for them to attack. Lin Xian frowned. It was earlier than he had expected. Xiaobai blinked her big eyes and said, "Oh, that Qilin did not run too far." It did not run too far? Lin Xian snorted. Could it be that the other party was also going to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? However, he didn't mind. If the other party had been like this from the start, perhaps it would have been fine. However, the other party had already been severely injured, and he did not have much strength left in him. If he dared to make a move now, he would only end up in a tragic state. Let's go. He used the void escape technique, tore open the void, and flew towards the high mountain. It didn't take long for him to reach the mountain range. He could already sense the aura of the purple-skinned gourd. The purple light above hit his body and made a clanging sound. It was obvious that the purple-skinned gourd was an incredible treasure. He had to be careful. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to make a move. However, at this moment, another voice came from behind him. "Brat, you think you don't have the qualifications to seize it? Get lost." A cold voice sounded out. Lin Xian turned around and discovered a few shadowy figures. They were the people of the Tranquil Cloud sect. These figures. Emitting a cold killing intent, he stared at him. Lin Xian sneered and raised his hand to strike. Demonic chi covered the area, turning into a demonic disc. It rushed over, as if it could destroy everything in the world. Courting death. 3 silhouettes rushed forward. They attacked together. Serene cloud palm, dark shadow arrow. Monstrous laws swept out, as if they could pierce through everything. Clanging sounds rang out, and a great battle broke out. The faces of the 3 Tranquil Cloud sect experts changed. They discovered that the 3 of them couldn't take down the other party. Instead, each of them was shaken to the point that their chi and blood were in turmoil. Lin Xian sneered. Within the pitch-black demonic chi, a shocking gaze swept across. The souls of the 3 were injured. Originally, when the 3 of them worked together, their cooperation was strong. However, at this moment, their souls were attacked, and they were even affected by the illusion technique. The 3 of them worked together to break down. Lin Xian came to a place. He stepped forward and with a palm, he shattered the other party's body. Little White also grabbed the other person and knocked him out. After that, Lin Xian took out great destruction and pierced through the 2 of them. The 3 Tranquil Cloud sect experts fell. When the people who rushed over saw this scene, their pupils shrank. So strong, these 3 experts were all in the middle stage of the Saint King realm and were extremely powerful existences. They were almost late Saint Kings. But in the hands of the other party, they were killed in an instant like vegetables. This demon Dao expert was too scary. The other party was clearly an early Saint King, but he had such strength. Damn it, seeing this, the evil spirit's face turned cold. The other party dared to kill the people of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Damn it, he changed his body and wanted to rush over. But at this moment, a golden light flashed past, and a middle-aged man from the Golden Crow tribe attacked him. The evil spirit roared. He could only fight with the other party, and he didn't have the mood to care about anything else. The current situation was extremely shocking. Everyone was fighting, and there seemed to be endless danger. The young geniuses were also facing the assassination of the older generation experts. Even Lin Xian was attacked once again, and there were 5 experts surrounding him. Lin Xian dodged quickly, and the demonic chi on his body surged to the sky, fighting back. At this moment, another figure landed. Since this is the case, the item is mine. An expert from the light race tore open the void and flew forward. This was a woman from the light race, and she seemed to be from the younger generation as well. Although she wasn't from the light race, she was equally terrifying. Her speed was extremely fast, and she flew past everything, arriving beside the purple gourd. Not good. Many people exclaimed. To think that the light race had such a hidden genius. The woman's lips curled, and a golden net appeared around her body, about to trap the other party. But at this moment, she was sent flying as though she was struck by lightning. What was going on? The people from the light race were shocked, and so were the others. Who was it? Who could hit the light race expert? It must be the light race. They were too careless. From the void, a figure walked out. It was a skeleton, and there was no aura on it. The faces of the people from the light race were terrible. Damn it, it was a puppet. No wonder their geniuses couldn't sense it. The skeleton was secretly controlled by someone, and it sent the light race genius flying with a palm strike, while the other palm formed an endless seal that trapped the purple gourd. The purple gourd shot out a bright light that pierced through the 9 heavens. Countless cracks appeared on the skeleton palm, and it was even pierced through. However, it was just a puppet, and it didn't fear anything. It only knew how to carry out orders. Even though it was riddled with holes, it still grabbed the purple gourd, tore open the void, and disappeared. Damn it, who was it? The people from the clan of the ancients went crazy. Until now, they still didn't know who was secretly controlling it. That's great. The people from the Z government were smiling. But very quickly, their facial expressions became ice-cold again. They also pretended to be anxious. They couldn't let others know that they were the ones who did it. They controlled the white bones and flew away. When the people here weren't paying attention, they would meet up again. Lin Xian snorted when he saw this scene. Others couldn't find it, but his Tianji divine eyes could. In the next moment, he shouted coldly. Do you think we don't know that the Purple Mansion sect is secretly doing something? What? The surrounding people were in an uproar. Did the Purple Mansion sect do it? They all turned their heads to look. The people from the Purple Mansion sect had ugly expressions. Who dares to challenge us? Lin Xian sneered. Only the people from the Purple Mansion sect had endless divine abilities. It wasn't difficult for them to control the white bones. If they didn't make a move, he would really get the item. Lin Xian's voice was erratic, and no one knew who it was that had spoken. However, everyone was sure that it was the Purple Mansion sect who did it. The people from the Purple Mansion sect snorted and retreated quickly. The others surrounded the white bones. Did they want to leave? The atmosphere was getting more and more tense. Some people even attacked. Lin Xian sneered when he saw the scene. His body flickered and he used the void escape technique to fly quickly in the air. He arrived in front of the white bones. Lin Xian struck out with his palm and hit the white bone. The white bone shook, but it didn't break. In fact, its toughness was beyond his expectations. Damn it, someone is attacking. The people from the Purple Mansion sect roared. Hurry up and chase after him. The item was stolen. The others also snorted. Don't try to trick us. However, there were also some people who flew into the air. Indeed, they saw a white bone being beaten out of the void. Who is it? They all turned their heads to look. The people from the Purple Mansion sect roared. It was useless. They quickly controlled the white bones to leave. The white bones were very strange. No matter how strong the attack was, it couldn't be opened. They were confident. The others flew into the air and attacked the white bones. Lin Xian's face sank when he saw this. Is it hard? Let's see if your defense is strong or my attack is strong. He summoned the great dragon sword soul, held it with both hands, and slashed out. Heaven and earth were split into two, and the white bone claw was chopped down. Lin Xian quickly left with the claw. Within the palm was the purple-skinned gourd. How was this possible? The faces of the people from the purple government palace behind them became ugly. Their smiles froze. The way they saw it, no one would be able to break through the skeleton. However, someone had actually managed to slash apart the sword image with a single sword strike. Who was it? They soared into the air. After setting up for so long, they finally succeeded. Who would have thought that it would be snatched away by someone else? How could they be willing to accept this? As for the others, their eyes turned red. Kill that person. It was that mysterious demonic cultivator from before. He absolutely could not let him escape. Everyone could see a demonic shadow shuttling back and forth. They were frantically chasing after him. Buzz. The people from the Light Clan were the first to catch up. They were very fast. This was especially true for the woman from before. She was already infuriated by the fact that she had been ambushed. Now that he had found his target, how could he give it up? People of the demonic path, go to hell. The woman from the Light Clan shot out a bolt of lightning. She was extremely powerful to begin with. It was enough to tear apart everything. This bolt of lightning was even more terrifying. Lin Xian's body was hit and he was knocked off course. However, he did not pay attention to it and continued to fly. How was this possible? The woman from the Light Clan was stunned. He hadn't been able to break through his opponent's defenses with his attack. Instead, she was injured by the impact. Her palm was shattered. What kind of physique did he have? However, this attack had also slowed down Lin Xian's speed. The people from the purple government palace rushed over in an instant. A middle-aged man formed a seal with his palms, forming a large purple net. The power of the seal was extremely terrifying. Obviously, it was a type of unique technique. The people from the purple government palace were bound to kill. Buzz. A long spear flew out, tearing apart the large black net. At the same time, it shot towards the man in purple. The middle-aged man shouted angrily. He combined his palms and slapped on the Great Destruction Spear. He quickly retreated, and the Great Destruction Spear flew past him. It made his hair stand on end. Damn it, this Wu Qi, so terrifying. Buzz. In the sky, the sage heavenly diagram flew down with a power that could suppress heaven and earth. Lin Xian clenched his fist and punched out. It turned into a heavenly demon diagram to fight against it. At this moment, the power of the great dragon sword soul was displayed with every move he made. He did not use his unique technique. After all, he was still hiding his identity. He was afraid that these people would recognize him. However, with his demonic power and the power of the great dragon sword soul, it was enough to fight against them. From time to time, he would use his soul to attack. Once these people's souls were injured, they would become crazy and did not seem to distinguish between friend and foe. Lin Xian was besieged by more than a dozen people, but he was not at a disadvantage. Damn it, who the hell is he? He's too strong. The top geniuses of our clan of the ancients are just SOSO. The people from the purple government palace looked gloomy. Damn it. Their purple government palace was all-encompassing and had many divine powers. However, they found that the other party seemed to be even more terrifying. Not only did his moves have a sharp power, but they could also transform into anything. It seemed that the other party had mastered thousands of divine powers. Who the hell is he? It's useless. At this moment, another strong cultivator came and completely surrounded Lin Xian. Kid, are you very strong? The Qilin from before was injured by us. Do you think you can withstand it? Indeed, no matter how strong Lin Xian was, he was only an early-stage Saint King. The demonic beasts at the peak of the Saint King realm had been beaten away by them. They were ready to join forces again. Lin Xian naturally felt great pressure. Dragon-shaped sword qi flew out of his body and condensed into thousands of purple gourds. Then, he said, I don't want these gourds. You can have them. He waved his hand and a gourd flew to the Light Clan. The woman from the Light Clan caught it and laughed. However, the next moment, she was dumbfounded because she found that after the first gourd, thousands of other gourds flew out. Damn it, are they illusions? Someone attacked. No, they couldn't tell the difference. How did he do it? These people found that each gourd seemed to be real. There was a sharp purple path aura on them. It was impossible to tell them apart. They could only discover it by themselves. Thousands of purple gourds flew in all directions. Everyone was fighting for them. Lin Xian took this opportunity to tear open the void and quickly leave. Spatial divine powers? Keep an eye on him. An old man shouted angrily. He was a late-stage Saint King, and he was from the Purple Government Palace. His eyes shone with purple light like two divine lamps that shrouded the world. Lin Xian felt that he was frozen. The old man flew out. Kid, do you think you can escape? Baby, it's in your hands. What a terrifying eye technique. Lin Xian turned his head. A golden light flickered in his eyes and collided with the other party's light. Then, the old man's soul shook, but he quickly shouted angrily. It's useless. Leave it for me. He stretched out his palm and turned it into a heavenly steel, suppressing Lin Xian. The ground below kept shattering. Lin Xian's face was cold. He held the Great Destruction sword tightly in one hand and the mysterious jade pedestal in the other. There was a teleportation array carved on it that could allow him to leave this place instantly. However, the purple heavenly steel seemed to be able to seal everything. This thing could even seal heavenly demons, let alone you. The old man laughed loudly and descended from the sky. He had already arrived in front of Lin Xian. At this moment, a little monkey flew over from the black demonic chi. He was holding a purple gourd. A clear voice sounded. Yeah, baby, please turn around. The purple gourd shone brightly and suddenly opened. A sword light flew out from inside. The heavenly steel was split open. The old man's body was split in half, and even his soul was destroyed. This shocking scene made everyone go crazy. What appeared in the purple gourd? A flying sword. Was that an immortal sword? That was a late-stage Saint King expert. He was actually split in half by a sword, and his soul was destroyed. It was too unbelievable. Lin Xian was also stunned. It was so powerful, this flying sword was too terrifying. The flying sword in the sky flew back and entered the purple gourd. Little White looked around and said again, yeah, baby, please turn around. However, this time, no flying sword flew out. Little White said, I've used up all my strength. It seems like I can only use it once. The surrounding people came back to their senses and quickly attacked. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they had to get the item. Lin Xian grabbed Little White and activated the mysterious jade pedestal. The array formation activated and teleported them away. Those Saint Kings roared crazily and attacked, shattering the void millions of miles away. However, they could no longer see anyone. In a quiet desert, Lin Xian walked out of the void. Little White was still experimenting. Baby, please turn around, but there was still no flying sword flying out. What was going on? Lin Xian asked. Xiaobai said that with my strength, I'm afraid I can only use it once a day. Was it that magical? Let me try. After Lin Xian took it, he said, baby, please turn around. However, it was still useless. Little White squinted her crescent-shaped eyes and said, I've already dripped my blood and soul on it. You can't use it. Lin Xian said, you little brat, when did you use it? So fast, Xiaobai said. This thing seems to be made for me to use. He lifted Little White up. Although he couldn't use this thing, it was the same for Little White. It could be considered a super powerful trump card. At this moment, the sand under their feet suddenly became hot. A wave of flame swept out, forming a cage that sealed off the entire world. What's wrong? Little White flew up in surprise and looked around with her big eyes. Lin Xian frowned. Someone was actually chasing after them. Could this flame be, brat, I didn't expect you to obtain this treasure in the end. You're really lucky. A cold snort was heard. Immediately after, the Qilins figure walked out. Divine flames overflowed from his body as he stared at Lin Xian and then at Little White. Little monkey, hand over the gourd in your hand. Yeah, I already have the soul and bloodline imprint of this thing. It's useless to give it to you. Little White waved her hand and said, Big guy, you should leave. Humph, leave it to me. I'll erase your soul imprint. If I really can't, I'll kill you. A terrifying light erupted from the purple Qilin eyes. Lin Xian said coldly, You're from the Qilin clan and also a top-tier saint beast. Why do you have to lower yourself to the level of 2 juniors? Give me the thing that's inferior. Give it to you? How naive. Brat, you'll definitely die today. The fire Qilin took a step forward and terrifying flames swept out. Lin Xian felt a monstrous power. He released a terrifying dragon-shaped sword chi to block it. At the same time, he slashed the void with his sword and released the flames into the void. You have some tricks. It seems that you also have treasures on you. Since that's the case, I can't let you live. The purple Qilin walked over and stared at the two of them. Lin Xian snorted coldly, You don't know what's good for you. But you actually walked over yourself. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The purple Qilin was stunned. You aunt, what did you say? The other party wants to kill me? What a joke. Do you know how strong I am? Lin Xian sneered. So what if you're at the peak of the Saint King realm? Previously, you were attacked by those experts and were seriously injured. Instead of recuperating, you came out to seek death. I'm seriously injured, but killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. He was at the peak of the Saint King realm, and the other party was only at the early stage of the Saint King realm. The difference between the two of them was too great. It could be said that a single glance could kill these two ants. Go to hell. He had already lost his patience. He waved his claws and slapped towards Lin Xian. In his opinion, this attack would definitely kill the other party. The void above him split open. Similarly, a sharp claw slapped out and collided with the fire Qilin. With a boom, the Qilin was forced back. His face was full of shock. How is this possible? Does the other party have such battle prowess? In the next instant, he saw a small vortex appear on the other party's body. Then, a vermilion bird flew out. It had 3 eyes. Especially the third eye. It released divine fire, which made his Qilin fire feel threatened. Demonic beast, you actually have a divine beast protecting you. This is really too unbelievable. The purple Qilin tore open the void and turned to flee. The other party was also at the peak of the Saint King realm and was also a mutated species. More importantly, it was seriously injured. He could kill an ant at the early stage of the Saint King realm, but he didn't have any advantage against an expert of the same level. So he had to leave. You want to leave? The 3-eyed vermilion bird tore open the void and charged out. Its wings cut off the other party's escape route. Lin Xian walked over from behind. Since you're here, don't leave. Kid, do you dare to kill me? I'm from the Qilin race. I'm a divine beast. The Qilin shouted coldly. Lin Xian said, So what if you're from the Qilin race? You're not a true descendant of the monarch race. You're just a purple Qilin. Besides, you're already here to kill me. You want me to let you go? If you want to live, kneel down and submit to me obediently. Let me plant the seal of life and death in your soul. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. The purple Qilin roared. You want to control me? Damn it, you're a beast tamer. Lin Xian laughed. That's right. Since you know my identity, submit to me obediently and you can live. Otherwise, I'll refine you and turn you into my energy. Ignorant ant, my bloodline is so powerful. You don't deserve to have my Qilin's power. After saying that, he roared into the sky. The Qilin's bloodline suppressed the 3-eyed vermilion bird and forced it to retreat. However, Lin Xian didn't care at all. A dragon's voice rang out from his body, suppressing the Qilin bloodline. Little White was also there, not affected in the slightest. How could this be? A monkey and a human actually didn't fear his bloodline. Moreover, this human actually let out a dragon's voice. Was he a dragon? Looks like you won't submit if I don't teach you a lesson. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly and the three-eyed vermilion bird charged over. The purple qilin roared and the two of them fought fiercely. Fortunately, there wasn't anyone in this desert. The purple qilin was a top-tier saint beast. It was only injured, so it was defeated by the three-eyed vermilion bird in the end. A pair of sharp claws grabbed the purple qilin. The purple qilin fell to the ground and roared. "Kid, kill me if you have the guts." He didn't believe that a human youth had the strength to kill him. Lin Xian took out the dragon sword soul and cut off the qilin's claws. Then, he used the hand of fortune. The huge qilin's claws quickly melted in the hand of fortune and turned into a drop of purple blood. How could this be? What did he do? The purple qilin was completely terrified. One had to know that its physique was extremely strong. A saint king could actually injure it. What made it even more terrified was that Lin Xian could easily dissolve the energy in its body. Lin Xian condensed its claws and turned them into the purest energy. This was too unbelievable. This person was full of secrets, I submit. I'm willing to be your guardian beast. The purple qilin had no choice but to lower its head to save its life. Very good. Let go of your soul and let me plant the seal of life and death. If you dare to resist, I'll kill you. Lin Xian started to use the seal of life and death. However, the purple qilin was a top-tier saint beast. Even if it didn't resist, it still took him 10 days to complete it. After it was done, the purple qilin's expression changed. Although it still retained its intelligence, there was a force in the depths of its soul that made it unable to resist Lin Xian's orders. At this moment, it was lying there respectfully. Lin Xian sat cross-legged and quickly recovered. This time, he had used up all his soul energy to plant the seal of life and his soul energy was extremely weak. He had to recover quickly. It took him another half a month to recover the strength of his soul to its peak. It was too difficult. With his current strength, it was very difficult for him to control a pinnacle saint beast. Fortunately, it was Violet who was heavily injured this time. Otherwise, he would not have been able to control the other party. The most he could do was run away from the other party. Almost a month had passed. He wondered how the others were doing. Did you find any treasures? According to Lin Xian's conjecture, the others should have gained something. However, they probably wouldn't be able to obtain a heaven-shaking treasure in a short period of time. After all, the purple gourd was something he had spent a great deal of effort to guess. The other treasures would definitely be extremely dangerous as well. His guess was correct. Those experts and geniuses had all gained something, but they weren't satisfied. It was because they had discovered an even greater opportunity. However, it was even more dangerous. Either there was a peerless formation, or the treasure itself was incomparably heaven-defying and impossible to obtain. In the sky, 3 figures quickly flew past. They were extremely fast, as if they were looking for something. At this moment, a streamer streaked across the sky and blocked their path. The streamer was even faster than them. Guangming stopped and turned to look at the 3 people in front of him. He asked coldly, "What information did you get? Hand it over." The 3 of them stopped. They were the 3 experts from the Wind Clan. Their faces were cold. "Our business has nothing to do with you, right? Get lost." Guangming sneered. "You don't know what's good for you." He rushed over at his maximum speed. "You're courting death. Do you really think I don't dare to fight you? If you die here, no one will know that it's us. Attack." The 3 experts were furious and rushed forward. On the surface, these remote antiquity families and sects were at peace and even allied with each other. However, each of them was an opponent. If there was a chance to kill the geniuses of the other families, they would naturally attack. Soon, they realized that they were wrong. Although they were from the Wind Clan and had mastered the power of the wind, they were too slow compared to Guangming. They couldn't find any trace of Guangming at all. Guangming's every attack made them vomit blood. "You're too slow. You're like a snail in front of me." Not long after, the 3 of them vomited blood and were suppressed. Guangming's eyes flickered as he interrogated them. Finally, he got some information. With a wave of his hand, Guangming killed the 3 of them. In the next moment, he soared into the sky. On the other side, Yu Wudao was fighting with the holy heavens. In the end, he obtained 2 divine crystals that had something sealed in them. Jin Wuhao attacked the people of the Pill Cauldron School and snatched a spirit fruit. Half of the spirit fruit had been petrified, but it was still a mysterious treasure. Feng Huang, Xianxia, Yu Xia, and the others were doing their best to find the treasure. Gradually, they flew in the same direction. In that direction, a terrifying power was released. Xianxia stopped in a mountain range. She frowned when she saw that there was a battle in front of her. The ones fighting were Violet Palace realm experts and other experts. The ones fighting were Guangming. Guangming was very powerful. He used the great desolate sky-rending palm and killed 4 mid-stage holy kings in an instant. Then, he sealed their bodies and took them away. Xianxia was shocked. Could this guy be? Who is he? Guangming turned his head and looked at Xianxia. When he saw that it was Xianxia, his killing intent disappeared. He took a step forward and came to Xianxia's side. Xianxia asked. Are you going to cultivate that kind of cultivation technique? Guangming sneered. You know quite a lot. Although you're one of the successors of the Immortal Mountain, I advise you to mind your own business. Successors can also die. No one can be sure who will be the final successor. If you die, someone will take your place. So, it's best if you pretend that you don't know anything. As for the divine ability you mentioned, I can start cultivating it when I get back. Guangming snorted and left. Xianxia's face was pale. He dared to cultivate that kind of demonic cultivation technique? Wasn't he afraid of making the world his enemy? Their Violet Palace realm was all-encompassing. They had many cultivation techniques and divine abilities, but some of them couldn't be cultivated. First of all, the conditions to cultivate them were very strict. Only a small number of geniuses had the qualifications to cultivate them. Moreover, even if they cultivated them, they wouldn't dare to use them because it was a taboo martial art that wasn't allowed to appear in the world. But now, it seemed that the Violet Palace realm wanted Guangming to cultivate them. It was too inconceivable. Forget it, I can't do anything about it. Xianxia shook her head. It was better not to provoke this guy. Otherwise, her life would be in danger. When she thought of this, her figure flickered and left. In the vast desert. Suddenly, there was another change. Lin Xian opened his eyes. What's going on? He wanted to leave, but the situation shocked him. The desert moved quickly, forming quicksand and a huge whirlpool. Then, the ground cracked and a terrifying aura spread out. There was something shocking under the desert. Lin Xian was shocked. He wanted to check it out, but he left in an instant and flew into the distance. The aura here instantly alarmed many people. Experts descended to investigate the area. Great, there was a treasure here. The secret of the heavenly court might be here. Several figures descended one after another, and then they began to fight. They tore through the 9 heavens and swept across the area. They were all peak sage kings. They were strong enough to destroy everything. Lin Xian watched from afar and was sweating. Although he was far away, he could see clearly with his eye technique. He could even feel the terrifying aura coming from under the desert. More and more experts were making their way to this place. Among them, there were a few who were unusually strong. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He did not expect that there would be such experts after the great sage and so many peak sage kings had been teleported away. He had to admit that there were too many experts in the remote antiquity families and the great sections. Those experts looked solemn when they arrived. At the same time, a few figures descended. One of them had the sage sky diagram around him. He was like an unparalleled god of war, extremely powerful. Sage Tianba. A peak sage king from the Sage Sky clan. His arrival caused the entire area to tremble. There was indeed a treasure. Another cold voice sounded. It was a golden crow. It was extremely powerful and was called Golden Crow Flame. It was also a peak sage king. Buzz, the sky was filled with hurricanes and a lady from the Wind clan walked out. She was the wife of the Wind clan leader. Her name was Feng Hua. She was a peak sage king. Although the other clans and sects also had peak sage kings, they were still weaker than the three of them. These three people were also unparalleled existences among peak saint kings. The three of them stood at the front and looked down at the desert. The other experts stood around them. Lin Xian watched from afar. At this moment, a black shadow appeared beside him. Lin Xian turned around and realized that it was He Shan. Speaking of which, where did you go? Black Mountain said that he went to get something. Next, I have to enter the desert and I need your help. Was it to break the array? Lin Xian asked. He Shan shook his head. Let them break the array formation. When the time comes, I want to go in and take something. That is my purpose for coming here. However, I might need some of your blood. A drop of blood, what was Lin Xian surprised about? He Shan smiled mysteriously. Let's not talk about it now. However, if you help me, I won't treat you unfairly. When the time comes, I will also help you obtain the treasure. Lin Xian nodded. Although there were many peak saint kings in front of him, and even 3 top experts, Lin Xian had nothing to fear with He Shan around. Moreover, he still had many trump cards. At this moment, Feng Hua made her move. With a wave of her hand, a storm filled the sky. The endless desert was torn apart, causing the crack to widen. Everyone saw that there was a thick stone door below. It seemed to be blocking everything. Let me do it. After the storm, Xingtianba made his move. He took a step forward and the sage sky diagram rotated, attacking the stone door below. With an earth-shattering boom, cracks appeared in all directions. This power was enough to destroy the outside world. Only the ancient ruins of the heavenly court was powerful. A crack appeared on the stone door in front of him. Clearly, it had been pushed open a little. Everyone was shocked. Xingtianba was so powerful that he could only open a crack with the sage sky diagram. It seemed that it would take a lot of energy to completely open it. Jin Wuhao said from afar. The elders hurriedly called the old ancestor over. In front, Golden Crow Lian nodded and waved his hand. A spell flew out and flew to the sky. He was summoning their great sage. The other clan of the ancients and the great sects also moved. In the current situation, it was better to let the great sage come. However, after waiting for a while, they frowned. None of the great sage came. What was going on? I can't seem to sense the old ancestor's aura. Could it be? The old ancestor didn't come in, how could it be? The first to come in were the great sage. But until now, they hadn't found them. Thinking carefully, they didn't even see the great sage in some of the important treasures. It was unbelievable. Would the great sage be willing to give up these treasures? Feng Huang frowned. It seemed that some of the peak saint kings of the Wind clan didn't see them either. The others were discussing. What was going on? These people came in first. At this moment, there was no news. Could it be that something had happened? Thinking of this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. It was impossible. Some people shook their heads. Those great sage were heaven-defying. Even if there was danger, they could leave calmly. They must be in a more mysterious place to seize the treasures. Here, let us do it. That's right. The experts of the Serene Cloud sect also walked over. The others were ready to join forces again. Everyone listened and attacked together. With the 3 peak saint kings in charge, everyone joined forces to attack. Lin Xian was also among them. He released his extreme demonic qi. Finally, under the joint efforts of everyone, the terrifying stone door opened. A desolate aura spread out from inside. Let's go, the 3 peak saint kings took the lead. The others followed suit. Not long after, an earth-shattering sound came from inside. There were all kinds of laws flying out. Sensing this scene, Lin Xian frowned and sneered. They started fighting so quickly? It seemed that he could reap the benefits again. Black Mountain walked over and said. Kid, we can't wait any longer. The things inside are extremely important to me. I have to get them quickly. As he spoke, he flew over. Lin Xian was surprised. What was it? He followed closely behind. After the two entered, they found that there was another world inside. It was incomparably vast. And at this moment, those experts had all entered. After entering, these people's eyes were red. Because they found that there were some spiritual herbs growing on the ground. They were very old. At least tens of thousands of years old. Quickly take action. These things could not be found outside. One stalk was priceless, and here, there were more than 10 stalks. In an instant, there were Saint Kings taking action. The people of the Holy Heavens clan took out the Holy Heavens diagram and enveloped them with spiritual herbs. The people of the Light clan tore apart the other party's divine ability and attacked. The people of the Wind clan and the Serene Cloud sect also joined the battle. The experts of the Pill Cauldron sect were even more aggressive. With the Pill Cauldron in hand, they swept through everything. As alchemists, they were naturally jealous of such old herbs. So, they had to get their hands on them no matter what. "Kid, let's go deeper," Xianxia said. Although these things were good, he did not care about them. He only had one goal, which was to get that thing. Everything else did not matter. "No, I have to get one. This thing might be able to extend my life." After all, it was an old medicine from tens of thousands of years ago. Lin Xian was looking for such a spiritual medicine to extend Xia Jiu's life. Now that he saw it, how could he stop? Therefore, he attacked in an instant. "Little White, make a move in secret. You must get one." Lin Xian let Little White out. The little fellow nodded, hugging the treasure bowl and hiding in the void. Lin Xian went to the other side. He did not go to the place where the Peak Sage Kings were fighting. He went to the other side. There were many young geniuses there. If he fought again, there would be a few older experts. Lin Xian did not hide this time. He struck out with the human ruler seal. The black demonic chi was terrifying. The sky darkened instantly. A pile of black demonic seals flew forward. Not good. The pupils of the people who were fighting in the front shrank. This power was really too strong. Retreat. Everyone retreated one after another. A few who retreated too slowly were directly slapped into a bloody mist. Who was it? How terrifying. Many people turned around. Their eyes were shining brightly. Among them, Jin Wuhao sneered. He struck out with his palm. A golden flame swept out and collided with the black figure. The earth-shattering power shook the sky. Jin Wuhao retreated. His arm was numb. His face was cold. The opponent was able to fight against him. It was unbelievable. Buzz, at this moment, a black sword with a cold and gloomy aura shrouded the area. Suddenly, 7 figures were pierced. They vomited blood and flew backward. How terrifying. The evil spirit came, holding the evil sword. He sneered, "Get lost if you don't want to die." After he finished speaking, he slashed out 2 more times. It was incomparably vast, and some middle-stage Saint Kings fell. The others saw this and retreated. There were too many experts. They could not withstand it. "You get lost too." The evil spirit looked at Lin Xian. He snorted and attacked again. Lin Xian was fearless. He took out the great destruction and met the evil spirit's attack. When the two of them collided, Worski's power surged. Just the residual power of the collision alone was enough to cause the surrounding people's blood to boil. Lin Xian formed a seal as he attacked. The primordial demon mountain came crashing down. The evil spirit was pushed back, its face cold. "Who are you?" He was shocked. However, he had never known a demonic cultivator to be so terrifying. Lin Xian didn't say anything else. Staring at the old medicine that was tens of thousands of years old, he rushed over. "Don't even think about having your way." Golden Crow How charged over. The terrifying flames covered the sky and rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian countered with a man-ruler seal, forcing his opponent to retreat. Blood flowed from the corners of Jin Wuhao's lips. He roared. What were they waiting for? Attack together. And all of you. Kill him together. Otherwise, no one can stop him. The other elders and geniuses were shocked as well. Indeed, this demonic cultivator was too ferocious. Even the evil spirit and Golden Crow How were no match for him. None of them could suppress the other. They had to work together to kill the strongest person. Only then would they have a chance. Everyone attacked together. With the elder leading the way, the others surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was cold. Get lost. I don't want to kill you. Don't make me do it. Kill him. Golden Crow How roared and led the others to attack. On the other side, some people also made their move. More than a dozen figures quickly charged towards Lin Xian. None of them were weak. Lin Xian felt great pressure. He snorted. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Buzz. A genius from the Wind tribe charged to Lin Xian's back and slashed down with his blade. Lin Xian's body swayed and he swung his shoulder, shattering the blade wind. At the same time, he turned around and slashed his opponent in half. In the blink of an eye, a genius had fallen. It made everyone's hair stand. The others roared, "Kill him!" The pagoda fell from the sky. The people from the Holy Heavens tribe pushed it, but it was destroyed by Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was filled with a strong demonic aura. It turned into a demonic sword and swept in all directions. His physique was even stronger than any saint weapon. The great destruction in his hand blocked the attacks of the Golden Crow How and the evil spirit. It was as if a giant dragon had rushed into a pack of wolves, sweeping across the land. Buzz. A middle-aged man suddenly appeared and blocked Lin Xian. He sent out thousands of palm shadows. In the blink of an eye, he blocked Lin Xian's path. This was an expert from the Light tribe. He was a late-stage holy king. Lin Xian could not dodge in time. He took the punch head-on. Boom. In the next moment, he was pushed back and the demonic aura on his body was torn apart. It's you. Many people were stunned when they saw Lin Xian. Golden Crow How's eyes turned red. You're not dead. Some people frowned. How could this be? They saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not hide it. That's right, it's me. I helped you break the array, but you wanted my life. Since that's the case, you can all go to hell. Human ruler Seal, Yi Futian unleashed 3 Renwang Madras at the Mighty One from the Light clan. The Mighty One roared in anger and resisted the attacks. He was a holy king. However, Lin Xian's fighting strength was at its peak. The great dragon sword spirit roared. Lin Xian's fighting strength increased exponentially. Every attack was stronger than before. The expert from the Light tribe felt his blood boil. Damn it, he could fight against a late-stage holy king. Kill him quickly. He could not be allowed to grow any stronger. Buzz, at this moment, a finger flew towards Lin Xian. With a boom, it pierced through Lin Xian's shoulder. Lin Xian almost fell to the ground. He suddenly turned around and used great destruction to push back the opponent's palm. What a terrifying physique. After the person was pushed back, her face turned cold. She was also a late-stage holy king. She was from the Purple Mansion realm and cultivated the ancient technique, Dragon Elephant Finger. Even if it was a late-stage saint king, this attack would be enough to shatter him into pieces. However, there was only a finger-sized hole in Lin Xian's body. She found it hard to believe. Kill. Lin Xian roared and waved his hands. A large crack flew out. Now that he had revealed the true identity of the great desolate heaven-splitting hand, he did not need to hide it anymore. Therefore, he used this technique at this moment. The person from the Purple Mansion realm used the Dragon Elephant Finger to fight back, but she was pushed back and vomited blood. Damn it, how could it be? How could he comprehend it in such a short time? He must be crazy. This was also an ancient technique. However, it was very difficult to cultivate. Lin Xian had obtained it from the Purple Mansion realm and it was not much weaker than his Dragon Elephant Finger. He did not know that Lin Xian had the great dragon sword spirit and could cultivate this technique at the fastest speed. The great desolate sky-splitting palm. Another attack was launched at Jin Wu Hao. Jin Wu Hao tried his best to block the attack, but his body was still torn in half. Ah! He roared like a madman as his body rapidly retreated. Lin Xian turned around and stared at the evil spirit. The evil spirit roared and attacked together. He brought 4 figures with him and charged over. One of them was an older expert. The evil spirit sword slashed at Lin Xian's body and tore open a wound. Lin Xian did not dodge. The great desolate sky-splitting palm flew out again and turned one of the evil spirit's arms into a bloody mist. The evil spirit's sword fell to the ground. At this moment, an old man appeared behind Lin Xian. The Wind Dragon Fist. It was an expert from the Wind tribe. Lin Xian had a taiji diagram behind him and blocked the punch. The aura of death enveloped the old man, and he retreated in fear. Damn it! His originally gray hair had already become incomparably pale. Lin Xian fought against more than 10 people alone. A few of them died, and Jin Wu Hao, the evil spirit, and the others were injured. Lin Xian was also injured, but the more he fought, the more courageous he became. His physique was strong, and this injury was nothing to him. Finally, he arrived at the front and looked at the spiritual herb, his eyes shining. It was a black spiritual herb that looked like the flower of 9 underworlds, blooming continuously. Lin Xian did not know what effect it had. He had to get it first. Countless seals appeared on his palm, and Lin Xian grabbed forward. Damn it! Jin Wu Hao's broken body healed, and he attacked again. The others also attacked. The Dragon Elephant Finger and Wind Dragon Fist were all aimed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not dodge, and the Great Sage Pagoda appeared behind him to block. The world shook, and the Great Sage Pagoda blocked all the attacks. Lin Xian finally grabbed the spiritual herb in his hand. Damn it, what is this pagoda? It was terrifying. The others were shocked. Those from the Purple Mansion sect were shocked. The Great Sage Pagoda artifact? He actually had such a defense. At this moment, Lin Xian had already grabbed the 9 Serenities flower. Then, he rose into the air and prepared to leave. Elder, stop him. He had a supreme treasure with him. Golden Crow How roared, and a golden palm came from afar. That was a peak stage Saint King, and right now, he was engaged in a great battle elsewhere. Hearing Golden Crow How's call, a hand grabbed Lin Xian. With a clang, he grabbed the Great Sage Pagoda first, wanting to completely seal it. If he could obtain it, his power would increase 10-fold, or even 100-fold. Humph, Lin Xian coldly snorted and summoned the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The 2 drops of essence blood that he had refined earlier merged into the Great Dragon Sword Soul. A sword slashed out. The palm was severed. A roar came from the distance. An old man in the distant battlefield pulled back his arm. At this moment, white bones could be seen, and blood flowed out. Jin Wu Hao and the others were also dumbfounded. What was this? Killing a peak stage Saint King with a single slash, do you still want to fight? Lin Xian looked around. This attack had made 2 drops of essence blood disappear. If he used it again, he would have to use his own strength. He didn't want to use it in such a dangerous place. However, if these people didn't know what was good for them, he wouldn't mind. Kid, just you wait. The evil spirit was afraid. Lin Xian had a supreme treasure with him. It was too strange. His defense was strong, and his attack was unparalleled. There was no way to fight him. He could only retreat and go for something else. Jin Wu Hao also gritted his teeth and left. The others also retreated. The people from the Purple Mansion sect coldly stared at Lin Xian. Brat, you don't have many good days left. Enjoy them slowly. The sword just now had shocked him. The Purple Mansion sect had a long history, and he had already guessed what it was. So when they returned, they had to hurry up and kill this young man. Humph, Lin Xian snorted and slashed out again. The Great Dragon Sword roared and attacked the Purple Mansion sect's expert. Damn it. The Purple Mansion sect's expert's face turned green. How could Lin Xian still be able to use it? In his opinion, whether it was the Great Sage Pagoda or the Flowing Dragon Sword, they both surpassed the strength of a Saint King. It was already heaven-defying for an early-stage Saint King to be able to use it once. He probably didn't have the strength to use it a second time. But now, he was wrong. Both of his arms were broken, turning into the phantoms of dragons and elephants, blocking in front of him. He coughed out half a mouthful of blood, covering his broken arms. Then, he quickly fled. Boom, the dragon elephant phantom roared and charged towards the Great Dragon Sword with a murderous aura. Boom, Boom, boom. The dragon elephant phantom was destroyed, and the purple mansion sex expert was sent flying. He fled in fear, not daring to come back. Lin Xian's face turned pale, and he put away the great dragon sword soul. This thing consumed too much energy, and he couldn't use it unless he had no other choice. He looked around and collected the storage rings of the people around him. He didn't give up on the corpses. Lin Xian could refine the corpses into blood essence. The blood essence could be used to refine his body, and it could also be used by the great dragon sword soul at a critical moment. Whether it was his body or his sword soul, they were both bottomless pits, so he wouldn't give up on them. He formed hand seals, and one seal after another enveloped the corpses. At this moment, he was stunned. He realized that there was someone else collecting the corpses. Lin Xian raised his head to look at the other person, and the other person also turned to look at him. It's you, the two people's voices sounded at the same time. The person in front was Zhao Guang, and he was surrounded by fiend god phantoms. At this moment, he was also sealing the corpses. Lin Xian frowned. What do you want these things for? Yao Guang smiled. What are you collecting them for? To be honest, Yao Guang was also puzzled. He was collecting the corpses because he was going to cultivate a forbidden divine ability. This kind of divine ability was very terrifying, so he had to prepare in advance. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian would also want the corpses of these people. What did he want them for? Could it be that the other party also knew a forbidden divine ability? However, he shook his head. There were probably not many people in the Violet Palace realm who dared to cultivate such a forbidden divine ability. The other party had no chance to learn it, so he was even more puzzled. However, this guy wasn't weak, and he didn't want to fight with him now. Yao Guang turned around and left. Lin Xian stared at the other party for a long time, but he didn't make a move. On the other side, Little White had already begun to move in secret. Those people were quickly snatching the corpses. Little White was using the treasure bowl and the hand of fortune to secretly snatch the corpses. Finally, an expert from the 10,000 transformations gate grabbed the stock of old medicine. At this moment, Little White's beast disappeared. The old medicine disappeared without a trace. Damn it! Who was it? The eyes of the expert from the myriad transformation sect turned red. He had gone through untold hardships to obtain it. In the end, it was snatched away in an instant. Moreover, that power was too strange. He didn't understand why only a leaf was left. There were very few eyes. The power of myriad transformation flew out, and everything around him was quickly disintegrated. This guy was crazy. Those who were still fighting over the treasures quickly retreated. Wherever they passed, the void would tear apart continuously. It was a dead monkey, damn it, stay here. A talisman appeared in the sky as soon as the talisman was cast. It was the myriad transformations talisman, and it was extremely terrifying. Boom. A man-ruler seal blasted on the talisman, blocking it. The man-ruler seal slowly disintegrated, and Whitey came to the side of a figure. Who was it? How dare you meddle in my business? The expert from the myriad transformations sect was murderous. Lin Xian said coldly, I'll take this old medicine. Get lost. Damn it, you? The expert from the myriad transformations sect charged over. At the same time, the others also said that it was this guy who didn't die. When they saw Lin Xian, they were extremely shocked. Kill him, he had already obtained a stock of ancient medicine before this. What? The eyes of the surrounding people turned red. You want to kill me? Do you have the ability? Lin Xian looked around. A crack appeared in the sky. Those who crossed the line died. This scene scared many people away. Lin Xian was very powerful to begin with, and some people had seen him in the previous battle. So those people quickly retreated. Of course, not everyone retreated, because there were some late-stage Saint Kings among them. Especially the expert from the Myriad Flower sect, he gritted his teeth and said, I've crossed the line. What can you do to me? He walked over aggressively. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with cold killing intent. You don't have the right to say such words. Another figure walked out, and it was also an expert from the Wind clan. The last person was an elder from the Golden Crow clan. The three late-stage Saint Kings enveloped the entire area. Their cold eyes swept across the land. This kid has a spiritual medicine on him. You guys share it. I'll go kill that damn monkey. The expert from the Myriad Words sect charged toward Whitey. The experts from the Wind Clan and the Golden Crow Clan targeted Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and summoned the Icefire Swan. The terrifying power of ice and fire spread out. At the same time, he also charged toward the expert from the Wind Clan. A great battle broke out in an instant. Damn monkey, die for me. The Myriad Transformations sect's expert unleashed the power of Myriad Transformations and charged toward Whitey. Xiaobai dodged swiftly and took out a gourd. Baby, please turn around. The purple-skinned Hulu released a piercingly cold sword light that instantly split open the body of the Myriad Transformation Gates expert. Even in death, that powerhouse did not believe that he would actually be insta-killed by a sword. Was he dead? Countless people were shocked. That was a Saint King at the late stage. Some people's expressions changed drastically. Damn it, the purple-skinned gourd. The treasure was actually in their hands. He was the Devil Dao expert from before. Cries of surprise could be heard as the eyes of countless people turned red. The people of the light race were fast. They came before Xiaobai and were about to strike. Lin Xian summoned the Blackwater mystical snake to protect Little White and quickly retreated. At the same time, they entered the Great Sage Pagoda and rampaged about. Damn it, they roared and all their attacks landed on the Great Sage Pagoda. The Great Sage Pagoda shook and blocked everything. Then, the three-eyed vermilion bird attacked and killed the powerhouses of the Wind Race and the Golden Crow Race. Then, it rushed inside. Damn it. These people chased after it. Lin Xian controlled the Great Sage Pagoda and attacked the other places with spiritual herbs. Immediately, those people roared crazily. Those who followed behind the Great Sage Pagoda were also attacked. Damn it, how dare you attack me? These people retaliated. A great battle broke out again. Until now, no one could tell who attacked first. Lin Xian did not attack again. He had obtained 2 stalks of old herbs, both of which were more than 30,000 years old. His harvest could be said to be very rich. After carefully storing the 2 stalks of old herbs, Lin Xian continued to fly inside. Not long after, he heard He Shan's voice transmission. He Shan said, "Kid, come over quickly." Lin Xian walked over. Then, he was stunned. In fact, he couldn't believe it. There were 9 true dragons in front of him. Their cold scales flickered and bloomed. Each true dragon was 1,000 meters long and carried a terrifying aura. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Lin Xian frowned and carefully sensed, only to find that these 9 true dragons had no aura. Were they dead? He was too shocked. They had been dead for tens of thousands of years, but their bodies were still intact. How heaven-defying was this? What kind of cultivation did these 9 true dragons have before? He didn't dare to imagine. Was this He Shan's goal? Lin Xian was surprised and looked forward again. He found that there were chains on the 9 true dragons. At the end of the chains was a bronze coffin. Who was buried there? Did he need 9 true dragons? Lin Xian was really stunned. What was this? He asked He Shan. He Shan said, "It's very complicated. I can't explain it clearly for a while. Do you see the lamp on the bronze coffin? That's my goal." Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. He said, "I see it." What is that? He Shan said, "Sky Lantern." With him, there was hope for the Heavenly Court to be reactivated. The Heavenly Court to be reactivated. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. As expected, he said, "I guessed right. You should be from the Heavenly Court back then, right? Kid, you're right. In that battle back then, I fell. This time, I came to reactivate the Heavenly Court." He Shan was really from the Heavenly Court. He was too surprised. No wonder the other party was so familiar with this place and could even break the array formation so easily. He could even find the Sky Lantern. Everything made sense now. He said, "What happened in that battle back then? Who destroyed the Heavenly Court? Was it the Purple Mansion?" Xian said that it was related to the Purple Mansion, but there was an even more terrifying existence. Forget it, this was even more difficult to explain. Let's get the sky lantern first. He walked forward. Boom. When Xian approached the sky lantern, the sky and earth shook. A terrifying force flew out from the front and swept in all directions. Lin Xian retreated and instantly hid in the great sage pagoda. The hall kept shaking. Lin Xian was shocked. What happened? What a terrifying aura. He was really stunned. Those who were still fighting in the distance were also shocked. What a terrifying power. There's an even more heaven-defying treasure. Go. Some people had already obtained the old medicine and flew forward. Some people gritted their teeth. They knew that it was impossible to snatch the old medicine. They should go and find other treasures. These people all flew forward. When they arrived, they were incomparably shocked. Are these 9 true dragons? It's too unbelievable. These true dragons have indestructible bodies after 50,000 years. How heaven-defying were their cultivations back then? There was also a bronze coffin. Countless people were shocked. What's hidden inside? Is it the master of the heavenly court? There seemed to be something on the coffin. It was a lamp. Countless people were shocked. The expressions of the people from the Purple Mansion instantly changed. An old man stood out and shouted coldly. Could it be the legendary sky lantern? Some people from the clan of the ancients gasped. This was the inheritance token of the heavenly court. As long as the sky lantern was not extinguished, the balance would not be extinguished. If they obtained it, they might be able to obtain the inheritance of the heavenly court. Some people's eyes turned red. That was an extremely terrifying existence. The people from the Purple Mansion sect sneered. The sky lantern had been extinguished, and the heavenly court would never be reactivated. This time, they would be completely destroyed. Murderous intent appeared in their eyes. You want to destroy the heavenly court? Ridiculous. Xian turned around and harumphed coldly. If the Purple Mansion sect could be reactivated, the heavenly court could be reactivated too. Who are you? They stared at Xian with murderous intent in their eyes. You want to reactivate the heavenly court? Are you kidding me? The elder charged over, his vast palm blotting out the sky and covering the earth as he charged towards Black Mountain. The terrifying energy made everyone despair. The heaven-shaking seal, his first move was an ancient lost art. Xian stood there unmoved, and a terrifying force came out of the bronze coffin. The heaven-shaking seal was shattered, and the Purple Mansion sect cultivator was also sent flying. He vomited blood and turned into a bloody mist. The others were shocked. Was there someone alive in the bronze coffin? Impossible, he had been dead for 50,000 years. If the great emperor couldn't survive, they would definitely die. I don't care about the heavenly court. I want to open the coffin and see if there are any inheritances in it. Golden Crow Lion of the Golden Crow clan walked out and shouted coldly. The others nodded. They didn't care about the heavenly court. All they wanted was the treasures and inheritances. At this time, an elder of the light race flew out, turning into a streak of light with extreme speed. He tore through the void and arrived near the bronze coffin. He reached out his hands and was about to grab it. Xian snorted and slapped down, turning the Light Clan cultivator into a bloody mist. You think you can defeat him? He turned around and sneered. Dead. The black-robed man was so terrifying, damn it. The Light Clan cultivator roared, but he didn't dare to move forward. Come and help me, kid. Xian ignored the others and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded and flew forward. He felt a great pressure. Xian waved his hand and brought him closer. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief and said, What do you want me to do? Use your trump card. With that, he waved his hand and 10 storage rings appeared. He said, There are enough resources inside, you can use the dragon's soul as much as you want. Lin Xian nodded and grabbed the storage ring with his claw. Do you think you can light up the sky lanterns? That was impossible. The 3 Peak Saint Kings stood up and said. It was time to join forces. A woman walked over from the Purple Mansion. Her voice was piercingly cold as she said, "The heavenly court must not be reopened. Everybody, please lend a helping hand to the Z government. This time, the treasures you snatch will belong to you. Furthermore, if you manage to kill those 2 people, you will be able to destroy the lantern. Then, my purple mansion will give each faction an ancient scripture." "Really?" the people around exclaimed. Even the clan of the ancients was shocked. What Yi Fu Tian gave them was definitely not inferior to what they already had. This way, they would be able to become even more powerful. The Wind Clan member nodded. The eyes of the Holy Heavens race and Light race lit up. The woman from the Purple Mansion, Fairy Zillion, said coldly, "Everyone, let's attack together." She walked forward. The surrounding people all came over. Lin Xian was not observant. He realized that except for the Danding sect, the other sects were all here. The Danding sect people were more interested in the spiritual herbs. They were still investigating from afar. However, even if they came, they would not be able to help him. Now, he could only rely on himself and Black Mountain. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian prepared to use the storage ring to awaken the Dragon Sword Soul. Black Mountain said, "Use the Dragon Sword Soul to break the Sky Lantern. Leave these people to me." Black Mountain walked out, emitting a terrifying aura. Lin Xian was shocked. Can this work? Although this old guy used to be a great sage, his strength had not fully recovered yet. "You want to fight against all of us by yourself?" Fairy Zillion sneered. The other Saint Kings were also disdainful. No matter how strong the opponent was, they still defeated the Kailan. Now, this black-robed man was also no match for them. "Humph, I don't care about trash like you. Those great sage will not come. So, I am not afraid of anything." Black Mountain snorted. "Attack!" Fairy Zillion waved her hand and rushed out. Dragon Elephant Finger. She pointed her hand with a terrifying power that could tear everything apart. The ancient lost art was terrifying. The other experts also attacked. The terrifying aura made Lin Xian's blood boil. Lin Xian wanted to summon his demon beasts to resist, but he found that it was difficult to resist. There were simply too many experts. However, Black Mountain laughed. "Today, I will show you my true strength." The black aura on his body quickly spread out. Then, it turned into a black locust tree. It stood tall, and a terrifying aura burst out. The tree trunk and leaves covered the sky and spread in all directions. Black leaves fell down and pierced through the sky. The surrounding people were shocked. "What is this? Is it a demon beast?" "Humph, I don't care about a mere tree demon." Golden Crow Raging Flame sneered and shot out Golden Crow fire that covered the sky. Behind him were the experts of the Golden Crow tribe. They were like suns that floated between the heavens and the earth. However, it was useless. Fire could suppress trees, but Black Mountain's tree was not an ordinary locust tree. The black leaves seemed to have turned into a peerless sword that pierced through the fire and attacked the experts of the Golden Crow tribe. Golden Crow Raging Flame was hit and quickly dodged. The other experts of the Golden Crow tribe were not so lucky. 5 Golden Crow experts were instantly pierced and their souls were destroyed. Damn it. Golden Crow Raging Flame's eyes turned red. The others were also shocked. This guy is so strong? Wind Blade, Fenghua and the others shot out thousands of wind blades, each of which was enough to kill a Saint King. The powerful storm made them confident that they could fight against the great sage. However, a tree trunk fell and the leaves on it blocked the storm. The tree trunk turned into a peerless spear and pierced through 7 Saint Kings. Blood dyed the sky. Their bodies were torn apart. Fenghua's face was pale as if she had gone crazy. What kind of power was this? The other party's strength had surpassed that of a Saint King. Buzz. The black tree trunk with the leaves attacked again. This time, it attacked the Holy Heavens tribe. The Holy Heavens tribe's Saint Kings roared. Everyone had a mysterious heavenly diagram that connected them and covered the sky. However, it was useless. After the black leaves fell, the heavenly diagram shattered and 3 experts of the Holy Heavens tribe turned into blood mist. 6 experts of the Holy Heavens tribe were injured and flew back while vomiting blood. Kill, Black Mountain roared and a tree branch flew out and attacked Golden Crow Raging Flame again. Golden Crow Raging Flame's scalp went numb and he quickly dodged. However, he did not dodge this attack. Fallen. The Golden Crow Flame was at the peak of the Saint King realm, but it couldn't even block one attack. This black locust tree was too terrifying. The opponent was a great sage. They were terrified. Xianxia was shocked. Wasn't it too powerful? Was this Black Mountain? A leaf could kill a Saint King. It was terrifying. The others retreated. They didn't dare to go forward. The people of the Purple Mansion looked cold. They couldn't block it alone. Sure enough, when the black leaf fell, 4 of them had fallen. Even if they had the ancient inheritance, even if they had powerful skills, they would still die in front of the opponent. One of Purple Lotus Fairy's arms was broken and turned into a bloody mist. She covered her wound and retreated quickly. Her face became extremely ferocious. Damn it, he had the great sage. Damn it. The Golden Crow How and the others roared. Where was our great sage? Black Mountain said coldly. Your great sage had been banished to the starry sky when he entered. He couldn't come back in a short time. What? The surrounding people were going crazy. Their great saints had long since disappeared. Had they been teleported out? Damn it. They didn't know at all. Now that the great sage didn't come, who could fight against the opponent? Black Mountain alone was enough to subdue the crowd. No one dared to go forward. He snorted and turned around. Kid, that's enough. Xianxia nodded. He took a deep breath and released the great dragon sword soul. He took out 10 storage rings one by one. The power inside flowed into them. Xianxia used the great dragon sword soul with all his strength and attacked Lin Wuqiang. In front, the ancient bronze coffin emitted a terrifying aura to resist. The terrifying power exploded. The people around were terrified and retreated quickly. They all retreated. There were even 2 peak Saint Kings who were still hesitating. They were torn into blood in an instant. When the others saw this, they didn't dare to go forward anymore. Now that the great dragon sword spirit had obtained enough power, it was able to display a powerful might. Although the power released by the ancient bronze coffin was terrifying, it was still not enough. Although the ancient bronze coffin was terrifying, the great dragon sword soul could still cut it open. Just like that, Xian and He Shan continued onward. Finally, they arrived at their destination. The aura of the great dragon sword spirit surged into the sky lantern, shattering all the terrifying power around it. The sky lantern swayed, and Black Mountain reached out to grab it. Boom, his body shuddered as countless talismans appeared on his body. Xian was astonished as he realized that he was very familiar with these talismans. They were the Tao of the celestial heavens. Sensing this aura, the sky lantern stopped swaying. He Shan's body stabilized, and his eyes shone with a piercingly cold light. He finally obtained it again. There was hope for the heavenly court to be restarted. When the people in the distance saw this, they were incomparably astonished. The faces of the Z government's people were extremely gloomy. Damn it, did they really get their hands on it? A look of determination appeared in Zilian's eyes. She said, I can't let him succeed. Our great sage might have been teleported away, but so what? Our Violet Palace has more than one great sage. Summon the great sage, the people beside her said. No, we can summon it outside, but this is the space of the celestial heavens. It has a unique law, and it's different from outside. We can't summon it at all. Use that kind of divine ability at all costs. Zilian's eyes turned cold. The people around her felt their scalps go numb. Are they going to use a forbidden divine ability? They said. Got it. 12 people walked out. Each of them cut their palms, and blood flowed out. Nearly half of their saint blood floated out and gathered in the air, forming a blood-red image. It emitted a terrifying aura. Zilian and the others kneeled on the ground respectfully and shouted, Welcome, old ancestor. At the same time, in the Z government, a mysterious aura was released, and one figure after another rose into the air. Someone was using a forbidden divine ability to summon from a distance. What was going on? I don't know. Let's go take a look. This power can only hold one great sage. I'll go. The great sage walked out, and with a step, he disappeared. The remaining people frowned. Some people said that there should be a problem with the heavenly court's ruins. Let's go there and prepare. The people of the Z government moved quickly. In the mysterious space of the heavenly court's ruins. When the others saw this scene, they were shocked. What is this person trying to do? Is he really going to summon a great sage? No, we have to summon it too. The other clans of the ancients also started to move. They also had more than one great sage. Some people formed seals with their palms, and some people used terrifying divine abilities. Some people took out formations to teleport. However, it was useless. The Tao of the celestial heavens suppressed everything. What was going on? They couldn't send it out at all. How did he do it? They were really shocked. An elder from the Light clan said. This was a forbidden superpower, and the price to pay was extremely high. These 12 people lost at least half of their saint blood. More importantly, each of them lost at least 1,000 years of life. What? The others felt their scalps go numb. The price was indeed high. They had to use their lives to do it. And there were 12 of them. If only one of them used it, they would definitely die. The space of the celestial heavens was too terrifying. Everyone was shocked. Xianxia in front was also preparing to light the sky lanterns, so he didn't have time to care about this. He said, "Brat, give me your golden saint blood." Xian cut his finger. The golden saint blood fell into the sky lantern, but it soon disappeared. Xianxia said, "It's not enough." Xian gritted his teeth and continued to drip his blood. Almost 1/3 of the golden saint blood could be seen in the sky lantern. Xianxia formed a seal and took out a treasure box. There was an extremely terrifying aura inside it. It was a ball of flame. It was very small, but its power was incomparably terrifying. He took out the flame and put it on the sky lantern. The golden saint blood, as a source of power, began to shine. Countless mysterious Tao patterns appeared on the sky lantern, and an even more terrifying and mysterious aura spread out. Is he really going to use the sky lantern? In the distance, the people of the ancients were terrified. The people of the Z government were pale. They were about to faint. At this moment, the blood-red color above them. A figure gradually condensed in the table. Along with it was the aura of the great sage of Zhejiang. It was going to teleport over. Xian and Xianxia naturally felt it too, but they didn't have time to care. At this moment, the sky lanterns had not been completely lit. It was the most critical moment. Everyone was extremely nervous. At this moment, a flame lit up in the darkness. The sky lantern was lit. It was done. Xianxia was overjoyed. Xian was also shocked. Is that it? He felt that the sky lantern was emitting an extremely mysterious aura. But he didn't know what it was used for. At the same time, the figure of the great saint also descended from the distance, and as soon as he arrived, he shouted coldly. He shouted and slammed his palm forward. Below his feet, the 12 purple mansion saint kings immediately fainted. They had used too much energy. The cold voice of the great sage resounded between heaven and earth. There's no need for things that have already been destroyed to live. Not good. Xian exclaimed. He felt a great threat. With a wave of his hand, 2 willow branches flew out. These were given to him by the Xiao family's guardian beast. They had already been broken after receiving the great sage's attack. However, they still had some power. Xian took them out. Xianxia also shouted coldly. He grabbed the sky lantern with one hand and slapped it out at the same time. A deafening sound rang out. Xian used the 2 willow branches to protect his body, blocking the attack. Countless cracks appeared on the 2 willow branches. It looked like he could only use them one last time. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and looked forward. He saw the great sage in a purple robe. It was the great sage that he had seen before. Brat, you actually helped the tyrant and helped the heavenly court activate the sky lantern. You deserve to die. The great sage looked at Xian, and a biting cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. A terrifying power erupted. His gaze turned into a divine sword and attacked Lin Xian. This was the power of the great sage. It was really too terrifying. Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul to block. With a clang, the gaze collided with the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian's arm went numb and was about to shatter. However, he still managed to block the gaze. The people in the distance were shocked. Damn it, how did he do it? He could actually block the great sage's attack. The Sage King and the great sage were only one word apart, but their strength was like heaven and earth. The great sage's gaze could kill them instantly. However, Lin Xian was only at the initial stage of the Sage King realm. He could block the great sage's attack. It was really heaven-defying. The great sage's expression also darkened. He stared at the great dragon sword soul and released a sharp light. You actually have a supreme treasure on you. Is this what gives you the right to be arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian held the great dragon sword soul and snorted coldly. You said that I was helping the tyrant? But in my opinion, you are the monsters. The great sage coldly snorted and grabbed the dragon-shaped sword shadow with one hand. Such a supreme treasure was not worthy of an ant. Lin Xian roared angrily and slashed out with his sword, blocking the opponent's palm. At this moment, He Shan laughed coldly. You seem to have forgotten about me. With a wave of his robe, a terrifying energy burst forth. Countless black leaves pierced through the sky. The great sage felt threatened and didn't dare to be careless. He struck out his purple mansion great seal to fight back. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out as the great sage's aura spread out in all directions. The flame of the sky lantern swayed from the wind, but it did not go out. After that strike, He Shan withdrew his palm. The great sage's face was also cold. It seems that you are also a great god. That's good. I'll kill you and destroy the sky lantern. He ignored Lin Xian and wanted to kill He Shan. In his opinion, Lin Xian was just an ant that he could kill at any time. Lin Xian's body swayed and he quickly retreated. The two great sages were fighting, and the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Fortunately, whether it was the bronze coffin or the 9 true dragons, they were extremely terrifying. They were far from being destroyed by the great sage's power. Lin Xian was pushed far away. The people of the remote antiquity families and the peerless sects were also terrified. However, when they saw Lin Xian, their eyes turned red. That kid had obtained 2 spiritual herbs from tens of thousands of years ago. More importantly, the sword shadow in his hand. That was a supreme existence that could block the great sage's attack. It was a heaven-defying treasure. If they could get it. They didn't think about it anymore and quickly attacked. The void beside Lin Xian cracked, and a powerhouse of the Light Clan charged over. You're courting death. Lin Xian roared. Do you want to kill me? He slashed out with his sword, and the powerhouse of the Light Clan dodged quickly. It's useless. You can't hit me. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword cut him in half, and his soul was instantly destroyed. The power of the great dragon sword spirit still lingered. So, how could the Light Clan escape? Damn it. The eyes of the Light Clan turned red instantly. Light stepped forward and shouted coldly, Kid, if you don't use your supreme treasure, do you dare to fight me fairly? How dare he kill his people? He couldn't stand it. Lin Xian sneered. Do you have the right to say that? You can control the Light Clan, but can you control the others? A fair fight? Then all of you, get out of here. Jin Wuhao walked out and said with a smile, Light, you're too naive. Now is not the time to talk about fairness. Everyone, let's kill him and divide the treasures. I agree. Evil Spirit also walked over. Jin Wuhao and the people of the Spectre sect watched covetously. The people of the Wind Clan were also tempted, but then Yi Wudao stepped forward and shouted coldly, Whoever dares to make a move will be my enemy. I'll fight him. So what? The last time we fought, the winner was not decided. This time, let's do it. Then radiance and light shot toward Leaf Dao Denier. At the same time, Jin Wuhao snorted, Everyone, attack. The people of the Jinwu clan, the Serene Cloud sect, and the other powerhouses all charged over. There was nothing they could do about it. The might of the great dragon sword soul was too terrifying. Furthermore, there were other secrets on Lin Xian's body that everyone wanted. Lin Xian's eyes were cold. You want to come? Fine, then let's fight. Golden light bloomed in his eyes. Dozens of demonic beasts flew out, including the ice-fire swan and the blackwater mystical snake. The blackwater mystical snake pierced a person as soon as it appeared. The ice-fire swan attacked, and the terrifying power of ice and fire spread out. The people at the front were shocked. Damn it, this guy can control demonic beasts, and not just one. Everyone be careful. No matter, this time it was not only the younger generation, but also the older generation. The elders of the Sacred Heavens clan held the sacred heavenly diagram and charged toward the Icefire Swan. The people of the Serene Cloud sect charged toward the Blackwater Mystical Snake. The battle broke out in an instant. Lin Xian's demonic beasts were strong, but the other side had more people. For a moment, they were at a disadvantage, and were constantly forced to retreat. Lin Xian was also in danger. Buzz. He waved the dragon-shaped sword in his hand and slashed out. The late-stage martial Saint King Elder was split apart and cut in half. The Saint King's blood was dyed red, and his soul could not be healed. Everyone was terrified. Damn it, they had to be careful of that sword. He was definitely going to die. Everyone could see that every time Lin Xian used the great dragon sword spirit, he had to rest for a while. So this gave them a chance to attack. A Saint King from the Light Clan charged over again. His speed was extremely fast, and he came behind Lin Xian. This was a peak Saint King realm existence, and his strength was terrifying. Kid, without the sword shadow, can you block it? One strike. Great, this brat is dead for sure. Everyone laughed. The void behind Lin Xian split open, and the three-eyed vermilion bird flew out. Torrential flames rushed toward the Light Clan expert. The Light Clan expert's pupils shrank, and he quickly retreated. But he was too careless. Even with his extreme speed, half of his body was burned to ashes. He appeared in the distance, his face cold. Damn it, there was still a demonic beast, and it was a peak Saint King realm demonic beast. The three-eyed vermilion bird spread its wings and flew, shooting out torrential divine flames. It's just a peak demonic beast. We have more than one peak Saint King on our side. The Golden Crow tribe Saint King walked over again. Although the Golden Crow raging flame was killed, they still had peak experts on their side. The expert from the Light tribe walked over again. At the same time, the Serene Cloud sect also walked over. The three peak Saint Kings attacked the three-eyed vermilion bird together. No matter how strong the three-eyed vermilion bird was, it could not win. Behind them, Jinwu Hao sneered when he saw this. That kid is dead. The evil spirits were waiting to strike. Once the other party fell, the rest of them would have to fight as well. Kid, let's see how you escape this time. The three peak Saint Kings sneered. Two of them suppressed the three-eyed vermilion bird. One of them charged towards Lin Xian. The Golden Crow tribe's expert charged towards Lin Xian with a dazzling light. Lin Xian was like a small boat in the wind, about to capsize at any time. But at this time, his lips curled into a smile. His eyes shone brightly again. Immediately after, a purple figure flew out from the Black Earth ship. It was a huge creature. The moment it appeared, it slapped the Golden Crow tribe's expert with its claws. The Golden Crow tribe's expert's body caved in and his bones shattered. He was sent flying while vomiting blood. Boom. He crashed into the void and blood dyed the 9 heavens. The people in the distance were stunned. The smile on Jinwu Hao's face froze. He roared, damn it, how did this happen? The others were also in an uproar. This kid still had a trump card, even the two peak Saint Kings who were suppressing the vermilion bird were shocked. They sensed a terrifying threat. The two of them quickly retreated. In front, the Qilin walked out and roared at the sky. Its aura exploded. It was the purple Qilin. Many people had seen this demonic beast before. They remembered that they had fought it together and chased it away. Why would it appear here, and why would it help Lin Xian? Could it be that this guy was also a demonic beast that Lin Xian had subdued? Impossible. Was this kid the one who had set this up? Two peak demonic beasts, guardians, and other late Saint Kings. Lin Xian could sweep through them all. If it weren't for the fact that the remote antiquity families had joined forces with Yi Futian's uncle, none of them would have been able to contend against Yi Futian. For a moment, these people's faces turned cold. At this moment, the great sage, who was fighting against Black Mountain, pointed out with his finger. The dragon elephant finger charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian was shocked. The space he was in instantly shattered. Was he dead? Everyone was looking forward to it. Boom, a pagoda appeared from the shattered void. It swayed as Lin Xian walked out from it with a cold expression. Damn it, you still want to kill me? He Shan also sneered. You still have the mood to fight with me? Why do you care about other things? He used a secret technique to force the great sage back. One of the great sage's arms turned into a bloody mist, and his face turned ugly. He no longer dared to care about anything else and fought back with all his might. How could he not die? The surrounding people were shocked. Other than the dragon-shaped sword shadow, there was actually another pagoda that could resist the great sage. That was the great sage's artifact. Everyone's eyes turned red again. Lin Xian snorted. Purple Mansion, you deserve to die. He turned into a bolt of lightning and charged forward. At the same time, the vermilion bird and fire Qilin accompanied him. The other demonic beasts also listened to his orders. Wherever he passed, everyone retreated. No one dared to resist. Lin Xian came to the front. There were 12 figures there. They were the 12 members of the Purple Mansion. They had used their lives as the price to summon the great sage. At this moment, some of them had already woken up, but they were still very weak. Zi Lian raised his head and saw Lin Xian's godlike figure. He was shocked. She gritted her teeth and said, "Do you dare to fight against the Purple Mansion?" Lin Xian said, "Not just fight, I'll send you to hell." He slashed out with his sword and Zi Lian was cut in half. She didn't even have a chance to escape. The other members of the Purple Mansion also shouted angrily. "Damn it, how dare you!" Lin Xian sneered and slashed out with his sword again. Why wouldn't I dare? He was like a god of death as he quickly attacked the 12 members of the Purple Mansion sect. In the blink of an eye, 6 of them had fallen and the remaining 6 were running away. "Ancestor, save us!" they roared. The great sage's face turned pale when he saw the scene. He wanted to stop them, but he couldn't do it. The black-robed man in front of him was extremely terrifying. His opponent was a tree demon, but his strength was too heaven-defying. Especially those leaves, they could pierce through anything. He didn't dare to be careless. Lin Xian snorted and attacked. Under his command, the three-eyed vermilion bird tore one of the Purple Mansion sect's members into pieces. The remaining people roared. "Brat, what kind of genius are you? Fight me one-on-one if you have the ability." Lin Xian sneered. "You want to fight me one-on-one? Earlier, your great sage tried to kill me by relying on his own strength. Now, I'll let you experience the feeling of being crushed by someone." As he spoke, the Qilin roared and slapped another Purple Mansion sect member to death. The remaining 4 people were on the verge of despair. They looked around and said, "Hurry up and stop him. We will reward you handsomely." That's right. The Purple Mansion great sage in front of them roared as well. "Whoever dares to attack, I, the Purple Mansion great sage, will impart to you a supreme technique." He was so angry that he was going crazy. Although he couldn't attack, the Purple Mansion sect was all-encompassing and had a deep foundation. They had once commanded many heroes, and now they were going to recreate their glory. Hearing this, the members of the remote antiquity family were also tempted. Some of them prepared to attack. However, it was useless. Everything was over. The great dragon sword soul unleashed its power again and slashed out, killing the remaining 4 Purple Mansion sect members. Those who were close to them were also sent flying. Their faces were filled with fear. Dead, the 12 Purple Mansion sect members were all dead. The members of the remote antiquity family didn't have a chance to attack anymore. They were terrified. So many of them were killed by a young man. It was unbelievable. In the distance, the great sage was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Damn it! Were all his subordinates dead? His heart was bleeding. The members of the Purple Mansion sect were all top-notch geniuses. Their future was limitless. Each of them could dominate a region. Now that they were all dead, how could he explain it? Just as he was panicking, the black mountain pierced through his body, and the leaves shattered his expression. Damn it! He couldn't suppress Lin Fan alone. Was he going to return empty-handed today? Kill that kid. The great sage roared, I'll thank you. After that, he ignored Lin Fan and focused on dealing with Black Mountain. The members of the remote antiquity family looked solemn. They had thought so before, but after Lin Xian showed so many powerful trump cards, they hesitated. Would they really be able to take him down? Normally, they would find it laughable. There were quite a few peak-stage Saint Kings here, and there were even more late-stage Saint Kings. If they wanted to kill an early-stage Saint King, they could do it with a single look. However, they couldn't do it now. Jin Wuhao gritted his teeth. Everyone, let's attack. This kid has many trump cards, but he's only an early-stage Saint King. I don't believe that he has so much power to support these trump cards. He's already at the end of his rope. He can't use them anymore. As long as we seize the opportunity, we'll control the pagoda. He'll definitely die. Yes, that's right. Some people also stepped forward, their eyes shining. The others also took a deep breath. They were going to fight. This kid had many treasures. If they really killed him, they would have enough to split. Why? Do you still want to fight? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The purple qilin and three-eyed vermilion bird under his feet roared. The blackwater mystical snake and the frostfire swan roared furiously. Although the two beasts were covered in blood and their bodies were broken, they were still injured. Their bodies were stained with blood, but they were still not afraid. Lin Xian was like a divine king. His eyes emitted a piercing light. I'll give you a big gift. He used the heavenly secret divine eye with all his strength. The power of reincarnation erupted from the 12 diagrams of heavenly secret. A golden eye appeared in the sky. It enveloped heaven and earth. These people were not made of steel. They had their own interests. Under the influence of Lin Xian's eye technique, their souls were also affected. Soon, some people's eyes turned red, and they began to fight each other. The situation became uncontrollable. Damn it, it's a soul eye technique. Don't fall for it. Some peak experts and elders shouted angrily. They charged toward Lin Xian with bloodshot eyes. Die. Lin Xian roared furiously, and struck out with his sword again, killing 2 peak stage Saint Kings. The others retreated in shock, not daring to go forward. Lin Xian's face was also pale. The power in the 10 storage rings that Black Mountain gave him had all been used up. The dragon sword's soul dimmed and entered his body. That's great. Seeing this scene, many people were delighted. Some quickly rushed over. With a boom, Lin Xian was forced back. He used the Great Sage Pagoda to block it. His expression became cold. Kid, no matter the price, I'll kill you today. 3 figures walked over with earth-shattering power. Boom, the 3 of them attacked Lin Xian aggressively. At this time, another large hand appeared in the sky and enveloped the 3 of them. No, damn it, what kind of power is this? Who was it? The 3 of them were terrified. These were 3 extremely terrifying elders. However, at that moment, they were turned into a mist of blood by a single palm strike. Lin Xian was also sent flying by this force. Fortunately, he had the Great Sage Pagoda, which prevented his body from splitting apart. Lin Xian's face turned cold. That attack just now was definitely from the Great Sage. Who was it? The Great Sage? He turned around and saw that the Great Sage's face was also filled with shock. He Shan retreated and did not attack again. However, his expression turned cold. The others were the same. The golden eye in the sky disappeared, and everyone no longer felt the threat to their souls. Their scalps went numb. Did another Great Sage come? Which clan did he belong to? A low laughter sounded, making everyone's hair stand on end. A figure walked over. Unexpectedly, even the legendary Sky Lantern of the Heavenly Court was here. Hand over the Sky Lantern, and I'll spare your life. Everyone was terrified. It was indeed the Great Sage. Lin Xian was shocked. He was here for the Sky Lantern. He Shan snorted. You think you can do that? That's right, I can. That person walked over. Everyone saw that it was an old man. His face was old, and his hair hung on the ground like a waterfall. There were even bones on some parts of his body. This person did not have much lifespan left. If I obtain the sky lantern, I will be able to obtain the inheritance of the heavenly court. Perhaps it will allow me to live for a few thousand more years. Therefore, I won't give up. Humph, the great sage's face was cold, but he soon smiled and said, "Don't worry, fellow Taoist. I'll help you." Compared to the person in front of him, Xianxia was more terrifying because the other party might have some kind of relationship with the heavenly court. The person in front of him only wanted to snatch the treasure, so he decided to work together to kill Xianxia first, and then deal with the person in front of him. Very well, the newly arrived old man sneered. He also knew that Xianxia was very powerful, so he was prepared to work together. The two great sages walked up, shaking the sky and the earth. Xianxia's situation became very dangerous in an instant. Xianxia's face turned pale. Damn it, two great sages. What should I do? Xianxia roared. Do you think two great sages can suppress me? If I were in my peak state, you wouldn't even be able to fight with one hand, not even now. I'll show you the true power of the sky lantern. The true power of the sky lantern? The people around were also surprised. Wasn't it just a symbol of status? In their opinion, Xianxia did not use the sky lantern when he fought with the great sage, so everyone thought that the sky lantern was not very powerful. Now, it seemed that was not the case. Xianxia also frowned. The great sage pagoda on his body was bobbing up and down, ready to enter at any time. Attack, the great sage seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed, and he quickly attacked. Dragon elephant finger. He pointed out with a finger. It was extremely terrifying. At the same time, his other hand performed the great desolate sky-splitting hand. The two powerful techniques suppressed the sky and the earth. The other great sage was also extremely terrifying. His body was old, but the power in his body was indeed terrifying. He threw out a punch. The bright light was like the fist of a god, shining brightly. The two great sages attacked with all their strength. The earth in front of them shook. The void kept shattering. Run away quickly. Those in the distance retreated frantically. Some of the closer ones who did not escape in time were immediately blasted away and turned into blood mist. The other remote antiquity families and great sects did not dare to move forward at all. It was too terrifying. The three great sages destroyed everything. Xianxia was also shocked. He entered the great sage pagoda. The great sage pagoda was also shaking. The great sage pagoda was extremely terrifying, but these people were great sage. Therefore, the great sage pagoda could no longer completely protect him. Fortunately, Xianxia's physique was also strong. He blocked most of the attacks. The rest were blocked by Xianxia's divine body. However, he knew that it was not the way to go. Facing the two figures who were like gods of war, Xianxia was not afraid. The sky lantern in his hand was activated by him. The great Tao on it intertwined and then suddenly exploded. The golden sacred blood in the sky lantern burned quickly. A terrifying aura spread out. The divine fire flew out and floated forward. The dragon elephant finger and the great desolate sky-splitting hand melted quickly under the divine fire. Is it that powerful? Xianxia was shocked. The two great sages' expressions changed drastically. Oh no, they quickly retreated. The purple mansion grand sage unleashed an enchantment made of multicolored light, cutting off the sky. The other great sage's hair turned into a waterfall and rolled out. It danced between heaven and earth like a black dragon. However, it was soon ignited. He could not block it at all. Half of his body was burned by the divine fire. He let out a crazy roar. Although the sky lantern was powerful, it required a lot of energy. Currently, it only had some golden sacred blood left. After that, it would run out of energy. The sky lantern would also go out. Black Mountain snorted coldly. Then I'll turn you into lamp whale. He transformed into his true form. Countless branches shot toward the withered old man, wrapped around him, and pulled him into the sky lantern. The old man roared crazily and tried to resist. However, as soon as he got close to the sky lantern, all of his power seemed to have been ignited. His entire body was enveloped by a ball of divine fire. Fellow cultivator, stop, I don't want the sky lantern anymore. I won't attack you anymore. Please let me go. It's not easy for me to cultivate. It's not easy to cultivate? How dare you plot against me? Repent in your next life. Black Mountain was unmoved. He exerted force again and ignited the old man completely. The old man's body melted and turned into blood that swayed between heaven and earth. Finally, he entered the sky lantern. The sky lantern's fire suddenly erupted. Its power was 10 times stronger than before. After all, it was the blood of the great sage. It was much more powerful than Lin Xian's. Next, I'll deal with you. He looked at the great sage. The great sage's scalp went numb. He felt that his life was in danger. The sky lantern was like a divine artifact that he could not resist at all. Of course, he also knew that it was impossible for him to escape. He had heard of some legends about the sky lantern before. His only chance now was to block this attack. Only then would he have a chance to escape. Thinking of that, endless lightning bloomed from his body. Every move he made carried an aura of supremacy. As the great sage, he was not someone to be trifled with. Blood-burning secret technique, overlord fist of heaven and earth, the sacred blood in his body quickly burned. He roared angrily like a god descending to the world. He was extremely powerful. He pushed out with his palm, causing everyone to be terrified. Lin Xian took the great sage and quickly retreated. He knew that they were going to risk their lives. Black Mountain held the sky lantern in his hand and quickly formed a hand seal. The sky lantern shone brightly, and the divine fire floated out again. An earth-shaking sound rang out, and a destructive aura swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, even the ancient bronze coffin began to shake violently. Not good, retreat quickly. The people from the remote antiquity clans and great powers were running away as fast as they could. The people of the Light clan were the first to escape. They came out of the desert. Then, he continued to flee. Then, the Wind clan and the Golden Crow clan fled one after another. However, half of the people remained in the desert forever, killed by the destructive power. Damn it, those people's hearts were dripping blood. Just by watching the battle, their losses were already so great, however, they didn't dare to say anything. Lin Xian also felt the violent impact, and many cracks appeared on his body. Damn it. Even the Great Sage Pagoda was unable to completely block it? What kind of secret technique did the other party use? The foundation of the Violet Palace realm was too deep. At this moment, he heard Black Mountain's voice transmission. Brat, quickly hide inside. I'll give you a good fortune. Whether or not you can get it depends on you. Even if you can't get it, you can still keep your life. With that, Lin Xian felt Black Mountain grab the Great Sage Pagoda and fly him quickly. In the next moment, he saw the ancient bronze coffin open, and Black Mountain threw him in. Boom, the ancient bronze coffin closed again. Lin Xian felt that his surroundings had become incomparably quiet, and all the power had disappeared. What was going on? He was stunned. Did Black Mountain open the ancient bronze coffin? What was it that gave him a good fortune? Was there anything good in the ancient bronze coffin? Thinking of this, he walked out of the Great Sage Pagoda and looked around. The ancient bronze coffin was very dark. Lin Xian's body was burning with the 9 suns' divine fire like the sun, shining in all directions. The ancient bronze coffin wasn't big. It was just a place for burying people, so Lin Xian couldn't walk around freely. After he came out, he could only stay in a strange position. Moreover, he didn't find any corpses. There was nothing buried here. What was that? Suddenly, he discovered that there seemed to be something in a corner of the ancient bronze coffin. He stretched out his palm. It lit up the front. He finally saw that it was a jar, a black jar. This jar had no lid and was incomparably black. There were strange patterns drawn on it that made one's hair stand on end. What was this? A sacred artifact. A good fortune had to be at least at the level of the Great Sage Pagoda. And from the looks of it, it might be an attack type Wu. Lin was overjoyed. However, at this moment, the black jar floated up and arrived in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian was curious and grabbed it with his hand. The moment he grabbed it, he regretted it. Suddenly, the black jar emitted an extremely terrifying devouring power that devoured his entire body. No, Lin Xian roared as he activated his 9 sons' divine body. His fist landed on it, producing an earth-shaking sound. However, with his physique, he couldn't shake it at all. The jar didn't move at all. Buzz, Lin Xian felt his soul float out. He saw his body fall down and be buried in the bronze coffin. As for him, he was sucked into the pitch-black jar. Damn it, what was going on? Did this guy suck away his soul? Was he going to die? This was an unprecedented experience. Now, there was only a soul. There was no body, no great dragon sword, and no great sage pagoda. All of his trump cards were gone, only his soul. The pitch-black magic jar was so terrifying. Lin Xian felt that he had entered a mysterious vortex. His soul was constantly being crushed as if it was about to dissipate. Was this a good fortune? Lin Xian didn't know. But soon, he regained his fighting spirit. Even if there was nothing, so what? Along the way, other than these trump cards, his own strength couldn't be underestimated. I want to see just how mysterious this broken jar of yours really is. Lin Xian's soul bloomed with light as he resisted. The surrounding darkness seemed to have turned into a millstone, constantly crushing his soul. Every time, Lin Xian felt his soul shattering. But in this mysterious jar, even if his soul was shattered, it could be healed again. This pain made Lin Xian hover between life and death. Fortunately, his willpower was strong and he was able to endure it. However, this was like a cycle. His soul was shattered, then recovered, and shattered again. He didn't know how long had passed. He even forgot that he only had one belief, and that was to persevere. Outside, Heishan sent Lin Xian into the ancient bronze coffin and then continued to activate the sky lantern. A great battle broke out. Although the secret technique of the Purple Mansion was very terrifying, it couldn't compete with the sky lantern. In the end, the divine flame of the 1,000 lantern burned everything and enveloped the great sage. The Purple Mansion great sage let out a miserable shriek as he, too, was transformed into oil. The 2 great sage turned into lamp oil and the surrounding space shattered. The divine flame on the sky lantern returned to normal. Black Mountain looked at the bronze coffin below and sighed. He had already gotten what he wanted. As for the creation, it was up to him. He knew that there was something inside, but it would not be easy to get it. Black Mountain came back to his senses and looked around. Then, he placed the sky lantern in front of him again. He kept making hand seals and set up an array formation. The flames on the sky lantern scattered throughout the entire space as if they were performing some kind of ancient ritual. At this moment, the array formation was imprinted on the sword of heaven and earth. A divine flame appeared in the eyes of the true dragons in front. Boom, their ice-cold bodies began to move. Boom. Boom, boom. 9 true dragons soared into the sky and shattered the void. The chains on the 10 true dragons let out earth-shattering sounds. The bronze coffin was pulled up and flew into the sky. They had set off. Black Mountain put away the sky lantern. Looking at this scene, he quickly retreated. From this moment on, the heavenly court was reactivated, outside, in the vast desert. The people of the clan of the ancients and the peerless sex were shocked. What was the situation inside? They could not sense it. After all, it was an independent spatial world. That guy should not be able to hold on. Who knew? However, Lin Xian did not come out. He might have died in the battle between the sages. Unfortunately, he was full of treasures. Some people sneered. It's fine. We'll go in after the great sage leaves. They all wandered around the desert and did not leave. Suddenly, the desert in front of them shook. Everyone soared into the sky in fear again. What happened this time? Look, the desert split open. What was that? It came out, countless people were stunned. 9 true dragons soared into the sky, tore open the void, and rampaged between heaven and earth. Behind them was a huge bronze coffin. Was it alive? These people were dumbfounded. They could not help but want to kneel down and worship it. Previously, they had sensed that those true dragons did not have any aura. Now that they could fly, could it be that they were still alive? They did not dare to imagine what was buried in the bronze coffin. The bronze coffin flew in the sky. When the sun shone on it, everyone was stunned. At that moment, they seemed to have seen the scene inside the bronze coffin. There was a figure inside. However, that figure caused them to be unable to believe their eyes. It was that brat, isn't that Xianxia? Why was he in there? In the next moment, they couldn't see it anymore. However, that scene was forever imprinted in their minds. Damn it, what happened after they left? Why did those dragons come to life? What about the three great sage? Was he dead? Where are the sky lanterns? Was Xianxia dead? This was the question on everyone's mind. Even if he didn't die, they probably wouldn't be able to get the treasures on him. Most likely, no one knew the truth of the matter. Perhaps only the great sages knew the truth. However, the great sages were nowhere to be seen. The nine-headed true dragon had already disappeared from the world. No one knew where they had gone. At the same time, they realized that the entire heavenly court ruins had changed. It quickly sank into the ground and disappeared. These people rose into the air and looked at the heavenly court that had already disappeared. They were incomparably shocked. This matter was really too mysterious. True dragons were incomparably mysterious. Xianxia was buried in the bronze coffin. In addition, the sky lantern was reignited. It indicated that the heavenly court had reopened. Each of these things was earth-shattering. No, they had to hurry back and inform their families. These people quickly returned. They had to let their families use all their forces to search. They had to find the treasure. Everyone moved quickly. Not long after, the clan of the ancients and the peerless sects learned about it and sent people to investigate. The people of the Purple Mansion were the fastest. When the great sage was teleported, they had already begun to set up things here. Therefore, they also saw the nine-headed true dragon. However, no one dared to go forward. The scene was too shocking. After the nine-headed true dragon and the bronze coffin disappeared, they moved quickly. First, they went to the heavenly court ruins to investigate, but there was nothing there. Damn it, what was going on? Where was the great sage of the Purple Mansion? They waited for many days, but the great sage didn't return. Until recently, the great sage that had been teleported away returned one after another, but the great sage's figure was still nowhere to be seen. The great sage from before had been teleported away. At this moment, when they returned and learned the truth, they roared at the sky. Damn it, they had been schemed against. They had lost a great opportunity. There were 7 great sage. If they hadn't been teleported away. If they had joined forces, they would have definitely been able to open the bronze trial and obtain the sky lantern. They might even have been able to obtain the inheritance of the heavenly court. However, it was all too late now. Search for it. Taiching ancient city had been thoroughly explored. However, there was no news at all. In fact, Xianxia's whereabouts were unknown. The black-robed man had also disappeared. Where did the sky lantern go? No one knew either. Everything was a mystery. Time passed quickly. Taiching ancient city had undergone earth-shattering changes, especially the top geniuses from before. They had entered the heavenly court ruins and obtained some fortunes. Rapid cultivation allowed them to break through and increase their strength greatly. It could be said that it was comparable to hundreds and thousands of years of cultivation. Among them, Feng Huang, Jin Wuhao, Yu Xia, and the others had all broken through from the early stage of the Grand Sage King. They had broken through to the middle stage of the Grand Sage King. Light and Yu Wudao had not broken through. However, they had both reached the peak of the early stage. Both of them had the body of the ancients, and the power they needed was even more terrifying. Although they had not broken through, their strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. They were not inferior to Jin Wuhao, Evil Spirit, and the others. In fact, they were even stronger, in addition to these top geniuses breaking through. A new batch of geniuses had also appeared in the other clans and sects of the ancients. After all, each of the clans and sects of the ancients had obtained some fortunes. Some of them had even obtained spiritual herbs from tens of thousands of years ago and used them to refine pills to create a batch of geniuses. These people had fought with each other. Yi Wudao sighed. He wondered how Lin Xian was doing. Hearing this name, the others turned solemn. Some of them frowned and sneered. A dead person should have been buried in the starry sky long ago. There was no need to talk about it. That's right, only living geniuses had a future. Dead, nothing at all. Was Lin Xian really dead? In a mountain in the Purple Mansion, Xianxia was also in a daze. When she received the news, she had secretly investigated, but she did not find anything. Anything related to Lin Xian. It was as if he had really been hidden in the ancient bronze coffin and disappeared. To be honest, she could not believe it. Lin Xian was such a top genius, and he had suppressed Jin Wuhao, evil spirit, and the others. He had hopes of becoming a great emperor in the future. Mount Eternal. This was a forbidden land of death. No one dared to come here. Even a saint would turn into a pile of bones here. There were many ancient cities around Mount Eternal, as well as some great sects and families. They were very powerful. At this moment, a huge city was very lively. Today was the 7,000th birthday of a grand elder of the Temple of Immortals. Countless people had gathered. The Temple of Immortals had a very ancient heritage and was also a great sect. They were all grand elders, so naturally, the people they invited were all very terrifying. Among them were many great sects and even some powerhouses from top families. These people gathered together, and it was very lively among each other. However, at this moment, the sky darkened. There was an extremely terrifying force pressing down on the ground below. Everyone felt terrified. The sage kings rose into the sky with shocked expressions. What was going on? Even the great sage's eyes burst out with divine light that pierced through heaven and earth. The 7,000-year-old grand elder of the Temple of Immortals shouted angrily, "Come down, there's a peerless enemy." He felt a fatal threat. Indeed, the great sage's expressions were extremely ugly. At this moment, everyone descended from the sky. They looked up at the sky and waited quietly. In the sky, there was a huge creature flying past. The people below saw it clearly. They were extremely shocked. There were 9 huge dragons in the sky. Each of them was 1,000 meters long and had ice-cold scales. Under the sun's illumination, they bloomed with brilliance. They painted a peerless divine light that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. 9 true dragons. Were the powerhouses of the dragons here? The people below were shocked. Even the great sage were as if they were facing a great enemy. The dragons were incomparably mysterious. If there were really 9 top-notch dragons, perhaps something earth-shattering had happened. However, the Grand Elder of the Temple of Immortals frowned. Cold sweat flowed down his face. What was going on? Although the aura of these 9 true dragons was terrifying, he didn't seem to feel the existence of chi, blood, and souls. The 9 true dragons were all dead. What kind of power was that? It was supporting their flight. What was even more shocking was yet to come. They discovered that the 9 true dragons were all chained. And on the other end of the chain, it was an ancient bronze coffin with mysterious Tao patterns carved on it. The aura of the ancient coffin was even more terrifying. Just a single glance at it would cause one's soul to tremble in fear. What sort of existence was buried in that ancient coffin? The Grand Elder of the Temple of Immortals almost fell to his knees. Could it be that this was the legendary phenomenon of heaven and earth? The people from the other great sects were also shocked. Some of the older generation experts sucked in cold breaths. There were records of this in their ancient books. The 9 true dragons pulled the bronze coffin across the sky. Countless people prostrated themselves in worship. It was said that an immortal was buried inside. At that time, they thought it was just a legend and didn't pay too much attention to it. And now, such a scene had actually appeared before their eyes. Hearing the words of these older generation figures, the others directly knelt down and began to worship. An immortal had descended from the heavens. Someone muttered softly. Even if there were, they were all dead. Weren't they all buried? Shut up, a middle-aged man turned around and slapped the man's face. Do you want to die? How dare you disrespect an immortal? The young man was so scared that his scalp went numb. He immediately knelt on the ground. Elder, please calm down. I won't dare to do it again. Everyone was watching. No one dared to be presumptuous. They watched quietly as the 9 true dragons and the bronze coffin streaked across the sky. Then, they flew towards a distant corner. Was he about to land? He was nearby. Countless people were shocked. Could it be that an immortal opportunity was about to descend in their area? These people were all excited. If they could obtain it, wouldn't they be able to ascend to the immortal realm? Let's go and take a look. These people soared into the sky. Their eyes were red. The young prodigies were very fast, but they were soon left behind. The experts of the older generation and even the supreme elders were mobilized. A few great sage were the fastest. They tore through the void and flew over quickly. The others followed closely behind. This was supposed to be a birthday banquet, but now they couldn't care less. They had to see where the 9 true dragons and the ancient bronze coffin had landed. That was great. Everyone saw that the 9 true dragons were descending. If they landed, they would be able to obtain the inheritance in the ancient coffin. These people were going crazy. The 5 great sage were very fast. They passed through everything and forgot everything. There was only the ancient bronze coffin in their eyes. But all of a sudden, the great sages began to roar. No, the Grand Elder of the Long Life Hall looked terrified and quickly retreated. The others also fled crazily as if they had encountered the most terrifying thing. What was going on? What happened? The people behind were stunned. In the next moment, they saw something terrifying. A great sage was covered in flames. But at this moment, his flames were fast in front of him. His powerful body withered and eventually turned into a pile of white bones that fell from the sky. Grand Elder, the elders of the fire god shrine immediately knelt down and wept. That was their great sage. Had he fallen just like that? Everyone couldn't believe it. After the other 4 great sage returned, they retreated. In front of them was Mount Eternal. What? It was actually Mount Eternal. Countless people were terrified and quickly retreated. They had known the terror of Mount Eternal since they were young. It was a forbidden land of death that no one could enter. Especially now, a great sage had fallen in an instant. Everyone knew that. Even the great sage couldn't enter this forbidden land of death. Damn it, they had entered Mount Eternal. Those great sage elders looked at the ancient bronze coffin and landed in Mount Eternal. Their expressions became incomparably ugly. Originally, they had great hopes of obtaining the immortal opportunity. But now, it seemed impossible. No one could walk in. These people's mood fell from high in the sky to hell. Originally, being able to get close to the immortal opportunity was a blessing cultivated by several lifetimes. But now, it seemed that their blessing was still a little lacking. The opportunity was right in front of them, but they couldn't get any closer. Behind them, among the younger generation, a figure stood there with his hands behind his back. Looking at this scene, his eyes flickered. His figure was very strange, as if he had merged with the void. There was actually an immortal opportunity. Gufeng looked at this scene and frowned. He looked at the surrounding elders and said, "Hurry up and inform the family of the news." The elders nodded. They had already secretly used a formation to send back the news of what had happened here. Next to Gufeng, there was a figure wearing a battle suit and was incomparably handsome. He looked to the side and said, "Brother Gufeng, I wonder if we can discuss something." "Brother Sulai, what's the matter?" "Say it," Gufeng said with a smile. Sulai walked out, looked in all directions, and said, "Everyone." Hearing this, everyone turned their heads around. Sulai was the number 1 genius of the Long Life Hall. His strength was very terrifying. He was the future hall master of the Long Life Hall. Even the elders and grand elders of the Palace of Immortals were confused. Although Mount Eternal was terrifying, the immortal opportunity was hard to come by even in tens of thousands of years. "We can't miss it," someone said coldly. "Young man, do you know how dangerous Mount Eternal is?" The great sage in front of them had died. Yes, although the immortal opportunity was good, one had to be alive to take it. These people shook their heads. "Of course, we can't do it, but what if we use the extreme Dao Wu? What about Qi?" Everyone was surprised when they heard this. Some elders gasped. As for the Grand Elder of the Palace of Immortals, his eyes lit up. He smiled. He strode over and looked at Gufeng. "Young Master Gu." Can we use the extreme Dao Wu together, Qi? Let's go in together and obtain the immortal opportunity. The others also came back to their senses. Yes, they were here to celebrate the birthday this time. In addition to these great sects and families, there was another family that was very special. That was the Huanggu family. It was an emperor family, the Gu family. This time, the family that had produced a great emperor. In the family, there was the extreme Dao Wu. Qi, the void mirror. If they used the void mirror, they could display the power of the extreme Dao Wu. Even if Mount Eternal was powerful, it might not be able to hurt the extreme Dao Wu. Qi. They might really be able to obtain the immortal opportunity. The elders of the Gu family changed their expressions. They had just sent the news, and these people were already thinking about it. Gu Feng frowned slightly and glanced at Su Lai. It seemed that this person was too meticulous to think of such a thing. It would be difficult for him to refuse now. After all, dozens of families and sects around him were staring at him. Especially the four great sage. Their eyes were burning. If he refused, these great sage would instantly change their faces. Taking a deep breath, Gu Feng said, "Extreme Dao Wu." Qi was usually only used to intimidate. If you want to use the extreme Dao Wu, Qi would consume too much energy. This was not a problem. The Grand Elder of the Palace of Immortals waved his hand. How many resources do you need? We'll take them out together. That's right, the Fire God Palace also stepped forward. His eyes were red. Their great sage had already fallen, so they had to reap some benefits. Otherwise, their losses would be too heavy. The other experts also expressed their willingness to join in. Gong resources. Together, they would open the void mirror to take a look at the immortal fate. What? Could it be that young Master Gu Feng was unwilling, or could it be that the Gu clan wanted to secretly use the void mirror to monopolize the celestial opportunity? Someone said coldly. The expressions of the Gu family members changed, and Gu Feng's eyes flickered. Who were they? She dared to sow discord. However, this voice was incomparably ethereal. No one knew who it was. The other people's eyes darkened, with a trace of coldness. The expressions of the Gu clan's people turned ugly as they secretly transmitted messages to each other. It seemed like it was impossible for them to monopolize it. Gu Feng also gritted his teeth. Then, he transmitted his voice. Forget it, let's join forces. In any case, the imperial weapon belongs to our clan. Even if we do have the immortal fate in the end, we will still be able to use it. We also have an absolute advantage. That was indeed the case. If they had it, then they had it. They had absolute control. In fact, this is what I wanted to say, but Brother Su Lai said it in advance. Gu Feng smiled. We do indeed have such thoughts. Everyone can work together to open up the immortal opportunity. Really? That's great. The surrounding experts all laughed. The four great sage were also extremely excited, especially the Supreme Elder of the Longevity Hall. He was already very old. To be honest, his lifespan was less than 200 years. It might even be less than 100 years. He would die soon. So no matter what, he had to obtain the final opportunity. That was indeed the case. Only the secret technique of the Longevity Hall could allow him to live for so long. The other great sage would not be able to live for so long at all. Unless there was a heaven-defying spiritual medicine. But even so, no one could escape from the reincarnation of the heavenly Tao. Unless one could become an immortal. Everyone, let's return to the Longevity Hall and make a good plan. The Supreme Elder of the Longevity Hall suggested. The others nodded. Okay. They went back again, but this time, it was not for the birthday banquet. It was for the immortal opportunity. After returning, these people began to take action. The various sects took out a lot of resources. Let's gather together. Then, they returned together to the Gu clan to activate the void mirror. As a great sage clan, the Gu clan had produced a great sage. The void great sage cultivated spatial magic, which was extremely terrifying. On this day, the people of the Gu clan were also extremely solemn. They were finally going to use the extreme Dao Wu. Did it work? And it wasn't even a passive defense, They were going to use the extreme Daowu. They were going to attack aggressively. The three great sage of the Gu clan walked out as the host. Around them stood the great sage of the other clans. The resources they brought were all placed in the array formation. The array formation flickered with light, and a terrifying aura spread out. At this moment, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Even the great sage was extremely shocked. A mirror rose into the air and flickered in the sky. In front of this mirror, everyone felt insignificant, as if they were ants. Was this the void mirror? In the longevity hall, the great sage and the supreme elder of the fire god palace were shocked. It was too powerful. This was the foundation of a great sage clan. Extreme Dao Wu. The recovery of Qi had the power of the extreme Dao, which was equivalent to the power of a great sage. This power should be enough. A great sage of the Gu clan said. If they continued to increase their power, they might not be able to control it. Alright, then let's get ready to go to Mount Eternal. Everyone rose into the air. Many people had already gathered at Mount Eternal. They were all from the great sects and the clan of the ancients. These were the elders and the younger generation. They were all gathered here. It's here. Someone said. Countless people looked up and saw a terrifying light in the sky. Everyone bowed down in worship. This was the aura of the extreme Dao. It was extremely powerful. They couldn't bear it. Fortunately, this aura wasn't targeted at them. The people of the Gu clan came to the sky and took a deep breath. They activated the void mirror and lowered an aura. With a crack, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Everyone knelt on the ground. And in front of Mount Eternal, a crack was torn in the void. Everyone was shocked. It was too terrifying. This was the extreme Dao Wu. The power of Qi. A great sage would be turned into a skeleton in an instant. There was no way to escape. But now, in the extreme Dao Wu, in front of Qi, it seemed that they couldn't resist. That was great. The great sage of the other sects beside the Gu clan were overjoyed. The supreme elder of the longevity hall was wearing the longevity battle armor. This time, he went in with boundless hope. He even wore the Chuan armor. He had even donned the longevity battle armor, a holy artifact. On the other side, a supreme elder of the fire god palace. He wore a cloak and was also wearing the Chuan armor. It was the fire god cloak. The group set off in a mighty manner. The void mirror in front of them tore open the void with one strike. Everyone walked in. Their hearts were extremely nervous. After entering Mount Eternal, they felt an extremely terrifying aura coming towards them. Fortunately, the void mirror was fixed in the void. It unleashed its extreme danger and blocked the attack. That was great. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. In addition to these great gods, there were also a few peak elders. All of them had the potential to become great sages. There were also some young geniuses who had hopes of becoming great sage. Therefore, these people were also brought in. Among them was Su Lai from the Palace of Immortals, Gu Feng from the Gu family, Hua Ling from the Fire God Palace, and a few other geniuses. There were about a dozen of them. As for the other elders and young disciples, they stayed outside Mount Eternal. Countless light screens appeared in front of them. It was a shield of light formed by spell formations, and all of the great sages had spell formations attached to them. They were able to deduce what they were seeing. This way, the people outside could see the scene inside without going in. It could be said that this was a very precious experience. These people stared at the light screens in front of them without blinking. After entering Mount Eternal, everyone was very careful. Although they had extreme Dao Wu, they still didn't dare to be careless. This was because they discovered that there were many terrifying Dao inscriptions in Mount Eternal. These great Daos were much more terrifying than what they, the great sage, had mastered. They might even have been left behind by the great emperor. Perhaps this was the reason why it was a forbidden land of death. In front of them, the great sage of the Gu family, Gu Fei, said coldly. Fortunately, the place where the bronze coffin landed wasn't too far away. If it was in the depths of Mount Eternal, I'm afraid that we might not be able to enter even with emperor weapons. Indeed, they could already see the figure of the nine-headed true dragon. It wouldn't take long for them to arrive. Finally, they came to the front and saw the nine-headed true dragon, as well as the terrifying bronze coffin. These people's eyes flickered. The other great sage of the Gu family waved his hand and cast a spatial magic. It formed a spatial rift that enveloped the true dragon. They could naturally see that the nine-headed true dragon was incomparably mysterious. Obviously, its entire body was a treasure. If they could take it away, it would be an endless treasure. The rift could devour everything. However, it lost its effect on the nine-headed true dragon. The crack landed on the true dragon's body and shattered it. The surrounding void turned into chaos. How could this be? The great sage of the Gu family frowned. Gu Fei said in a low voice. Don't be too greedy. Let's start with a true dragon. With their strength, it was impossible for them to take everything away. With that, the great sage nodded and focused on attacking a true dragon. In addition, the Longevity Hall, Fire God Palace, and the other great sage also made their moves. There were 9 of them here, which was more than enough for everyone. However, they soon despaired. No matter what divine abilities or great Tao they used, it was impossible to shake it in the slightest. The Supreme Elder of the Eternal Life Hall looked into the sky and grabbed the true dragon's body, intending to take it away. However, he found that he didn't move at all. It was as if the power of a true dragon had surpassed his limits. Cracks had appeared on his palm. Helpless, he could only let go. The others also retracted their divine power laws, their expressions turning ugly. Even if they came here, there was nothing they could do. From the looks of it, he had to use his extreme Dao Wu. Qi. The Supreme Elder of the Eternal Life Hall looked forward. Gu Fei formed a seal with his palm, and the void mirror hung down. His aura turned into chains and wrapped around a true dragon. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the true dragon's body and spread to the surroundings. At the same time, Mount Eternal released an indestructible power and charged over. The void mirror shook, and a terrifying aura spread. The surrounding great sage felt their hair stand on end. Damn it, what's going on? Give me your power. Gu Fei's expression changed drastically. This power was too terrifying, and the surrounding people didn't dare to be careless. They attacked with all their might. They gave all their power to the void mirror. The void mirror bloomed with radiance and an extreme aura. The terrifying mirror swept through everything. Only then did it block the indestructible Tao. The great sage of the Fire God Palace said, "Don't think about the true dragon. Attack the ancient coffin with all your might." Opening the ancient coffin, there must be something incredible inside. It might be an immortal. These people's eyes flickered, and they shifted their gaze from the true dragon to the ancient bronze coffin. Gu Fei said, "Okay." In the next moment, everyone attacked together. The void mirror bloomed with radiance and an extreme aura. They charged towards the ancient bronze coffin. With a clang, the 9 heavens and 10 lands shattered. The people outside Mount Eternal all prostrated themselves on the ground. What kind of scene was that? It was as if the god of thunder had descended to the world. Mount Eternal also underwent some changes as a terrifying aura emanated from it. There was even a low roar that made people's hair stand on end. The great sage's expressions changed. Damn it, what kind of secret was inside, they didn't know. Boom. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the surroundings darkened, and they couldn't see their own fingers. There was a terrifying aura. It surged towards them. With a whoosh, everyone's blood boiled. Not good, someone was attacking. Who was it? The void bloomed with radiance. Qi swept across. The entire Mount Eternal had turned completely dark. Everyone could only vaguely see a black shadow attacking them. And there was more than one. They were attacking from all directions. Not good, everyone was terrified. Gu Fei also frowned. They didn't have many resources left, so they couldn't control the void mirror for a long time. Therefore, they used their full strength to attack the ancient bronze coffin. At the extreme aura. Under the attack of Qi, the ancient bronze coffin shook violently. However, it didn't break. Moreover, Gu Fei couldn't attack anymore. The surrounding black shadows were very terrifying and posed a danger to them. He could only use the void mirror to defend. When Gufeng saw this scene, he said, "Ancestor, not good, there's not much energy left." Gufei gritted his teeth and retreated. The others were unwilling, but what could they do, not to mention the ancient bronze coffin, even the black fog was incomparably terrifying. If they stayed here and ran out of energy, they would definitely die. Take advantage of the extreme aura now. She still had power, so they quickly retreated. These people rode the void mirror and quickly left. They tore open the void. The people outside were stupefied, their faces filled with shock. She couldn't even do it, they could only protect themselves. After those people outside came out, they also heaved a sigh of relief. The black fog in front of them gradually disappeared, and Mount Eternal regained its tranquility. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. The scene just now was like a dream. The great sage's expressions were incomparably ugly. They all returned to the Gu family to discuss the price. A great sage from the Gu family said. It seemed that the extreme aura, the power of Qi could indeed block Mount Eternal. It's just that we seem to be using the wrong method. Sulai also said, Seniors, I have an idea. As he spoke, everyone turned to look at him. Sulai took a deep breath. Legend. The person buried in the ancient bronze temple might be an immortal, an existence that transcended everything. Isn't it disrespectful for us to attack directly? I think it might be an immortal punishing us. Then what can you do? Gufeng frowned. Sulai said, It seems that we have to offer a sacrifice first to express our respect. We opened the ancient bronze coffin just to see the elegance of an immortal. Yes, that's right. Another great sage nodded. Go, prepare the best sacrifice for me. Gufei also stood up and said, I hope that everyone can also raise their strength again. Gong strength. The last time had already been used up. Those great sages' expressions were ugly, but they still nodded. Okay, no problem. We'll prepare now. Everyone went back and mobilized all their strength to prepare. It was either to collect resources or to collect sacrifices. They were going to enter Mount Eternal again. In the darkness, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His soul felt like it was about to split apart. In the next moment, he felt a powerful force enveloping him. He was shocked. What was going on? What happened? Where was this place? Many questions appeared in his mind. He slowly calmed down and began to observe. His surroundings were pitch black. He couldn't tell where he was. Suddenly, he remembered that he was placed in the ancient bronze coffin by Black Mountain. He found a terrifying black jar, and then his soul. It was swallowed by the black jar. Now, he had already fallen. Was he in the underworld? No, he shouldn't have fallen yet. Lin Xian could feel that his soul was still there, and it was much stronger than before. This was simply unimaginable. Now, even a late-stage holy king couldn't compare to his soul. What was going on? It was definitely not so terrifying before. Could it be because of that black jar? Lin Xian remembered that after his soul was swallowed, it was crushed. Then, it healed and was crushed again. Perhaps this was the effect of thousands of tempering. Why did he wake up? Logically speaking, he had already fallen into a cycle. He carefully recalled that the ancient bronze coffin seemed to be shaking violently. Was someone opening the ancient bronze coffin? Forget it, he had to think of a way to return to his body. His soul began to spread in all directions, and in the next moment, he felt that his surroundings were no longer so dark, and he could move. In fact, he even saw a body lying there. What's going on? Wasn't this his physique? He could see it. Did he come out? No, he was still in the black jar. He saw it through the jar. Could it be that this jar had already been recognized and was under his control? Thinking of this, Lin Xian was overjoyed. This black jar was incomparably mysterious. Perhaps this was the opportunity that Black Mountain was talking about. He had also paid a huge price to obtain it. However, it was not easy for him to leave the black jar. He felt that his current strength was not enough. It seemed that he had to think of another way. Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. Now that his soul had been greatly improved, he was very happy. In his opinion, there would always be a way. It was better to wait patiently for now. In fact, it was the former extreme Dao Wu. Qi's attack awakened Lin Xian from his deep sleep. The people of the Gu family, Longevity Hall, and Fire God Palace gathered again. In order to find offerings and resources, they had gone crazy. Finally, they found them as fast as they could and were ready to strike again. At this moment, countless experts of the Great Sage had gathered outside Mount Eternal. These people were similar to before, but they were more prepared this time. They had to go in. Gu Fei took a deep breath, and the other Great Sage nodded solemnly. The void mirror rose into the air, broke through the void, and flew forward. Soon, the crowd arrived in front of the ancient bronze coffin. This time, with their previous experience, they did not act rashly. Instead, they were careful. Gu Fei stood in the void and said coldly as he took out the offerings. The people around him took out their storage rings and took out many things. There were ancient altars, jade tables, stone stools, and many other offerings. These were all extremely precious treasures of heaven and earth. They were spiritual springs that were condensed from the 9 heavens. In Mount Gale, there were spiritual herbs that were tens of thousands of years old and various rare treasures. They were all taken out at this moment. In their opinion, these things would not disappear, so they took out the best. It showed their sincerity. Perhaps the immortals would not attack them. In the ancient bronze coffin, Lin Xian opened his eyes again. What a terrifying power. He felt a strong sense of danger. They had already entered the ancient bronze coffin. What was it? This time, he used the black jar to reach out his soul and look outside. Finally, he saw it clearly. There were so many people, and there was more than one great sage. What was going on? Were they from the Z Mansion and the clan of the Ancients? His expression was ugly. Damn it, the great sage of these clans had returned. Were they going to attack him? If that was the case, then he was in danger. He wondered how Black Mountain was doing. But soon, he realized that it was not the case. They were not from the Z Mansion, the Phone Clan, or the Golden Crow Clan, but some other people. These people were also extremely terrifying. Who were they? He looked carefully. Then, he was extremely shocked. He saw a familiar figure in the crowd behind him. Gu Feng, the other party, was also here. Then, the people in front of him should be from the Gu clan. Those who were with the Jia family were either the great sects or the aristocratic families of the remote antiquity. What were these people here for? This was especially true of the mirror above them, which caused him to feel apprehensive. This definitely surpassed all the Wu. Qi. Could it be the Gu clan's extreme Dao Wu? Qi. Lin Xian was stunned. These people would not want to use the extreme Dao Wu. Qi, to attack him? His face was about to turn green. But soon, he was stunned because he found that the people outside had set up sacrifices. Then, they respectfully began to worship the bronze coffin. An old man clad in battle armor walked out and spoke in a clear voice. A supreme existence that was in deep slumber. Please forgive us for being rude. We don't want to disturb you, but we really want to see you. Immortal Rong. Supreme Immortal, please forgive us for our recklessness. After saying that, they began to kowtow 3 times and kowtow 9 times. Heavens, what was going on? These people were kowtowing to him? Lin Xian was surprised. Soon, he understood. These people must have thought that there was a group of immortals buried in the ancient bronze coffin. That was why they were so respectful. He was also shocked. What was buried in the ancient bronze coffin in the past? One had to know that the people outside were not fools. They were the most terrifying group of people. These people must know some ancient secrets, which was why they were so respectful. It seemed that the ancient coffin was indeed not simple. The heavenly court also had endless secrets. However, that wasn't what he needed to focus on now. What he needed to focus on was the offerings in front of him. Those were all top-notch heavenly treasures. The old herbs among them were not inferior to the ones he had risked his life to snatch. Lin Xian felt that he had to think of a way to get these things. Firstly, it would be a waste if he didn't take what these people had offered. Here, he needed these powers very much now. But how to get them was still a problem. At this moment, the black jar shook. Lin Xian was surprised. What was the use of this thing? Now that he had gained the recognition of the black jar, he could use it. His soul power quickly spread out, and the black jar emitted a black light. In the next moment, a vortex appeared outside the ancient bronze coffin. Some of the great sage kowtowed 3 times and 9 times in an extremely respectful manner. But at this moment, a vortex suddenly appeared in front of them and sucked in the offerings they had placed. All of them were swallowed. What was going on? These great sage raised their heads in shock. Someone shouted angrily, "Do you want to die? Who dares to steal our things? Shut up." The Grand Elder of the Immortal Hall snorted coldly. "Can't you see that that thing has entered the ancient bronze coffin in front of us? That's because the immortals are using our offerings. We have been recognized by the immortals." After saying that, he knelt on the ground even more respectfully. The others were also shocked and investigated one after another. As expected, the vortex swallowed the offerings and floated into the ancient bronze coffin. Everyone gasped. The great sage of the Gu family's eyelids twitched wildly. Could it be that there was really an immortal buried inside? Thinking of this, they also prostrated on the ground and shouted respectfully, "Immortals above, please protect us." Inside the ancient coffin, many heavenly treasures appeared in front of Lin Xian. Each of them was a heaven-defying existence. Any one of them would make the great sage jealous. Lin Xian was stunned. This was the credit of the black jar. It was too unbelievable. This thing seemed to be able to devour everything. Very well, he began to use it. He brought the spiritual spring formed by the stars of the 9 heavens into the jar. His soul began to return with the power of the spirit spring. When his soul left the black jar and entered his body, Lin Xian couldn't help but want to howl. "I'm finally back. It hasn't been easy." He had also used up all of the spiritual spring water. Lin Xian didn't mind. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the treasures. He consumed it himself and gave it to the great dragon sword spirit. If these things were taken out and discovered by the great sage, they would definitely want them back. It was better to consume it first. These things were all unique treasures of heaven and earth. Lin Xian's physique and great dragon sword spirit consumed a lot of energy. Golden Crow Hao, Wind Phoenix, and the others had broken through, but Leaf Dao Denier and Light hadn't. It could be seen. The ancient barren body was indeed terrifying. Lin Xian's divine body was no weaker than a sacred body, and with the addition of the great dragon sword soul, he needed even more power. After swallowing these treasures, Lin Xian felt the power in his body surging. He felt as if he was about to break through. It was possible that he was about to break through to the middle stage of the Holy King realm. Lin Xian suppressed his breakthrough. He knew that he was still shrouded by the heavenly punishment. In ordinary places, breaking through would be attacked by the heavenly punishment. He had to find a place where the great emperor existed. Let's think about how to leave the ancient coffin first. Lin Xian opened the sky with his palms. He hit the ancient coffin. He found that with his strength, it was difficult to open it. At this moment, the black jar flew over and floated. Lin Xian thought that it should be possible to use this thing. He poured his power into the jar. The black jar emitted a black light and created a black vortex. The ancient bronze coffin shook and opened. Outside, those people knelt respectfully. After waiting for a while, they found that nothing had happened. They were all stunned. Was there an immortal inside? Just as they were wondering, the ancient bronze coffin in front of them let out a loud bang. Everyone raised their heads and found that the ancient bronze coffin was slowly opening. A figure sat up. There was really someone. These people became excited again and looked carefully. So young. Was this an immortal? They saw a young man sitting up. Then, he stood up from inside. He looked around curiously. Greetings to the exalted immortal. These people began to kneel. Lin Xian looked around and felt a terrifying aura. He was shocked. What was this place? Why did it have such a terrifying aura? When he saw that even the great sage before him was kneeling before her, his eyelids twitched. Did these guys think that he was an immortal? This was good too. He didn't have to explain. If the other party knew that he was just an ordinary lesser sage king, she would probably capture him. She would immediately conduct research. When that time came, her secret would be exposed. Are you living beings from the lower realm? Lin Xian asked indifferently. A hint of cold arrogance appeared in his eyes, as if he didn't put the common people in his eyes. Living beings from the lower realm? These great sage were shocked. Was he talking about them? Perhaps in the eyes of the exalted immortal, the great sage, were similar to ants. They hurriedly said, "That's right, we are the native living beings of this world. The exalted immortal has descended. We came to pay our respects just to take a look at your immortal appearance." "Raise your heads," Lin Xian said indifferently. "Thank you, exalted immortal." The great sage below was as excited as a child. They all raised their heads and carefully visualized. Gufeng also raised his head. He wanted to see what the legendary immortal looked like. But in the next moment, his eyes almost fell out. Damn, how could it be him? He jumped up. What was going on? The others looked around and frowned. This Gufeng was too bold, wasn't he? How dare he be disrespectful to the exalted immortal? The great sage of the Gu family also frowned. Feng'er couldn't be rude and quickly knelt. Gufeng almost coughed up blood. Kneeling to the other party? What a joke, but the current situation was that those great sage were all kneeling. And he had also knelt to the other party previously. It made him furious. He said, "Ancestor, he's not an exalted immortal at all. His name is Lin Xian. He's just an ordinary genius." What? The people of the Gu family were stunned. The other great sage were also in an uproar. Gufeng knew this person? Gufeng said, "That's right. He's Lin Xian from the buried Emperor Star. He's not an exalted immortal at all." The faces of those great sage instantly darkened. Did they just kneel to a young junior? What a joke. Cold killing intent appeared in the eyes of the few great sage of the Gu family. They had to tear the other party into pieces. How dare he lie to us? Lin Xian also frowned. This Gufeng was really a bad person. He sneered and said indifferently, "It seems that you ants from the lower realm. You're really tired of living." He looked at Gufeng and said coldly, "You said that I'm an ordinary person? Are you sure that an ordinary person can come out of here?" Gufeng snorted. "Kid, stop pretending. If you're really an exalted immortal, then take out your exalted immortal technique." The others also looked up. Yes, exalted immortals should be far stronger than them. I came to the lower realm and suffered some injuries. I haven't recovered yet. Are you doubting me? If you're not convinced, come forward and fight. The faces of the surrounding great sages flickered. Although they were shocked by the level of Xianxia's cultivation base and power, they were still shocked. They had their doubts. But they couldn't go forward. They could stand here now because of the void mirror. If they left the void mirror, they would definitely die. And even if they had the void mirror, they wouldn't be able to reach the ancient bronze coffin. Because they had tried before, and there was a powerful force blocking them. But the other party could stand there now. This meant that the other party definitely had a strange energy that surpassed them. The Grand Elder of the Hall of Immortals said. This was an immortal, but he was injured previously. Besides, immortals came from the immortal world, and there were also young people in the immortal world. You don't know anything, so don't talk nonsense. If you angered an immortal, be careful of his power. That's right. The Elder of the Fire God Palace also nodded and paid his respects to the immortal. I beg you to give me the way to live forever. The other great sage also knelt down. Seeing that some people really knelt down, Lin Xian was shocked. These people were really greedy. They wanted to prolong their lives. And there was one more thing. He knew that it was because his appearance was too strange. Who would have thought that he could walk out of such a mysterious ancient bronze coffin, so it wasn't impossible to scare these great sage. Gufeng still didn't believe it. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you're an immortal, you should walk out. Walk around Mount Eternal and I'll believe you." The eyes of the great sage of the Gu family also shone with a piercing cold light. They wanted to see this immortal. Did he really have the strength? Immortal, please use your immortal technique and let us see. The Grand Elder of the Hall of Immortals said excitedly. The others also turned their gazes over. Lin Xian frowned. Was Mount Eternal very magical? He had never heard of it. Alright, then I'll let you see. As he spoke, he took a step forward, left the ancient bronze coffin, and walked forward. Everyone's hearts became nervous. Even Gufeng clenched his fists. Kid, keep pretending. Even the great sage doesn't dare to enter Mount Eternal. You don't have the protection of the void mirror. If he went out, he would definitely die. Although Lin Xian didn't know what kind of place Mount Eternal was, he could sense the terrifying aura here. He could sense it. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. When he came out, he brought the black jar with him. He felt that this black jar was very magical. Perhaps it could have an unexpected effect. Sure enough, the black jar exuded a mysterious aura, as if it had swallowed the indestructible Tao around it. Lin Xian left the ancient bronze coffin and walked into the distance. The people behind him watched nervously. Gufeng was still thinking that this kid would turn into a pile of bones in an instant. However, when he saw that Lin Xian had already walked far away, he was dumbfounded. How could this be? He roared in disbelief. Lin Xian walked back and laughed coldly. What? You still dare to question me now? He didn't dare to do it again. The great sage shook their heads. Lin Xian looked at Gufeng. Gufeng roared. Damn it, you are. Before he could finish speaking, he was pressed to the ground by a palm. It was Gu Fei's hand. Gu Fei said coldly, Feng do you still want to be presumptuous? You're getting more and more unruly. Ancestor. Gu Feng struggled. Gu Feng said coldly. Why didn't you kowtow and apologize to the exalted immortal, damn it? Gu Feng gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept this. Lin Xian laughed coldly. Kowtow and apologize? That's not enough. A hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. The great sage of the Gu family felt his scalp go numb, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. Exalted immortal, please spare my life. Seeing that he's a young junior and doesn't know any better, please spare my life. Please spare my life. The Gu family is willing to offer another sacrifice. Please, exalted immortal, show mercy. Alright, then take out a few stalks of immortal medicine. Hearing this, the great sage's expression turned ugly. They didn't have such things. They said, we don't have immortal medicine, but we can take out 3 stalks of medicine that are tens of thousands of years old. Compensation. Lin Xian said, not enough. He doubted me before? Just slap him. Lin Xian knew that it was impossible for the Gu family to kill Gufeng. Then he would think of a way to torture him. Gu Fei stood up and said, I understand. He walked in front of Gufeng and sent him flying with a slap. Do you think you can challenge the exalted immortal? Gu Feng's face instantly swelled like a pig's head, and all his teeth were broken. Roar, Gufeng even felt like dying. He roared, and Gufeng slapped him again. Gufeng didn't dare to say anything else. He lowered his head and begged for mercy. Exalted immortal, are you satisfied? After a few slaps, Gu Fei turned around and asked respectfully. Lin Xian nodded. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in his eyes. He was surprised. He had the aura of a beast on him, and it was a void beast. I didn't guess wrongly, right? Gufeng was shocked. Did he see through it in an instant? He did have a void beast on him. He got it from somewhere else. It's not bad. Give it to me. Lin Xian said indifferently. Gufeng gritted his teeth. He had no choice. Under the watchful eyes of the great sage, he could only take it out. After the void beast came out, it kept roaring. Obviously, it recognized Lin Xian. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. Do you dare to fight against me? Gu Fei went up, slapped the void beast unconscious, and handed it over respectfully. Lin Xian took it and threw it into the beast bag. He instantly sealed it. He had seen this void beast before. He had even cut off its tail. It was made into a void beast skin. He didn't expect it to fall into Gu Feng's hands in the end. Now, it was in his hands again. By the way, where was this place? Lin Xian asked. The Grand Elder of the Hall of Immortals said, this is Mount Eternal. They quickly explained the origin of Mount Eternal. Lin Xian was also surprised after hearing this. It turned out to be a land of death. It seemed that it was at least at the great emperor level. Perhaps he could break through here. He said, "Wait for me outside first." Yes. No one dared to resist. They could only retreat and go outside Mount Eternal. The people outside were also stunned. Did an immortal really appear? It was unbelievable. The great sage warned the young disciples that they must be respectful and must not challenge the other party. After Gufeng came out, he directly flew away. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Otherwise, who knew how that guy would torture him? After those people left, Lin Xian walked into Mount Eternal again. He began to transcend the tribulation. He no longer suppressed his power. Soon, thunder condensed in the sky. At the same time, terrifying red thunder filled the air outside Mount Eternal. When the great sage outside saw this, he was extremely shocked. Was this heavenly punishment? Could it be that he was really an immortal? Perhaps his bloodline had surpassed this world and the heavenly Tao could not tolerate it. Everyone was worried. However, not long after, he didn't realize that the heavenly punishment had disappeared. Only ordinary thunder descended. This made everyone even more shocked. The Grand Elder of the Hall of Immortals said. As expected of an immortal, he really had methods. The rest of the people were also convinced of this. Fortunately, Gufeng had left in advance. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood. Damn it, what kind of evil method did that kid use? Why was it so strange? Lin Xian didn't know that the appearance and disappearance of Tianfa made the great sage outside more convinced. They were even more convinced that he was an immortal. At this moment, he was trying his best to transcend the tribulation. Half a month later, he finally succeeded in walking out. His aura was much stronger than before. He was now a mid-stage holy king. His strength had undergone an earth-shattering change compared to before. The current late-stage holy kings were no match for him at all. Lin Xian could compete with a peak holy king. With his many trump cards, it wouldn't be a problem to kill a peak holy king. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up. He was really looking forward to his next breakthrough. Lin Xian guessed that the next time he broke through, he would probably be able to compete with the great sage. After Lin Xian came out, the great sage outside were still waiting respectfully. After seeing Lin Xian, their eyes lit up and they all walked up. Exalted Immortal, you're here. Exalted Immortal, please come to my longevity palace. I'll definitely treat you well. Let's go to the Fire God Palace first. These people spoke one after another. The people of the Gu family also walked over and said, "We're a clan of the ancients. We'll definitely satisfy the Exalted Immortal." Lin Xian's eyes flickered. "Everyone, don't worry. The immortal opportunity you want will be given to you." However, he didn't go because there was an imperial weapon there. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he wasn't an extreme Dao Wu. If his identity was really exposed, he wouldn't be able to escape at all. So after thinking about it, he went to the Longevity Palace. Firstly, the Longevity Palace didn't have an extreme Dao Wu. Moreover, there was also a Supreme Elder. He didn't have much lifespan left. He could use the other party's heart to make the other party trust him more. Moreover, Lin Xian didn't plan to stay here for too long. He still had to return to Taiching Ancient City. After all, there were many peerless sects and clans of the ancients who wanted to kill him. There were some things that needed to be resolved. Lin Xian followed the Supreme Elder back to the Longevity Hall. The Supreme Elder was overjoyed. He was so excited that he almost fainted. He returned to the Longevity Hall. After that, the people from the Longevity Hall were also extremely shocked. They used the highest standard to welcome Lin Xian. The other remote antiquity families and peerless sects were also envious. They sent out their young disciples to pay their respects. If they could become friends, it would be a great opportunity. Therefore, they issued an order, regardless of the cost. They had to stay by each other's side. No matter what the other party wanted, he had to satisfy them. After returning to the Longevity Hall, Lin Xian went into seclusion without meeting anyone. He first stabilized his cultivation base, then entered the Great Sage Pagoda, and began to suppress the Void Beast. The Void Beast was also extremely powerful. It had reached the late stage of the Saint King realm and was about to reach the peak of the Saint King realm. Before, Lin Xian had been unable to suppress such a demonic beast. But this time, after using the black jar, his soul power had greatly increased. Therefore, he could completely control it himself. The other party had planted the seal of life and death in the other party's soul. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. With this void beast, it was equivalent to having an array formation by his side. He could teleport and hide in the void at any time. Exalted Immortal, did you have a good rest? An old voice came from outside. Needless to say, it was the Supreme Elder. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He had to think of a way to make this old guy cultivate in seclusion. He waved his hand and opened the door. The other party walked in respectfully and presented some spiritual fruits and spiritual herbs. Lin Xian accepted them without hesitation. Then, he said, go and cultivate again. If your cultivation base can improve by another level, I will teach you immortal methods. Really? That's great. Thank you, Exalted Immortal. The Supreme Elder was extremely happy. Then, Lin Xian said, there's no need to let those old guys come. I have nothing in common with them. Let some young people come. Yes, Exalted Immortal, I understand. The Supreme Elder went back. He quickly found a group of young people from the Longevity Hall. Among them, Su Lai quickly rushed over. These young people were extremely excited. This was an immortal. If they were lucky, they could obtain an immortal opportunity. At the same time, the Fire God Palace, the Gu family, and other sects all sent people over. They were all young geniuses. Many of them were peerless fairies. It seemed that they planned to stay by Lin Xian's side. Facing these fairies, Lin Xian was very calm, which made people even more shocked. As expected of an exalted immortal, he didn't care about the creatures of the lower realm. Hello, Exalted Immortal, my name is Su Lai. If you have any instructions, just tell me directly. The tall man stood there and smiled. At this moment, another person also walked over. Exalted Immortal, I'm from the Fire God Palace. My name is Hualing. This was a peerlessly beautiful woman. Her every move would attract the attention of everyone. Lin Xian nodded and looked at another person. That person said, Exalted Immortal, I'm from the Gu family. My name is Guli. In addition, there were a few top geniuses who introduced themselves. Lin Xian didn't pay attention to the next people. They were definitely not the top geniuses. However, he let them follow him. Lin Xian was very calm. After staying in the Longevity Hall for a while, he went to the Fire God Palace. He also went to other places. The only place he didn't go was the Gu family. They were extremely powerful. He wouldn't go to a family that was suppressed by qi. The Gu family thought that Gu Feng had offended the other party, so they hurriedly sent over a lot of natural treasures. At the same time, they punished Gu Feng and even made him face the wall to reflect on his mistakes. In a cliff, Gu Feng stood there, unable to go out. He gritted his teeth and roared at the sky. Damn brat, he really couldn't understand. The other party was clearly from the buried emperor star like him. How did he become an exalted immortal? Damn it, it was all because of the ancient bronze coffin. How did the other party hide in the ancient bronze coffin? He really couldn't understand. Lin Xian was quite satisfied with his life here. Not only did he have enough resources, but Lin Xian was also able to see the top cultivation techniques of these sections. For example, the Longevity Hall had a cultivation technique called the Longevity Technique. Lin Xian found that it was very similar to the Longevity Technique. Could it be that the art of longevity was from the Hall of Longevity? Lin Xian was surprised and went to ask some people from the Longevity Hall. Of course, he was beating around the bush. In the end, he found that it might really be from the Longevity Hall. However, it wasn't from the modern era. It might be a cultivation technique from the Longevity Hall from the ancient era. It was later lost. The other cultivation techniques were passed down, but the longevity technique was in Lin Xian's hands. After Lin Xian finished reading the Longevity Hall's ultimate techniques, he had a deeper understanding of the longevity technique. At the same time, he also understood that the greatest advantage of the Longevity Hall was their powerful recovery ability. At the same time, their lifespan was longer than others. This was also a huge advantage. The Fire God Palace had a technique called the Fire God's Thunderclap Palm. Lin Xian was very interested in it and studied it for a while. As for the Gu family, they didn't give him any techniques or inheritance, only some spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits. He also knew that the inheritance of the great emperor's family would never be passed to outsiders. The Purple Mansion had never given up on finding the true dragon and the ancient bronze coffin. They wouldn't allow the heavenly court to reopen. They had been secretly sending people to investigate. Finally, they received some news that something seemed to have happened at Mount Eternal. Therefore, they sent people to investigate. In the sky, a spirit boat flew quickly. A few figures walked out from inside. The one in the lead was an old man who swept his gaze across the area. He looked at Mount Eternal in the distance, his eyes shining. He was going to visit the surrounding sects and ask about it. He really found a problem. Did an immortal appear? How was that possible? The people from the Purple Mansion were shocked. They decided to see who this immortal was. One had to know that the Purple Mansion had always been known to have an immortal fate. How could they not be shocked when an immortal appeared? Finally, he came to the Longevity Hall and asked for an audience. "I'm here to see an immortal." Those people were also surprised when they learned that the other party was from the Purple Mansion. Naturally, they had heard of this ancient sect. They also learned that it had recently reopened. They didn't expect that an expert from the Purple Mansion would come here. The people from the Longevity Hall respectfully invited him in. The people from the Z government were very arrogant. The leader was an old man. Even in front of the people from the Longevity Hall, he was high and mighty. The Longevity Hall was a great sect, and the Purple Mansion was above the great sects in the past. Therefore, they had always been arrogant. After arriving, he said, "I want to see that immortal." His words didn't seem to have much respect for his ancestors. Soon, he was invited to a mountain peak and saw a group of young people. They were surrounding a man. It was very lively. The people from the Purple Mansion walked up and said. They heard that an immortal had come from Mount Eternal. Who was it? The people in front of them all turned their heads to look and frowned. Who was this guy? Why was he so arrogant? If he wanted to see an immortal, he had to kneel on the ground for 3 days and 3 nights. Let's see if our immortal has time. The old man from the Purple Mansion frowned. Was this a joke? Were there really immortals in this world? To be honest, although they claimed to have immortal fate, they were still very doubtful. Are there immortals? Even if there was, it couldn't be someone from Mount Eternal. Therefore, they did not believe this immortal at all. Didn't you hear what I said? The elder of the Purple Mansion coldly snorted. How dare you? Hualinger from the Fire God Palace snorted. Who do you think you are? How dare you make a fuss here? Get out. The faces of the people from the Z government became extremely ugly. It had always been others who respected them. Since when had anyone dared to berate them? We're from the Violet Palace. A young man walked out and said coldly. Purple Mansion, Hualinger and the others all frowned. They had naturally heard of this before. Who would have thought that it would be the other party? At that moment, an indifferent voice came from the front. So what if he was in the Purple Palace realm? You dare to be disrespectful to this immortal? He was courting death. The exalted immortal has spoken. Hurry up and scram. Sulai took a step forward. This is the territory of the Longevity Hall, not a place where the Purple Mansion can behave atrociously. The young man was so angry that he vomited blood. However, the old man stopped him. He then said, We're not here to cause trouble. We're really here to see an immortal. Perhaps we were disrespectful before, but now we're respectfully asking to see an immortal. Humph, that's more like it. Sulai snorted coldly and then said, Come over. He waved his hand. The people from the Purple Mansion all walked over. They were filled with endless curiosity. In the next moment, they saw a man sitting in front of them. Countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures surrounded him. At this moment, the man's body was blooming with multicolored light. It was obvious that he had consumed too many heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The energy had not been completely dissolved. How extravagant! When the people from the Purple Mansion saw this scene, their eyelids twitched violently. Even if they had an ancient inheritance, they did not receive such treatment. When they saw the man's real face, they were stunned. An elder jumped up. "Damn brat. It's you, how can you be an immortal?" He was really shocked. They had come here to look for him, even though they had never seen him before. They had not seen him before, but they had seen his portrait countless times. At this moment, after seeing him, they instantly recognized him. Damn it, he's just an ordinary sage king. When did he become an immortal? Lin Xian looked at the other party and sneered. He was disrespectful to me. Who killed him? I'll teach him immortal techniques in the future. After hearing this, the eyes of the surrounding people turned red. Su Lai took a step forward and said, "Exalted immortal, I'll kill him." A great longevity palm slapped forward, bringing with it an incomparably vast power. It was endless. Boom, the old man was someone from the older generation. Thus, he was able to shatter the great longevity palm with a punch. Su Lai's blood boiled. Then, he roared, "How dare you behave so atrociously in my territory, guards!" With a roar, an elder rushed over from afar. Hua! Ling Er also said, "Everyone, let's attack together." Hundreds of young geniuses had gathered around them, and they were fighting one-on-one. They might not be a match for the elders. However, at this moment, how could the elder block them all together? He only brought 3 people with him. No matter how strong they were, they could not block the attacks of hundreds of young geniuses. In an instant, they roared miserably. "Damn it, how dare you attack us? The Purple Mansion sect will not let you off. How dare you threaten us? Do you believe that we can send you to hell now?" Su Lai sneered and attacked even more fiercely. Before long, the 4 people from the Purple Mansion sect were seriously injured. They were pressed to the ground. "Exalted immortal, how should we deal with these people?" Su Lai, Hua Ling Er, and the others all looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian walked over, sneered, and took off the storage rings of the people. Then, he said, "Cripple their cultivation bases. Leave them to me. I'll deal with them properly." "Damn kid, how dare you!" The elders of the Purple Mansion sect roared. However, what happened next terrified them. Their cultivation bases were really crippled. No, they were in despair. Without their cultivation bases, they were no different from ants in front of Su Lai. Lin Xian waved his hand and put all of them away. He sent his soul into the 4 storage rings and threw them into the void. "Why don't you divide these things among yourselves?" The things inside were not bad, but Lin Xian did not take them seriously. Compared to the treasures he had obtained so far, they were not worth mentioning. "There's an ancient divine ability in there. Su Lai, I'll give it to you." "Really?" Su Lai's eyes lit up. "Thank you, exalted immortal." Although he did not obtain an immortal technique, he did obtain an ancient cultivation method. Sure enough, Hua Linger, Guli, and the others' eyes all turned red. Their faces were also full of anticipation. They hurriedly checked their storage rings. Then, they found another unique technique. These people decided to cultivate together. They looked at Lin Xian with infinite gratitude. "Thank you, exalted immortal." At this moment, they really regarded Lin Xian as an immortal. Lin Xian merely smiled in response and did not seem to mind at all. He directly gave away the 2 unique techniques because he wanted to get them more easily. The 4 people from the Purple Mansion sect were all in his hands, and their cultivations had been destroyed. When the time came, he would directly collect their souls. What kind of divine ability couldn't he get, at night? After Lin Xian returned, he entered the Great Sage Pagoda. Looking at the 4 figures, his lips curled up into a smile. The 4 people were terrified. "Damn it, what do you want to do?" They were already in despair. The elder roared, "Kid, kill me if you have the guts. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to die. The Purple Mansion sect tried to kill me again and again. Do you think I'll let you go so easily? Damn it, you're really that guy." The elder of the Purple Mansion sect roared. "What method did you use?" "Lying to these people?" Lin Xian snorted. "You're still so curious when you're about to die. Then you can go to hell and ask, but before that, I have a few questions to ask you." The red spider lily is the totem of the Purple Mansion sect, right? How many people have you sealed with it? Hearing this, Elder Zhang's pupils constricted. Damn kid, how do you know this? Could it be that you've been sealed? You're an abandoned immortal, he roared crazily. Yes, you're right. I was indeed sealed before, so even if you don't come to find me, I won't let you go. One day, I'll personally destroy the Purple Mansion sect. The elder of the Purple Mansion sect was in despair. Damn it, he was actually an abandoned immortal. But how did he cultivate to become a Saint King? It was too unbelievable. After being sealed by the red spider lily, he would be a cripple. It was absolutely impossible for him to cultivate. Even if he could cultivate, he would at most be a Saint Venerable. It was absolutely impossible for him to break through to become a Saint King. However, the other party had actually made a breakthrough to Sage King Intermediate stage. It was unbelievable. At the same time, he began to worry about Zifu. With such a peerless genius, once he broke through to become the Great Sage, or even a step further, the Great Sage. If that was the case, then the Purple Palace would really be destroyed. Lin Xian said indifferently, tell me the origin and secrets of your Zifu. Don't even think about it. The old man gritted his teeth. Lin Xian sneered. Looks like you guys don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, I'll do it myself. Activating his heavenly secret divine eyes, his golden gaze enveloped these people. He first looked at the two young men. Soul search. The two of them quickly fell to the ground, their souls shattered. Lin Xian frowned. The two of them didn't know much. Moreover, in their minds, there were many things that they didn't know. There was a restriction. The core content was undetectable. He then attacked the remaining people. As expected, his expression turned cold. Apart from obtaining some cultivation techniques, he couldn't obtain any other secrets. However, Lin Xian didn't mind. One day, he would personally attack the Zifu Palace. When that time came, he would only know everything. He obtained 2 types of martial arts from the old man. Lin Xian didn't cultivate them because he felt that they weren't suitable for him. However, if he had them in the future, he might be able to teach them to others. Next, Lin Xian took out the black jar. He poured his soul power into it. The black jar flew up and circled around him like a fairy. Then, he summoned the void beast and patted it. The void beast unleashed a terrifying power of the void as it teleported Lin Xian away. In the next moment, they left the longevity hall and arrived outside. The vast mountain was incomparably dark. Lin Xian's eyes were burning with golden flames. It was as if he was looking at a god, sweeping through everything. A smile appeared on his face as he found it. This time, he was going to test the true power of the black jar. Roar, that was a hell demonic lion. It was extremely terrifying. Its body was covered in black lightning. Its cultivation had reached the late stage of the Great Sage King realm. With a roar, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. He looked at Lin Xian with mockery in his eyes. Stupid ant. You think you can challenge me, a saint? Go to hell. The black claws slapped down with 10,000 bolts of thunder, destroying everything. Lin Xian stood there and didn't make a move. He waved his hand and the black jar rushed forward. You're just a broken jar, and you dare to go against me? The hell demonic lion sneered. Boom, soon, he roared. The black jar was like a sharp sword. It directly pierced through its huge claws, causing them to shatter into pieces. Damn it. What is that? It's too terrifying. Is it a terrifying sacred artifact? No wonder this human kid dares to challenge me. He quickly retreated and shouted coldly. Hellstorm. With a furious roar, endless thunder flew out and turned into a tornado that swept forward. This was a peerless divine ability that was related to his bloodline. Even if his opponents woo. So what if his chi was powerful? Between heaven and earth, black thunder fell and pierced through everything. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm and slapped it on the black jar. The black jar shook and endless black light flew out, turning into a terrifying vortex. Swallowing the heavens, swallowing the earth, swallowing all the lightning in the sky. How is that possible? The hell demonic lion was terrified. The black jar was too evil. He turned around and fled. Lin Xian sneered. You want to escape now? It's too late. He activated the black jar again and the black light enveloped the hell demonic lion. The hell demonic lion felt a terrifying imprisoning force that wanted to swallow him. He roared crazily and knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. Senior, please spare me. I failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please let me go. I have a treasure that I want to give to you. Please spare my life. Treasure? Lin Xian asked. What treasure is it? He was also very curious. The hell demonic lion protruded something. It was a box. He said that the treasure was inside. Lin Xian waved his hand and a sword light split the box open. He found a black stone inside. There was a talisman paper on it. What treasure is this? He frowned. He didn't feel any terrifying aura. The hell demonic lion said that although this stone looked ordinary, it was something from Mount Eternal. It had the Tao of immortality. It was something from Mount Eternal. Lin Xian was surprised. Now he had some understanding of this. The great sage was instantly turned into a skeleton. It could be said that it was very terrifying. He sneered. You're lying to me. How can you withstand the power of Mount Eternal? The hell demonic lion shook his head. It's true. The reason why I'm not emitting a terrifying aura now is because of that talisman. That talisman paper must have been left behind by a peerless almighty. I just got it by chance. When I got it, the talisman paper was on it. I opened it once and almost lost half my life, so I sealed it again. It's so magical. Lin Xian was surprised. He waved his hand and grabbed the black stone. Then he tore off the talisman on it. No. Seeing this, the demonic lion retreated in horror. Soon, he was stunned. He found that Lin Xian was there, unharmed. How was this possible? He could actually block the undying Tao. Who the hell was this? The hell demon lion felt like he had kicked an iron plate. He directly crawled on the ground. He did not dare to resist. Lin Xian used the black jar to swallow this terrifying aura. The corners of his mouth curled up. It was indeed the undying Tao. He stuck the talisman paper on it again. That terrifying aura disappeared. This talisman paper was really magical. It carried an extremely strong sealing power. Lin Xian realized that compared to the stone, the talisman paper was more precious. It was an unexpected gain. He put it away in satisfaction and looked at the hell demon lion. Alright, you can go. Don't let me see you again. Anyway, this time, he was only here to test the power of the black magic jar. Late-stage holy kings were no match for it. He had to find a peak-stage holy king demonic beast. Lin Xian continued to fly in the mountains and finally found another peak-stage holy king demonic beast. He used the black jar to fight it. That peak-stage holy king demonic beast was no match for him at all. Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. Great, it seemed that the power of this black jar. It was still above his imagination. Next, Lin Xian used the void beast again and teleported back. In the following days, he spent the day with these genius disciples of the great sections. At night, he would come out alone in the mountains and cultivate the black jar. He was getting more and more proficient. However, on this day, a crisis came. Between heaven and earth, 4 figures soared into the sky and charged towards him from all directions. The 4 of them were very terrifying. They were all late-stage holy kings. There was even a peak-stage holy king expert among them. That person held a long spear, and with a thrust of the spear, it was like a giant dragon rushing forward. The terrifying aura made one's scalp tingle. Lin Xian's figure swayed and dodged the attacks of the 3 people. Facing the spear, he activated the black jar. It met the attack head-on. There was a boom. The 2 collided. The black jar emitted a terrifying aura. It blasted away the terrifying energy. That person was terrified. He did not expect this chi to be so strange. At this moment, Lin Xian attacked with his sword. The biting cold sword light swept across the surroundings. Boom! Boom, the three late-stage Saint Kings tried to dodge, but one of them was cut in half. The other two were injured and vomited blood. They were shocked. How could this guy be so strong? Wang, a peak holy king, waved his hand, and a red net fell from the sky, directly enveloping Lin Xian. They all laughed out loud. Lin Xian could sense that this red net was not ordinary at all. It was a terrifying weapon. Qi power that could seal him. He snorted coldly, and a dragon-shaped sword light rushed out of his body, slashing in all directions. With a boom, the red net was split into two halves. How could this be? The remaining few people were stunned. How did he manage to escape, no matter who you are? Today, all of you will die. Lin Xian coldly snorted and attacked. Damn it, stop holding back and attack with all your might. Those people roared furiously. Great desolate heaven-splitting hand, the terrifying Great Rift charged toward him. This was a type of ultimate technique. On the other side, a dragon elephant phantom appeared and attacked him again. The last elder descended from the sky with the power of a flood dragon. Lin Xian frowned. It was actually someone from the Purple Mansion. Wang, he summoned the three-eyed vermilion bird. He attacked the peak holy king. At the same time, the heaven-devouring demonic pot attacked one of them, while he attacked the other. Great desolate sky-splitting hand. He also used the same ultimate technique and clashed with his opponent. Both of them used the same ultimate technique, but Lin Xian was obviously more terrifying. He had the power of the great dragon sword soul. The other party's attack was torn apart, and his face was full of shock. How could this be? He had practiced the great desolate sky-splitting hand for so many years. How could he not be stronger than his opponent? In the next moment, another attack, the great desolate sky-splitting hand, tore his body into pieces. His soul wanted to escape, but it was directly ignited by the fire of reincarnation. He let out a painful roar, but in the end, his soul was destroyed. The other person was also like a duck in a black jar. The terrifying whirlpool. It directly swallowed his soul and continuously destroyed it. Lin Xian controlled it and did not kill the other party's soul. This person knew how to use the dragon elephant finger. He wanted to obtain this ultimate technique. When the peak holy king saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. No wonder their people had died. They actually had such an expert. He had to hurry back and inform the sect that this kid was not dead and had become abnormally terrifying. The three-eyed vermilion bird roared and attacked. At the same time, Lin Xian also released the purple qilin. Two peak holy kings, the elder's face instantly darkened. In the end, his soul was also destroyed. Lin Xian put away these people's storage rings and corpses. He used the hand of fortune to refine them into power and then put them away. After entering the great sage pagoda, Lin Xian began to refine that person's soul. That person's soul was continuously being crushed by the black millstone, hovering between life and death. He roared crazily. Kill me. Give me a quick death, Lin Xian said coldly, give me the dragon elephant finger and I'll give you a quick death. In the end, Lin Xian obtained the cultivation method of the dragon elephant finger. This was also a peerless ability. After killing that person's soul, Lin Xian stood up with a cold expression. Damn the Purple Mansion, they actually sent people to kill him again. It seemed that the Purple Mansion did not give up. They should know that these people had died. They would appear in front of even more people. When they came, it would not be a peak holy king. It would be that simple. Lin Xian felt that he had to leave this place quickly. He went back to prepare and cultivate the dragon elephant finger at the same time. After 10 days, he requested to leave. The longevity hall and the other sects were all shocked. Exalted Immortal, are you leaving? Is it because we did not treat you well? They were very anxious. They definitely could not let this immortal opportunity go. Lin Xian shook his head and said, no, it's not about you. I'm very interested in this world. I heard that there's a mysterious Taiqing ancient city, so I'm going to take a look. Then his face darkened and he asked, why? Do you want to imprison me? No. Those people's expressions changed drastically and they shook their heads. How could we dare to control the exalted immortal? That's good. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I've made up my mind. I can take them with me. Really? That's great. Those sects all heaved a sigh of relief. Although the other party was not here, he could take these young people with him. This was also the benefit of not being injured. Soon, they began to move. They boarded a few huge chariots and quickly left. Back then, there were hundreds of geniuses who returned to Lin Xian's side. When Lin Xian left, he did not bring so many with him. He only brought 50 of them. Among them, Su Lai, Hua Ling and Gu Li were all there. In addition, those people were also top-notch experts. They were incomparably excited. If they followed Lin Xian, they might be able to obtain an immortal opportunity. They would be able to ascend to become immortals, in the Purple Mansion. These people's faces were cold as they gritted their teeth. They sent 2 experts to Mount Eternal to investigate the situation. In the end, they were all destroyed, damn it. Who did this to him? Was it the peerless sect over there? Damn it, did they really not put the Purple Mansion in their eyes? They were preparing to send a 3rd batch of experts. This time, the number of people was 10 times more than before. They wanted to see who dared to touch their Purple Mansion. However, they didn't know that the person they were looking for had already arrived at Taiching Ancient City. Taiching Ancient City was incomparably mysterious. It had existed since ancient times and had endless secrets. Even the Heavenly Court and Purple Mansion were here. Of course, Lin Xian felt that the Heavenly Court's ruins were just one of the spaces. There must be such spaces in other places. However, he didn't know. Black Mountain should know. Looking at the huge ancient city in front of him, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. I wonder how Black Mountain is doing. He entered the ancient bronze coffin. Black Mountain was holding the sky lantern. He wasn't hunted down by the Purple Mansion, right? On the side, Su Lai, Hua Ling Gu Li, and the others were also amazed. Is this the ancient city? It's really the same as the legends. Yes, it's my first time here. Lin Xian asked, haven't you been here before? Hua Ling shook her head. This world is too vast. We only move in the area around Mount Eternal. There are also many ancient cities there. As for Taiching Ancient City, it was quite a distance away from Mount Eternal. So we usually don't come here. Lin Xian understood. Every sect had its own area, especially these geniuses. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't leave. Unless there was a special event or some important occasion. Endless geniuses would gather. Let's go in. Lin Xian waved his hand and led his people into Taiching Ancient City. When he returned again, Lin Xian was filled with emotion. The first time he came, he was filled with curiosity. This time, there was a biting cold light in his eyes. Some people had to be clear. After entering, Su Lai and the others were also amazed. As expected of Primeval City, it was really strong. Not only was it vast, but there were even some places with a mysterious aura. It was even more terrifying than their Longevity Hall. The legendary Purple Mansion should be here. Some people were surprised. Have you heard of immortals? The Purple Mansion was related to immortals. Lin Xian sneered. Is that so? But I was assassinated by them. What? Su Lai, Hua Ling and the others were stupefied. When did this happen? How could they not know? Lin Xian said coldly. That was when I went out alone and walked in the mountains. It was someone from the Purple Mansion who came to kill me. In the end, I killed him. Acting recklessly. He actually dared to attack an ascendant immortal, so what if they were Zifu disciples? Kill them, Su Lai shouted coldly. Hua Ling also nodded. That's right, they dared to offend a heavenly immortal. Even if he offended us, we'll destroy him together. Lin Xian brought 50 geniuses with him this time, which could be considered a super strong force. However, he was still unable to contend against a true Zifu disciple. After all, it was an ancient sect. However, it was good for dealing with people who were alone. It was indeed enough. Before Lin Xian could say anything, the 50 people had already started discussing among themselves. With Su Lai, Hua Ling and Gu Li as the representatives, they spoke. Don't worry, exalted immortal, we will plan this. Our strength may not be enough to shake the ancient sects, but we won't let them have their way either. Let's go and make some inquiries. These people took action quickly. Lin Xian was stunned. Oh my god, it seemed like the identity of an exalted immortal was very important. It was more important than he had imagined. These people were crazy about becoming an immortal. It had to be said that these top geniuses were really capable. In 3 days, they managed to find out. There was a descendant of the Purple Mansion called Ruashi. She was going to hold a banquet soon. She invited some geniuses. We can make a move on this descendant. I heard that there are several successors in the Purple Mansion, and there are many potential successors. This time, we'll make an example out of them. We'll let them know the consequences of offending an exalted immortal. Descendant, huh? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. This was also a very important existence in the Purple Mansion. Indeed, they could ruthlessly slap the Purple Mansion's face. When would they hold the banquet? Su Lai said, 5 days later. Hualinger said that we can make a move on the 4th night. We'll catch them off guard. Alright, let's do it. Lin Xian and the others settled down and began to cultivate. They adjusted their strength to the peak. Ruashi, one of the descendants of the 9 great immortal mountains, was good at water laws. The Purple Mansion nurtured these descendants for 2 reasons. First, it was to strengthen their strength. Secondly, they let these descendants act alone and recruit a group of geniuses. It would be best if they could get their hands on the cultivation techniques of those geniuses. As a peerless fairy, Ruashi naturally had to make a move. This time, she invited a lot of people, all of whom were peerless sects and remote antiquity families. Let these people kneel at her feet. When the time comes, these people's cultivation techniques would be easy to obtain. In the manner that was like a paradise on earth, Ruashi asked faintly. How are the preparations? Reporting to Fairy Ruashi, everything is ready. We can start tomorrow. Very good. Ruashi walked out and looked around. There were all kinds of spiritual springs around here. They didn't go back to the Purple Mansion. Instead, they found a manor outside and renovated it. This made him very satisfied. There was a waterfall in front of him. Ruashi walked forward and quietly comprehended. Then, with a wave of her hand, the law descended, bringing with it a concept. When the people around saw it, their eyes lit up. One of the old men said, Princess Ruashi's comprehension of the law is getting deeper and deeper. I think she has already surpassed us old men. Ruashi's lips curled up into a smile. She was born for water. Go back, I want to comprehend here for a while. Ruashi waved her hand and the people around her left. She was the only one left in the entire courtyard. She stood in front of the waterfall, her eyes shining brightly. The Tao on her body intertwined. She had to admit that he was very powerful. Now that she was a middle Saint King, she could defeat a late Saint King. Even if she used all her trump cards, she was confident that she could fight a peak Saint King. As a successor, she was definitely not weak. Moreover, she was ambitious. The 9 great celestial mountains, 9 successors. She was just one of them. She was considered to be average. But she wasn't satisfied. She wanted to be in the top 3. Moreover, she was also under pressure because there were many successors in the Purple Mansion. Once their cultivation and strength were caught up, they would immediately lose their identity as a successor. She couldn't relax at any moment. Now, she wanted to enter the late Saint King as soon as possible. The surrounding spirit spring kept spinning, and streams of spirit chi poured into her body. At this moment, Ruashi seemed to have turned into a water god. She was very mysterious. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Who is it? She felt a sense of threat. The surroundings were very quiet. The sky was dark, and the clouds covered the moon. After the light dimmed, Ruashi suddenly turned around and realized that there was a figure standing behind her. That person was tall, but he was very blurry. It was hard to tell if he was real. Who are you? Ruashi was shocked that someone was able to sneak up behind her. How could it be? Was it a peak elder? Other than a peak sage king, no one else could have done it. However, something was not right. She could not feel the peak elder's power. Who was it? Ruashi shouted coldly. At this moment, Ruashi sensed a few figures rushing towards her. There were even more figures flashing from afar. They had all come to the courtyard. Who was it? Ruashi roared and retreated. At this moment, the figure in front of her suddenly appeared in front of her. He slapped her with his palm. Not good. It was the power of space. Ruashi was shocked. No wonder she did not notice the other party. He knew the power of space. She waved her hand and a ball of blue water spun rapidly in front of her. The sea was boundless. It enveloped the palm. The terrifying palm passed through the water and hit Ruashi's body. Ruashi was torn apart. There was no blood, only endless water that flew in all directions. Water clone, the person in front of her was stunned. Guli frowned. The speed of the clone was fast. No wonder he was the successor of the Z-Mansion sect. Do you think you can escape? At this moment, another sneer was heard. A gigantic palm imprint descended from the sky. It was the great longevity palm imprint, cutting through the void. Ruashi was forced out and her face was pale. It was another top-notch expert. At this moment, a ball of flame formed behind her and a terrifying flame saber came towards her. The sound of water and fire colliding could be heard. Ruashi's path was blocked and her face turned cold. Who was it? Furious shouts could be heard one after another as all the people in the residence rushed over. When they saw the mysterious people in front of the courtyard, they were enraged. Who are you? Do you know who we are? We are from the Z-Mansion sect. Kneel on the ground and wait for your death. An elder shouted coldly, exuding a terrifying murderous aura. Was the Z-Mansion sect powerful? The void in front of them split open again and a figure stood there. Under his feet, the void beast was blurry and it was emitting the void energy. It blocked everyone's probing. Lin Xian stood beside the void beast and waved his hand. Su Lai, Guli, Hualing and the others rushed forward. 50 supreme talents were attacking together. Their power was terrifying. Attack! Ruashi's face turned ghastly pale. Why were there so many experts? They were from the remote antiquity families and the great sections. Were they joining forces to attack them, seeking death? The elders of the Z-Mansion sect shouted. Those people rushed over, and a great battle broke out in an instant. Soon, they realized that, although they outnumbered the Z-Mansion sect, they were all top-notch experts. Although they looked young, their strength. He was even scarier than some of the older generation experts. Quickly pass on the message. The elder roared. Ruashi also wanted to escape, but it was useless. Lin Xian had already set up a matrix here. Everything was blocked, and no one could leave. The battle was completely one-sided. After all, the people of the Z government had never thought that anyone would dare to come. And it was the day before the martial arts tournament. These people were too audacious. Who were they? Kill the leader of the group, shouted the elder of the Purple Mansion sect. 3 silhouettes soared into the sky and attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian smirked. He waved his hand and the black jar floated beside him. Unleashing a terrifying devouring power, it devoured the attacks of the 3. There was even a force that wanted to devour their souls. The 3 men were terrified and wanted to retreat. Lin Xian opened his hands and the great desolation blazing sky hand tore the sky apart. The bodies of the 3 men were smashed into pieces. The people in the distance were all stunned when they saw this. Damn it. How could it be, the great desolation sky-splitting hand? Who was it? It was the ultimate skill of the Z-Mansion sect. Ruashi's pupils shrank. Could it be the successor of another immortal mountain? Did they attack her, or was it the successor candidate? Damn it. She did not expect them to be so despicable. She never thought that it was Lin Xian. Because it was a fact that Lin Xian had been taken away by the bronze coffin. No one thought that he could come back alive. And now, Lin Xian was shrouded by the power of the void beast. No one could see him clearly. 50 top geniuses attacked together. The power was terrifying. The people of the Z-Mansion sect were defeated quickly. They were heavily injured and suppressed. Ruashi's face was pale. She stared at Lin Xian. She gritted her teeth and asked, "Who are you?" Lin Xian walked out from the side of the void beast and stepped in the air. His figure gradually became clearer. It's you. How could you still be alive? When Ruashi saw Lin Xian, she was shocked. She was dumbfounded. Wasn't this guy buried in the bronze coffin? Wasn't he dead? How could he still be alive? And he had brought so many experts with him. How dare you follow the immortal? How dare you be so rude? A big palm appeared and slapped towards Ruashi. Ruashi's body shook as she tried to block it. At this moment, Huolinger slashed again. Ruashi's face was pale. Guli stepped in the air and suddenly appeared. He slapped out. Ruashi was finally injured. She could no longer stand being attacked by 3 top experts. She vomited blood and fell to the ground. But she still couldn't believe it. Immortal? Damn it. What was this guy doing? Where did he get this identity from? Lin Xian's lips curled up as he looked at the other party. Stupid ant, submit to me. You're an immortal. Ruashi couldn't believe it. What a joke. She wanted to resist. Suddenly, a terrifying light burst out from her eyes. As one of the successors, how could she not have a trump card? Her injury was real, but part of it was fake. Her main purpose was to attack the leader. Now that she saw Lin Xian, she was ready to attack. A crystal box flew out of her hand, and 3 sparkling and translucent water droplets fell out of it. It was terrifying. 1 drop was enough to destroy everything. Huolinger, Su Lai, and the others felt a sense of horror. Damn it. This guy still has a trump card, immortal, this is bad. They exclaimed. Lin Xian sneered. Golden light bloomed in his eyes. The black jar floated up and created a black vortex. It swallowed the 3 terrifying water droplets. At the same time, he pointed his finger at the other party's glabella. The other party's glabella cracked. Countless cracks appeared on his body. Dragon elephant finger, how did you learn such a secret skill? Ruashi was shocked. She couldn't believe it. The power of the dragon elephant was too much for her to bear. Lin Xian said calmly. I'm an immortal. Of course, I can control everything. After saying that, he waved his hand. The power of the Tai Chi diagram flew out. It shrouded the other party and sealed him completely. He left a dragon-shaped sword chi in the other party's body. When the dragon-shaped sword chi entered, Ruashi's face turned pale. She felt despair. She felt a power that could destroy all life. The other party had too many trump cards. She couldn't believe it. Is he really just a young man? How should we deal with this person? Huolinger asked. Lin Xian said calmly. I want to suppress this person. Kill the rest. Those from Z Mansion narrowed their eyes. Damn it, aren't you afraid of the Z Mansion's revenge? However, Su Lai, Huolinger and the rest attacked. So what if the Z Mansion was strong? Could it be compared to an exalted immortal? Those people couldn't resist at all and were killed instantly. You guys are in charge of cleaning up the battlefield. Lin Xian ordered and then grabbed Ruashi and disappeared. 2 figures appeared in the Great Sage Pagoda. Ruashi was terrified. Damn it, what are you trying to do? I'm the successor of the Z Mansion. If you touch me, the Z Mansion won't let you go. To be honest, he was terrified because he felt that Lin Xian was a devil. His methods were too terrifying. There were so many people from the Z Mansion, and he killed them without mercy. If she fell into his hands, she would be in a terrible state. Kill you? What a pity. Lin Xian shook his head. You have other uses. Ruashi was scared. Damn it, is he trying to kill me? Lin Xian sneered. I'll suppress you first. You'll be useful in the future. He didn't control them because he knew that there were restrictions in their minds. Especially these successors, their restrictions were even more terrifying. If he controlled them, he might alert the Z Mansion. He used the Taiji diagram to seal them and the dragon-shaped sword chi to lock their cultivation. With this, Lin Xian wouldn't be afraid of them escaping. When he came out, the people outside came over. Huolinger took the storage rings and said, Exalted Immortal, these are the storage rings of these people. Lin Xian nodded and took out half of the storage rings and said, You guys can divide these. Thank you, Exalted Immortal. Huolinger and the rest were happy and quickly divided the storage rings. Lin Xian didn't care about this. He still had a use for these people. Hence, it was necessary to rope them in properly. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and left quickly with his people. He was looking forward to the next day when those geniuses arrived. What would it be like? Morning. The sun rose and Taiching ancient city became lively. Today was the day of the Z Mansion's successor. Fairy Ruashi was holding a martial arts competition. Many people had received invitations and were preparing to go. Golden Crow Hao rode on a war chariot and streaked across the sky like a sun god of war. Today, not only was he going to participate in the martial arts tournament, but he was also going to take down his opponent in one fell swoop. These people had already heard about the methods of the Z Mansion from their family elders. That was the Violet Palace realm. The reason why these fairies were allowed to get close to them was because of the treasures they had. And they didn't refuse. That was because they also wanted to use this method to conquer the people of the Purple Mansion. To be able to obtain the inheritance of the Purple Palace Hall, this was a contest, and no one would back down. On the other side, Evil Spirit had arrived as well. He had the same thoughts as well. Other than him, Yunfei, Xianxia, and the others were also here. After all, they had always attached great importance to the Purple Palace. These people arrived at the manor and waited quietly outside. In the distance, more and more people arrived. They were all discussing in the surroundings. Who would have thought that with so many geniuses here, only a few would be able to enter? Some people sighed. However, being able to see so many geniuses was enough to make them excited. Jin Wuhao frowned slightly and looked at the time as he spoke. What time was it? Why wasn't it opened yet? Are they trying to intimidate us? Evil Spirit snorted. Isn't the Purple Palace realm a little too much? The other geniuses also frowned. Although the Purple Palace realm was mysterious, their status wasn't low either. What was the meaning of turning them away now? Let's wait a little longer. Yunfei waved his fan and said indifferently. Everyone waited a little longer. When noon came, their faces darkened. This is too much. Golden Crow Hao let out a cold snort and strode over. He descended from the sky. He landed inside. People of the Purple Palace realm, don't go too far. However, in the next moment, he roared. What? How is this possible? What happened? The people outside were shocked. Evil Spirit turned into a few streaks of black lightning and rushed over. Xianxia and the others arrived one after another, and the others also entered. When they saw the scene inside, they were all stunned. There was obviously a huge battle in front, and the people of the Purple Palace realm were all dead. Their souls were destroyed, and there were no signs of life. Everyone gasped, and their scalps went numb. The people of the Purple Palace realm were all killed. Who did it? They finally understood that the Purple Palace realm wasn't trying to intimidate them. They couldn't even come out to welcome them. What about Fairy Ruashi? Was she also dead? Everyone was shocked. That was one of the successors of the Purple Palace realm. They searched the entire mansion one after another. They couldn't find any trace of the person. Could it be that the person's soul was destroyed? Everyone was shocked. This was an earth-shattering event. The Purple Palace realm was reactivated, and it was obviously going to return to its peak. But now, one of its mansions was destroyed. This was obviously a slap to the face of the Purple Palace realm. More importantly, one of the successors of the Purple Palace realm was still missing. The Purple Palace realm would definitely be furious. When that time came, there would be a huge storm. Everyone knew that the people of the Purple Palace realm would arrive soon. The others were also discussing spiritedly. Who exactly was it? At this moment, a few chariots flew over and stopped in the sky. Countless gazes fell from the sky. One of them said, "What's going on? Was the Purple Palace realm destroyed? I still want to participate," another person said. It seemed that the Purple Palace realm wasn't that great. It was destroyed so easily. What a piece of trash. The people in the chariots were talking and laughing. The people below were all stunned. God, who is this person? How dare he mock the Purple Palace realm? Does he want to die? Who are you? How dare you be so presumptuous here? Jin Wuhao looked up at the sky and shouted coldly. A sneer came from the sky. A mere demonic beast dares to be arrogant in front of us? You're courting death. Jin Wuhao was furious. He was indeed a demonic beast, but he was a golden crow. How terrifying was his bloodline. He was a divine beast, how dare the other party look down on him? Courting death, Jin Wuhao reached out a big golden hand and grabbed the chariot above. I want to see who's courting death. An earth-shattering sound came, and the void beside the chariot kept shattering. It couldn't bear it at all. Jin Wuhao had successfully broken through to the middle stage of the Saint King realm. Compared to before, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Thus, this palm strike was truly terrifying. Humph, a cold snort came from the chariot. What's there to be arrogant about? Then, a big flaming palm came down with a biting cold aura. It collided with the golden palm. The fire of the sun and the terrifying flames kept colliding, tearing the sky apart. Then, it blocked the golden palm. Countless people were shocked. Did it block it? Even Jin Wuhao was surprised that the other party could block his attack. It really surprised him. His face darkened. Go to hell. Boom, inside the war chariot, Hualinger was enraged. What did a mere golden crow have to be so arrogant? She shouted coldly. Fire God's finger, with a finger, it was as if the fire god had descended, bringing with it a monstrous power. The two clashed and were evenly matched again. A sneer came from above. He looked arrogant, but his strength was only so. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Damn it, Golden Crow how gritted his teeth. The other party was really strong. The others were also shocked. Evil Spirit walked out and asked with a frown. Who are you guys? Who are you? If you want to know who we are, tell us where you came from. Evil Spirit said proudly. Serene Cloud Sect, Evil Spirit. Golden Crow Clan, Golden Crow How. Sacred Heavens Clan, Xingtian Su. Myriad Transformation Sect, Yunfei. 4 figures walked out one after another, their loud voices resounding through the heavens. Countless people looked up at them. They were the top experts and geniuses. The people in the sky snorted coldly. Then, a figure walked out. It was a man wearing the longevity battle armor, looking mighty and extraordinary. He walked out and said proudly, Longevity Sect, Su Lai. Beside him, another figure walked out. He looked like a peerless fire god. Fire God Palace, Hualinger. Some people were puzzled. Longevity Sect and Fire God Palace? They had never heard of them. However, some of the experts and people of the older generation cried out in alarm. They were not from Taiqing Ancient City, but the Eternal Mountain region. They were also a peerless sect, not weaker than the Serene Cloud Sect. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard that. In other words, these people were not weaker than Evil Spirit and Yunfei. No wonder they were so arrogant. This was not the end. After these two people, another person appeared. Furthermore, he appeared out of thin air. What a terrifying void energy, everyone was shocked. Could it be? The figure looked down and said proudly, Guli of the Gu clan. The crowd was in an uproar. This time, Golden Crow How, Evil Spirit, and the others could not remain calm. The Gu clan, this was a clan of the ancients. More importantly, the Gu clan was an emperor clan. They had a great emperor and had an extreme Daowu. Their strength was comparable to the Yi clan. Was the Gu clan's genius here? They could feel the pressure. The surrounding people were even more stunned. Too valiant. This lineup seemed to surpass Jin Wuhao and the others. Now, do you still have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of us? Guli asked coldly. Below, Jin Wuhao and the others gritted their teeth. His expression was ice cold. The people from the Gu family were indeed strong enough. However, if they were to really fight, the 3 of you can't beat the 4 of us. They had the advantage of numbers. Everyone was a top-notch prodigy. A single advantage in numbers was enough to change the entire battlefield. The atmosphere between the two sides continued to clash, causing cracks to appear in the void. This was especially true for Taiqing Ancient City, where geniuses were constantly coming over. Some of them didn't plan to participate in the martial arts tournament, but because the Purple Mansion Manor was destroyed, they were unable to participate in the tournament. Such a big event also aroused their curiosity and shock. They all rushed over. For example, the light folk, the wind folk, and even Leaf Doudenier were all present. They looked at the three experts in the sky in surprise. Did another peerless sect come? There were even desolate ancient emperor clans that came. It was just too inconceivable. These people guessed that the destruction of the Purple Mansion had something to do with these mysterious experts. Did it matter? We now suspect that the Z Mansion's matter is related to you, Jin Wuhao asked. He still wanted to conquer Ruashi, but now that she had fallen, his wish was in vain. He could only look for another target, which made him very unhappy. In the sky, Su Lai snorted coldly and frowned. Are you doubting us? The evil spirit said, so what if I'm questioning you? There were many geniuses on their side, and they all represented Taiching Ancient City. Those people were from Mount Eternal. The two sides belonged to two different regions. They even wanted to compete with each other. The people in the ancient city were also discussing. Although the three of them were powerful, they couldn't be arrogant in Taiching Ancient City. Guli sneered. Are you bullying us because we have fewer people? He waved his hand and said coldly, come out. Everyone was surprised. Is there anyone else? Soon, they were dumbfounded. More people came out from the chariots in the sky. There were 50 figures standing between heaven and earth. Each of them was a top-notch expert. So many experts. It was really too shocking. Why are so many of you here? What's the matter? Xing Tianzu frowned. Taiching Ancient City was mysterious, so why couldn't we come and experience it? Huo Ling snorted. We came here with some exalted immortal. Do you have a problem with that, exalted immortal? The people below all frowned. Was there anyone else on the other side? The evil spirit snorted. Who dares to call themselves an exalted immortal? Are you looking for death? I think you're the one who's looking for death. Guli snorted and pointed his finger in the air, charging towards the evil spirit. The evil spirit slashed out with his sword. An earth-shattering energy burst out, sweeping across the 9 heavens. Everyone was nervous. They wouldn't start a war just because of a disagreement, right? It seemed like it was possible. There might even be an unparalleled war. Alright, stop it for now. Lin Xian's voice came from the chariot. Guli, Su Lai, and the others stopped and said respectfully. Yes, exalted immortal. Countless people were shocked. What kind of person was sitting in the chariot? He could make so many geniuses treat him with respect. Could he be a great sage? Below, Jin Wuhao and the others also took a deep breath. If it was a great sage, they couldn't fight against him. However, the other party shouldn't think of bullying them. Each of their clans had a great sage. And there was more than one. At this moment, a voice came from the chariot above. The exalted immortal they are talking about is me. Do you have a problem with that? As the voice fell, a figure walked out. Countless people looked up. Are there really immortals in this world? When they saw the figure, their pupils shrank and they were dumbfounded. Damn kid, it's you. Jin Wuhao and the others were even more dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. They realized that they knew the person in front of them. It was Lin Xian. How could it be? He's not dead yet? Some people exclaimed. Xing Tianzu frowned. Yunfei and the others were shocked. They couldn't believe it. Didn't this guy die in the heavenly court? Wasn't he buried in the bronze coffin? How did he come out? How dare you talk to an exalted immortal like this? Huo Ling snorted. Su Lai also stood out and said. Why aren't you kowtowing to an exalted immortal? Kneel to him? Why? Are you idiots? Who told you that he's an exalted immortal? He's just an ordinary ant. Jin Wuhao sneered. Xianxia also snorted. Kid, I didn't expect you to still be alive and pretending to be an exalted immortal. You really don't know what's good for you. You're the ones who don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian sneered. Whoever goes down and brings me their heads, I'll teach them immortal techniques. As soon as he said that, the eyes of the top geniuses lit up. Let's go. Su Lai and Huo Ling stood out first. How could they miss such a good opportunity? The battle was about to break out. However, at this moment, a few rays of light streaked over from afar, accompanied by a cold roar. Who is it? How dare you attack the Purple Mansion? Everyone was shocked. The Purple Mansion experts had arrived. In the next moment, the sky was torn open and the Purple Mansion experts arrived. When they saw the people in the mansion being killed, they roared. The void of the 9 heavens kept shattering. Who is it? They had gone crazy. The Purple Mansion had been reborn, and this time it was their descendant. The martial arts competition was held. But now? They were all dead. They didn't even know if their descendant was dead or alive. This was a slap to their faces. The people of the Z government suspected that the remote antiquity clans had joined hands with them. They were acting in secret. Otherwise, no one else would have such strength. I suspect that it's that kid. Jin Wuhao walked out and pointed at the sky. The Purple Mansion experts looked up. Is there anyone suspicious? When they saw the figure in the sky, they were also stunned. It's you, he's not dead, they were shocked. Why is Lin Xian here? Evil Spirit sneered. Not only that, he had brought 50 top geniuses with him. That was an extremely terrifying force, enough to destroy everything. Maybe they were the ones who destroyed the Purple Mansion. When the Purple Mansion experts heard this, their faces turned ugly. Indeed, there were countless fighters around Lin Xian. If all of them were to attack together, they could really destroy the mansion. A middle-aged man stood out and shouted coldly. Kid, is that you? Lin Xian looked calm and didn't reply. Su Lai shouted coldly. How dare you question the exalted immortals? Do you want to die? The Purple Mansion experts went crazy. Exalted immortals? Damn it, only the Purple Mansion experts had immortals. Since when did this kid have such an identity? Another Purple Mansion expert said, Old Zhang, they are very suspicious. I suggest that we suppress them and search their souls. Yes, that's right. The Purple Mansion experts nodded. Jin Wuhao also smiled. If you need help, I'm happy to help. Men, capture that kid. The Purple Mansion elders waved their hands and the surrounding people rushed forward. Their auras exploded. How dare you? Su Lai, Hualinger, and the others also arrived in the sky. The two sides faced each other, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. At this time, Jin Wuhao jumped out and said, Kid, do you only dare to hide behind others? Do you dare to come out and fight? Right now, I can suppress you with one hand. Now that Jin Wuhao had made a breakthrough in his cultivation, his strength was much stronger than before. An earth-shaking change had taken place. Therefore, he had enough confidence. Lin Xian looked down and said indifferently, Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He took large strides in the air and walked down. Was the final battle about to begin? Everyone was shocked. This Lin Xian was also a top genius. This battle would be very interesting to watch. Some people were excited. There were also people who sneered. Are you stupid? That was in the past. Jin Wuhao had already reached the middle stage of the Saint King realm. His strength was terrifying. I estimate that one move will be enough to end this battle. That's right, that kid is dead for sure. How could he be a match for the geniuses of our Golden Crow clan? The people from the Golden Crow clan also snorted coldly. On the other side, Su Lai, Hualinger, and the others didn't care at all. How could these mortals understand the strength of an exalted immortal? Exalted immortal, kill him, yes, exalted immortal, kill him in an instant. Let's see who will kill who in an instant. Jin Wuhao walked out. A terrifying light bloomed from his body. He looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile, I'll give you a chance to make the first move. He didn't sense any terrifying aura from Lin Xian's body. Let me make the first move. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian nodded. He had also broken through and reached the middle stage of the Saint King realm. His strength had become stronger than before. The other party was simply courting death by asking him to make the first move. Are you ready? Lin Xian asked indifferently. Jin Wuhao snorted coldly. I don't need to prepare to deal with you. You can't even break through my defense. The surrounding people sneered. They indeed thought so. No one could sense Lin Xian's aura. Lin Xian indeed didn't have any aura on his body, but the moment he made his move, it suddenly exploded. A golden palm slammed forward. Heaven and earth collapsed. With a boom, Jin Wuhao was sent flying. Countless cracks appeared on his body. Half of his body turned into a bloody mist. Shocking. Everyone went crazy. They couldn't believe it. Impossible, the people of Jinwuhao roared crazily. There was a difference of 1 realm between them. How could the other party break through their defense? He was really pitifully weak. He was just a beast. What right did he have to be arrogant in front of an exalted immortal? Su Lai, Hualing and the others sneered when they saw this scene. They had infinite confidence in Lin Xian. Xingtiansu, Yuxia, and the others narrowed their eyes. This kid's strength had increased too. It seemed that he had also broken through. Damn it, he had hidden his strength so well. They thought that they were the only ones who had broken through. They didn't expect that the other party had also broken through. Damn it, what kind of fortune did he obtain after being locked in the ancient bronze coffin? Roar. In the distance, a figure roared in the ruins. The bloody mist that filled the sky condensed again. Jinwuhao charged over with a ferocious expression. Damn kid, how dare you injure me? I'm going to kill you. Lin Xian said indifferently. You're no match for me. Jinwuhao was furious. No one had ever dared to underestimate him. Especially after his strength had broken through. I didn't expect you to break through too. I was careless before. Now, I won't give you another chance. I'm going to kill you with my own hands. Endless great Tao began to condense on Jinwuhao's body, forming a huge long saber. The divine sun saber. It was extremely terrifying. The entire void kept shattering. On the other side, Lin Xian's face darkened. He opened and closed his hands. There was a terrifying crack that was condensing. It was the great desolate sky-splitting palm, everyone exclaimed. Both of them were using peerless superpowers. It seemed that they were going to go all out. When the surrounding people saw this, they all retreated. Go to hell, look at my divine sun saber. Jinwuhao's long saber fell and locked onto Lin Xian. The long saber was like a giant sun dragon descending. Everywhere it passed, the void kept shattering. There was nothing that could withstand it. It couldn't even recover. Facing the terrifying divine sun saber, Lin Xian's eyes shone with golden light. The great desolate sky-splitting hand. With a wave of his hands, a frightening surge of energy surged forward. It was the Purple Mansion realm's secret technique, countless people exclaimed. The people from the Purple Mansion realm snorted. They had only obtained it for a short time. They couldn't unleash its true power. However, when they felt the aura, their faces changed. How could it be? They realized that the great desolate sky-splitting hand that Lin Xian had used. It was even more terrifying than the older generation experts. Boom. Boom, the void kept shattering like a painting. Cracks appeared on the surface of the solar divine blade, and it suddenly split open. The crack spread towards Jinwuhao. Jinwuhao retreated. His body was pierced through. He was covered in blood. He couldn't believe it. He lost again in the battle of peerless skills. He couldn't withstand a single blow. This was Lin Xian's evaluation of him. The surrounding people were stunned. Did Jinwuhao lose? In just 2 moves, he had been utterly defeated. It was unbelievable. Xingtianxi, Guangming, and the others frowned. To be honest, even if they wanted to fight Jinwuhao, they wouldn't be able to defeat him so easily. After all, Jinwuhao was a top genius. But now, he was defeated by Lin Xian. What kind of heaven-defying opportunity did this guy get? The facial expressions of the people from the Z government were extremely grave. An elder of Zifu was stunned. He waved his hand and a black lotus bloomed on his fingertip. That black lotus quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face changed. He shouted and a dragon-shaped sword chi flew out and destroyed the lotus. He stared at Zifu and said coldly, "Do you want to die?" The black lotus broke and turned into a petal that scattered between heaven and earth. The elder of Zifu narrowed his eyes. "You're the one who was sealed. Are you the one who was abandoned by the immortals? The one who was abandoned by the immortals?" What did that mean? Countless people were confused. Soon, they understood that he was abandoned by the heavens. He had no future. Nonsense. We're immortals. We're immortals. Hualing and Su Lai snorted. Zifu dared to slander the immortals. Do you want to die, 50 top geniuses? They emitted a cold aura. The middle-aged man kept shaking his head. This was impossible. If he was really abandoned by the immortals, he couldn't have reached the Saint King realm. He was taken by the bronze coffin. Is he from the immortal graveyard? So you're from the immortal graveyard. You deserve to die more than the abandoned immortals. The heavens will bury you personally, you won't survive, the people of Zifu sneered. The others were also in an uproar. There were a few older generation experts who said, someone from the immortal burial ground? This was the stuff of legends, there would never be a future. Some people looked at Lin Xian, shook their heads, and sighed. This brat's current strength was so strong that he could defeat Jin Wuhao in 2 moves. His future was limitless. He might even be a young Grand Emperor, but he ended up in the tomb. It would be as difficult as ascending the heavens for him to take another step forward in the future. What people from the immortal tomb? Hualing and the others sneered in disbelief. However, at this moment, a black lotus appeared in his purple palace. A terrifying power swept towards Lin Xian. Today, the people of the immortal graveyard will completely destroy you. You're interested, Hualing roared. Su Lai, Gu Guli, and the others also roared in anger. Even Leaf Dao Denier stood up. Zifu, don't go too far. This is a battle between the younger generation. Are you going to use all of your strength? Then I don't mind telling the family to use the extreme Dao Wu, Qi. If you offend the exalted immortal, the Gu clan will also take action. Qi. Guli roared crazily. Countless people were shocked. They didn't expect that the 2 monarch clans would stand on Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian looked up at the sky. His nerves were incomparably solemn. Was the red spider lily going to seal him again? He felt that this time, the power of the red spider lily was too terrifying. It was probably the totem of the purple palace. In the distance, on a fiery red cloud, the red phoenix looked at this scene and said, Master, save him. The great sage looked at this scene and sighed. Was he really from the immortal graveyard? In ancient history, there were 2 people from the immortal graveyard. Their talent was terrifying, but in the end, they couldn't advance. In fact, their fates were very miserable. Lin Xian now showed heaven-defying talent, but his luck seemed to be too bad. He sighed and wanted to help. Since it was his disciple's request, he should save this young man. At this moment, Lin Xian shouted coldly. What heavenly Dao? Do you represent the heavens? He roared, and the dragon sword's soul split the sky and earth. At this moment, the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook. The red spider lily in the sky kept falling, wanting to seal him completely. Yu Wu Dao roared, do you really want me to use my extreme Dao Wu? Qi? Guli also shouted coldly, are you challenging the Gu family? Under the threat of the 2 ancient monarch clans, the red spider lily in the purple palace finally disappeared. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, there was red thunder in the sky. This was a heavenly tribulation. Was he going to transcend the tribulation? No, it wasn't a heavenly tribulation. It was a heavenly punishment that was even more powerful than a heavenly tribulation, haha. Golden Crow Hao looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Although he was defeated, he was incomparably happy at this moment. Once the heavenly punishment appeared, no one could save him, the heavens were punishing him, everyone's scalps went numb. The heavenly punishment represented that the heavens and earth could not tolerate it. Was this kid really from the immortal graveyard? This time, even Su Lai, Hualing and the other geniuses were stunned. They had always thought that Lin Xian was an immortal, but at this moment, their hearts were shaken. They had all heard of the legend of the heavenly punishment. It represented the power of the heavens and earth. Boom, red thunder fell, directly piercing through the heavens and earth. Leave quickly. Everyone fled. The heavenly punishment had the power of destruction. No one could do anything. In the distance, Dan Feng's eyes were red. Master, hurry up and help. However, the great sage sighed. If the heavenly punishment had not appeared, it would have been fine. Now that the heavenly punishment had appeared, even if he did not do anything, he would attract it. Everything in front of him was instantly drowned, turning into red cracks with a destructive aura. The people of the Purple Palace sneered. They could represent the heavenly Tao. Golden Crow How was even more ecstatic. Kid, so what if you're powerful? You're still going to die. Evil Spirit and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. It was great that a peerless enemy had fallen just like that. However, Yi Wudao and the others frowned. Su Lai, Hua Ling and the others were extremely nervous. Had they really been deceived before? There was a black-robed man in the crowd, his eyes flickering. Black Mountain looked at this scene and sighed. It seemed that he had to make a move. His palms were already forming a seal. At this moment, he was surprised, and a biting cold light appeared in his eyes. This was interesting. He released his hands from the seal. Black Mountain did not attack. Lin Xian once again felt the danger of destruction. The heavenly punishment's power was unparalleled. Even if he used the Great Sage Pagoda, he would not be able to escape. However, this was not the first time he had faced the heavenly punishment, so he had a way to deal with it. His body swayed, and the mysterious small sword appeared in his body. Lin Xian entered the Sword Dao world. With his current strength, it was easy for him to enter the Sword Dao world. He could even walk a distance of 500 meters. This Sword Dao world was incomparably mysterious. It was completely possible to avoid the heavenly punishment. After Lin Xian entered, he could no longer feel the threat of destruction. He waited for the destructive power outside to disappear before going out. The divine punishment gradually disappeared, and everyone gathered again. They looked forward and sneered. That kid is dead, right? His soul must have been destroyed. This is what happens when you go against the Purple Mansion. The people of the Purple Mansion snorted coldly. Golden Crow How laughed smugly. No matter how strong he was still dead. Su Lai and the others were shocked. Had they been deceived? The other party really wasn't an immortal. Was he just an ordinary person? They couldn't accept it. At that moment, a faint voice sounded. What are you so happy about? Everyone stopped laughing, as if the god of death had grabbed their necks. They suddenly turned around. In the distance, a figure walked over. How was that possible? Golden Crow How's hair stood on end. The expressions of the people of the Purple Mansion also changed drastically. The others were even more stunned. Lin Xian was still alive. He didn't die, that's great, Yi Wudao. Red Phoenix heaved a sigh of relief. The Great Sage was even more shocked. How was that possible? Could anyone withstand the power of divine punishment? As the Great Sage, he didn't dare to imagine it. The eyes of Hua Ling Su Lai, Gu Li, and the others shone brightly. Immortal, that was an immortal. Only immortals could be fearless of divine punishment. It seemed that what they had done before was right. The other party was really an immortal. Impossible, how could you still be alive? Golden Crow How roared crazily. The people of the Purple Mansion were also stunned. They had never seen such a situation before. Hua Ling walked out and sneered. What do you know? Supreme immortals are people of the immortal world. Do you think your divine punishment can punish them? Su Lai also sneered. So what if he was an immortal? They cheered and gathered around Lin Xian again. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Show me what else you have. If not, I'm going to make a move. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It wasn't the first time these people had tried to trick him. Today, someone had to fall. He stared at the people of the Purple Mansion, then looked at Golden Crow How. Golden Crow How's scalp went numb. He crushed a token in his hand. He was really frightened now. He had to summon the powerhouses of his family. The people of the Purple Mansion were also secretly mobilizing experts. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and said, no matter what, it doesn't change the fact that you are from the immortal tomb. This time, I don't know what method you used to avoid it. But in the future, you are destined to be buried between heaven and earth. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The great desolate sky-rending palm attacked the people from the Z government sect. The Z Mansion's people roared as they fought back. As a result, they were forced to retreat. The other party was too strong. Lin Xian turned to look at Jinwu Hao and said, you were very happy when you thought I was dead. He pointed his finger out. The phantoms of dragons and elephants roared between heaven and earth. Their terrifying power crushed the heavens. Golden Crow How retreated in terror. The others were shocked as well. Especially the people from the Purple Mansion, they were all stunned. How could the other party use such a method? Could it be that he was their successor? Was he really killed by the other party? Damn it, the sun shines in the sky. Jin Wuhao felt an immense threat. He knew that he was no match for him. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. The Golden Crow bloodline in his body burned rapidly, turning into a peerless sun. It shone in the 9 heavens. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to have melted. Everyone felt as if they were boiling. The phantoms of dragons and elephants were also ignited and burned continuously. They gradually grew bigger, but they did not disappear. The remaining forces quickly charged over. With a boom, the sun in the sky cracked. Jin Wuhao vomited blood and was sent flying. He was seriously injured again and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. He could not even block a single attack from the other party. Hualinger sneered when she saw this scene. The other party kept saying that the exalted immortal was from the immortal graveyard. If he has no future, then what are you guys? An ant among ants, everyone's face turned ugly. After knowing that the other party was from the immortal graveyard, they were happy. They thought that they had lost a peerless enemy. But now, it seemed that the gap between them and the other party was too big. So what if the other party had no future? No one was a match for this guy now. Lin Xian looked at the evil spirit again and sneered. Why? Do you think that in front of me? Do you have the right to be arrogant? As he spoke, he pointed out the dragon elephant finger again. The evil spirit roared and attacked with a shocking sword, but it was useless. His heart was pierced through by the finger. His body cracked again. Damn it, he roared crazily. Lin Xian looked at Xingtiansu. Xingtiansu fought against the evil spirit, but one of his arms was torn to pieces. He frantically retreated. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. What right do you have to say that I have no future? I have fought my way through all kinds of battles and have seen all kinds of experts. You want to bury me with a mere Purple Mansion sect and a mere Hurricane Lily? That was impossible. Lin Xian roared and attacked fiercely. The great desolate sky-splitting hand and the dragon elephant finger attacked the people from the Purple Mansion sect. The young man from the Purple Mansion sect could not resist at all and his body was instantly shattered. The elders who fought against him were also shaken to the point that their blood was boiling. Lin Xian was too strong. At this moment, he was like a peerless god of war. No one could stop him. Let's kill him together, we must kill him. The eyes of the people from the Purple Mansion sect turned red. The people from the Golden Crow clan and the Serene Cloud sect also roared. Such a person would be a peerless enemy if they kept him alive. They would not allow him to exist. Boom. Boom, boom. Countless golden figures descended from the sky. They were like golden gods of war. They suppressed a part of the world. Golden Crow How was overjoyed when he saw this scene. Great, the elders of the Golden Crow clan had come. On the other side, the experts of the Serene Cloud sect had also arrived. Their auras were extremely strong and they sealed off a part of the world. After they arrived, they shouted coldly, "Kid, die." A late-stage Saint King Elder walked over and slapped Lin Xian with his palm. Lin Xian roared and attacked with the dragon elephant finger. With a cracking sound, the late Saint King Elder's arm was shattered and he was sent flying while vomiting blood. His face was filled with fear. The others were also stunned. This kid was too strong. A late Saint King Elder was not his opponent at all. This person could not be left alive. A peak Saint King Elder walked out. Not only the Golden Crow clan, but also the Purple Mansion sect and the Serene Cloud sect. There were also experts flashing in other places. It was obvious that they were all watching the battle. This time, this kid was going to die for sure, right? Boom. The peak Saint King Elder of the Serene Cloud sect casually attacked. Endless tyrannical power transformed into a blade light that descended from the sky. It carried a gloomy and cold aura that could destroy everything. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Great desolate heaven-splitting palm. Everyone was shocked. No way, this guy wanted to fight against a peak Saint King Elder? The young genius's pupils also shrank. The opponent was too arrogant, the peak saint. King Elder snorted and increased his power. A sound that shook the heavens rang out. Lin Xian took 2 steps back. On the other side, the Peak Saint King Elder's arm was also numb. He could not believe it. His attack was actually blocked by the opponent. Kill, Lin Xian roared angrily, the Tai Chi diagram slashed over, spinning between heaven and earth, killing towards the Yuyun sect expert. That expert roared angrily, "You are courting death." He rushed over, fighting a great battle. Endless black storms appeared behind him, turning into chains, covering heaven and earth as they rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms, the Tai Chi diagram spinning between heaven and earth, blocking these chains. At the same time, endless sword chi rushed out from his body, waving his hands. The immemorial demon mountain descended from the sky. The surrounding space was constantly shattering, those chains were also suppressed. Insignificant skill. The Peak Saint King of the Yuyun sect snorted coldly, bringing with him an unparalleled power, charging towards the immemorial demon mountain. The immemorial demon mountain kept shaking, but it did not shatter. That power even caused the Yuyun sect elder to spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Xian stood on top of the immemorial demon mountain, looking down at the other party. "Now you still say that I am insignificant? I think you are the one who is overestimating yourself." Everyone was shocked, even a Peak Saint King elder could not take down the other party. This kid was too heaven-defying, everyone attacked together. The Peak Saint King of the Golden Crow tribe rushed over. There were 2 of them. On the other side, another 2 came from the Yuyun sect. 4 Peak Saint Kings attacked the other party together. Not good. This time, Yi Wudao, Dan Feng, and the others exclaimed, "Such a terrifying lineup." The other party could not contend at all. High Immortal, this time, Hua Ling Su Lai, and the others were also nervous. Although Lin Xian was called High Immortal by them, it was said that the other party was injured, and his cultivation was only at Saint King. Could he contend against 4 Peak Saint Kings? Lin Xian stood there without dodging. He could feel a terrifying power coming from all directions, sealing off the entire heaven and earth. It seemed that the other party was preventing him from escaping. Would he escape? With a cold shout, with a wave of his hand, a black jar flew out from his storage ring. Releasing a terrifying devouring light, "Go die." The 4 Peak Saint Kings released their peerless abilities, annihilating everything in front of them. Boom, this time it was finally over, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. He wasn't dead. The pupils of the Violet Palace Realm Cultivator constricted as a shocking light burst out from his eyes. Eye of martial arts. They saw through everything and discovered that Lin Xian was not dead. How was this possible? The others were also stupefied. An expert tore apart the void, discovering that 4 vortexes had appeared in front of him, completely swallowing the exceptional divine abilities. What was that whirlpool? Like I said, you can't stop me. Obediently become my stepping stone, Lin Xian said in a cold voice. He held the black jar in his hand and looked down like a demon god. Everyone's gaze landed on the black can. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. What was that? What a powerful weapon, damn it, he actually had such a thing. The pupils of the Z government shrank. In the next moment, they seemed to have thought of something. Some of the older generation cultivators cried out in alarm. The heaven-swallowing jar. How could you have such a thing? What was the heaven-devouring jar? The young prodigy was puzzled. The faces of the elders of the remote antiquity families also changed. Could it be one of those legendary things? Damn it, he actually obtained such a treasure. It was a divine artifact of the heavenly court. It was said that it could swallow the heavens and the earth. It was even rumored to be an imperial weapon. What? Countless people's eyes turned red. They stared at the black can in disbelief. In the distant void, He Shan looked at this scene and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. It seems that this kid has obtained a fortune. I'm relieved. Lin Xian was also surprised. Was this black can called the heaven-devouring jar? It was also the first time he knew about it. After all, no one had told him. What surprised him even more was the origin of this can. It was an extreme Dao Wu. Gee, that's impossible. Lin Xian was puzzled. In front of him, Golden Crow How also roared, "Elder, you must be mistaken. Extreme Dao Wu, even the great sage might not be able to use it." What kind of power would that require? How could a little saint king like him use the extreme Dao Wu, Qi? Xing Tiansu, Guang Ming, and the others nodded. Yi Wudao also frowned. Their family had the extreme Dao Wu, Qi. They naturally knew how much power it required to use it once. A saint king couldn't use it at all. Only if the other party had a boundless amount of power would it be possible. But just now, they didn't see this scene at all. Elder Zhang of the Purple Mansion gritted his teeth. She was indeed terrifying, but there were exceptions. For example, the heaven-devouring jar was an exception. The heaven-devouring jar was very mysterious. It was said that the material used to make it was very special, so other people could use it without a great emperor. It was just that the power was different. A saint king had the power of a saint king, and a great sage had the power of a great sage. Once a great emperor used it or obtained enough power, it would display the power of the extreme Tao. What kind of material was it? How could it be so strange? The elder of the Purple Mansion gritted his teeth. It was said that it was made from the corpse of a great emperor. It was a living Wu, Qi. No way. Countless people were dumbfounded. Even Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. Was this the corpse of a great emperor alive? He was stunned. Doesn't that mean that after we kill him, we can use it after we get it? Evil spirit, Jin Wuhao, and the others' eyes turned red. Everyone's gaze fell on Lin Xian. How heaven-defying was a treasure that could be controlled by a great emperor? In the distance, Dan Feng's face changed. Not good. How could young Master Lin be so careless as to take this out? The great sage sighed. Perhaps he didn't know the origin of this thing. Lin Xian indeed didn't know before. Now that he knew, he didn't regret it. So what if he was targeted by these people? Even if he didn't have the heaven-devouring jar, these people wouldn't let him go. Since that was the case, why should he hide it? Kill. 3 more peak saint kings appeared in the surroundings. Their auras were unparalleled, suppressing the heaven and earth. Even if they had the heaven-devouring jar, they weren't invincible. They didn't believe that they could fight against 7 peak great sage. Terrifying auras shook the heaven and earth. Once again, everyone was worried for Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted. Do you think you have more people? He formed a hand seal and the demonic beast pouch flew out. A few figures came out from it. One of them was the 3-eyed vermilion bird and the other was the purple qilin. The purple qilin had already recovered from its injuries. After all, Lin Xian had obtained countless treasures. The 2 peak demonic beasts came out and roared into the sky. Everyone's face turned ugly. This guy could control demonic beasts. Especially the purple qilin. It had only escaped after being surrounded by several peak saint kings. His strength was unparalleled. Damn it, this guy has so many trump cards. We can't waste any more time. Let's kill him quickly. Everyone was filled with murderous intent. Lin Xian was too heaven-defying. They couldn't let him live. The 7 peak saint kings rushed over and fought with him. The purple qilin roared and attacked 3 of them. The 3-eyed vermilion bird also attacked 2 of them. As for the remaining 2, Lin Xian faced them head-on without any fear. Although he was only a mid-level saint king, 2 levels lower than them. End of chapter 4693. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.